Chapter 1413 Mount Hill Order. Duan Ling Tian and his companions were shocked after listening to the city governor of Mount Hill City's words. Would he be able to cultivate 3 different moves from a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage? It was important to note that the impeccable stage was the 5th and highest stage of a move in saint-grade martial tactics. Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 different moves to the highest stage. All 3 of them knew without a doubt that the 3 moves were the offensive move, defensive move, and movement move. However, they did not think Su Qi would be so ambitious. Only Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. This was because Duan Ling Tian was also cultivating a human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic art. Furthermore, the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic he was cultivating was not a run-of-the-mill human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. The human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic he was cultivating had a very powerful defensive move that was comparable to the defensive move of an earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Only saint-stage powerhouses were able to cultivate earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactics. Therefore, as long as he was able to successfully cultivate that defensive move, his defense would be impenetrable to anyone beneath the saint stage. As long as he used his true energy in that defensive move, no one among his peers, regardless if they were a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, could penetrate his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move it was to be able to compare to an earth-ranked saint-grade martial move. As long as one cultivated any one of the moves in the colossal arrowlight arrow until the competent stage, it would be comparable to a move at the impeccable stage of a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. That was the difference between the saint-grade martial tactics. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised Su Qi planned to cultivate 3 different human rank mediocre moves to the impeccable stage. Who would have thought that the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam will be held in half a year's time? He had heard Guo Li talked about the Moon Illumination sect previously. She also mentioned the relations between the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 cities. Therefore, he was only surprised the entrance exam would be held in 6 months' time. Duan Ling Tian, you're even more talented than Su Qi. Work hard. I believe you'll achieve amazing things in the Moon Illumination sect in the future. The city governor of Mount Hill City communicated with Duan Ling Tian through true energy voice transmission. He was very confident about Duan Ling Tian's ability. Yes, teacher, I will work even harder. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian was more sincere now when he addressed the city governor of Mount Hill City as teacher. Okay. The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded with a smile. He was very confident and optimistic about Duan Ling Tian. I wish to leave the city governor's estate for some personal matters, teacher, Duan Ling Tian said to the city governor of Mount Hill City when he was about to return to his chambers in the evening. The city governor of Mount Hill City approved his request wordlessly. Duan Ling Tian left the estate as the sun slowly set in the horizon, holding a small jade tablet that was just given to him by the city governor of Mount Hill City. The city governor of Mount Hill City gathered Ling Yun and the other 2 people after Duan Ling Tian left the estate. 3 of you. Don't spread the news about Duan Ling Tian's strength. Do you understand? The city governor of Mount Hill City said solemnly to Ling Yun and the other 2 people. If a tree was taller than the canopy, strong winds would definitely destroy it. He did not dare to be careless since there was still more than half a year before the entrance exam of Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he was not worried that anyone would give Duan Ling Tian a hard time in Mount Hill City. That would be the joke of the century. If any accident happened to the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City in Mount Hill City, then he should just find tofu and use it to kill himself. The competition between the 18 cities managed by the Moon Illumination sect was extremely fierce. He was worried about the 17 cities. If they knew another genius, apart from Su Qi, had appeared, it was very likely the 17 cities would try and sabotage them. He had to take precaution. It was easy to avoid a direct attack, but it was hard to defend against schemes. Although 3 of them were unaware of the city governor of Mount Hill City's worries, all of them still agreed without any hesitation. The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After Ling Yun and the other 2 returned to their rooms, the city governor of Mount Hill City smiled. I didn't expect to meet another peerless genius after Su Qi. Peerless genius. This was his appraisal of Duan Ling Tian. He did not even say that about Su Qi. It was obvious he thought Duan Ling Tian was even more talented than Su Qi. After Duan Ling Tian showed the jade tablet at the entrance of the city governor's estate, the guards respectfully saluted him. They were only at ease after he left the gates of the city governor's estate. the jade tablet was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Mound Hill Order. He's young Master Su Qi, the pride of the city governor. One of the guards mumbled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette. Mound Hill Order was a representation of the city governor. There was only 2 Mound Hill Order in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. One of it was in the city governor's possession, and the other was awarded to his favorite disciple, Su Qi. I've seen Lord Su Qi. That's not him. The other guard shook his head. He's one of the 4 new disciples that Lord City Governor recruited, Duan Ling Tian. However, he shouldn't be stronger than Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangster in the latent dragon camp. How come Lord City Governor gave him the precious Mound Hill Order instead of giving it to Ling Yun? I don't understand. One of the guards who recognized Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I heard he's from the mortal continent. I remember young Master Su Qi is also from the mortal continent. It seems Lord City Governor loves to assist genius martial cultivators from the mortal continents. Another guard speculated. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion the jade tablet in his hand had caused. Although he received the jade tablet from the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know the significance of the jade tablet. All the city governor told him was he could move freely through the gates of the city governor's estate as long as he wore the jade tablet. Duan Ling Tian went to the captain of the city guards, Hong Yu's home immediately after leaving the city governor's estate to look for the little girl, ZZ. Big brother, big brother. The little girl immediately leapt on Duan Ling Tian when she saw him. She looked very cute with her rosy cheeks. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little girl dotingly and asked, ZZ, did you miss your big brother? The little girl nodded like a chick pecking on grains. ZZ misses big brother very much. I even dreamed of big brother yesterday. Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, what was I doing in your dream? I dreamed big brother brought Z flying in the sky. We flew very high, far higher than the time big brother Hong Yu brought me flying, the little girl said as she tried to demonstrate the height with her hands. Big brother Hong Yu brought you flying. Duan Ling Tian laughed and said, you haven't been naughty, have you, ZZ? No, ZZ's very obedient. If you don't believe me, you can ask big sister, the little girl said as she looked at the beautiful woman standing at the side. She was Hong Yu's wife. Yes, ZZ's very obedient, Hong Yu's wife said as she looked at the little girl dotingly. Sorry for troubling you during this period of time, sister-in-law. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and smiled. He retrieved a spatial ring before passing it to her. He said, this is for you, sister-in-law. This is, however, Hong Yu's wife did not accept it. There are 1,000 8th grade saint stones in there for you and big brother Hong Yu to use, Duan Ling Tian said. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his salary was merely 40 grade 8 saint stones. Hong Yu needed to save 2 years of salary before he would be able to save 1,000 grade 8 saint stones. Please put it away, brother Ling Tian. Please. When Hong Yu's wife finally understood Duan Ling Tian's intention, she refused the spatial ring he had given her. Take it, sister-in-law. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. This is a little thank you gift. Brother Ling Tian, since you are my husband's brother, then you're not an outsider. You don't need to regard yourself as an outsider. If I accept your saint stones, my husband will definitely be upset. Hong Yu's wife continued to refuse. She was extremely unwilling to accept Duan Ling Tian's saint stones. If you really insist on giving it, please give it directly to Hong Yu, Hong Yu's wife said after seeing how insistent Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face. He knew that was the only way. After ZZ went to play with Hong Yu's son, Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked, sister-in-law, did big brother Hong discover anything regarding ZZ's background? Hong Yu's wife shook her head and said, he went to investigate based on what you said and managed to confirm that the people that trafficked ZZ are outsiders. They stayed in Mound Hill City for just a day before disappearing. Duan Ling Tian sighed after listening to Hong Yu's wife. Although Duan Ling Tian knew it was almost impossible to find out the little girl's background, he still felt disappointed when he heard the news. On the second floor of an insignificant inn in Mound Hill City, 3 men were gathered in a corner room. A youth, a middle-aged man, and an old man. Both the middle-aged man and the old man was focused on the young man standing before them. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, Duan Ling Tian finally left the city governor's estate. the young said excitedly to the other two people as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would definitely recognize this young man. It was none other than Zheng Jian, who was thrown into the manure pit after he was defeated. Zheng Jian was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, but he was expelled from both the city governor's estate and the latent dragon camp due to him accidentally killing his distant cousin, Jia. Chapter 14:14 Zheng Clan's Revenge. That night, Hong Yu was also surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian the moment he returned home. "Brother Ling Tian, it has been quite some time since we last met up. I heard you've become the disciple of Lord City Governor. As your older brother, I'd like to congratulate you. Tonight, let's not return until we're drunk." Hong Yu was smiling widely. He dragged Duan Ling Tian along, and they drank till late at night until they were completely drunk. Naturally, only Hong Yu was drunk. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use his true energy to expel the alcohol from his body was currently even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon at his level. It was difficult for him to get drunk even if he wanted to. On the second day, Duan Ling Tian passed the 1008th grade Saint Stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was finally sober. It caused Hong Yu to turn glum immediately. "Brother Ling Tian, what do you mean by this?" "Big brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and your wife for taking care of ZZ during this period of time. Just take these Saint Stones as the living expenses for ZZ." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Brother Ling Tian, what do you take me for? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I, naturally, regard ZZ as my own younger sister as well. Hurry up and keep that Saint Stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for severing our relationship." Hong Yu's face turned even glummer. One could clearly see how displeased he was. "Big brother Hong, please don't be angry. I've spoken out of turn." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Hong Yu to react this way. He smiled awkwardly. "In this case, just take these 1008th grade Saint Stones as the cultivation fees for my 2 nephews and ZZ. Big brother Hong, your salary each month is not high. After subtracting the cultivation expenses, daily expenses for you and your wife, as a beast tamer, you'll still need to spend a number of Saint Stones on taming wild beasts." Duan Ling Tian said earnestly when he reached this point. "Big brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but the kids are at the time when they should be strengthening their foundations now. We shouldn't slack when it comes to this." Hong Yu turned silent after listening to Duan Ling Tian. His 2 kids would start their cultivation soon. If there was an endless supply of Saint Stones, they could definitely rise to the top in a short time. Previously, he had no Saint Stones, so he could only absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only several dozens of 8th grade Saint Stones. If he was not a beast tamer, it might have been enough for his family to survive. Since he was a beast tamer, the money he spent on food for the fierce beasts was quite a lot. "Big brother Hong, just accept it. You're my brother, so why do you need to calculate so much with me? Besides, you know that apart from being one of the 13 gangsters, I've also become Lord City Governor's disciple now. I'm not lacking in Saint Stones at all." When Duan Ling Tian saw Hong Yu had remained silent, he knew he was considering the matter now. He seized the opportunity and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu remained silent for a while more before he gritted his teeth. "Brother Ling Tian, in that case, I won't reject your offer anymore. However, I hope this is only a one-time thing, and it won't happen again." He had a solemn expression on his face. Sure. Duan Ling Tian agreed without any hesitation. As long as Hong Yu agreed to it, everything would be fine. He could just pass the Saint Stones to ZZ next time and ask her to give it to his 2 little nephews. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu's conversation shifted to ZZ's background. "Brother Ling Tian, if we can't obtain any clue about ZZ's background, let her stay with me. My wife and I like her a lot. On top of that, my 2 little boys seem unwilling to part with her as well," Hong Yu suggested. "All right," Duan Ling Tian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best option. The little girl ZZ could not constantly remain by his side. If she stayed in Hong Yu's house, she would at least have a home. At that time, when she had finally grown up and got married, it could be considered as her having a good life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, she would encounter danger as well. After all, his objective was to become a powerhouse who stood at the summit of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Who knew how much danger was waiting for him on this journey? He could not let her risk her life along with him. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian did not go anywhere. He only remained in Hong Yu's house. During the day, he would accompany the little girl ZZ. During the night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mount Hill City 6 months later to go to the Moon Illumination sect. Once I leave, I don't know how long it'll be before I return. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian decided to accompany the little girl ZZ. Tonight, Duan Ling Tian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had transformed into dust and was lying quietly on the bed. It's a success. It was the 6th day of his stay in Hong Yu's house, but he had spent 9 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 9 days, he finally managed to cultivate the move from the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Arrow-Light Arrow, the body and arrow synchronization, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was equivalent to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage, of a move from a human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Now, my speed is finally up to par. I'm confident I can kill a native of the Dao Martial Saint Land who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was brimming with confidence as his eyes shone. Suddenly, the entire Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook without warning. It was as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Ling Tian realized what was happening, he was already expelled from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After he was expelled from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of dizziness. This terrible feeling crept up on his body and caused his face to turn extremely grave. Who's that? There was no need to think about it, he knew some movement must have disturbed the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, it would not expel him for no reason. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, it's him. He's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave and a murderous intent gleamed in his eyes when a deep voice entered his ears. The voice sounded kind of familiar. When Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the source of the voice, he immediately saw a familiar figure. Zheng Jian. It was none other than Zheng Jian who was thrown into the manure pit by him and expelled from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate for accidentally killing Hujia. He used to rank 5th among the 13 gangsters, and he was also a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also saw another 2 people. It was a middle-aged man and an old man. These 2 were obviously here to support Zheng Jian. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian instantly activated his divine eye. With just one look, he could see through the cultivation base of these 2 people. One of them was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, and the other was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian's face turned glum. Wait a minute. He seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems unstable. He has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this. If he had just made a breakthrough to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian was not completely robbed of the chance to win the battle. Duan Ling Tian, it's your fault that I'm expelled from the latent dragon camp. You actually destroyed my future. You'll definitely die today. Glaring deadly at Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Jian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he itched to just swallow Duan Ling Tian alive. Judging by the rage in his eyes, one would think Duan Ling Tian had killed his father or stole his wife away. Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind after he confirmed the 2 people's cultivation base. He smirked when he heard Zheng Jian's words. It's my fault you're expelled from the latent dragon camp. I'm the one who destroyed your future. It seems like you're expelled from the latent dragon camp because you killed your distant cousin. No. You're blaming this incident on me. What a joke. He stared at Zheng Jian when he finished speaking. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made such a mistake. The moment Zheng Jian recalled the previous incident, he gnashed his teeth even harder. However, he was embarrassed to recount the incident out loud. It was just too humiliating. If I didn't throw you into the manure pit, you wouldn't have made that mistake. Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. Although Zheng Jian tried to be vague with his words, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of complying. Manure pit. Whether it was the middle-aged man or the old man, they were both stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They turned to look at Zheng Jian in unison. Although they were both from New South Town's Zheng clan, and they knew the purple-clad young man was the cause of Zheng Jian's expulsion from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, they did not hear anything about a manure pit before. Zheng Jian had been thrown into a manure pit. Just thinking about it made them feel disgusted, as though they had just swallowed a fly. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Zheng Jian now. Naturally, they did all these subconsciously. Why don't you think about it yourself? If you did not constantly provoke me and issued a challenge, would you be thrown into a manure pit by me and accidentally killed Wuxia? Duan Ling Tian continued to mock him. Zheng Jian's body was trembling violently from anger. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, kill him. Kill him. Zheng Jian roared, his eyes were bloodshot. Zheng Chang, it's his fault that the strongest person among the youngest generation of the Zheng clan from New South Town is expelled from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Due to this reason, he has committed an unforgivable crime. If you kill him, you'll be considered as successfully avenging our clan considered, the old man said coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian with an equally cold gaze. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not intend to personally make a move. Perhaps, he did not think the purple-clad young man was not worthy of him personally making a move. Yes, Elder Lin. Zheng Chang, the middle-aged man, nodded and glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Boy, atone for your actions in your next life, okay? Not everyone can afford to pick a fight with the Zheng clan of New South Town. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Aren't you afraid the city governor of Mount Hill City will annihilate the Zheng clan if you kill me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Zheng Chang, Zheng Lin, and Zheng Jian. Duan Ling Tian, who will know Zheng clan killed you if you die here? Aren't you strong? I'd like to see how many moves you can evade from Uncle Chang, who's a powerhouse at the perfection mortal shedding stage, Zheng Jian mocked arrogantly. Chapter 14-15 Battling with a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. In this case, is your Zheng clan trying to seek death? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. From the very beginning, Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change at all. Although he was just told that the person who was going to attack him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, his expression remained calm. This caused Zheng Lin's heart to sink. For a moment, he even felt that there had to be someone protecting Duan Ling Tian in the dark for him to be so daring. However, he soon dismissed this thought. According to Zheng Jian, there was nobody next to Duan Ling Tian ever since he left Mount Hill City. On top of that, the reason they did not make their move for so long was so they could observe him for a few days. They only decided to make a move after they ascertained that no one was protecting him in the dark. After all, if the news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City spread out, a calamity would fall on the entire Zheng clan of New South Town. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City estate was an 8th-rate force. It was easy for them to annihilate a 9th-rate force like the Zheng clan. Unless he has a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse protecting him, and he's hiding in the sky, that's why we didn't notice him. However, this is highly unlikely. Zheng Lin made up his mind when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses even in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian was the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, it was not enough for the city governor to dispatch a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse just to protect him in the dark. Duan Ling Tian, stop deceiving us. Today, no matter how calm your facade is and no matter what you say, you're still going to die. Zheng Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your destiny's already set in stones. You'll die without a doubt. Even after you've become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, you still can't change your fate. When he reached the end of his sentence, jealousy and hatred could be seen in his eyes. He was jealous and hated Duan Ling Tian for being able to become a disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. On the other hand, not only did Zheng Jian fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, he was actually expelled from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to die. Only then would he be able to vent his anger and regain the balance in his mind. So what if you're the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City? You'll still die in my New South Town's Zheng clan's hands anyway. Zheng Jian's eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You look down on me. Duan Ling Tian smiled brilliantly when he saw Zheng Jian's gaze. Zheng Jian, you've suffered a defeat at my hands, and yet you still have the audacity to look at me like that. Looks like the lesson you were taught previously is not enough, huh? The moment his words left his mouth, he was already charging toward Zheng Jian without giving Zheng Qian time to react. Zheng Jian did not expect Duan Ling Tian to make a move on him. His expression immediately turned horrified. You're looking for death. Zheng Chang snarled loudly. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning when he charged at Duan Ling Tian at a speed that was much faster than Duan Ling Tian. With the speed that Duan Ling Tian was currently using, by the time he arrived before Zheng Jian, Zheng Chang had arrived in a timely manner to block his attack. This was why Zheng Lin, the martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not make a move at all and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Is he really just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Based on his speed, he's on par with most martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, he's still a little too inexperienced to try and kill someone in front of Zheng Chang. Zheng Lin smirked inwardly as he watched coldly from the side. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of Zheng Jian, Zheng Chang had indeed made it in time. He positioned himself between Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Jian and blocked his attack. Zheng Jian, who was so shocked to the point that he began to break out in cold sweat, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Uncle Chang, kill him. Idiot." A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw Zheng Chang had appeared in front of Zheng Jian. It was a smile that indicated his plan had succeeded. When Zheng Chang saw this smile, his heart jolted and was filled with an ominous feeling. He was about to dismiss the ominous feeling when he noticed Duan Ling Tian, who was standing before him, had taken out a tattered bow with just a raise of his hand. Along with the loud and cacophonous clang that resonated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out. It looked like a death scepter when it forcibly beheaded Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang's eyes were still wide open, watching as he was severed from the other half of his body before his consciousness began to fade. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have a chance to make his move at all. However, this was not the end. After the true energy light blade that was similar to a death scepter beheaded Zheng Chang, it continued to sweep out and beheaded Zheng Jian as well. With just one move, he managed to kill two people. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Zheng Lin could not react in time. In Zheng Lin's view, when Zheng Chang appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, his big head had already left his body in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Zheng Jian. "You're seeking death," Zheng Lin snarled as soon as he regained his senses. His robes began to flutter even though there was no wind. His hair band had also snapped, causing it to flutter as well, looking like snakes writhing in the air. Meanwhile, a powerful aura rose from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged at Duan Ling Tian. He has only broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and is still unstable. This is a good chance for me to practice my skills. Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of Zheng Lin, who was charging at him in a frenzy. Instead, his eyes had immediately brightened. At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his qi and covered his entire body in just a second, activating the silver shirt immediately. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian's entire body seemed as though it was covered with a silver shirt, and his aura began to change as well. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to take advantage of the furious Zheng Lin, who had thrown a punch over. Good timing. Duan Ling Tian charged toward him excitedly. He punched out as well to gain an advantage by striking only after the enemy had struck. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball guided by true energy as it clashed violently with Zheng Lin's punch. This punch had contained Duan Ling Tian's full strength. After casting the silver shirt, his brute strength became even more appalling, and the true energy that was carried by the 52 saint veins completely exploded at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before the punches even met, a series of ear-piercing sounds of air detonation reverberated thunderously in the air. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's punch finally collided with Zheng Lin's punch. "Do you think that you can fight with me, Zheng Lin, just because you're able to kill Zheng Chang? You overestimate yourself too much." At that instant when their punches met, a smile-filled disdain bloomed on Zheng Lin's face. However, the smile on his face immediately froze in the next moment. As the two punches collided, a loud bang suddenly resonated in the air. A strong airwave swept out and turned many of the accessories in the room into powder. Even the door and windows were blasted open. Brother Ling Tian. Naturally, the huge commotion had drawn Hong Yu over. When he arrived, he saw Duan Ling Tian locked in a stalemate with an old man. Although Duan Ling Tian's face was pale, the old man looked even more wretched. He was vomiting blood non-stop. Impossible. Zheng Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. He did not use any saint weapon and neither did his opponent. Yet, in such a condition, he was thwarted by his opponent even though he was the one who had struck first to gain the upper hand. Moreover, he noticed his opponent had only suffered minor injuries even though he was grievously injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Ling Tian not martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Did he not only have strength on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Not only did he manage to kill Zheng Chang who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but he was even able to suppress him. Nothing's impossible. Duan Ling Tian smirked. A hint of excitement gleamed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that he could really defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage heads-on when he unleashed his full strength. Although it was obvious his opponent had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage recently, it was still the paramount mortal shedding stage. Its strength was not something even people at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. Don't be so happy yet. I didn't use any saint weapon earlier. Zheng Lin had recovered a little after consuming a healing medicinal pill. His aura instantly changed when he raised a full moon machete in his hand. A sharp aura rose on his body immediately. You didn't use any saint weapon, but I did. Duan Ling Tian snorted before he lifted the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A man who had been defeated by him without the use of any saint weapon was trying to defeat him using a saint weapon. Did that person really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was just a decoration? Zheng Lin's face turned extremely grave when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the sun-shooting bow in his hand. He finally remembered Duan Ling Tian did not use any saint weapon as well earlier. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, since you're fine, and there are already 2 casualties in my New South Town's Zheng clan, let's just call it a draw between you and my New South Town's Zheng clan. From today onward, let's not interfere with each other, what do you think? Zheng Lin asked with a sudden change of expression on his face when he realized it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Let's call it a draw. Let's not interfere with each other anymore. Duan Ling Tian laughed mockingly. Do you think this is possible? Today, if I were a little weaker, would you have been willing to call it a draw and left me alone? With a speed as fast as a bolt of lightning, even Duan Ling Tian did not expect this to happen too. Zheng Lin stomped on the ground and relied on the force to fly away instantly. His speed was so fast that he was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian who had yet to make a breakthrough in his movement technique. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, Zheng Lin had already swept out of the window, and his figure was already disappearing in the night sky. Trying to flee, Duan Ling Tian smirked. With a raise of his hand, he took out an arrow and shot it out, ready to give chase using his movement technique, body and arrow synchronization. With the help of the body and arrow synchronization, which he had recently broken through, he was confident he could catch up to Zheng Lin. However, an afterimage appeared in his left eye and entered the house. His attention immediately shifted to that person. The newcomer showed himself, and Duan Ling Tian saw a handsome middle-aged man with an impressive bearing. At this moment, the middle-aged man was holding Zheng Lin in his hand as though he was an eagle holding on to a little chick. Chapter 14-16 The Annihilation of the Zheng clan. Who are you? Being held by the middle-aged man, Zheng Lin's soul was almost trembling with fright. He did not manage to flee for long before he was powerlessly seized by this person. This person's strength far surpassed his. He must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage at least. However, the middle-aged man did not bother with him. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Duan Ling Tian, I'll leave this person for you to deal with. The moment his words left his mouth, the middle-aged man casually threw Zheng Lin toward Duan Ling Tian. When Zheng Lin was thrown by the middle-aged man, he tried to use the same tactic to escape again when he was momentarily freed from the restraint. However, would he be able to do that? A horrifying sound reverberated in the sky as a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zheng Lin's neck powerfully, instantly beheading him. The martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage who was brimming with energy just a moment ago had died without any chance of resurrection. Zheng Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall as blood trailed after it. It stopped by the wall, its eyes were still laced with panic. This scene made Hong Yu gasp in shock. At the same time, he saw the remains of another 2 bodies that had also been severed into 2. Brother Ling Tian, are you okay? Hong Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. I'm okay. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled at Hong Yu before looking at the middle-aged man who was smiling as he stared at him. Thank you for lending me a hand, senior. I wonder, who are you? No wonder Lord City Governor thinks so highly of you. You're indeed remarkable. The middle-aged man smiled. Why, your teacher's follower? Duan Lingtian was shocked when the light bulb came on in his mind. Curious, he asked, could it be that you're actually one of the 36 guardians under teacher's command, senior? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of this middle-aged man. This was because the feeling he had facing the middle-aged man was more or less the same feeling he had when he was faced with his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, both were Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked second among the 36 guardians under Lord City Governor's command. Heavenly Strength Guardian, Duan Lingtian gasped. He did not think his guess would be correct. This person was indeed one of the 36 guardians under his teacher's command. Moreover, he was actually the heavenly strength guardian who was ranked second. In the 36 heavenly stars, the heavenly leader was the first while the heavenly strength was second. I've already sent a report to Lord City Governor regarding the incident tonight. The New South Town's Jung clan will not be able to escape this time, Heavenly Strength Guardian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about some unimportant matter. To him, annihilating the entire Jung clan was easy. Only him alone was enough to raise havoc in the Jung clan and cut off all their chances to turn things around. I think, even Lord City Governor doesn't know you're capable of forcing a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse to flee, right? The Heavenly Strength Guardian studied Duan Lingtian from top to bottom curiously. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, he had already heard of Duan Lingtian. Initially, he did not give it much thought, but ultimately, he had no choice but to pay attention to him. Just a few days ago, Lord City Governor even ordered him to personally protect Duan Lingtian in the dark when he left the city governor's estate. At this moment, he realized how highly Lord City Governor regarded Duan Lingtian. He was protecting Duan Lingtian in the dark from the sky, so he had already seen the movement of the 3 Jung clan's members. Originally, he thought he would have to make the move, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill 2 of the Jung clan's members with his own power and even force the Jung clan's martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage to flee. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to catch up to Zheng Lin. He had made his move because he wanted to get to know Duan Lingtian, this young genius who would enter the Moon Illumination sect in 6 months' time. This young man was officially even more dazzling than Su Qi. P. Paramount M. Mortal Shedding Stage. Hong Yu, who was in a daze, exclaimed out loud when he heard the Heavenly Strength Guardian's words. His gaze instantly shifted to Zheng Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage. Hong Yu was completely bewildered. Disbelief was written on his face when he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. He was merely a martial cultivator who had just broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage, so his foundation was not very stable. If it wasn't because of this, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. His words, naturally, were regarded as humble by Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guardian. I'm Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards. My respect to you, Lord Heavenly Strength Guardian. Hong Yu paid his respect to the Heavenly Strength Guardian as he suppressed the astonishment in his heart. You're Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards. I've heard of you. Indeed, you're not bad. After protecting Duan Lingtian for a few days in the dark, the Heavenly Strength Guardian also found out Duan Lingtian had quite a good relationship with Hong Yu. Due to this reason, he was courteous toward Hong Yu as well. He knew Duan Lingtian was a man who was destined to leave Mount Hill City. His achievements in the future would definitely not be inferior to Lord City Governor. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be discourteous toward Duan Lingtian's friend. The Heavenly Strength Guardian raised his hand, and the remains of the 3 bodies on the floor were taken away by him. After bidding goodbye to Duan Lingtian and nodding his head to Hong Yu, he left. There were only Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu left in the bloody room with its shattered door and windows. Hong Yu's gaze was complicated when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was a one-of-a-kind genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so heaven-defying. As it turned out, even a martial cultivator at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage was no match for him at all. Big Brother Hong, I'm sorry I'll have to trouble you to clean this mess up, Duan Lingtian said awkwardly as he glanced at the room. It's all right, I'll bring you to the other guest room first. As for this place, I'll ask some servants to clean it up. After he regained his senses, Hong Yu shook his head and quickly led Duan Lingtian to another guest room. From the beginning until the end, his feelings had remained complicated. What good deed had he done to deserve such a brother? A bizarre idea suddenly rose in his mind. Should he go to his ancestral graves and check if there was green smoke or not? Otherwise, why would he have such a fortuitous encounter? The incident today was only a small matter to Duan Ling Tian. He knew very well if the New South Town's Zheng clan succeeded in killing him, everything would be fine. However, if things did not go well, they would have to face the threat of annihilation. Duan Ling Tian was not affected by this. This was the law of this world where the strongest thrived. It was the law of the jungle, and it was the survival of the fittest. If one were a mouse, one should just stay quietly inside one's nest. One should not dream about pulling the cat's whiskers. It would only result in one's death. In the midnight sky above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, two figures flashed across the sky. After leaving the city governor's estate, they continued to fly out. 30 minutes later, they came to a halt in the sky above a vast town. The New South Town. As two figures descended, a bloody commotion erupted in the big mansion at the corner of this town. The Zheng clan of the New South Town was completely annihilated just like this. Before the day dawned, everybody in New South Town was awakened from their dreams. More than half of New South Town was permeated with the stench of blood. My goodness, who the hell did the Zheng clan offend? The entire clan was annihilated in just a night. After the New South Town's people learned that there was not even one survivor from the Zheng clan, all of them gasped. After staying a few more days in Hong Yu's house, Duan Ling Tian finally left and returned to the city governor's estate. After returning to the city governor's estate, he did not return to the huge mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City resided. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to greet Guo Li. He had decided to stay in the city governor of Mound Hill City's place to cultivate in the next period of time as he waited for the entrance exam for Moon Illumination sect. Duan Ling Tian heard somebody calling him as soon as he entered the latent dragon camp. Zhu Lang. It was none other than Zhu Lang. Haha. Duan Ling Tian, did you hear about it? The New South Town's Zheng clan has been annihilated. What good news? Zhu Lang announced happily. He appeared to be very delighted. New South Town's Zheng clan. Zheng Jian's clan, Duan Ling Tian asked. Although he had already predicted this, he was still taken aback. His teacher was a little too efficient. Duan Ling Tian did not know his teacher was furious upon learning that the New South Town's Zheng clan's members tried to kill him. He had immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and another Saint Rudiment Stage Revered Elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the entire Zheng clan, the people. From the surrounding region of Mound Hill City, from a ninth-rate force dared to provoke the almighty city governor of Mound Hill City. How could he possibly suppress his anger? Duan Ling Tian, with your innate talent, it's basically a given that you'll enter the Moon Illumination sect after 6 months. I wonder when we will meet again after you leave. Guo Li sighed. She had learned he would not be staying in the latent dragon camp during this 6 months when Duan Ling Tian called her out. She had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she had to stay behind and work hard in this 8th-rate force. If I have time, I'll come back and visit you and teacher. Besides, it's not like you won't get the opportunity to enter Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had come here to bid farewell to Guo Li. After all, he would definitely be leaving in a haste after 6 months. At that time, who knew if Guo Li had entered closed-door cultivation? Due to this reason, he thought it was better to bid her farewell now. Today, Duan Ling Tian was only trying his luck. He did not know if she was in closed-door cultivation. If she was, he would have no choice but to come back again. After all, he was not here to challenge Guo Li. If he was here to challenge her, it would not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Staring at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing silhouette, Guo Li's gaze was extremely complicated. She thought to herself, Guo Li, a man like that is beyond your reach. It was apparent Guo Li had already fallen for Duan Ling Tian, whom she had only spent several months with. However, she had hidden her love away. She could tell Duan Ling Tian only treated her as a good friend. If she crossed this line between them, who knew, they might not even be able to remain friends. She appreciated this friendship a lot after all. Chapter 14-17 An Intruder with Ill Intention. During this time, apart from listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation about the martial Tao, Duan Ling Tian spent the remaining time cultivating by himself in his room. Naturally, he had cultivated in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He did not waste a single second at all. What was worth mentioning was Su Qi had also moved into the city governor of Mount Hill City's mansion as well. When Su Qi just moved in, Xianxia was eager to stir up trouble. He tried to create a conflict between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, goading them to fight to see who was more suitable to become great senior brother. However, his plan was quickly thwarted due to the city governor of Mount Hill City's interference. Su Qi is the oldest among all of you. On top of that, he's also the first one to follow me by my side. Theoretically, he should be the great senior brother. The city governor of Mount Hill City said that because he was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duan Lingtian and would not be able to get back up after the fall. Su Qi had followed him for many years, so, naturally, he knew his character very well. He was wild, intractable, and prideful among his peers. Sometimes, standing at the top was not necessarily a good thing. If one were to fall from so high up, one's bones might shatter completely. He was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duan Lingtian because he had also learned that Duan Lingtian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. Although the city governor of Mount Hill City managed to put a stop this, Su Qi still managed to catch on to some clues. Duan Lingtian. After Su Qi discovered his master had deliberately prevented him from having a match, Duan Lingtian and even talked to him personally about it, his pride received a great blow. Due to this reason, he directly went and looked for Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Su Qi, is there anything I can help you with? When Duan Lingtian walked out after opening his room door, he saw Su Qi standing there with a grave expression. He was instantly confused. He did not offend Su Qi, did he? Duan Lingtian, I know master came to you and told you not to have a match with me. Due to this reason, I want to challenge you and prove that my title as great senior brother is not for nothing. Su Qi announced solemnly. Initially, when he had met Duan Lingtian, he did not even enter his eyes. It was only recently he learned that Duan Lingtian actually defeated Ling Yun in just one blow. Moreover, his master, even though he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, even though he had already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. This utterly angered him. The other party was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and he was already a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. What was the basis of their comparison? Naturally, Su Qi did not know Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he would not be able to come to terms with it at all. Senior brother Su Qi, did you misunderstand anything? Teacher didn't come and talk to me. I was the one who acknowledged I'm inferior to you. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Naturally, he would not reveal the things the city governor of Mount Hill City had told him when he came looking for him. Although he did not interact much with Su Qi, he could tell that he was a prideful person, and he might not be able to endure the blow of being defeated by him. In Su Qi's opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage after all. No matter what, you and I will have to fight it out today. Su Qi's determination was out of Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, they even alerted the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, Xianxia, and Jin Yuan Bao. Duan Lingtian, just have a match with him. He'll need to face the truth eventually, the city governor of Mount Hill City told Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, sighing, remember, don't show any mercy. He knew very well if Duan Lingtian had shown mercy and was seen through by Su Qi, a demon would be planted in Su Qi's heart even if he managed to win. Although this demon was only figurative, it would still exist in real life. Once the demon was planted, it would be hard for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. Yes, teacher. Since the city governor of Mount Hill City had already made his intention clear, Duan Lingtian had no reason to refuse anymore. To be honest, he also wanted to know just how strong Su Qi really was. Although he was able to defeat the martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the New South Town's Zheng clan, it was only because the other party had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, and he was a native of the Dao martial Saint land. As for Su Qi, Duan Lingtian could see clearly through his divine eye that although his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage had not completely stabilized yet, he was still much stronger than that Zheng Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. That means he had a solid foundation. Since they were going to have a match, Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not show any mercy. Even without the city governor of Mount Hill City's reminder, he would still give his all. Now that Duan Ling Tian and Su Qi was finally going to fight, the person who was the most excited was none other than Shang Hu. Haha, finally, senior brother Su Qi and Duan Ling Tian are going to fight. This combat between a dragon and a tiger is definitely going to be interesting. Although Ling Yun and Jing Yuan Bao remained silent, a hint of anticipation could be seen in their eyes. Standing at the side of the vast mansion, the city governor of Mount Hill City looked at the two men locked in stalemate and announced, "Let's begin." Duan Ling Tian and Su Qi, who were the main characters of this event, made their moves at almost the same time. Both of them were like leopards that charged out at lightning speed when they clashed directly with each other. A thunderous noise reverberated in the air as Duan Ling Tian and Su Qi's punches collided. A rolling wave swept out tyrannically through the entire place. It was a good thing the gravitational force in the Dao Martial Saint Land was strong, and the space was stable. Otherwise, these two people's collision would have created an impact wave that was strong enough to sweep out a few hundred meters away, at least if they were on Cloud Continent. Even so, the tyrannical airwave that swept out made the plants in the front courtyard sway violently. As expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent, Duan Ling Tian was forced to retreat 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch. He looked solemnly at Su Qi, who was forced to retreat 5 steps. He had unleashed all his strength when he punched earlier. Moreover, he had also cast the silver shirt. All 52 Saint Veins carried the true energy out in a flash, and his brute strength had completely exploded. Even then, he fell to a disadvantageous position, although Su Qi did not use any Saint-grade martial tactic yet. It might not be obvious, but he had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to admit that Su Qi, this disciple who was trained by the city governor of Mount Hill City, was indeed not a simple person. At the very least, he was on a completely different level compared to that man at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by Su Qi's strength, but Su Qi was even more taken aback. Is this Duan Ling Tian really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Just a mere martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and he's already this strong. If I didn't break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I wouldn't have been able to endure his blow. Su Qi's feelings were in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a very long time. Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely baffled him. None of them used any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactics, but his unreserved punch only managed to gain him a slight upper hand. He was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, for goodness sake. The person standing in front of him, on the other hand, was only a mere martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you possess a bow that's not inferior to a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out, and let us fight without any reservation using our saint-grade martial tactic. A narrow saber had already appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was his saint weapon that he carried everywhere. As the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, naturally, the things he had was not shabby. This narrow saber saint weapon was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Its entire body was sparkling with light as though it was a bright moon. That's how it should be. Duan Ling Tian had also taken out his sun-shooting bow. With the sun-shooting bow in his hand, his entire aura seemed to have undergone a transformation. He seemed like a vicious tiger that was baring its fangs. Come. As Su Qi's eyes narrowed, the narrow saber slashed through the sky. Green waves appeared in its wake and charged at Duan Ling Tian. This slash seemed simple, but it contained a fearsome force. If this slash is a technique in the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. Duan Ling Tian could see that Su Qi's slash was not simple. This simple-looking slash that was crisp and neat seemed as though it was capable of shattering the sky. The technique of this human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage, possessed a force so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Ling Tian had cultivated. Although the aerolite strike was only at the 3rd stage, the competent stage, its difficulty was high, and its force was much stronger because it was a technique from a human rank prominent stage saint-grade martial tactic. In the face of Su Qi's strike that he launched first to gain the upper hand, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to make any mistake. As an arrow soared through the sky, he flew out along with the arrow. He sailed in the air as though he was riding a bird. However, Su Qi was not somebody that was easily dealt with. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had dodged his attack, he quickly gave chase as the saber ray that was released by his saber split into 3. It was hard to tell whether the saber ray was real or not. Each of them emitted a piercing aura. Huh! A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Qi's mouth when he thought he would overpower Duan Ling Tian using the three saber rays. Suddenly, he noticed Duan Ling Tian had come to a halt and was looking at the sky in the distance blankly. What are you doing? Su Qi's expression turned grave. His expression was extremely glum as he put away his saber. Could it be this Duan Ling Tian was trying to deliberately lose to him? This made him feel humiliated. However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother with Su Qi at all. Through his strange eye, he saw a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a horrifying speed. An intruder. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted immediately. He could instantly smell the scent of danger. The second person who noticed something was wrong was the city governor of Mount Hill City. However, when he realized what was happening, the figure had already appeared in the sky above the city governor's estate and above Duan Ling Tian and the others. It's a death penalty for those who trespass into the city governor's estate. At this moment, two figures rose up from the two sides of the large mansion and pounced toward the intruder menacingly like two flashes of lightning. Watch out! Horror dawned on the city governor of Mount Hill City. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian and the others' expressions turned horrified as well. Before the two people who had risen in the air managed to get close to the intruder, they were already pressed down by invisible energy. They turned lifeless as soon as they violently crashed on the ground. Chapter 14:18 Zhou Qi from the Moon Illumination Sect. They're dead, Duan Ling Tian gasped as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. He was familiar with one of the men. It was none other than the leader of the 36 Guardians under the city governor of Mount Hill City's command, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mount Hill City. The other man was an old man. Although he did not know who he was, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse as well. The fact that he was able to fly inside Mount Hill City was more than enough to prove his cultivation base. However, the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were killed by this intruder with just a blow. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the intruder again. He finally had a good look at the intruder. It was a young man wearing a white robe with silver edges. He was handsome, but he had a disdainful smirk on his face as he looked down at them from the sky above. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yun, Shang Hu, and Jin Yuanbao also gasped when they regained their senses. They were filled with dread as well when they looked at the white-robed young man. The two great Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City could not even defeat this man. Just how powerful was this person? When this person made his move earlier, they could not catch his movement at all. It seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air in the sky and suppressed the two great Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses before killing them. Naturally, they knew it was not this simple. This person must have made a move. However, they were unable to catch his movement due to their low cultivation base. Zhou Qi. At this moment, a thunderous snarl snapped Duan Ling Tian and the other four back to reality. In the next instant, they saw the city governor of Mount Hill City's face was filled with a murderous hatred. He stomped loudly on the ground before he shot up into the air. Trenches appeared on the spot where he stood earlier and spread to the ground beneath Duan Ling Tian and the other four. Before they even realized what was happening, they saw the city governor of Mount Hill City and that Zhou Qi was already locked in a battle. However, their speed was too fast so none of them could really capture their movements. Even when Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages fighting with each other. What's that? A gust of true energy had appeared above his teacher and Zhou Qi and transformed into a gigantic hammer when they were battling with their saint weapons. The hammer was solidified from true energy. When Duan Ling Tian was still puzzling over how the opponent could split part of his true energy to do this, the gigantic hammer smashed down toward his teacher. The sky trembled immediately, and a dull thud sounded. The city governor of Mount Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell in a wretched manner. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian and the other four immediately went to hold the city governor of Mount Hill City who had fallen down. One could see the city governor of Mount Hill City's face was completely pale and fresh blood continued to flow from his mouth. A faint dripping noise could be heard as it dripped on the ground non-stop. True energy consolidated weapon. Why you've broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at Zhou Qi, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. The moment these words left the city governor of Mount Hill City's mouth, Duan Ling Tian and the other four were stunned. The white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually so powerful, and he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Tisk tisk, Fang Wei, you still didn't improve much just like last time. Looks like you're destined to remain like this for your entire life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mount Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and revealed a pure and unconcealed disdain. Not only did Zhou Qi grievously injure the city governor of Mount Hill City, but he even publicly humiliated him. This caused Duan Ling Tian and the other four to become angry. Although they knew this person was powerful, it was difficult for them to suppress their anger. The city governor of Mount Hill City was their respected teacher and master. When Duan Ling Tian and the other four were about to make their moves, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, anxiously stopped them. All of you are no match for him. Fang Wei, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed mockingly. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to flaunt your prowess? If it's so, you can leave now. You've completed what you came to do, Fang Wei said in his deep voice after he took a deep breath to suppress his anger and humiliation. When it comes to seniority, by right, I should call you junior uncle. However, with the gap between our cultivation base, I'm afraid you'll just be embarrassed if I address you as junior uncle, right? The smile on Zhou Qi's face widened. His words were all mocking Fang Wei. Junior uncle. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Ling Tian and the other four were stunned. What? You guys are surprised? When Zhou Qi saw Duan Ling Tian and the other four's expressions, he laughed. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is useless. He's already this old, and yet, he's still only an outer court deacon of the sect and was sent to manage this tiny Mount Hill city. Tisk tisk, the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My dear junior uncle, if my memory serves me right, when we first met 10 years ago, you were already at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, and I was merely at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Currently, I've already broken through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, and you're still at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, the disdain in his eyes became even more apparent. Are you here to humiliate me? Fang Wei asked in his deep voice as he glared at Zhou Qi coldly. If he was not severely injured to the point he had lost his ability to fight, he would have made a move. He would rather die than be humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored him as he replied indifferently, I heard you have a disciple from the mortal continent, and he's quite amazing, junior uncle Fang Wei. I think he's called Su Qi or something. I wonder who's that? Zhou Qi asked curiously as his eyes swept past Duan Ling Tian and the others. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Ling Tian and the other three could not help but turn to look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi who came here with ill intention was actually here to look for Su Qi. Humph. Su Qi snorted coldly. His gaze was unfriendly when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him. You're Su Qi. Not bad. You look like a prodigy. No wonder master, that old man, is interested in you. He nodded his head in satisfaction when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian and the other four were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, he was here to steal him away. Zhou Qi, what do you mean? Fang Wei asked solemnly. However, Zhou Qi ignored Fang Wei completely as he smiled at Su Qi. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is interested in taking you as his direct disciple. He'll let you enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll get to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and resources. Moon Illumination sect, an inner court disciple. Zhou Qi's words were like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Ling Tian and the others. Since Duan Ling Tian and the others were going to the Moon Illumination sect in 5 months to participate in the assessment, they knew a little about the Moon Illumination sect's rules. The people who passed the assessment and entered the Moon Illumination sect would only become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, one would need to undergo a series of tests and possess a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at least. Naturally, some exceptions were made. It was said that some of the young geniuses who were highly regarded by the Moon Illumination sect senior officials would be able to enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple regardless of his cultivation base as long as there was a recommendation from a Moon Illumination sect senior official. Naturally, it had to be a Moon Illumination sect senior official who held real power. For example, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, was an outer court deacon who was sent outside. Although he could also be considered as a Moon Illumination sect senior official, He did not hold much clout in the Moon Illumination sect. In the Moon Illumination sect, his identity was even considered inferior to many of the inner court disciples. At this moment, this Zhou Qi actually said his master, Elder Lu Huan or something, intended to take Su Qi as his direct disciple. On top of that, he was going to let Su Qi enter the inner court of Moon Illumination sect directly. Duan Ling Tian, Shang Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao looked at Su Qi instantly, trying to gauge his reaction. Would he choose to betray and follow another master? Or would he reject this? However, if he rejected this, it was highly likely that his outcome would be bad. Based on how Zhou Qi killed the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses the moment he arrived at the city governor's estate, one could easily see he was not a kind person. It's that traitor, Lu Huan, who asked you to come? Fang Wei asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he glared at Zhou Qi. His body began to tremble from anger. He was so angry that he was on the verge of snapping. A crisp sound resonated in the air. Zhou Qi had slapped him at lightning speed, leaving a palm print on the side of Fang Hui's face. Teacher. Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He instantly raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand and true energy shot out of his right hand after he solidified it into an arrow. He was trying to attack Zhou Qi using the arrow-light strike. Right now, he did not even have the time to care whether he was Zhou Qi's match or not. He had long sincerely regarded Fang Wei as his teacher. His teacher was being humiliated. How could he as a disciple sit and watch at the side? Humph. However, a cold snort sounded just as his arrow was knocked on the bow. The horrifying sound wave that was contained in the voice caused his body to tremble right away. Before he even realized what was happening, he felt vast energy surging out before it slammed on his body, sending him flying with a blast. Duan Ling Tian crashed on the ground violently. He felt his throat constrict before he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had also heard the sounds of blood spurting out at the side. He saw that Shang Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao were also sent flying back a blast with saint weapons in their hands. It was apparent they had intended to avenge Fang Wei, just like Duan Ling Tian. You three little ants actually dared to be so rude in front of me, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi did not make any visible movement, but he had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. With his nose high up in the air, he looked down at Duan Ling Tian and the other two. Damn it! When Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhou Qi's gaze on the sun-shooting bow in his hands, horror dawned on him immediately. Chapter 14:19 Fang Hui's Past. How shabby. Look at that tattered bow. I think it's not even a human rank primitive. Saint weapon. Looks like you're not valued by junior uncle Fang Wei at all. Zhou Qi smirked mockingly when his gaze landed on the sun-shooting bow in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He smirked and glanced at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. After that, he no longer had the mood to bother with Duan Ling Tian and the other three. He turned around and looked at Su Qi instead. Su Qi, have you thought about it? Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. For a moment, he thought Zhou Qi had seen through the sun-shooting bow in his hand and wanted to snatch it away from him. His heart at that moment was beating rapidly. It was only now that it was finally relaxed. A martial cultivator at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage is actually this strong. I feel like a powerless kid in front of him. Even if I activate the strange pupil, I'm still no match for him at all. Duan Ling Tian felt bitter. This Zhou Qi was absolutely the strongest enemy he had encountered thus far. However, his gaze quickly shifted towards Su Qi again. He was not the only one. Even Shang Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, Ling Yun, and Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, had their eyes trained on Su Qi as well. It was apparent they wanted to see what kind of decision Su Qi would make. Su Qi, as the saying goes, a man who can recognize the realities of a situation is a paragon of men. I believe you're a wise man. As though he could sense Su Qi's hesitation, Zhou Qi continued to say, besides, water flows downward while men endeavor to rise. This is a famous dictum that's applicable to almost everything. If you follow Fang Wei, you won't have a bright future. Fang Hui's cultivation base is not even comparable to me, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is someone at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's merely half a step away from entering the Saint stage. Zhou Qi finished speaking in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment these words left Zhou Qi's mouth, Duan Ling Tian, Shang Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao were completely shocked. It did not cross their minds that Zhou Qi's master would actually be at the paramount saint rudiment stage. Such a powerful elder would most likely have a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. The fact was, although the Moon Illumination sect was a seventh-rate force, there were only a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered as being in the second echelon in Moon Illumination sect. As for those in the first echelon, there was no doubt they were the few saint stage powerhouses in Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally came to a decision. Haha. Good, good. From now on, I'll call you junior brother Su Qi then. Upon hearing Su Qi's assent, Zhou Qi laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with delight. Junior brother Su Qi, congratulations. You've made the best decision. Senior brother Zhou Qi. Su Qi bowed politely to pay his respect to Zhou Qi. Su Qi, you ungrateful bastard. You're so treacherous. Xianxia growled. He was infuriated when he saw how Su Qi had agreed to it. Oh, upon hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face disappeared immediately as he glared at Xianxia murderously. True energy could be faintly seen on his body. He's just like an ant. Why do you bother with him, senior brother Zhou Qi? Su Qi smiled at Zhou Qi after he cast an indifferent glance at Xianxia. That's right, he's just an ant. Zhou Qi smiled as well. You. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Xianxia became even more enraged. He was going to continue with his insults when his mouth was covered by Jin Yuanbao, who was next to him. Xianxia, don't drag us down if you want to seek death. Jin Yuanbao growled in his deep voice as he glared at Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian's face had also turned glum when he looked at Su Qi. He was very clear how his teacher, the city governor of Mount Hill City, doted on this Su Qi. For Su Qi's sake, he even secretly looked for Duan Ling Tian to ask him to not fight with Su Qi. However, this Su Qi actually chose to betray his own master at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could only feel rage creeping up in his chest. Senior brother Zhou Qi, let's go back to the sect. I wish to pay respect to my master as soon as I can, Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was polite and respectful. It was very pleasing to Zhou Qi's ears. There's no rush. Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled before turning to look at Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Fang Wei was now staring at Su Qi in disbelief, as though it did not cross his mind that he would betray him. A hint of rage was beginning to appear on his face. However, his rage quickly dissipated before he sighed. His entire person seemed to have become older by several years. Fang Wei, if I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Zhou Qi glanced coldly at Fang Wei with a mocking smile on his face. Not only is your innate talent bad, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple that you've wholeheartedly trained has also betrayed you. Zhou Qi's words stabbed his heart one by one. When he finished speaking, Fang Wei was angered to the point that his body began to tremble violently, and his eyes were so wide it was almost bulging out. He could not help but throw up a few mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely wretched. However, I still need to thank you on behalf of my master, Elder Lu Huan, who's also your senior brother. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him, Zhou Qi continued to add. Fang Wei was so angry that his eyes turned white. As it turned out, he had passed out. Trash, Zhou Qi spat out before he looked at Su Qi with a smile. Junior brother Su Qi, let's go. Let's go back to the sect so you can meet and pay respect to master. Sure, I'll do as you say, senior brother Zhou Qi, Su Qi answered politely after he glanced at Fang Wei, who had fainted. Let's go, Zhou Qi said in a deep voice. With a raise of his hand, he took hold of Su Qi's shoulder and brought him flying to the distance before disappearing in the horizon back to the Moon Illumination sect. Lord City Governor, Big Brother, Elder Huang. After Zhou Qi left, many people appeared immediately. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Some of them were revered elders. As for the maids and servants who came after hearing the news, they were stopped outside. This was not a glorious occasion after all. At this moment, the medicinal efficacy of the healing medicinal pill demonstrated its effectiveness. Duan Ling Tian, Xianxia, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuanbao were finally able to stand again. After they stood up, they immediately ran toward Fang Wei, who had passed out. Worries were clearly etched on their faces. More than 10 of the 36 guardians and several revered elders had come. Each of them was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a horrified expression as they asked, what happened actually? The moment they heard the commotion, they instantly made their way here. However, when they entered the gate, They saw the city governor of their Mount Hill city, the heavenly leader guardian, and another revered elder lying on the ground. This scene shocked them so much, and they were frightened out of their wits. These three people were all at the Saint Rudiment stage. In fact, their city governor of Mount Hill City was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Just one more step and he would be able to break through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. At that time, he would be able to master True Energy Consolidated. Weapons Technique. The True Energy Consolidated weapon was a technique that could only be mastered when one entered the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. One would be able to yield an amazing result when consolidating true energy into a relic phenomenon and attacking the enemy by taking them by surprise. It was similar to the technique Zhou Qi had used to defeat Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City. It was called the True Energy Consolidated weapon. His relic phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the hammer slammed down, it was with the force of a mountain. That ungrateful bastard Su Qi. Shanghu gnashed his teeth furiously. The moment he recalled Su Qi's betrayal, he was instantly filled with rage. Jin Yuanbao recounted the incident with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing about Zhou Qi's strength and how powerful Zhou Qi described Elder Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect was, everybody turned silent right away. Whether it was those tens of people from the 36 guardians or the several revered elders, all of their rage was turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well it was destined they would be unable to seek revenge. The other party was an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, the seventh-rate force above the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Casting aside the fact that the inner court disciple was already much stronger than their city governor, just the elder behind that inner court disciple alone was enough to stop them from revolting. Soon after, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, finally woke up. His face was horribly pale. After he had consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered a little, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly." Other than Duan Ling Tian, Shang Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, the rest of you can retreat. After Fang Wei had given out his order, only 4 of them were left in the huge courtyard. I think all of you must have a lot of questions, right? Fang Wei sighed. Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 nodded. They did indeed have questions in their heart. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, it seemed like he deliberately looked for trouble with Fang Wei as though he had some deep enmity between them. What do you think? Fang Wei asked again. Master, that Zhou Qi must have some enmity with you, right? Jin Yuan Bao asked. Zhou Qi. Fang Wei shook his head as his eyes gleamed coldly. I have no enmity with Zhou Qi. He's merely a dog Lu Han feeds that goes around randomly biting people. The person I have bad blood with is Lu Huan. Lu Huan. Prior to Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 would not have recognized this name even if they heard it. Lu Huan was an elder in the Moon Illumination sect. His cultivation base was very powerful and had entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Master, that Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Why is there enmity between both of you? Shang Hu asked. About this matter, I'll have to start from when I was young. Fang Wei gradually opened his mouth and recounted the story of when he was young to Duan Ling Tian and the 3 others. As it turned out, Fang Wei and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination sect in the same year. Initially, they did not bother with each other. However, they became mortal enemies in the end. The reason they became mortal enemies was due to Fang Hui's wife. Fang Hui's wife entered the Moon Illumination sect a few years later, and both Fang Wei and Lu Huan had instantly fallen for her. In the end, Fang Wei was the one who managed to win her heart. At that time, Lu Huan, who was already an inner court disciple, became furious over the matter. Relying on the fact that he was a disciple of an elder in the sect, he kidnapped Fang Hui's wife on the night of their wedding. After Fang Hui's wife was raped by him, she had chosen to commit suicide. Ever since then, Fang Wei and Lu Huan became sworn enemies and swore their enmity would not disappear until the day they died. Unfortunately, Fang Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan, and he did not have a powerful patron like Lu Huan. Due to despair, a demon formed in his heart and caused the progress in his cultivation to slow down. Although Lu Huan itched to kill Fang Wei, he preferred to humiliate Fang Wei and let him live under his shadow forever. Chapter 14:20 Justice. In the end, Fang Wei knew it was hopeless for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he had requested to be dispatched as an outer court deacon to manage Mount Hill City and become the city governor of Mount Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here and refreshed his memory that was already covered in dust, causing him to be overwhelmed with grief and rage. However, what could he do? He could not even defeat the other party. His status was far from comparable to the other party. Due to this reason, he could only swallow the humiliation and endure it. I know I don't have a chance in seeking revenge, and I've even thought about committing suicide. However, in the end, I still decided to live on. My life is destined to be incomparable to Lu Huan, but it doesn't mean the disciples I train will be incomparable to the disciples Lu Huan trains. Fang Wei said through clenched teeth. His eyes were red with hatred. Naturally, there was one thing he left unsaid. That was he wished his disciples would seek revenge for him. Even if Lu Huan was not killed, he would be satisfied as long as he was taught a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out his ignoble existence until now. It must be said that Fang Hui's words struck Duan Lingtian and the other three like a bolt of lightning when they heard it. It did not cross their minds that their teacher and master would have such an unbearable past. They could feel the pain, anger, helplessness, exasperation, and other emotions in his voice. They could understand all of these feelings he felt. The reason I disclose this to all of you is mainly to tell you one thing. Even after all of you have entered the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple, you will most likely be oppressed by Lu Huan's people. Fang Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three solemnly. Right now, you can consider if you still want to join the entrance assessment for Moon Illumination sect and enter the sect or not. The moment Fang Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three frowned immediately. Don't tell me they even dare to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill you in the sect no matter. Although there are several secluded places, they are enveloped by several saint stage powerhouses, divine consciousness. Anybody who kills will be severely punished by the sect. Fang Wei explained. Naturally, if there are people who have unresolvable enmity with each other in the sect, they can apply for a death duel. That way, they won't be considered as breaking the sect's rule and won't be punished for killing too. In other words, they'll only look for trouble with us at most and won't dare to kill us. Shanghu asked. Yes, you can say that. Fang Wei nodded. Teacher, what's divine consciousness? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The divine consciousness can only be formed by saint stage powerhouses. It can be considered as a type of spiritual energy. The saint stage powerhouses, divine consciousness can envelop and monitor a vast area, Fang Wei said. You'll eventually learn about this when you break through to the saint stage. Later, saint stage. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian did not have any thoughts, but Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao were taken aback. From Master's words, was he implying this senior brother Duan had the potential to break through to the saint stage? With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's just a matter of time before he breaks through to the saint stage if he doesn't suddenly die, Fang Wei explained as though he could see through Ling Yun and the other two's shock. His confidence toward Duan Lingtian could be heard from his words. I'll give you 1 month to consider. I won't blame you if you decide not to enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, all of you need to be mentally prepared if you decide to enter, Fang Wei continued to add. Since all of you will be entering the sect through my recommendation, it'll be equivalent to having the label of Mound Hill City, my label, on you. When Fang Wei reached the end of his sentence, his face was solemn. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao nodded their heads solemnly. As for Duan Lingtian, when he heard from Fang Wei that Lu Huan and his disciples were not allowed to kill anybody in within the sect's estate, he had already made up his mind. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be oppressed, it was not to the point of death. Motivation came from pressure. Duan Lingtian had always believed in this. I'll make that Lu Huan and his disciple my touchstone then, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. As though recalling something, Fang Wei gave a long sigh before he turned to leave the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian at him and found his silhouette shrouded in despair. Looks like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a big impact on teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was out of Duan Lingtian's expectation too. Although he did not interact much with Su Qi, he did not think he was someone who was afraid of death and preferred to live a life of dishonor. It appears that I'm wrong in my judgment this time. Duan Lingtian sighed, but his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll show you that even though you've decided to rely on Lu Huan, you'll still be beneath me. Duan Lingtian had genuinely regarded Fang Wei as his teacher, so he could also feel his humiliation. That Lu Huan and his disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the cold gleam in his eyes shone even brighter. After taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered the second level. It was less than 6 months before he would enter the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll successfully break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before I enter the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When he was cultivating in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda on the 3rd day, he was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Only 1 day had gone by outside. Teacher. Opening the room door, Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw Feng Wei. Duan Ling Tian, have you thought about whether you'll enter the Moon Illumination sect or not? Feng Wei asked. Although he had already made up his mind, he could not help but feel astonished that Feng Wei would come to his door to inquire about it the next day. Did he not say he would give them 1 month to consider? Since there's no life or death danger, there's nothing that I need to be afraid of. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He confirmed his intention of joining the Moon Illumination sect with his words. It's only in the sect's estate that there's no life or death danger, Feng Wei said solemnly. If it's outside the sect's estate, there's no guarantee at all. You must think carefully about this. If someone was killed outside the sect's estate, there was no guarantee they could find the culprit. If I'm killed outside the sect's estate, then that just means I'm the useless one. Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly as his eyes flashed. I didn't misjudge your strength. Feng Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian intently before he took out a spatial ring and passed it to him. Do your best in cultivating before you head to the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam. This is. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Feng Hui's action. There's the saint grade pill, the sensory pills inside it. Not only that, but it also contains some saint stones that will be helpful to your cultivation. After Feng Wei had finished his sentence, without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's assent, he pushed the ring into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Then, he turned around to leave so he could leave him to his cultivation. Looking at Feng Hui's bleak silhouette that was slowly disappearing, a surge of flame rose up in Duan Ling Tian's heart. He made a promise as he muttered to himself, Teacher, one day, I'll make sure justice is served, and they'll pay for what they have done to you. This was his promise to Feng Wei. Although his voice was not loud, it's still clearly heard by Feng Wei. Justice. Feng Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you, Feng Wei said hoarsely. His words were filled with emotions. The reason he, Feng Wei, dragged out his ignoble existence until today was to make sure justice would be served. At that time, he could not make Lu Huan pay for it when he kidnapped his newlywed wife and caused her death. Until now, justice was still not served. He had mass-recruited young talents because he had pinned his hope on these young talents, hoping they could help him get the justice that he deserved. Now that someone told him that they would get him his justice, how could he not feel moved? Especially when that person had a very high likelihood of keeping his promise. However, Feng Hui's mood was still complicated. When he had taken Su Qi in as his disciple, he had pinned all of his hopes on Su Qi. As he watched Su Qi grow day by day, he had even seen a sliver of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's talent, after he entered the Moon Illumination sect, as long as he continued to grow, he would definitely be able to fulfill his wish and seek justice for him so that his wife could finally smile in the nether world. However, who would have thought the person whom he had pinned his hopes on would actually betray him? He was happy that Duan Ling Tian was here. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was like a light in the dark, guiding him to move forward. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was his last hope. Duan Ling Tian did not let him down either. Don't tell me it's true that I can't sell the cow and drink the milk too. Feng Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Su Qi, he had hoped both of them would help him get justice when they get stronger. However, it seemed like he could not have both the cow and the milk. He had lost Su Qi. Closing the door properly, Duan Ling Tian re-entered the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Sensory pill. He did not lack saint stones, but he did indeed lack the saint grade pills, sensory pills. This is a 2-star sensory pill. Wait, this is a 3-star sensory pill. Duan Ling Tian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring that Feng Wei had given him. When he was about to take the sensory pill to aid him in his cultivation, he noticed not only were there 2-star sensory pills inside, but some of them were 3-star sensory pills. Although they were both saint-grade pills, just the effectiveness of the 3-star sensory pill alone was far greater than a 2-star sensory pill. It's time for me to change my spatial ring too. The moment he remembered his spatial ring was the one he made for himself previously, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to use the spatial ring Fang Wei had given him after he compared both of them. Currently, he could not upgrade his spatial ring because he could no longer form the weapon fire. The spatial ring Fang Wei had given him had a higher grade than all of the spatial rings he had. It had already reached the human rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed his ring without any hesitation. The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective. I'm sure the 3-star sensory pill is even more powerful. Duan Ling Tian had experienced the 2-star sensory pill's benefits previously when he was in the process of breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, so he was looking forward to using the 3-star sensory pill. Chapter 14:21 Divine Dragon Phenomenon. After Duan Ling Tian experienced that incident that day, he felt a greater sense of pressure now. In Dao Martial Saint Land, the law of the jungle was even more apparent compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City by himself and killed the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses of the estate on the spot. Besides that, he even inflicted severe damage on the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao were completely powerless to do anything in front of Zhou Qi, who was swollen with arrogance, all because the latter was very powerful. The famous dictum, "the strong ruled," would always apply everywhere. Today, Zhou Qi had further proven this to Duan Ling Tian. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'd have more faith in breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before I enter the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Somehow, a saint stone had also appeared in his hand. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the 9 Dragons form. As he started to operate his mental cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the energy from the saint stone continued to gush into Duan Ling Tian's body endlessly, allowing the 9 dragons to carry them as they completed the Great Qi circulatory cycle. After the Great Qi circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed to become true energy and merged into the Qi sea that was as huge as a basketball at the depth of the center between Duan Ling Tian's brows. The true energy in the Qi sea was increasing by the second. It's so fast now. Duan Ling Tian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill's medicinal efficacy started to activate, the heaven and earth spirit energy that he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had also become much faster now. Under such cultivation circumstances, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was increasing rapidly. Of course, it was impossible for him to keep cultivating like that. He would leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the room to relax sometimes. This time, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao had already made their decision as well. Ling Yun and Shanghu decided to enter the Moon Illumination sect while Jin Yuanbao chose to give up. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Shanghu, Jin Yuanbao voiced out the reason he chose to give up. "I'm sorry, Master, I can't enter the Moon Illumination sect. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm worried that they will find trouble with my clan." Even though he decided to throw the towel in, Fang Wei did not blame him at all. It was normal for Jin Yuanbao to dread Lu Huan and his disciples. "Master, I'll help you teach Su Qi, that traitor, a lesson in the future. And Zhou Qi too, I'll eventually catch up with him and even surpass him," Shanghu pledged in all sincerity and seriousness. His tone was filled with resolute determination. Seeing this, Fang Wei was, without a doubt, touched. Although Ling Yun did not say anything, his sharp gaze was already more than enough to express everything he felt. Duan Ling Tian would sometimes leave the city governor's estate to catch his breath, but most of the time, he would go to Hong Yu's house to visit the little girl, Zizi, and play with her. Compared to before, Zizi seemed to have transformed into a whole other person. She was much more cheerful than before. "Big brother, let me perform a show for you." The little girl waved her fists around excitedly as she danced around Duan Ling Tian while blinking her huge eyes. "What do you want to show me?" Duan Ling Tian asked interestedly. Then, he saw a scene that took him by utter surprise. With a whistle from the little girl, many figures swiftly came from all around the big mansion right away. In just the blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Upon closer scrutiny, Duan Ling Tian saw that they were mainly domesticated pets like cats and dogs. However, because Dao Martial Saint Land was a different environment, the cats and dogs there were different from those in the mortal continents. The cats were as huge as the adult dogs in the mortal continents while the dogs were as great as the tigers in the mortal continents. However, these cats and dogs appeared to be particularly docile around the little girl. Lying there, they allowed the little girl to ride on them before taking her for a joy ride. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. Somehow, Hong Yu now stood beside Duan Ling Tian. Looking at the little girl who was riding an enormous dog as it lumbered across the huge courtyard, he said with a complicated look, "Zizi's innate talent in beast taming far surpasses mine. So, it turns out that she's actually gifted in beast taming." Duan Ling Tian finally understood. It was no wonder that a little girl like Zizi would actually be able to make these few cats and dogs turn to become so docile. She actually possessed the innate talent of a beast tamer after all. At first, he even thought that the cats and dogs were raised by Hong Yu's household, but now he realized that these were all wild animals. "Brother Ling Tian, I want to make Zizi a beast tamer," Hong Yu told Duan Ling Tian solemnly. "She really has this innate talent and I don't want her talent to be buried just like that." "Big brother Hong, I have no objections. I'm okay with anything as long as she's happy," Duan Ling Tian replied. "I just hope that she can stay carefree without a single worry like this forever. Everything else doesn't matter to me." "Yeah," Hong Yu agreed. "Big brother Hong, I'll leave in 3 months. Before I leave Mount Hill City, I'll pay a visit to all of you again to bid farewell. In this period, I'll put my heart and soul into cultivating," Duan Ling Tian told Hong Yu, who displayed his understanding too. He knew that 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian would leave Mount Hill City to take part in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. As Duan Ling Tian's brother, he, of course, hoped that he would have a bright future. After Duan Ling Tian had returned to the city governor's estate, he immersed himself in cultivating more. "I've kinda underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage from the mastery stage seems to be more than twice as difficult as breaking through to the mastery stage from the intermediate stage." Originally, Duan Ling Tian had planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before he entered the Moon Illumination sect. However, he soon noticed that making a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage was not something simple. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty in breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time continued to pass by, he had already cultivated for a year on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda but had yet to make a breakthrough. Not only that, the true energy in the chi deep in between his brows had now accumulated to become 2/3 full. He still needed a third more before filling the chi with true energy completely. 1 year inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's 2nd level was equivalent to 4 months outside. There was only 1 more month to go before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect took place. Desperation permeated the space of time. Somehow, another 20-odd days had gone by. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Shanghu had finally reached the day when they were supposed to depart to the Moon Illumination sect. In the morning, Fang Wei called for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Shanghu and told them briefly, "Get prepared, we'll leave early morning tomorrow." Duan Ling Tian did not have much to prepare. Since he was going to leave the next day, he left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house before spending the day accompanying Zizi. It was only until the evening came that he finally got ready to go back. "Zizi, I'll travel somewhere far away tomorrow and will only come back to see you after a while, okay?" Duan Ling Tian told the little girl. "Please come back earlier, big brother." She was already now much more mature than before. Had it still been her younger self, she would have already long cried and thrown a tantrum. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. After patting Zizi's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. "Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave Zizi in your care then." "Don't worry," Hong Yu and his wife nodded. "Brother, have a safe journey. I believe that with your innate talent, it wouldn't take you long for you to carve your own path in the Moon Illumination sect," Hong Yu called out. The next morning, with the dew blanketing the dawn, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, led Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Shanghu to fly out of the city. After they left Mount Hill City, they were no longer restricted by the flight prohibiting formation, so they were able to fly by themselves. They tailed behind Fang Wei as they headed towards the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that even though he relied on his brute strength and true energy in his body to fly, Shanghu was still able to chase up to him and Ling Yun. "Shanghu, since when have you made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage?" "Just a month ago," Shanghu chuckled brilliantly. Fang Wei and Ling Yun did not seem to be surprised by this. It was apparent that they already knew about this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you told me earlier, we could have had a little battle with each other, Duan Lingtian teased. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you, Shanghu replied with a dejected expression. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Lingtian had already become the great senior brother. Of course, even if Su Qi had not left, Ling Yun and Shanghu still regarded Duan Lingtian as their great senior brother. They knew how Fang Wei would not allow the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi to take place either. They comprehended that it was because their master was worried that Su Qi was no match for Duan Lingtian. Since he needed to take care of Duan Lingtian and the other two, Fang Wei deliberately slowed down. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. After we've crossed the mountain range in front, we'll be able to see the Moon Illumination sect, Fang Wei told them as they peered out at the mountain range that stretched out like a long, crawling dragon. The trio snapped back to reality as they awoke from their flying stupor. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes towards the front. In just one glance, he could not see much, but when he started to operate his left eye, the strange pupil, he quickly saw a huge monastery gate not far behind the mountain range that appeared to be incredibly majestic. Above the monastery gate was a carving of exquisite calligraphy of 3 words, Moon Illumination Sect. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a delighted exclamation rang by his ears. I've succeeded. He could tell that this was Elder Huo's voice. Elder Huo, what have you succeeded in? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I've successfully refined the dragon blood of that little devil dragon. Elder Huo replied ecstatically. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Lingtian seemed to remember something as his eyes lit up and his breathing turned rapid due to his excitement. Elder Huo, have you really successfully refined it? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with enthusiasm as well. Of course, he would be excited. Elder Huo had told him 3 months ago what was refining the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon blood implied. The divine dragon phenomenon. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Chapter 14:22 Variant Beast Phenomenon. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had deliberately asked Fang Wei, the city governor of Mound Hill City, about the martial and Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage. According to Fang Wei, only true energy alone would improve in the early and intermediate stages of the Saint Rudiment stage. The actual transformation would only take place when one had reached the mastery stage. A person on the mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to cast the true energy consolidated weapon technique, and when he was battling other people, he would be able to consolidate the relic phenomenon using part of his true energy to attack the other party, just like Zhou Qi, the inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, who had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City 6 months ago. At that time, he had solidified his true energy into a giant hammer, which was a relic phenomenon. If he had not used his relic phenomenon, Fang Wei, who was at the Saint Rudiment stage intermediate stage, would most likely still have been able to hold it out for a while. The moment the relic phenomenon was unleashed, Fang Wei became completely powerless right away. That scene was still deeply etched in Duan Lingtian's mind. When that relic gigantic hammer phenomenon slammed downwards, it was like a huge mountain that crushed down and could suppress everything. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique from the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once one had entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, one would be able to master another new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. When a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast, one would be able to consolidate the phenomenon of the ferocity of the saint beast using his true energy after he had broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. That phenomenon was known as the variant beast phenomenon. If one managed to merge with the blood essence of a powerful fierce beast or a saint beast, the variant beast phenomenon that one merged would be just as mighty. Only a live fierce beast or saint beast would have blood essence. If it was already dead, the blood essence would evaporate and vanish without a trace. That time, when Duan Lingtian had killed the 5-clawed devil dragon, he did not know that there was such a thing pertaining to the Saint Rudiment stage, so he did not think of getting its blood essence at all. Of course, it did not mean that he would definitely be able to get it even if he wanted to. After all, it was all thanks to the devil-seal tablet that he was able to kill the 5-clawed devil dragon at that very critical moment. He did not have the chance to take the blood essence from the 5-clawed devil dragon at all. Fortunately, Elder Huo has a method of refining the regular blood in the 5-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I'd have missed this opportunity already. Duan Lingtian secretly felt grateful. Even though Elder Huo was a 3-legged golden crow, the divine sunbird of the ancient mythology from Duan Ling Tian's past life. He did not know about this true energy consolidated beast technique in this world, since every mundane planet had their own cultivation methods. Once he knew about this, he informed Duan Ling Tian that he would refine the ordinary blood of the five-clawed devil dragon into the blood essence. In fact, after Duan Ling Tian learned that the technique of a perfection saint rudiment stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast, he felt a little depressed. This was because although he had the five-clawed devil dragon's body in his possession, he did not have its blood essence at all. If he merged with the blood essence of the five-clawed devil dragon, he would be able to consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon to battle with his enemy when he entered the perfection saint rudiment stage. On top of that, it was a five-clawed divine dragon, for goodness sake. He could not help but get excited just thinking about it. It was a good thing that Elder Huo had a way of salvaging the situation. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian did not know how discouraged he would get. Right now, the moment he heard that Elder Huo had successfully refined it, he could not help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. This was, no doubt, thrilling news. It would affect how far his strength would reach in the future. It was as though he could already see how he was going to consolidate the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon to battle with his enemy. According to Teacher, in addition to having a shape and spirit, the variant beast phenomenon that's consolidated by a perfection saint rudiment stage powerhouse would even have force. If I can consolidate a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, wouldn't the other ordinary variant beasts scatter the moment they see the prowess of the dragon? The second Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he practically trembled with excitement. Elder Huo, please keep the blood essence of the five-clawed devil dragon first. I'll only take it from you after I've landed in the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was itching to merge with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence immediately, he still suppressed the desire in his heart since there was no use for him to be that desperate for now. He was still far away from accessing the perfection saint rudiment stage. When he snapped back to reality, he noticed that he was already in the proximity of the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect. He could see that the scene behind the gate was completely painted by mist and fog, which allowed them to see nothing at all. After reaching the front of the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect, Fang Wei motioned to Duan Ling Tian and the two others solemnly before descending. We'll have to walk through the monastery gate. Duan Ling Tian and the two others followed suit and descended as well. Under Fang Hui's guidance, the three of them reached the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect but were blocked by the two Moon Illumination sect disciples who were guarding the gate. Taking out an order token and waving it around in front of the two Moon Illumination sect disciples, Fang Wei announced, "I, the city governor of Mound Hill City, am here with these young talents from Mound Hill City to join the entrance assessment that the sect will hold tomorrow." Other than the words, "City Governor of Mound Hill City," and "Outer Court Deacon," written on the order token, Fang Hui's name was printed on it too. "Oh, it's Deacon Fang." When the two Moon Illumination sect disciples saw the order token, they smiled and welcomed Fang Wei right away. Although the Outer Court Deacon did not have much power within the sect, they were still only two Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act recklessly in front of an Outer Court Deacon. The entrance assessment will only take place tomorrow, so take a good rest today and have a good night's sleep to recuperate and build up your energy so that you'll be able to perform in the entrance assessment tomorrow. Leading Duan Ling Tian and the two others as they walked inside, Fang Wei told them, "Given the strength within the three of you, it's not difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become the Outer Court disciples of the sect." Soon, Fang Wei brought them to the peripheral area of the Moon Illumination sect estate. There were simple, shabby houses that were built specifically for those who came to join the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that appeared to be more spacious and luxurious, but these houses were much fewer compared to those shabby houses. There were only 18 of them. After Fang Wei managed to find the person in charge and registered with him, he obtained 4 occupancy placards for 4 houses. The occupancy placard was to be hung on the door. The word, "inhabited," was written on it, indicating that that particular house was occupied so that other people would not enter it by mistake. As a flash glimpsed across Xianghu's eyes, he asked in a deep voice, "Master, will Su Qi join the entrance assessment tomorrow?" Since he has already become Lu Huan's disciple, he doesn't need to join any assessment anymore. Besides that, he'll even be able to enter the Inner Court sect and become an Inner Court disciple under Lu Huan's recommendation. Even though it had already been 6 months since the incident of Su Qi's betrayal took place, some peculiar emotions could still be seen on Fang Hui's face. "Traitor!" Xianghu spat angrily. "Xianghu," Fang Wei frowned. It's okay if you say these to yourself once you've entered the Moon Illumination sect, but remember, if you say it out loud, Lu Huan's people will never let you go that easily. The sect doesn't allow us to kill each other, so why would I, Xianxia, have to be scared of them? Xianxia snapped with his eyes as huge as saucers. All in all, make sure to keep a low profile as much as possible after the three of you have entered the sect. If Lu Huan's people find you three to be unperturbed, or if they feel you guys are boring, they'd then leave you alone, Fang Wei told them solemnly. I don't wish to create a huge problem for you because of my sake. Temporary tolerance is best for the sake of a better tomorrow. If we want to take revenge for our master, we'll first need to be more powerful. Otherwise, we'll just be bullied by the others, Ling Yun chimed in. That's right, Fang Wei expressed full agreement with Ling Yun's words. Standing by the side, Duan Ling Tian did not comment. The brilliance shining in his eyes were difficult to be interpreted. Tolerance. A sneer slowly crept upon the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian placed the inhabited occupancy placard outside the room. Being the earliest to arrive, all of the houses were still vacant, so he chose a house that had the best position and the best airflow. The house that teacher stays in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could they actually correspond to the 18 city governors under the command of the Moon Illumination sect? After sweeping a glance across the 18 spacious houses, Duan Ling Tian's heart gave a jolt as he speculated to himself. At that moment, be it Fang Wei, Ling Yun, or Xianxia, all of them had entered their respective houses one by one and closed their doors. With the inhabited placard hung on their doors, they made it clear that the houses that they were in were already occupied. Duan Ling Tian also opened his door and entered his house. The house was simple and worn. Other than a small bed that could barely fit him, there was nothing else in the room. It was apparent that this house was even shabbier than the wooden houses that the 13 gangsters of the latent dragon camp had stayed in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. However, Duan Ling Tian was not concerned by it at all. Compared to the extremely vile condition that he had stayed before in his past life, this was already like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian carefully inspected the house and noticed that the house was not completely airtight. Wind could blow in any time in every corner of the house. In this case, it'd be hard for me to set the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda up, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As long as there was wind, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would be affected and he would be expelled from it. Fine then, since it's only for a day, I might as well cultivate outside, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect the next day, he would then become the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. If he was capable, he would be able to stay in the standalone small yard in the outer court. The reason, if he was capable, was used in that context was because the living conditions of the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect was divided into various grades and ranks. Fang Wei had told them about it during the journey before. If one's ability was strong enough, then one would be able to stay in better conditions. Although I've yet to make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage perfection stage, the true energy stored in my Qi is already more or less full now. With the help of my 52 saint veins, I can instantly mobilize all of my true energy. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Even someone at the mortal shedding stage paramount stage wouldn't necessarily be able to surpass me when it comes to this. On top of that, I've also cultivated my defense technique, the silver shirt, to the highest level, the impeccable level. With my strength now, although I've yet to enter the mortal shedding stage perfection stage, I can already overpower many mortal shedding stage paramount stage martial and Dao cultivators. Duan Ling Tian was confident about this. A loud explosion resonated and took him by surprise. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past and snapped him back to reality. His face turned grave right away. The loud bang came from somebody kicking the door while the wind was set off by the door being kicked open. Somebody had just kicked open the door of Duan Ling Tian's house. At the same time, an insolent voice boomed from outside. It was a particularly ear-jabbing voice. Boy, I've taken a fancy on this house, so you'd better scram now. Chapter 1423. Thanks for the opportunity to brag. As Duan Ling Tian walked out of the house solemnly, he saw an arrogant young man standing at his house entrance at first glance. He looked like he was the mightiest person in the world. Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xianxia heard the commotion when Duan Ling Tian walked out of the house, so they came out to check out what the fuss was. A middle-aged man and 3 young men walked out the same time. They were undoubtedly strangers to Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Lingtian did not have his attention on them. He was looking at the arrogant young man before him. You feel a sense of achievement for kicking my house door to get me out, don't you? A cold gleam flashed through his eyes as he asked in his deep voice. So what if I do? Are you trying to go against my will? Xiao Zhui's will. The young man who called himself Xiao Zhui smirked while holding his head held like a king speaking to a peasant. He spoke in a condescending tone. If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here instead of speaking nonsense. The way Xiao Zhui looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain as he spoke. It would be a disgrace for you to stay. The other three young men whispered among themselves. It was clear that they came from the same city as Xiao Zhui did. It seems like senior brother Xiao's lonely everywhere he goes. That's right, senior brother Xiao Zhui has always behaved like this even back when he was in Luozhong City. I didn't expect him to stay the same even when he's here at the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid that he'll put himself in an unfavorable situation for behaving like this? Put himself in an unfavorable situation? You're underestimating senior brother Xiao Zhui. He's the #1 genius among the younger generation around Luozhong City's borders. He broke through to paramount mortal shedding stage when he was only 38. Luo Yi. Fang Wei looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said while frowning, isn't this disciple of yours too much? I don't think that my disciple has offended him. Luo Yi was the city governor of Luozhong City. Luozhong City was one of the 18 cities under the rule of the Moon Illumination sect and was on the same rank with Mount Hill City. The city governor's estate of Luozhong City was also an 8th-rate force that owned an 8th-grade origin stone reserve. Fang Wei, I heard Elder Lu Huan has taken your most remarkable disciple, Su Qi, as his direct disciple. Congratulations to you. With that extraordinary relationship, I suppose whatever misgivings you've had with Elder Lu Huan have been reconciled now. Luo Yi said without holding back. As he grinned, he did not care about Fang Wei whose face was turning solemn gradually. Xiao Zhui's just interested in sparring with your disciple. Since people from both cities are here, isn't this the best thing to do to kill time? A grin remained on Luo Yi's face. He was totally hiding a dagger behind his smile. Fang Wei, don't tell me that you only have one disciple who's Su Qi. Fang Hui's face was turning more solemn as the way he looked at Luo Yi became fiercer and fiercer. However, Luo Yi, who had never gotten along with Fang Wei, ignored the look on his face. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's attention was lingering on Luo Yi and the three other young men from Luozhong City, Xiao Zhui's face turned sour as he shouted, I'm speaking to you, you piece of trash. Didn't you hear me? Who's a piece of trash that you're calling? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as soon as Xiao Zhui was done speaking. His tone was cold. Calling you, Xiao Zhui responded by instinct. In rage, so a piece of trash is calling me. Duan Lingtian took a hard look at Xiao Zhui and nodded in all seriousness. Ha, Senior Ling Yun, did you hear that? That brat just admitted that he's a piece of trash. Shanghu guffawed out loud. His maniacal laugh broke the silence. A smile appeared on the edge of Ling Yun's lips. The three young men from Luozhong City looked at Xiao Zhui a little awkwardly. This kid's dead. However, there was sympathy in their eyes when they glanced at Duan Lingtian. They seemed to be able to see him being tortured by Xiao Zhui. Fang Wei, is this direct disciple of yours only good in twisting words? Luo Yi glanced at Fang Wei as he taunted. I think your disciple's the one who's been talking non-stop since the beginning until now. Fang Wei mocked him back. Luo Yi's face turned solemn and he subsequently looked at Xiao Zhui while speaking to him through true energy voice transmission. Xiao Zhui, teach this brat a lesson. From what I know, among Fang Hui's disciples, Su Qi's the only one who has broken through to paramount mortal shedding stage, but Elder Lu Huan took him away. This brat's definitely no match for you. Brat, you're bringing death upon yourself. Xiao Zhui, on the other hand, finally reacted after hearing Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious as he dashed towards Duan Lingtian in an instant. At that moment, true energy spread all over Xiao Zhui's body as if he put on a layer of azure coat. Everywhere he passed by seemed to turn into sea waves beating at Duan Lingtian. Facing Xiao Zhui who was coming at him ferociously, Duan Lingtian did not have the intention to dodge. Instead, he stood where he was while his face was as composed as ever. I'd love to see how long you'll be able to hold up with that face. Xiao Zhui looked threatening when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not flinch. He slapped his palm towards him like the 5 fingers mountain pressing down on him. The rumbling airwaves that came from Xiao Zhui's palm shook the flowers and plants even 10 meters away. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian finally moved as he scoffed coldly. As the 52 saint veins in his body rotated, the true energy traveled from his qi to his arm in a destructive manner. He attacked with his palm with silver rays dazzling from it, fighting back with his palm against a person on paramount mortal shedding stage. He's digging his own grave. A smirk appeared on Luo Yi's lips as he witnessed that. He thought that this purple-clad brat from Mount Hill City overestimated himself. Did he really think he was Su Qi? As a loud thud exploded, Duan Ling Tian's palm collided with Xiao Zhui's. A rampant airwave swept out with the two palms as its center point, seeming like a gush of strong wind was blown. Both of them stepped back in a flash at the same time. Duan Ling Tian took 5 steps back while Xiao Zhui retreated 4 steps back. No wonder he's so arrogant. So, he's quite powerful himself. Xiao Zhui glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise, but disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll prove to you that you people from Mount Hill City are destined to be under my Luozhong City's folks' feet. A sword appeared in Xiao Zhui's hand as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use a saint weapon to get it over with. The 4 Luozhong City people were astonished by the minor impact the collision of Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Zhui's palms made. The 3 of them from Mount Hill City, on the other hand, seemed not to be surprised at all. Fang Wei, I didn't expect you to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator with you since Su Qi left Mount Hill City. Luo Yi looked at Fang Wei and threw him a cold blanket, noticing the smirk on his face. But this meager ability's no match for Xiao Zhui. Xiao Zhui's best with his swordsmanship. Fang Wei was secretly laughing. Did this Luo Yi think that Duan Ling Tian was best with his palm skill? Although Xiao Zhui's arrogant, he's really quite powerful. He's an even match for Su Qi, whom I met half a year ago. The attack containing 80% of my strength only caused a breeze. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. Through the collision of the palms earlier, he was sure that without using any weapons or performing any saint-grade martial tactic techniques, the best outcome he and Xiao Zhui would have was a fair match. You're digging your own grave. However, he was glad to see Xiao Zhui bringing out a saint weapon in hopes of defeating him with that. One must know that his weapon was the major reason why he was confident of defeating many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. To be precise, his weapon was the sun-shooting bow. Although the sun-shooting bow would not be performing at its peak, it could not be compared with a mere human-ranked saint weapon. A swing of a sword is all I'll need to defeat you, trash of Mount Hill City. Xiao Zhui swung his sword at lightning speed as he shouted. As his body synchronized with the speed of his sword, he seemed ethereal. It was hard to determine if his existence was real at that moment. Wherever the sword ray passed by, it seemed like blooming white flowers, seeming dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword, Xiao Zhui mumbled softly while sparks were emitted from the sword ray of the sword in his hand. The sparks looked like plum blossoms during the cold winter. They were racing at Duan Ling Tian like a sky full of stars toward his vulnerable body parts. Duan Ling Tian placed an arrow on a bow and shot the arrow. The body and arrow synchronization looked like it turned into a lightning bolt, which allowed him to dodge Xiao Zhui's sword skill like a piece of cake. Synchronous shadow sword, Xiao Zhui proceeded to mutter as he chased Duan Ling Tian, who dodged his attack. The sword in his hand was like an enemy that was impossible to shake off. It would never leave Duan Ling Tian alone. However, that was something that happened at the beginning. Soon, Duan Ling Tian managed to stay a distance away. Xiao Zhui lost him when it came to the speed of the body movement technique. Oh no! Witnessing that, Luo Yi, who was full of confidence, had a drastic change of expression. He initially thought that since Mount Hill City had lost Su Qi, nobody would be a match for this disciple of his. Never had he expected that Mount Hill City would have such a freak with them since they lost Su Qi. In the world of martial arts, there was almost no impregnable defense. Only swiftness was invincible. Swiftness shattered tens of thousands of techniques. As the city governor of Luozhong City, how would he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Zhui's in danger. Luo Yi looked at Fang Wei again. He could not help but have envy in his eyes. He wondered what had Fang Wei done to deserve Su Qi at first and for Su Qi to be taken away from him. Could Mount Hill City be in such insane luck? HMPH. Luo Yi had a bad feeling and his expression changed hearing the sound of colliding weapons accompanied by a deep groan. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized that his disciple, Xiao Zhui, whom he was proud of, was defeated by that purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian shot the sword in Xiao Zhui's hand with an arrow. Not only that, the bowstring in Duan Ling Tian's hand was now placed right in front of Xiao Zhui's neck. As soon as Duan Ling Tian plucked the bowstring, Xiao Zhui's head would definitely be detached from his body. Don't show off when you don't have the ability to. Do you think you can prove how powerful you are by provoking me to gain others' attention and then defeat me? Is that going to feed your pride? Duan Ling Tian looked disdainfully at Xiao Zhui, who seemed terrible, and said without holding back, "Actually, I have to thank you. Thank you for coming to me and giving me the opportunity to brag." Chapter 1424 Entry Assessment. The reason why Xiao Zhui was fighting over Duan Ling Tian's house was firstly due to the ideal location of the house. Secondly, his master did not get along with the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was eyeing Duan Ling Tian's house when he realized that the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who had come earlier than they had. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Never had he thought the Mound Hill City disciple that he picked on was someone beyond his abilities, a person that he, Xiao Zhui, was no match against. "Get lost!" Duan Ling Tian shouted in his deep voice and kicked the sallow Xiao Zhui away without any mercy. Even the nicest person has their limits. It made sense that Xiao Zhui would have to pay the price for advancing toward him and provoking him, otherwise, people would think that he was a pushover. HMPH. Just when the three young men from Luozhong City changed their expressions, Luo Yi scoffed coldly and took a step forward. He was walking towards Duan Ling Tian. "Brat, how dare you hurt my man from Luozhong City?" "Luo Yi." Fang Wei stopped him as soon as Luo Yi took a step forward. "Tisk tisk. Are you, the city governor of Luozhong City, bullying a junior? If I remember correctly, I think you said earlier that they're sparring just to kill time. You agreed to that, didn't you?" Fang Hui's words sobered Luo Yi up. He really did say that earlier. "What? You said that earlier because you thought my Mound Hill City man is no match for your man from Luozhong City. Now that your man has lost, are you denying what you said?" Fang Wei mocked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. "Fang Wei, I'd never thought you'd have such great luck to have picked up such a freak after losing Su Qi. I hope he won't be like Su Qi for parting ways with you and go to Elder Lu Huan after becoming your disciple," Luo Yi scoffed in his deep voice as he gazed deeply into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "I suppose, if Elder Lu Huan knows that you have such a disciple, he'll definitely not let go of him." Luo Yi smirked as he spoke while Fang Hui's expression changed drastically. To be honest, he was really concerned about that. He turned to Duan Ling Tian by instinct and noticed that the latter was looking at him too. He was relieved when he saw the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "It depends if he's capable of doing that." Fang Wei glanced at Luo Yi and said while he smirked, "Why don't you pick a house to heal yourself? Do you still want to embarrass yourself here?" Luo Yi looked at Fang Wei coldly and subsequently looked at Xiao Zhui, who was in a terrible condition, as he said solemnly. Xiao Zhui took a deep breath in and glared at Duan Ling Tian ferociously before getting himself a vacant house. Shanghu took pleasure in his misery and teased him as he did that. "So, this is all a Luozhong City genius has got," Shanghu chuckled and said. What he said caused the people from Luozhong City to grow incredulous, but they were speechless. They could not fight back since the truth had been presented before their eyes. Unsure if Xiao Zhui embarrassed Luozhong City, or if they embarrassed themselves, or if they were fearful of Duan Ling Tian, the three young men from Luozhong City returned to their houses respectively. Meanwhile, Luo Yi did not stay out for too long and he returned to his house too. However, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian in all seriousness before he entered the house. A cold gleam with the will to kill flashed deep in his eyes. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed the murderous intention in Luo Yi's eyes. However, he did not care. His name's Luo Yi and he's the city governor of Luozhong City. At that moment, Fang Wei revealed Luo Yi's identity. He was Lu Hui's lackey in the sect back then. "Because of Lu Huan, we've never gotten along." Duan Ling Tian and the other two came to a realization upon hearing what Fang Wei said. It seems like that Xiao Zhui provoked Duan Ling Tian on purpose. Unfortunately, he bit off more than he could chew. Shanghu snickered as he took pleasure in Xiao Zhui's misery. Ling Yun, on the other hand, said nothing, but his expression was serious. Xiao Zhui was a young genius from Luozhong City and he was on paramount mortal shedding stage. The fact that Xiao Zhui had such a cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. He was only on perfection mortal shedding stage after all. "Ling Yun, don't stress about it. I heard that Xiao Zhui's 38 now while you're only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38. Fang Wei seemed to notice that Ling Yun was deep in thought, so he comforted him. Ling Yun's face relaxed after hearing Fang Hui's comforting words. Xiao Zhui was already 38 while he was only 31. In 7 years' time, paramount mortal shedding stage aside, he would even have the confidence to break through to Saint Rudiment stage. Luo Yi thought he could get his disciple to trample us just because we Mound Hill City don't have Su Qi anymore. It's liberating whenever I think of his expression that he had earlier. Fang Wei grinned, which was a rare phenomenon, as he recalled what happened earlier. As time passed by, more and more people were coming. These people were either the city governors coming from the 16 cities under the rule of the Moon Illumination sect together with the young geniuses that they brought, or the young geniuses the outer court elders and deacons of Moon Illumination sect brought. At that moment, the housing area became crowded. Although Duan Ling Tian heard the noise out there, he did not have any intention of joining the crowd. He lay on the bed quietly while thoughts were flying in his head. Out of the blue, he was thinking of his 2 fiancées and the children in their wombs that were yet to be born. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were right now. He thought of Han Shui Nai and questioned if that girl was looking for him. At that same time, he thought of the 3 little fellas. He thought of Ling Tian's sect, the overseas Saint Islands and the Cloud Continent. As time went by, he recalled his past life. It seemed like his past life of blood and sweat was far away from him as he recollected it now. There's always someone better no matter where you are. I've always thought Martial Emperor ruled the world back then. I only found out that what I knew back then was just a joke when I came to the Cloud Continent. Martial Emperor's the equivalence of the innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. It's worth nothing when someone like that is placed on Dao Martial Saint Land. Also, the environment of Dao Martial Saint Land has a major difference compared to the mortal continents. It's hard to imagine that the 2 places are on the same planet. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed secretly. The sky turned dark without him even realizing it. Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a deep sleep. He slept all the way to the next morning until he heard Shang Hu calling him outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time to leave. Duan Ling Tian saw Shang Wei waiting for him outside when he opened the door. Where are Teacher and Ling Yun? Teacher and Ling Yun are waiting for you over there, Shang Hu said. Duan Ling Tian left the house and noticed that many people had departed their houses one after another. They were going towards the Moon Illumination sect estate together. There were middle-aged and old people among the crowd. There were more young people, less than a tenth of whom were women. Duan Ling Tian could understand that. No matter whether it was on the Cloud Continent or Dao Martial Saint Land, females were born to be weaker and were not as good as males in some aspects. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who were more powerful than many male geniuses. However, the number of female geniuses was far behind male geniuses when compared. After meeting Fang Wei and Ling Yun, Duan Ling Tian realized they were the last batch to depart. Most of the people were already ahead of them, heading towards the Moon Illumination sect. Teacher, why aren't you guys flying? Shang Hu asked curiously. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground like everyone else. He was not taking the young ones into account. They were not on the Saint Rudiment stage or above after all, so they were more or less limited by the Moon Illumination sect's flight prohibiting formation. Duan Ling Tian had found out about the flight prohibiting formation yesterday. Entering the door of the Moon Illumination sect would mean entering the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation in this sect's even more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill City. You have to be a Saint stage powerhouse to be able to fly in the sect, Fang Wei explained. I see. Shang Hu came to a realization as Duan Ling Tian got the answer to his question too. The flight prohibiting formation is magical. Saint stage, there seems to be only a handful of them in the entire Moon Illumination sect. That means there's only a few of them who could fly in the Moon Illumination sect's air. Eventually, they arrived at a vast square after following the crowd. There was a high stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was massive. It was as big as a football field from the planet where Duan Ling Tian lived in his past life. There were an old man and 2 middle-aged men standing on the stone platform at the moment. The 2 middle-aged men stood behind the old man while the old man took the lead. So many people. Duan Ling Tian looked around when he arrived near the stone platform. He noticed many people gathering around. There were close to 200 people. Apart from the city governors from the 18 cities, the 180 or so people were the young geniuses who were there to participate in the entry assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. They were exuberant and confident. On average, each city brought 10 young geniuses. Master, did Mount Hill City bring too few people? Luozhong City too. They seem to have only brought 4 young geniuses, Shanghu commented while feeling a little puzzled. Not all of these young geniuses come from the 18 cities, Fang Wei said while shaking his head. More than half of them are the young geniuses found by the sect's outer court elders and deacons. They sure worked very hard to have found so many young geniuses, Shanghu gushed after his jaw dropped. The young geniuses that they found will be their outer court disciples as long as they pass the assessment. They'll be given a massive amount of merit points from the headcount. Why wouldn't they work hard? Fang Wei did not find that surprising. Merit points. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Fang Wei. He had heard much earlier that the merit points in Mount Hill City could be used in the Moon Illumination sect too. Moreover, the items in the Saint-grade martial tactics that were exchangeable in the Moon Illumination sect were even more advanced than those in Mount Hill City. Mount Hill City was only an 8th-rate force after all, while the Moon Illumination sect was a 7th-rate force. Not only that, it was a 7th-rate force that ruled Mount Hill City. Chapter 1425 Devil Cultivator Yi Man. Look, it's the fellas from Luozhong City. Shanghu's eyes were sharp and he pointed out loudly when he noticed them. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 of them looked towards Shanghu's line of sight and saw the 5 of them from Luozhong City standing far away. Their city governor Luo Yi was the leader of the pack. Luo Yi seemed to notice them watching him, so he turned around. He squinted when he noticed that it was them looking. Soon, a cunning grin appeared at the edge of his lips. Fang Wei saw that grin, which caused his heart to drop. He knew Luo Yi well enough that he was not someone to underestimate. He must be plotting against his 3 disciples to be grinning like this. Please be cautious when the 3 of you get into the sect. Although killing is prohibited in the sect, there are millions of ways for people to harm all of you, Fang Wei reminded Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 after inhaling a deep breath. Yo, isn't that Duan Ling Tian? Suddenly, a voice came from far away and was getting closer and closer. When Duan Ling Tian turned around skeptically, he realized that a young man had already arrived before him. It was a young man in black robes whose face seemed cool while an eerie aura lingered all over his body. His aura made people feel uncomfortable. After taking a good look at the young man before him for a while, Duan Ling Tian asked, feeling unsure, "Are you Yi Man?" The young man was vastly different from the young man from his memories. Therefore, he was not sure if he was the person he thought. It seems like your memory's not that shabby after all, for you to remember me, Yi Man. What, isn't Guo Li here? Yi Man's lips curved into a spooky grin while a horrifying, cold gleam shone in his eyes. Yi Man was one of the first human martial cultivators Duan Ling Tian had met when he arrived near Dao Martial Saint Land back then. He had been with Guo Li and Lin Qingrong at that time. He was also the most outstanding disciple of the Yi clan in Fuyu town, whereby his cultivation base only lost out to Guo Li among the younger generation in the town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guo Li and Yi Man back to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. However, appearing halfway, Duan Ling Tian had gotten Yi Man disqualified from Lin Qingrong's list since he had a limited quota and had to follow the rules of picking the winner over the loser. Never had Duan Ling Tian thought he would see Yi Man here. One must know that Yi Man's ability was lower than Guo Li's. Where did he get his confidence from? Curiously, Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye. One glance was all it took to make his heart pump fast. How is this possible? Yi Man has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was filled with shock and disbelief. He remembered that Guo Li and Yi Man were both martial cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage when they had met a year ago. Today, even Guo Li was only on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Meanwhile, how could Yi Man, whose talent was below Guo Li's, have broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? This Yi Man doesn't seem like he's just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his ability surpasses even Xiao Zhui from Luozhong City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Truth be told, Duan Ling Tian was a little terrified. If he were to fight the current Yi Man out of nowhere, he did not dare to say he had the confidence to do that. It was hard for Duan Ling Tian to imagine that the person who he had defeated in a single blow a year ago would have the ability to scare him a year later. What exactly happened to Yi Man throughout the past year? Does he know Guo Li? Shanghu was a little surprised. Duan Ling Tian, is he a friend of yours and Guo Li's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time, especially Duan Ling Tian. I've missed him a lot throughout the year that we parted ways. Yi Man smiled a little eerily, giving one goosebumps. At that moment, even Shanghu noticed that something was off. Fang Wei looked at Yi Man with the slightest fear and asked while frowning at the moment, a devil cultivator. Devil cultivator. What Fang Wei said made Ling Yun and Shanghu's expressions change slightly. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, only revealed a flash of surprise on his face. He realized that there was a commotion happening within the devil-seal tablet when he exerted his conscious into his spatial ring. The tablet seemed to have detected something. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian was sure of that Yi Man had gone on the path of Devil Dao and become a devil cultivator. Everything made sense now. A devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At that very second, the fear Duan Ling Tian had for Yi Man disappeared. With his current cultivation base, he might be able to put a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator to an end with the help of the devil-seal tablet, let alone a Paramount Mortal Shedding stage devil cultivator. I suppose this is City Governor Fang from Mount Hill City. Yi Man looked pointedly at Fang Wei and grinned. City Governor Fang, your underling Lin Qingrong let me go a year ago. I wouldn't be who I am today if Lin Qingrong hadn't let me go back then. That's why I've made up my mind to take good care of your Mount Hill City people after getting into the Moon Illumination sect. Yi Man's eyes were observing Shanghu and Ling Yun in an amusing manner as he spoke. It caused Shanghu's expression to change while Ling Yun looked serious. Devil cultivators always had a rapid cultivation speed and they were known for their tyrannical character. Even they were afraid of him. Moreover, they could feel that the devil cultivator before them had a powerful ability that they were no match for. Fang Wei, on the other hand, was frowning. He felt Yi Man's ill intentions at that moment. Since we know each other, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yi Man calmly and said with a wry smile. Fang Wei and the other two could not help but be stunned by Duan Ling Tian's response. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was amazed at first and subsequently, he smiled. His smile was even more frightful now. I'll be anticipating it then. Unfortunately, Guo Li isn't here. It'd be perfect if she were. Yi Man ignored Duan Ling Tian after he was done speaking and left, pivoting around. Although he could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into a million pieces, he knew it was not the best time to do anything to him. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from participating in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Furthermore, the city governor of Mount Hill City was there. It was hard for him to kill Duan Ling Tian at that moment. Therefore, he did not rush things. Would Duan Ling Tian not be a piece of meat on his chopping board where he could cut him however he wanted when they got into the Moon Illumination sect? Shanghu felt like a cloud of haze had lifted when Yi Man left. He could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian while looking at him, Senior Brother Duan, how do you and Guo Li know this devil cultivator? It happened a year ago. Duan Ling Tian told him everything about meeting Lin Qingrong, Guo Li, and Yi Man a year ago. He even told him the details of their relationship without holding back. You mean that Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Fang Wei asked while frowning. Definitely not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He was like a completely different person compared to a year ago. I couldn't recognize him at first when I saw him just now. The changes are too drastic. It seems like he's gotten into Devil Dao, which caused his cultivation base to skyrocket, Shanghu commented while looking petrified. But does the Moon Illumination sect take devil cultivators? At that moment, not only Shanghu but even Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun were also gawking at Fang Wei. The sect doesn't usually reject devil cultivators as long as they aren't outrageous. There are actually quite a few devil cultivators in the sect, Fang Wei said. Soon, Fang Wei snapped back to his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, although Yi Man was no match for you a year ago, since he's a devil cultivator now, you can't judge him using logic. His abilities might have surpassed yours now. If you see him again, avoid him as much as you can. Never fight him forcefully, Fang Wei reminded patiently. I have a feeling that his abilities even more powerful than Xiao Zhui's from Luozhong City. Although he did not use the spiritual secret tactic to check Yi Man's cultivation base, Feng Wei could roughly estimate Yi Man's cultivation base judging from the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage, Shanghu exclaimed. If he isn't on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. However, If he's a devil cultivator, it's a piece of cake for him to get to the saint rudiment stage, Fang Wei said while shaking his head. His judgment and wisdom were revealed as he spoke. But his abilities even more powerful than Xiao Zhui's from Luojiang City. Fang Wei looked serious as he conversed further. Is he that powerful? Shanghu inhaled sharply while Ling Yun looked terrified. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who looked calm. It was as if he would behave the same even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. To him, whether Yi Man was a paramount mortal shedding stage or a saint rudiment devil cultivator, there was no difference since he would be crushed to smithereens when Duan Ling Tian activated the Devilseal tablet. Duan Ling Tian, please don't be reckless, reminded Fang Wei while frowning when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was so calm. He thought that Duan Ling Tian was underestimating his foe. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. It contained true energy which took over the noisy ambiance. The scene regained its silence temporarily. It was so quiet that they could hear if a needle were to drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone including Duan Ling Tian was looking at the old man standing on the vast stone platform. He was surrounded by the two middle-aged men like a celebrity. Welcome to all of you who are participating in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. I'll be announcing the assessment's rules, I'll make it short. The old man proceeded to speak after hushing the crowd. Our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment is divided into two sections. The first section will involve us performing the spiritual secret tactic to check on the participant's age and cultivation base. Geniuses below 40 with a cultivation base on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above will pass the first section of the assessment immediately. Those below 40 who are on the mastery mortal shedding stage can skip the second section of the assessment and pass directly to become our outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Chapter 1426 A thought is all one needs to become a devil. Since we're done with the rules, I'll introduce myself now. My name's Dong Chong and I'm the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. My main responsibility is to coordinate the transfer of the outer court members, the old man said slowly. The rules. Hearing the rules Dong Chong listed, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. They'll be examining the participants with the spiritual secret tactic. Only those who are below 40 and on the perfection mortal shedding stage will pass the first section of the assessment. Although his current battling abilities could be compared to an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage cultivator, his cultivation base was only on the mastery mortal shedding stage. There was nowhere for him to conceal his cultivation base if he was being examined with the spiritual secret tactic. Senior brother Duan, your cultivation base is only the mastery mortal shedding stage. According to the rules that old man shared, doesn't that mean that you won't even pass the first section? Shanghu frowned and said in a condemning manner, what kind of stupid rules does this Moon Illumination sect assessment have whereby they judge on just one's cultivation base and not one's battling abilities? Isn't that a rip-off? Both Shanghu and Ling Yun knew that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that despite their senior brother Duan's cultivation base only being on the mastery mortal shedding stage, his battling ability was undefeatable if he were to fight anyone below the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage person might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yun could not help but frown too. If their senior brother Duan could not even pass the entry assessment of the Moon Illumination sect, that would be the biggest joke anyone had ever heard. Don't worry, Fang Wei reassured while smiling at Duan Ling Tian and the other two who were frowning. Duan Ling Tian might not be able to pass the first section of the assessment, but it isn't hard for him to pass the second section. The second section. Duan Ling Tian and the other two looked at Fang Wei doubtfully upon hearing what he said. Since Dong Chong had yet to ascertain the exact contents of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was going to be. In order not to stifle any talents, the sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance. Even if they fail the first section, they'll be able to enter the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Fang Wei said. Those who are on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to go for the second section. Meanwhile, those who are on the perfection mortal shedding stage will have to go to the second section as a target. Those who fail the first section will go to the second section to challenge the target. As long as they defeat the target, they'll pass the assessment and get into the sect directly, Fang Wei continued. Meanwhile, those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who are challenged and defeated will lose their opportunity to enter the sect. Fang Wei took the lead to explain the assessment rules to them before Dong Chong did. When Dongchong was done speaking, the bunch of young geniuses gasped. The 18 city governors including Feng Wei, on the other hand, did not find it surprising as they knew the rules much earlier. That means that people on the perfection mortal shedding stage only stand one chance. Will they be disqualified when they're defeated and lose their opportunity to enter the moon? Illumination sect. That's incredibly cruel. There are no more chances for those who are defeated. That's understandable. A person who has a mediocre cultivation base and doesn't have the ability to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator is proven to have a pathetic future. But it's quite impossible for such a situation to happen. It's usually impossible for a person below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone on the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If the person's defeated by someone else below the perfection mortal shedding stage, that'd mean he lacks skills. He deserves to be disqualified. Everyone discussed among themselves, slowly coming to accept the rules. That's more reasonable. Duan Ling Tian was relieved to find out about the second section of the assessment. To him, it was not difficult to defeat people on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon, the entry assessment of the Moon Illumination sect officially started the moment the outer court elder Dong Chong officiated it. The young geniuses recommended by each of the city governors from the 18 cities under the ruling of the Moon Illumination sect as well as those recommended by the Moon Illumination sect outer court elders and deacons walked up to the stone platform one after another. They were divided into groups of 10 while being examined by the two middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The two men were the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they looked like they were examining them on the surface. In reality, they were checking the young geniuses' age and cultivation base with their spiritual secret tactic. 36. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Pass. 34. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Pass. The first 10 young geniuses passed the first section of the assessment. Don't tell me that I'm the only martial cultivator who isn't above the perfection mortal shedding stage among these bunch of young people. Duan Ling Tian could not help but force a smile facing the results. There should be quite a number of mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As a person who had been through this, Feng Wei knew much more than Duan Ling Tian did. In Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many talented martial cultivators who can defeat people whose level are above theirs. But those mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators that I've seen before could only defeat ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Feng Wei gazed deeply into Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he spoke. He seemed to be telling Duan Ling Tian that not every mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were as freaky as Duan Ling Tian who could defeat people on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just like what Feng Wei said, there were 2 people on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the first section of the assessment. However, they did not give up hope. It was clear that they saw that coming. Their goal was the challenge in the second section. Only the participants who were disqualified in the first session would stand a chance to take the challenge in the second section. There were more people on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses which occupied half of them. There were even less in the fourth batch. Shanghu exclaimed absurdly when the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, "It's that fella." Hearing Shanghu exclaim, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 looked at the stone platform in front of them and noticed Yi Man among the 10 of them. Yi Man stood there with an eerie aura lingering around his body which made him seem out of place compared to the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses deliberately kept a distance from him. A devil cultivator. This young man's a devil cultivator. Tisk tisk. Devil cultivators. Cultivation bases usually defy logic. I wonder how old he is and what's his cultivation base. His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's see. A lot of attention focused on Yi Man. An uproar broke among the crowd as one of the middle-aged men following the outer court elder, Dong Chong, spoke. 30, Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man. He lives up to the devil cultivator's name. He's only 30 and he has already broken through to Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. He's even more powerful than I imagined. The event came to its climax at the moment. Yi Man was the first Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage in the Moon Illumination sect's entry assessment today. He was placed in the limelight as expected. Besides the other 9 young geniuses who were standing with them, even the young geniuses who passed the first section of the assessment dimmed in his presence. Yi Man looked smug and arrogant as he stood on the stone platform. He enjoyed being in the limelight. At the same time, his condescending eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian. He was looking down on him. Duan Ling Tian, you're destined to be under my feet throughout your life. Yi Man spoke through true energy voice transmission, as cocky as ever. However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother as his expression remained the same. He only glanced at Yi Man lightly, unable to be bothered by him. To him, Yi Man was just a man that he had defeated. He was just a man that he had defeated in the past, now and even in the future. Who was he to boast since he was just a man Duan Ling Tian had defeated? Duan Ling Tian's behavior caused Yi Man to look completely solemn. Never had he expected Duan Ling Tian to dare to ignore him even now. At that moment, Yi Man felt that the raging fire in him would explode anytime. Duan Ling Tian, I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you. A ferocious gleam filled Yi Man's eyes as he mumbled softly while clenching his teeth. Since Yi Man was on the paramount mortal shedding stage, he skipped the second section of the assessment directly. An outer court disciple brought him to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Yi Man was the first among the crowd of young geniuses to pass the entry assessment and become a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Senior brother Duan, Yi Man was looking at you as if he couldn't wait to eat you. How huge of a rivalry are the both of you in exactly? Although Yi Man was not looking at him, Xianxia felt chills running up his spine anyway. To a petty person, even the smallest conflict could be treated as vengeance, as though his father had been killed or his wife was being taken away. How big of a rivalry do you think we have? Duan Ling Tian asked him back. Xianxia was speechless. The murder of one's father and one's wife being taken away was the biggest vengeance in the world. Duan Ling Tian, be careful of Yi Man when you get into the sect. There are no kind souls among the devil cultivators, especially since he might have turned himself into a devil because of you. Fang Wei said in all seriousness, if martial cultivators and Dao cultivators are going into devil Dao for a certain obsession, then they only have two paths ahead of them. The first path is to get rid of the obsession and go on with their lives. If they don't manage to get rid of the obsession, they'll either go into psychosis or, if the situation's serious, be engulfed by devil qi and killed. Fang Wei had taken the effort to learn about devil cultivators back then. He even had the thought of going into devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator. For the sake of taking revenge when his wife died because of Lu Huan back then. He had that thought because that was the only way he could take revenge. However, his wife seemed to have guessed what he had in mind, so she wrote him a note before committing suicide. She asked him to never go into devil Dao. Otherwise, she would not die in peace. No matter how much hatred Fang Wei had and how much he wanted to take revenge, he could not bring himself to go against her death wish since she had died in such a devastating way. I've heard of that before. Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian. If his obsession of going into devil Dao is to kill senior brother Duan, then senior brother Duan's his enemy for life. He would either kill senior brother Duan or kill himself if he doesn't achieve his goal. Chapter 1427, the second section. That's the insane part about devil cultivators. It's also the scariest thing about devil cultivators. Xianxia was serious as he spoke. Enemy for life. However, Duan Ling Tian had disdain written all over his face when he heard what Xianxia said. He's not worth it. Duan Ling Tian had just expressed a genuine thought. He was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with a devil tablet. As long as he did not encounter a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, given his current cultivation base, he could easily kill any devil cultivator by activating the devil tablet. Even if it were a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, unless he lost the opportunity to use the devil tablet, he could definitely kill the latter as well. The devil tablet was listed as one of the 10 super saint weapons among the 10 great saint weapon ranking. It gave Duan Ling Tian undefeatable confidence. However, since Fang Wei did not know about the existence of the devil tablet, he reminded Duan Ling Tian immediately, seeing that he seemed to ignore Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian, please don't be reckless. Duan Ling Tian was his sole hope. He did not want anything to happen to him as a result of underestimating Yi Man. Meanwhile, Ling Yun gazed deeply into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He saw a steadfast determination in his eyes. It was a tenacious kind of confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan has for him not to take Yi Man seriously. Although Ling Yun noticed Duan Ling Tian was up to something, he would never have expected Duan Ling Tian to have the devil tablet, which was one of the 10 great saint weapons in Dao martial saint land. The first section of the assessment went on. There were many martial cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage since Yi Man, but they were all above 35 years old and their talents were incomparable to Yi Man's. The fellas from Luojiang City are up too. Shanghu's sharp eyes noticed the 4 young geniuses from Luozhong City, including Xiao Zhui, go up the stone platform. Duan Ling Tian turned to look too. It was a piece of cake for Duan Ling Tian to find out the trio's cultivation base apart from Xiao Zhui's with the help of the divine eye. 2 of them were on the perfection mortal shedding stage while the other was on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhui, on the other hand, was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first section of the assessment, but he also did not even have to participate in the second section. He passed the assessment immediately and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, the 2 on the perfection mortal shedding stage passed the first section while the 1 on the mastery mortal shedding stage failed. The city governor of Luozhong City, Luo Yi, saw that coming, so he was not surprised by the results. At the moment, among the 4 young geniuses from Luozhong City, Xiao Zhui left with the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect while the 2 on the perfection mortal shedding stage stayed on the stone platform. On the other hand, the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi. It's time for those who are from Mount Hill City to go up. A fierce gleam flashed through Luo Yi's eyes as he looked at the people from Mount Hill City including Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, Shanghu, and Ling Yun were among the people from the last batch to go up. They were the 19th batch and there were only 7 people in that batch. What? He's only on the mastery mortal shedding stage? How's that possible? Luo Yi's jaw dropped when the results of the examination for Duan Ling Tian and the rest was announced. Apart from Luo Yi, the young genius from Luozhong City standing next to him was flabbergasted too. Was the young genius from Mount Hill City who defeated Xiao Zhui only a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage just like him? Oh God! Could they be dreaming? The 2 martial cultivators on the perfection mortal shedding stage from Luozhong City standing on the stone platform froze. The day before that, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian defeat Xiao Zhui with their very own eyes. Xiao Zhui was the number 1 genius among the younger generation in Luozhong City. His cultivation base had broken through the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Before this, they were almost sure that Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the truth gave them a tight slap. Such a young genius from Mount Hill City was only a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Apart from the few of them from Luozhong City, the rest did not find it odd. After all, there were 55 of them on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the 187 participants of the entrance assessment. The remaining 132 of them were above the perfection mortal shedding stage, 12 of whom were on the paramount mortal shedding stage. The 120 people on the perfection mortal shedding stage stood on the stone platform while waiting for the second section of the assessment to take place. Most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage cultivators below the stone platform were ready to fight as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators on the stone platform one by one to pick the target that they wanted to challenge. At that moment, they were determined to look for a target who they were confident to defeat. After all, they were only given 1 chance for the challenge. Once they failed, they would have to bid farewell to the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become the outer court disciple of the sect. Their destiny depended on this fight. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Almost all of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who dared to go there had complete confidence in themselves. Otherwise, they would not be there. Therefore, some of the 120 young people on the stone platform were anxious although they were on the perfection mortal shedding stage, especially because they had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an upper hand when it came to true energy and they only had a slight advantage in terms of the amount of saint veins in their bodies. How is that possible? How is it possible that he's only on the mastery mortal shedding stage? There must be a mistake with the spiritual secret tactic. The 4 from Luozhong City thought to themselves again and again as their eyes lingered on Duan Ling Tian. They still could not believe that this young genius from Mount Hill City was only a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Now, everyone below the platform, please stand on the right. Please empty the left for the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who have to leave the stone platform after their defeat, instructed the outer court elder, Dong Chong, loud and clear from the vast stone platform. At that moment, everyone moved to their right, leaving a gaping, empty space on the left. I'll be explaining the details of the second section of the assessment. The young geniuses who are disqualified in the first section can come up to the stone platform to pick your opponent. You'll pass our entrance assessment and become our outer court disciple as long as you defeat your opponent. Of course, everyone who gets onto the stone platform isn't allowed to pick young geniuses from the same city that they come from. I hope everyone can understand that we do this to avoid participants from the same city giving in to each other. Also, those young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who are defeated will blow their chance with the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're still below 40 years old in 5 years, then you're welcome to participate in our Moon Illumination sect entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you'll have no luck with our Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's deafening voice spread out and was heard by everyone. The young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage standing on the stone platform would lose their chance with the Moon Illumination sect as soon as they were beaten. That unnerved many young geniuses on the stone platform. What is there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of fellas who haven't even broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, so why are you guys worried that you'll be defeated by them? That's right, if you can't even defeat those fellas below the stage, you're embarrassing those who are on the perfection mortal shedding stage. No matter what, I have the confidence to crush anyone below the perfection mortal shedding stage. Many of the young geniuses on the stone platform were confident about themselves. They thought it was impossible that the young geniuses below the stone platform who were disqualified in the first section to be a match for them. When the second section of the assessment commences, the young geniuses below the platform will come up one by one. If you win the challenge, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination. If you fail, please go to the area on the left. Dong Chong proceeded to speak. The area on the left was the space that was made vacant earlier. It was empty at the moment. It would be a clear differentiation for the losers to go there. Now, I shall announce that the second section of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong was done speaking, a young genius below the platform dashed onto the stone platform. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. I'll challenge you. Soon, he picked his target. It was a young genius who was the same age as him. However, he was overthrown in less than 10 hits. Ah, I'm in such bad luck. Can't believe I picked a tough one. The mastery mortal shedding stage young genius forced a smile after being defeated and subsequently admitted that he had lost. He jumped off the high platform and stood on the area on the left. One person stood in the disqualification zone on the left now. Subsequently, more and more young geniuses dashed onto the stone platform. By activating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian realized that all of these young geniuses were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. There was nobody on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. It makes sense. It's almost impossible for people below the mastery mortal shedding stage to pass this entrance assessment if they participated. Duan Ling Tian did not find that odd. As time passed by, high-spirited young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the high platform one after another to challenge the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon, all 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage lost the challenge without any exception. HMPH. They're just on the mastery mortal shedding stage. It'd be impossible if they could defeat us since we're on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat all of those who come to us no matter how many there are. The bunch of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to taste failure on the stone platform were still pumped up. At the moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform had gone up the platform. The failed attempts of the 23 people affected their will to a certain extent. These people on the mastery mortal shedding stage are just tiny little ants. Ants that should be stomped under our feet without any hopes of getting up forever. A young man in green with a graceful face and a high-pitched voice glanced at the young geniuses below the platform in disdain while holding a hand fan. Ants, being stomped under your feet, without any hopes of getting up forever. As the young geniuses below the platform flew into a rage, a cold gleam flashed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He smirked mockingly and subsequently raced onto the stone platform as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning. Duan Ling Tian was put in the limelight that very second. Chapter 1428 Worse than a piece of crap. Come, stomp on me below your feet so that there's no hope for me to get up forever, taunted Duan Ling Tian as he stood on the stone platform, looking at the green-clad young man who had been boasting earlier. It was obvious that the young man who looked graceful did not expect anyone to get up onto the stone platform because of what he said. After a moment of seeming lost, he stepped forward while smirking arrogantly. Confidence is awesome, But if you have too much of it, that would turn into arrogance. Do you think you're that different from the other 23 who took the challenge earlier? Do you think you can defeat me and pass the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment? The young man in green ridiculed in his high-pitched voice, "Brat, it's not that I look down on you. A mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you isn't even worth my attention at all. I called you an ant as a favor. To me, you're just a piece of crap." The green-clad young man teased Duan Ling Tian fearlessly without holding back, tisk tisk. A mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator attempting to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator. What nonsense is that? All of you are embarrassing yourself no matter how many of you come up to challenge us. Do you think we perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators are just clay that you can play with? The difference in cultivation base is an obvious proof of the difference in our abilities. The bunch of perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators on the high platform stared at Duan Ling Tian in disdain. They did not think that there was a difference between him and the other 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who had challenged them earlier. To them, this purple-clad young man would definitely turn out to be like the 23 young geniuses whereby he would be destined to fail the challenge and miss his opportunity with the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, 4 of them among the perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators thought otherwise. They were Ling Yun, Shang Hu, and the 2 young geniuses from Luozhong City. Below the high platform, apart from the city governors of Mount Hill City and Luozhong City as well as the mastery mortal shedding stage young genius from Luozhong City, the rest of them doubted Duan Ling Tian. The city governor of Mount Hill City knew about Duan Ling Tian very well. He was well versed with Duan Ling Tian's ability. Meanwhile, the city governor of Luozhong City and the young genius next to him had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's ability the day before. They knew about Duan Ling Tian's powerful ability which was incomparable with anyone on the perfection mortal shedding stage at all. A piece of crap. Upon hearing what the young man said, instead of getting mad, Duan Ling Tian was grinning. "I'm very curious, what kind of expression would you have when you're defeated by a piece of crap? What are you if you're worse than a piece of crap? Stop your foolish nonsense. What you said would never happen," mocked the young man with scorn on his face. "A piece of crap like you. It'll take me 3 hits at the most to defeat you. Really?" The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was getting wider and wider. He subsequently took a step forward and initiated the attack without waiting for the young man to fight him. At that moment, a layer of faint silver ray flashed on Duan Ling Tian's body as if his body was covered by a silver armor. Due to the true energy carried by his 52 saint veins, everything happened in an instant. As soon as the silver ray flashed all over his body, Duan Ling Tian stomped and exploded towards the young man in green like a cannon. The boost in his strength that came from the silver shirt caused his true energy to be unleashed without him holding back. Even without having to perform any movement technique, Duan Ling Tian's speed was terrifying. He arrived inches away from the green-clad man in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Duan Ling Tian's speed, the young man was horrified. It was clear that he did not expect a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to display such speed. His speed was similar to Duan Ling Tian's even if he gave all he had as well as performed a movement technique. Being swift doesn't mean that you have a powerful attack ability. I'll show you the difference between mastery mortal shedding stage and perfection mortal shedding stage now. How dare you compare your insignificant ability to mine? The young man growled in his deep voice and advanced towards Duan Ling Tian. He shook his hand fan which was covered with a layer of true energy in a flash and subsequently tossed it towards Duan Ling Tian. "I'd love to see how you're going to take this attack from me." The air seemed to be rent like a piece of paper wherever the hand fan passed. A rapid fan ray was dashing towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian took out his sun-shooting bow slowly and shot an arrow as he lifted his arm. As he performed the body and arrow synchronization, he disappeared from the young man's field of vision in the blink of an eye. "That's impossible." The young man's pupils shrunk as shock and disbelief appeared on his face. The man on the mastery mortal shedding stage in purple seemed to vanish from his sight without a trace. He could not capture his trail at all. Nothing is impossible. Subsequently, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Although the voice was calm, he was so terrified that his soul seemed to escape his body. "When did he get behind me?" Just as he thought of that, he felt a gush of majestic energy pressing on his back like a giant hammer. He felt like he was being buried by a collapsed mountain. In the next second, he felt his body shudder while his organs experienced a violent tremor. Subsequently, he felt like he was shot across the sky without control over his body. the young man in green fell below the platform. He happened to fall not far away from the 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had been disqualified earlier. High-spirited earlier, his face was now filled with dirt and dust. The 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had been disqualified were initially embarrassed by the teasing earlier, but now they were taking pleasure in the green-clad man's misery. The most boastful man had been defeated. Tisk tisk, calling us mastery mortal shedding stage ants and a piece of crap. It seems like you're worse than an ant or a piece of crap. Weren't you boasting just now? And now you're disqualified, so, you lost because you underestimated us mastery mortal shedding stage cultivators. Your jaw must be on the floor now, am I right? The 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses mocked the green-clad man one after another. At that moment, most of them below and on the platform had their eyes fixed on Duan Tian. Even the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Dong Chong, and the other 2 outer court deacons were dumbstruck. It was clear that what happened shocked them as well. Duan Tian had defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator in the blink of an eye. Was that really the doing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? The other city governors from the 16 cities were discussing among themselves while looking at Fang Wei enviously, elevating Fang Wei to cloud 9. Marvelous, I think I've seen him before. He was standing next to the city governor of Mount Hill City, Fang Wei. Seems like he's a young genius from Mount Hill City. Among the young geniuses from Mount City Hill, the only powerful one I know is Su Qi. Could he be Su Qi? He isn't Su Qi. I heard that Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, took Su Qi away half a year ago, so Su Qi should be their inner court disciple now. I can't believe that the city governor of Mount Hill City has gotten such a freak after losing Su Qi. Duan Tian. Fang Wei looked at the purple silhouette on the stone platform with fondness in his eyes. Many of the perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses on the stone platform snapped back to their senses after a moment of being dumbstruck and shouted at Duan Tian. That must be staged. It's impossible. Even if a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator is capable of defeating a perfection mortal shedding stage, it's impossible that he could have been defeated in such a ridiculous way. I understand now. The fella must have given way to him on purpose. I want the both of them disqualified. That's right, disqualify the both of them. Naturally, some of the perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had great abilities figured what was going on. His speed was insanely fast. That speed, is that what a master mortal shedding stage is capable of performing? Even I, having the ability of a peak-level mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator, don't have a speed as fast as his. If he's really on mastery mortal shedding stage, isn't that wild? Those who had spoken were perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had an acute sense of judgment and ability. The young man in green managed to stand up strenuously after consuming a healing medicinal pill. He glared viciously at Duan Tian again. How dare you disqualify me, Deng Yu? You're dead, dead to me. Although Deng Yu knew that his ability was far behind Duan Tian's from the fight earlier, that did not stop him from resenting him. Duan Tian had gotten him disqualified. Duan Tian had ruined his dreams of getting into the Moon Illumination sect. Uncle, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. I'm already 37 this year. I'll be more than 40 when the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment takes place again 5 years later. I won't be able to participate, said Deng Yu through true energy voice transmission as he looked at one of the middle-aged men next to Dong Chong. His tone was filled with reluctance. Uncle, there must be something that you can do. There must be something that you can do, am I right? Little Yu, I'm just an outer court deacon. I don't have the right to take people who are disqualified into the sect. The middle-aged man was one of the outer court deacons standing next to Dong Chong. His name was Deng Wei. Uncle, I don't accept this. I don't. Deng Yu's face was filled with grief. Little Yu, don't you worry. Although I can't get you into the sect, avenging you is a piece of cake. Even if the fella from Mount Hill City gets into the Moon Illumination sect, I won't let him live for long. Destroying you would mean destroying our Deng clan's future. I definitely won't let him go. A cold gleam flashed through Deng Wei's eyes as he spoke fiercely through true energy voice transmission. Yes, kill him, kill him. Hearing what Deng Wei said, the grief on Deng Yu's face faded away slowly. Duan Tian glanced at Deng Yu coldly and did not bother to look at him any longer. Instead, he looked at the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I'm considered to have passed the entrance assessment, am I right? Yes, yes. Dong Chong finally snapped back to his senses hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. The entire scenario just now made him lost for a while. As a moon illumination outer court disciple went up to the stone platform to escort Duan Ling Tian away, Dong Chong looked at him while smiling. Little fella, I'd like to take you as my direct disciple. Are you willing to do that? The ability Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier made him want to keep the purple-clad man to himself. Everyone gasped as soon as Dong Chong said that. Chapter 1429 Moon Illumination Sect's Outer Court. Who was Dong Chong? He was the elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was just an outer court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was just a rank lower than the supreme elder, the sect leader, the vice sect leader, and some inner court elders. At that moment, the eyes that were focused on Duan Ling Tian were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it! Deng Yu had a drastic change of expression. Meanwhile, Deng Wei, who stood next to Dong Chong, looked aghast too. He had just promised his nephew that he would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian, yet now his immediate superior, Elder Dong Chong, wanted to take the man in as his direct disciple. If Duan Ling Tian really became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would not dare to do anything to him even if he had the guts to. Although he could do it secretly, it would be alright if everything went well, but it would be beyond redemption if the attempt failed. Elder Dong Chong, thank you so much for your kindness. But I don't plan to have a master at the time being, Duan Ling Tian said while smiling in an apologetic manner. The people who were shocked by Dong Chong declaring his intention to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple took a while to snap back to their senses. They then froze hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. This brat's so ungrateful. That's right, Elder Dong Chong's taking him as his disciple because he values him. I can't believe he rejected the offer. Many of them condemned him. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was being rude. The scoundrel, win. A gleam flashed through Deng Yu's eyes as Duan Ling Tian's rejection of Dong Chong's request made him relieved. Deng Wei was assured too. As long as this purple-clad young man did not become Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, Duan Ling Tian would be merely a piece of meat on his chopping board to whom he could do whatever he wanted when the opportunity arose in the future. Perhaps he might not even have to do the dirty job by himself. These people from Mount Hill City, Elder Lu Huan would never let them off easily. Deng Wei grinned secretly. Dong Chong was stunned for a moment as he heard Duan Ling Tian's direct rejection. He only snapped back to his senses after a while and smiled embarrassedly. I realize that I've misbehaved. I wonder what's your name, little friend? Little friend. The people were dumbstruck upon hearing Dong Chong call Duan Ling Tian little friend, instead of being mad at his rejection. What was happening? In such a situation, should Elder Dong Chong not revoke the purple-clad young man's eligibility to get into the Moon Illumination sect, especially after the agitation that he was feeling? I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Dong Chong to be reasonable either. He responded while grinning at that moment. At the same time, he began to have a good feeling about Dong Chong. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Chong nodded and smiled lightly at Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciple who had arrived next to Duan Ling Tian. Bring Duan Ling Tian to register at the outer court. Yes, sir, the outer sect disciple responded before leaving the stone platform with Duan Ling Tian. They headed towards the sect's outer court. While following the outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian turned around to take a glance at the city governor of Mount Hill City and nodded at him. He then glanced at Ling Yun and Shang Hu. I'll be waiting for the both of you at the outer court, Duan Ling Tian said to them through true energy voice transmission. Both of them nodded. Duan Ling Tian knew Ling Yun and Shang Hu's abilities, so he was sure that they would definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect entrance assessment and become the sect's outer court disciple. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was that there were two dark horses among the over 30 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses after he left the sect's entrance assessment venue. The two dark horses defeated two perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses. The two dark horses passed the sect's entrance assessment successfully and became outer court disciples. Junior brother Duan, I'm surprised that you have such a powerful ability when your cultivation base is only on the mastery mortal shedding stage. It's shocking. The Moon Illumination sect outer court disciple could not help but exclaim when he was leading Duan Ling Tian towards the outer court area. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly without responding. He had no idea how he should respond at that moment. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple who walked ahead of Duan Ling Tian proceeded to speak. What was even out of everyone's expectations was that Elder Dong Chong asked you to be his direct disciple publicly. Junior brother Duan, it was wise of you to reject Elder Dong Chong. With your talent and ability, as long as you stand out in the sect, it's possible for the inner court elder to take you as his direct disciple. Elder Dong Chong's position is higher than the inner court deacon since he's the outer court elder. However, he's lower than inner court elder when you compare their ranks. Do you think I rejected Elder Dong Chong so that I could be the disciple of the inner court elder? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He did not expect people to perceive his rejection towards Elder Dong Chong as looking down on the man. Isn't it? The outer court disciple asked him back. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head vehemently. I've never thought of becoming inner court elder's disciple. Junior brother Duan, you've such lofty goals. I hope you'll make it, sighed the outer court disciple. Lofty goals? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. You know what my goals are. Of course. The outer court disciple nodded. Since your goal isn't to make the inner court elder your master, you must be going for the disciple position of the vice sect leader, the sect leader, or even the supreme elder. But junior brother Duan, I must remind you that it's impossible for the three of them to take you as their disciple unless you have a freaky talent. The same applies even though you can defeat people whose level is higher than yours. They'll look at talents that last, not abilities that are temporary, said the outer court disciple to Duan Ling Tian patiently, seeming to have kind intentions. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. Was he, Duan Ling Tian, someone who fawned over powerful people to this outer court disciple? He did not bother to explain himself at that second because he knew that he would only complicate the situation further if he did. Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Moon Illumination sect outer court area with the guidance of the outer court disciple. He also got his personal token from the outer court disciple. There was no uniform when it came to attire. He had found out about that much earlier. No matter whether it was the Moon Illumination sect outer court elder Dong Chong, the two outer court deacons, or the outer court disciple, all of them dressed casually. However, each of them had a significant token tied around their waist on their casual attire. It was the Moon Illumination sect's identity token. Apart from the words, outer court disciple, carved on top of the personal token, there were 3 words that had just been carved on the personal token that Duan Ling Tian received. It was his name, Junior Brother Duan, I'll bring you where we outer court disciples live. The outer court disciple brought Duan Ling Tian to the place the outer court disciples lived after calling out to him. Senior Brother Yang, I've heard from my teacher before that the Moon Illumination sect's accommodation is divided into 3 classes, the 3rd, the 6th and the 9th. The more powerful a person's ability is, the better their accommodation is, whereas the weaker the person is, the poorer their accommodation is. Duan Ling Tian asked along the way, is that true? Duan Ling Tian familiarized himself with the outer court disciple along the way. He learned that his name was Yang He. Yang He had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. He was 43 this year and his cultivation base was on the paramount mortal shedding stage. That's right, Yang He nodded. The accommodation we outer court disciples are living in are divided into 3 classes. The best one has an individual compound. Not only is there a quiet room for cultivation, but there's also a vast courtyard to cultivate your saint-grade martial tactic too. The second one would be an individual stone house. Its environment's much worse compared to the individual compound as there's no space to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic. Outer court disciples who stay there can only cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic at the training field. The poorest one would be the individual cottages. Those that have just been refurbished are fine, but some of them haven't been maintained for a long time and leak whenever it rains. Yang He told Duan Ling Tian about the 3rd, 6th, and 9th class accommodation areas in one breath. An individual compound. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up and he mumbled softly to himself. He had a goal in mind. He would not have to worry about the space to cultivate his saint-grade martial tactic if he were to stay in the stone house that was poorer than the individual compounds, because the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would serve that purpose. However, it was only natural that he wanted the best if it was available. Junior brother, don't tell me you're eyeing the individual compound. Yang He's ears were sharp as he heard Duan Ling Tian's soft mumble and could not help but ask with his eyes opened wide. Is there a problem with that? Duan Ling Tian asked, noticing Yang He's surprise. Of course, there is. Yang He forced a smile. Junior brother Duan, you must know this. Although I've broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a year ago, until now, I'm still no match for the weakest person staying in the individual compound. The accommodation where the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples lived were assigned based on their personal ability. One could replace another as long as their ability was more powerful. The rule was exactly the same back at the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Those with a powerful ability would have better accommodation while the weaker ones would live in a dreary environment. Are the individual compounds limited? Duan Ling Tian asked. He could not believe that Yang He, who had gotten into the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago and was on a cultivation base of paramount mortal shedding stage, had yet to move into the individual compound. It's not exactly limited. There are a total of 100 of them, Yang He explained. 100? That many? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. You mean you can't get any although there are so many individual compounds? 100 isn't that many, Yang He replied, forcing a smile. The sect recruits outer court disciples every 5 years and they recruit more than 100 of them each time. It'd be considered great if half of those outer court disciples pass the inner court assessment and become inner court disciples. Among those outer court disciples, many of them are stuck on the paramount mortal shedding stage for 10 years, 15 years or even 20 for a variety of reasons. Since they're unable to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and can't pass the inner court assessment, they've remained in the outer court until now. Some of the older outer court senior brothers and senior sisters are close to 100 years old, Yang He sighed. Close to 100 years old? Duan Ling Tian was astounded by what Yang He revealed. Yes, Yang He affirmed, there's a rule in the sect. If one hasn't entered the inner court before they turn 100, they'll be expelled from the sect. Naturally, many outer sect disciples realize they have no hope of getting into the inner court, so they leave the sect on their own. Even so, there are still many elderly outer court disciples who decide to stay. Chapter 1430 Sengji. The journey of martial Dao was like a boat sailing against the currents. You either kept forging ahead or you would fall behind. Breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was just a matter of time for many martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who had great talent and comprehension ability. Meanwhile, for cultivators who had mediocre talent and low comprehension ability, they might never break through to the Saint Rudiment stage for the rest of their lives. In the outer court disciples' accommodation area, there has always been 100 compounds and 300 stone houses. However, the amount of cottages isn't fixed. Yang He gave Duan Ling Tian a rough idea about the living situation of the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples. According to Yang He, the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples who were living in the compounds were the best of the best among the people on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Meanwhile, almost half of those who were living in the 300 stone houses were outer court disciples on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Apart from that, there were some outer court disciples at the peak level of the perfection mortal shedding stage who had celebrated abilities among them. Following Yang He, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived near where the outer court disciples lived. They were looking out at a vast training field. The accommodation which had a distinct difference was behind the training field. The cottages were the closest to the training field and the gaps between them were minimal. There were both new and old cottages among them, the latter seeming like they would collapse anytime. The outer court disciples who are staying in the cottages are those who have poorer abilities, but the weakest among them is on the perfection mortal shedding stage, Yang He said. In the cottage area, it makes sense that those closest to the training field are noisier. The stone house area is behind the cottage area. Although it's better, they can still hear the commotion from the training field. The compound area behind the stone house area is the quietest, where the residents almost can't hear anything that's happening at the training field. Yang He explained everything in one breath. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead when he heard that and saw rows of stone houses behind the rows of cottages. Meanwhile, there were compounds far away behind the stone houses, and there were exquisite little houses in each of them. Plants grew all over the compounds which were refreshing. Those compounds. At that very second, Duan Ling Tian's desire for the compound was even stronger. He was determined to stay in one of those compounds. There were many outer court disciples cultivating Saint-grade martial tactics on the vast training field. However, they were only touching base when they sparred with each other. The rules in the Moon Illumination sect were strict since it was a 7th-rate force. Killing and crippling were prohibited in the sect. Naturally, crippling referred to injuries that could not be recovered with the consumption of healing medicinal pills. Although Duan Ling Tian was lucky that he had obtained an immortal spirit herb before which could regenerate a severed arm and leg, it was a legendary medicinal herb after all. It was scarce even in Dao Martial Saint Land. Even a 9-star healing saint grade pill, which was the highest grade that existed, could not regenerate a severed limb. Ha 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 ha. This must be our junior brother who's just passed the entry assessment, am I right? Yang He, why don't you introduce him? A voice rang out, snapping Duan Ling Tian back from his thoughts. Duan Ling Tian turned to the source of the voice and saw 3 people coming towards him in an instant. A middle-aged man was the leader among the 3. 2 middle-aged men followed behind him and were clearly his underlings. It was the leading middle-aged man who had been laughing maniacally earlier. Damn it, we've been targeted. Yang He had a slight change of expression, but he regained his composure very soon. He glanced between the middle-aged man who arrived before him and Duan Ling Tian prior to greeting him rather respectfully, Senior Brother Sengji. Duan Ling Tian, this is Senior Brother Sengji. Senior Brother Sengji ranks number 85 among our outer court disciples, Yang He introduced to Duan Ling Tian after greeting the middle-aged man. After the introduction, he secretly said to Duan Ling Tian through true energy voice. Transmission, Duan Ling Tian, Sengji's an outer court disciple who is staying in the compound. His cultivation base is close to the peak level of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He became the sect's outer court disciple 20 years ago, so he's considered an old-timer in the sect's outer court. He's always blackmailing outer court disciples below the perfection mortal shedding stage for saint stones. He'll definitely ask for saint stones from you later. Pretend to be poor and just give him some to get rid of him. He'll come for you again in the future if you give him too much. There was fear in Yang He's voice. He was apparently afraid of Sengji. Duan Ling Tian took a glance at Sengji and greeted him coldly, Senior Brother Sengji. Sengji took a hard look at Duan Ling Tian for a while and said maliciously, "Is your name Duan Ling Tian? What an obnoxious name. Judging by your name, I'm sure you come from a rich family. You should have many saint stones with you. You're new to the sect, so you must know what to do to respect senior brothers like us. Understand?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked to learn that someone could actually sugarcoat blackmail in such a way. Understand what? Duan Ling Tian asked coldly as if he really did not understand. Duan Ling Tian, Yang He did not expect him to not only ignore what he said but to also play dumb now. He could not help but stare incredulously at the moment while there was a concern in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian might have impressive talent, but he was only on the mastery mortal shedding stage after all. Even though he had defeated an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage, it was impossible for him to fight an outer court disciple who was close to the peak level of the paramount mortal shedding stage like Sengji. To him, Duan Ling Tian would lose big time. Playing dumb, as expected, Sengji's face turned completely solemn hearing Duan Ling Tian. He said in his deep voice, "Brat, I've met many rude hotheads like you throughout the 20 years that I'm here. Do you know what happened to them? Let me tell you. Those who got at least severe were bedridden for exactly a month." There was a dangerous glare shooting out of Sengji's eyes as he spoke while a terrifying aura rose from his body. It swept out and pressed on Duan Ling Tian like a tornado. However, Duan Ling Tian remained still. "Why are you telling me all these? Are you trying to tell me that you haven't become an inner court disciple despite being in the sect for 20 years? Duan Ling Tian asked while grinning with his eyes narrowed. Duan Ling Tian's retort was like a striking lightning bolt, shocking Yang He and the 2 outer court disciples behind Sengji. Even Sengji was dumbstruck now. He had yet to break through to the saint rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple after being in the sect for 20 years. Undoubtedly, it was the biggest pain in Sengji's heart and was the biggest scar that he bore. Never had he thought that someone would dare to reveal his scar that very day. Apart from that, the person who revealed his scar was a hothead who had just gotten into the sect. "Brat, Sengji, swear that I'm not human if I don't make you bedridden for 3 months." Sengji responded with a solemn face before Yang He and the 2 outer court disciples managed to react. He was almost screaming as he spoke. His rumbling voice echoed above the training field like an explosion, causing the bunch of outer court disciples on the training field to stop what they were doing and look over. "It's Senior Brother Sengji. Tisk tisk." Hearing Senior Brother Sengji's tone, someone must have triggered him. In the outer court, nobody dares to trigger Senior Brother Seng apart from the senior brothers and senior sisters who he shouldn't offend. This fella who has triggered him must have just entered the sect today. Haha, seems like this hothead's in bad luck. Let's go, let's see what's happening. The Moon Illumination sect outer disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian one after another. "Did I say anything wrong?" Duan Ling Tian said while smirking facing the enraged Sengji. He did not seem to notice that Sengji was losing his mind. "The both of you, watch Yang He." If Yonghe dares to help, I'll make him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. I'll teach this brat a lesson. Shangji instructed the 2 outer court disciples behind him. He then glared at Duan Ling Tian ferociously, the raging fire in his body seeming like it would explode anytime. Senior brother sang, Duan Ling Tian didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him. Yonghe had a drastic change of expression. It was he who had brought Duan Ling Tian in. If something happened to Duan Ling Tian, although he would not be punished, he would not be able to forgive himself. Yonghe, are you still thinking of others when you can hardly protect yourself now? That's right, don't blame me for the things that I'm going to do to you if you dare to move. The 2 outer court disciples behind Shangji stepped forward and blocked Yonghe's left and right as they warned while grinning. Yonghe's face turned gravely solemn. Duan Ling Tian, things would have been great if you hadn't rejected Elder Dong Chong earlier and become his direct disciple. At least, Shangji won't dare to do anything to you under my watch if you became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple. Yonghe's heart was filled with bitterness. There was nothing that he could do to help Duan Ling Tian's current situation. The only thing he could do was hope that Shangji would show mercy. However, he knew that was impossible. What Duan Ling Tian said earlier was a taboo to Shangji, infuriating him completely. It was his first time seeing Shangji this furious ever since he got into the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. At that moment, the bunch of outer court disciples on the training field inched closer. They were watching Duan Ling Tian and Shangji, who were looking at each other as if they were waiting for a good show to start. Tisk tisk, this kid's so daring. He offended senior brother Shangji right after he got into the sect. Out of close to 1,000 outer court disciples, senior brother Shangji ranks number 85. This kid who just got in is asking for death when he offended senior brother Shangji. He'll know that his blood is red in color very soon. Eyes filled with mockery landed on Duan Ling Tian one after another. It was clear that the bunch of outer court disciples who were watching did not think that he could escape Shangji. It seems like you've earned yourself some prestige staying in the outer court for 20 years. At least, all of them think you're going to crush me. Duan Ling Tian smiled calmly and said while looking at Shangji. You're asking for death. Shangji growled furiously, realizing that his foe had the guts to bring that up again. He dashed at Duan Ling Tian as if his body turned into a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1431 Can't fight back at all. Duan Ling Tian stood, unmoving, at his spot as he faced Shangji, who was charging at him at lightning speed. Is he shocked? The group of outer court disciples who were watching thought Duan Ling Tian was shocked from being scared and forgot to dodge when they saw he remained motionless even though Shangji was fast approaching him. People close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage are really strong. At the very least, he's more powerful than Xiao Zhui from Luozhong City and Su Qi, whom I met half a year ago. Nobody would have thought Duan Ling Tian was thinking about other matters when faced with Shangji's lightning-fast attack. Shangji punched out as soon as he arrived before Duan Ling Tian, aiming at his stomach. It was like a rocket, the wind howled in its wake. There was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that prohibited killing and crippling one another. Due to this reason, Shangji did not aim his punch at any of Duan Ling Tian's vulnerable body parts. His objective was to make Duan Ling Tian bedridden for 3 months. It was undoubtedly a skill, being able to cause someone to be bedridden for 3 months without crippling them. Shangji's punch that was laced with true energy was like a collapsing mountain. His eyes turned red as he punched toward Duan Ling Tian's stomach. In his opinion, his punch was sufficient enough to get rid of the hothead who had just entered his sect. This is just the beginning, Shangji thought to himself resentfully. His fury peaked at this moment, and he vented it out on Duan Ling Tian. Just in time, Duan Ling Tian did not dodge the incoming attack from Shangji simply because he did not want to dodge at all. Although Shangji was powerful, Duan Ling Tian might be able to fight him if he unleashed his full strength when they fight. However, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Shangji even if he unleashed his full strength. If he did not use the strange pupil, at most he would be evenly matched with Shangji. However, he had another idea. He planned to activate strange pupil without any reservation. He wanted to use its unpredictable spatial manipulation ability to defeat Shangji to scare the other outer court disciples. When Shangji punched out, Duan Ling Tian flooded his left eye with the spiritual energy he had prepared to activate the strange pupil. All of a sudden, a tiny black whirlpool appeared in Duan Ling Tian's left eye. The black whirlpool spun rapidly like a bottomless pit. If anyone were to look at the strange phenomenon in Duan Ling Tian's left eye, they would definitely lose themselves in the black whirlpool. It was not just their attention, even their consciousness might be taken away. Shangji's punch became extremely slow in Duan Ling Tian's left eye when he activated the strange pupil with his full force. It seemed as though his punch had frozen. With just a thought, Shangji's punch disappeared from its spot and shifted next to Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian deactivated the strange pupil. Shangji's fist appeared next to Duan Ling Tian's robe as a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. His fist did not touch Duan Ling Tian at all. How's that possible? Shangji's expression changed drastically when he witnessed the strange incident. There were hints of shock and disbelief in his eyes. When he was still in shock over what happened, Duan Ling Tian attacked like a bolt of lightning. He mimicked Shangji and aimed a punch at his stomach. The punch landed on his stomach as the wind howled. An eye for an eye. As Shangji's body fell forward from his missed punch, it looked like he was falling on Duan Ling Tian's punch. Shangji groaned in his deep voice as a loud thud sounded in the air. His body shuddered and he was subsequently thrown back. It seemed as though he had no control of his body at all. Duan Ling Tian did not stop just yet. When Shangji was sent flying, he chased after him with his rapid speed. When Shangji fell to the ground after he was sent flying more than tens of meters away, Duan Ling Tian kicked the middle of his back, and he was sent flying into the air again. Shangji, who was trying to hold back from throwing up blood from the first punch earlier, could not endure anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. That was not all. His organs trembled, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. All this happened while he was sent flying into the air like a rocket. Another loud noise reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian stomped both his feet, causing a crack that was similar to a spider web to appear on the ground. Subsequently, he shot up into the air and chased after Shangji. Shangji's expression changed dramatically when he heard the sound of wind whistling coming from below. At this moment, he discovered he was in a precarious situation. Without further hesitation, he consumed a healing medicinal pill immediately. He moved both of his legs and arms in the air and managed to turn around after he recovered a little. I'm going to kill you. Shangji did not have the time to figure out why his punch shifted earlier. At this very moment, his attention was fully focused on Duan Ling Tian, who was rushing at him after he had used his stomp as leverage to shoot up into the sky. His legs spun like a windmill as he shot down from the impact. At this moment, a 7-foot spear appeared in Shangji's hand. A ferocious ray flashed at the tip of the spear. When he shook it, it seemed as though it was capable of tearing the sky apart. It swept toward Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to crush him. The spear in Shangji's hand was, naturally, not an ordinary weapon. It was a human-rank prominent saint weapon. Although Shangji suffered serious injury and the energy he used was not at its peak, the spear still seemed powerful and unstoppable. Shangji could almost see the scene of the purple-clad young man being defeated. However, he was shocked to discover the strange incident from earlier had happened again. The spear that was supposed to land on Duan Ling Tian's body strangely appeared next to him again. The powerful attack missed Duan Ling Tian once again and appeared behind his robe. He became vulnerable before Duan Ling Tian again. The first time it happened might have been an accident. However, could it still be considered as an accident if it happened twice? Who are you exactly? Shangji was terrified as he looked at the purple-clad young man who was approaching him. Fear rose from the depth of his heart. He could not figure out how the same strange thing could happen twice, and he could not help but feel terrified. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a ghost to him. Duan Ling Tian punched out again, causing him to shoot up into the sky. Although there was flight prohibiting formation above the Moon Illumination Sects estate, Duan Ling Tian managed to shoot himself up into the sky and catch up to Shangji by using his strength as leverage. I surrender. What are you trying to do? Shangji spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he had lost all will to fight from his injuries. His face changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian was still coming at him. He no longer dared to attack Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Who was he kidding? His attacks could not land on Duan Ling Tian at all. Although my spiritual energy is much more powerful since I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, it's still difficult to activate strange pupil. I can activate it twice consecutively at the most. Duan Ling Tian felt dizzy as he chased after Shangji. It was a sign that his spiritual energy was almost depleted. He was certain if Shangji were to attack at this moment, he would not be able to endure it. Apart from feeling dizzy, he felt as though his limbs had lost all strength. At this moment, he had lost his ability to attack Shangji again. The only thing he could do was to step on Shangji's body as he fell from the sky. Ji was relieved when he saw Duan Lingtian no longer had any intention of attacking him. However, his expression changed completely when he realized Duan Lingtian had no intention of lessening the impact of their fall. As the sound of wind whistling blew past his ears, they were fast approaching the ground. Although he was severely injured, he did not hesitate and punched the ground. 2 rumbling airwaves were smashed onto the ground, and the impact decelerated his falling speed. At this very second, Ji was totally exhausted. He let his body slam on the ground as dirt flew everywhere. He was relieved despite the pain he felt all over his body. He was thankful for the 2 punches he threw earlier. Otherwise, he would be the first outer court disciple to die from falling in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian landed next to Ji. He looked at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Ji was truly scared. After mustering up the last of his strength, he said, I surrender. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples finally regained their senses. They were shocked since they had seen everything that had happened earlier. Ji had been in the sect for 20 years, and his cultivation base was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he had surrendered to an outer court disciple who had just recently entered the sect. They would not have believed it if they did not witness this with their own eyes. Are my eyes deceiving me? Am I dreaming? Isn't this a little ridiculous? Many outer court disciples rubbed their eyes while some pinched their thighs. They realized they were not dreaming when they felt the pain. What? Yang He was dumbstruck. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was powerful, he did not know he was this powerful. A person with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage defeated Ji. Although he found it hard to believe, the truth had already been laid out before his eyes. Ji had surrendered to Duan Lingtian. It was a cold, hard truth he had to accept even if he found it hard to believe. I want your independent courtyard. Do you have any objection? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice. He stood above Ji as he looked at him. He was holding himself up from sheer will and determination. He would have fallen like Ji if it was not because of his determination, since he had exhausted his spiritual energy. No objection. Ji tried his best to shake his head, but he realized he could not move at all. He could only reply with a bitter expression on his face. Senior brother Yang He, please bring me to the independent courtyard that he used to reside in. Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 2 outer court disciples who were initially standing behind Ji. They were so scared that their expressions changed drastically as they staggered a few steps back. Duan Lingtian then looked at Yang He. Sure. Yang He finally regained his senses when Duan Lingtian called out to him. He then brought Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard. Chapter 1432 Devil Dragon's Blood Essence, Another Transformation. Duan Lingtian discovered that Yang He's attitude toward him had changed completely after he had defeated Ji. He had become more humble. Although it was not to the point where he was groveling, he was not as casual as before. In that regard, Duan Lingtian merely shook his head. He was not surprised. In the Tao martial Saint land, the strong ones were revered. He had shown sufficient strength to crush Ji. It was enough to unsettle the outer court of Moon Illumination sect and make the outer court disciples wary of him. That was, originally, his objective. Otherwise, he would not have risked exhausting his spiritual energy to activate the strange pupil twice. He did that as a show of power. Put aside the fact that he was new and looked down upon by the others, he had to do that. Considering the animosity between his teacher, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, and the inner court elder, Lu Huan, if he did not establish his strength earlier, would there not be outer disciples who would provoke him in order to curry favor with Lu Huan? Although this would not settle the matter completely, it was still much better than leaving it as it is. At least, there would not be more than 100 outer court disciples who would dare to find fault with him in the outer court after today. This was his objective after all. Duan, senior brother, I'll take my leave first. After sending Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard where Ji used to reside, Yang He addressed Duan Lingtian accordingly. He no longer addressed him as junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than him, people rarely judge someone based on age or experience in the Tao martial Saint land. People mostly judged someone based on strength. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. It was only natural that he addressed him as senior brother. Thanks. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else to Yang He as he turned around and walked into the independent courtyard. He knew very well in his heart that it was no longer possible for Yang He to be as casual as he was after that battle, so he did not think it was necessary to waste any more words. They had met by chance. If Xianxia did not alienate him because of the strength he had shown, he would not have treated Xianxia condescendingly just because he was stronger. Duan Tian was not someone who would oppress others just because he was stronger than them. If he was that kind of person, he would not have addressed Xianxia as senior brother in the beginning, since he already knew he was stronger than him. Xianxia was merely an outer court disciple who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even without utilizing the strange pupil, he was certain he could defeat Xianxia. After walking into the independent courtyard, Duan Tian saw a stone table, stone chair, and an exquisite house. He saw the simple decorations inside when he pushed the door open to enter the house. Apart from a bed, there were only a few adornments. The room seemed less monotonous because of the adornments. After closing the door and confirming the windows were tightly shut, Duan Tian retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and turned it into a speck of dust. Soon after, Duan Tian disappeared from the room with just a thought. Naturally, he did not really disappear. He had entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo. The first thing Duan Tian did after entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not to cultivate on the 2nd level but to find Elder Huo. At this moment, Duan Tian's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Elder Huo. I've refined the little devil dragon's blood and produced 5 drops of blood essence. The drops of blood essence are in here, Elder Huo said as he threw a small bottle over to him as though he was disposing trash. Duan Tian was afraid the small bottle might fall and break as he watched it fly toward him, and he hurriedly caught it. You'll only need 1 drop. You can give the other 4 drops to others, Elder Huo said. Duan Tian took a deep breath and nodded slowly. He would use 1 drop. 2 of the 4 remaining drops would be given to his 2 fiancées. The last 2 drops would be given to either Little Black, Little White or Little Gold. He did not count his 2 unborn children. It was not that he had forgotten about them, but he felt it would be better if the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was used on the saber's blade, whether it was his 2 fiancées or the 3 little fellows. They were close to entering the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was only beneficial for condensing the variant beast phenomenon. Only God knew when his 2 unborn children would break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he believed that by the time his children broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would certainly be capable of acquiring blood essence from the other 5-clawed divine dragons. I suggest you give the 2 drops of the little devil dragon's blood essence to the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy, Elder Huo said. Little White, Little Black. Duan Tian naturally knew who the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy Elder Huo had mentioned. They were originally worm python. If they use the little devil dragon's blood essence, it'll transform their bloodline, Elder Huo added. Duan Tian was naturally convinced by Elder Huo's words. It seems like Little Gold has no fate with this 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Duan Tian even wondered if he should avoid Little Gold when he gives the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence to Little White and Little Black. After informing Elder Huo, Duan Tian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He retrieved 1 drop of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence from the small bottle after he sat down cross-legged. No wonder it's the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. The aura is so dense. Duan Tian was shocked when he looked at the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence in his hands. After it had left the bottle, he could clearly feel the 1 drop of 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence emitting a majestic blood chi. If I'm an ordinary person, this blood chi would have killed me. Duan Tian thought to himself. As for the method to fuse the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it was not too difficult. He would separate it with his true energy and lead it around his body and circulate it along his saint veins. In Duan Tian's body, the 9 dragons were transporting the true energy and devil dragon's blood essence and circulating one great chi circulatory cycle after another. It was not very different from his usual cultivation. After circulating about 30 great chi cycle, Duan Tian could feel the blood essence had already passed through all 52 saint veins in his body and fused with his body. He clearly felt that his entire body had undergone changes due to the fused blood essence. Whether it was his flesh, blood, bones, veins or skin, they seemed to have undergone a tremendous change and become more powerful than before. Is this an illusion? Duan Tian gasped inwardly. As far as he knew, when ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage fused with a Saint Beast's blood essence, their body would not change. they could only form a corresponding variant beast phenomenon once they reached the perfection saint rudiment stage. Other than that, there were no other uses for a saint beast's blood essence. However, when he fused with the blood essence of the five-clawed devil dragon, he discovered that his body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change again. He had a similar experience once when the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda used its remaining power to transform his body previously. Naturally, the changes this time were not as dramatic as the previous time. I really don't know if it's just my imagination or did my body really get stronger. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian began to experiment. Duan Ling Tian did not utilize any true energy as he began to punch, kick, and rapidly move in the air with just his brute strength. The sound of air explosion sounded in the wake of his punches and kicks. I really became stronger. After experimenting for a while, Duan Ling Tian stopped and looked down at his opened hands. His expression was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his body after his experiment. Although the transformation this time was not as drastic as the previous time, the improvement was still quite extreme. With my transformed body, I'm confident I can defeat Zheng Ji without utilizing the strange pupil if I meet him again. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Previously, if he did not utilize the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil, he would be evenly matched with Zheng Ji at the most. He knew his ability very well. Now, even without the unpredictable abilities of the strange pupil, I can fight with a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In fact, ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage might not even be a match for me. After his body had fused with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence and undergone another transformation, Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. He felt indomitable and invincible. There are more benefits from the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Wait until I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be able to condense the divine dragon phenomenon with this drop of five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence that I've fused into my body today. Moreover, it is a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian became even more excited when he thought about this. At this moment, it was as though he could already see himself fighting alongside a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon after he had broken through to the saint rudiment stage. His strength was already invincible among those with the same cultivation base. In addition to the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, there was no doubt he was like a tiger that had been given wings. I'm confident that the day I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage will be the day I become invincible in regards to those below the saint stage. Duan Ling Tian finally managed to suppress the excitement in his heart after half a day. It's important that I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage as soon as I can. Once I make another breakthrough, not to mention all those below the saint rudiment stage, even those at the early saint rudiment stage might not be my match. When he thought of that, Duan Ling Tian immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate diligently with a saint stone in his hands. In the early and intermediate saint rudiment stage, there were no special moves apart from the transformation in the Qi and changes in one's true energy. The special moves could only be mastered and used once one had broken through to the mastery saint rudiment stage. One would be able to use the true energy consolidated weapon at the mastery saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1433a Rong Yonghe. True energy consolidated weapon would condense true energy into a relic that could aid one in defeating one's opponent without affecting one's attack. This was a powerful move that those that are above the mastery saint rudiment stage possessed. It was also the reason the gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was so wide. If those at the mastery saint rudiment stage did not use the true energy consolidated weapon, those at the intermediate saint rudiment stage might be able to endure for a while even if they could not defeat those at mastery saint rudiment stage. Once they used the true energy consolidated weapon, they would be able to defeat someone at the intermediate saint rudiment stage in just a blink of an eye. It was similar to when Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, battled the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Wei, at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Initially, Fang Wei could endure Zhou Qi's numerous attacks. However, Fang Wei was instantly defeated when Zhou Qi condensed his true energy into a relic, a huge hammer, that fell on Fang Wei. The gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was obvious. Although the two cultivation bases were only separated by one level, the gap was insurmountable once the former fully utilized their strength. Duan Ling Tian was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and had secluded himself from the outside world. Therefore, he did not know a huge commotion had broken out outside because he had defeated Xianxia. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect had defeated Xianxia, whose strength was ranked number 85 in the outer court on his first day before he even found a place to stay. In the Moon Illumination sect, it seems that we've never had anyone who managed to defeat someone ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they've just entered the sect. Our Moon Illumination sect has always only recruited young prodigies below the age of 40. These young prodigies may be very talented, but it's still outrageous for them to defeat someone ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they've just entered the sect. Those who rank in the top 100 in the outer court, which one of them isn't near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? These people can thoroughly crush ordinary martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. It seems that Duan Ling Tian will go down in history as someone who managed to defeat someone who ranks in the top 100 in the outer despite the fact that he had just entered the sect. If I didn't personally witness it, I would have a hard time believing such a freak exists. A freak like this will be considered as a rare martial Dao prodigy even in the entire Dao martial saint land, right? In the outer court, a group of senior outer court disciples was discussing among themselves. They had a shocked expression on their faces as they discussed how Duan Ling Tian thoroughly defeated Xianxia. Although many outer court disciples saw the scene when Zhengji launched his first attack and how his fist had strangely missed Duan Ling Tian, most of them thought they had seen wrongly. As for the second time when Xianxia attacked with the Saint Weapon Spear, they did not see it when it shifted because they were too far apart. If they had seen it, it would have been the focus of their conversation now. Yang He, you're the one that brought Duan Ling Tian in. Do you know his background? Soon after, many people went to Yang He. They were all curious about Duan Ling Tian's background. They were curious about what kind of magnificent place was capable of raising such a freak. I don't know. Yang He shook his head. He had gone up to the back of the stone platform to receive Duan Ling Tian, so he did not hear the whispers among the group of people in front of the stone platform. He was not aware that Duan Ling Tian came from Mount Hill City. I didn't expect the recently recruited outer court disciples to have such a high quality. That Duan Ling Tian seems to be the 13th one to be at the paramount mortal shedding stage, one of the outer court disciples exclaimed. A decade ago, when I passed the entrance exam to join the sect, there were only 9 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple could not help but sigh. That's still much better than the time I joined. At that time, there were only 5 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage, another outer court disciple said. The few outer court disciples surrounding Yang He discussed among themselves. They were shaking their heads repeatedly that it seemed as though their heads were about to fall off. He's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Yang He said with a frown. Yang He's words were like a drop of rain in a drought. It instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding outer court disciples. All of them fell silent immediately. Yang He, who's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You don't mean Duan Ling Tian, do you? What a joke. Duan Ling Tian defeated Xianxia. Even the 12 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage who had joined before him had to obediently hand over their saint stones to Xianxia when he extorted it from them. You're telling me that Duan Ling Tian isn't at the paramount mortal shedding stage? Yang He, do you think we're so foolish? The outer court disciples surrounding Yang He became noisy again. He's really not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yang He smiled bitterly. He was not surprised that the people in front of him did not believe him. If he was in their shoes, he also would not have believed the person who had defeated Xianxia was not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. A few outer court disciples could not help but frown when they saw the bitter smile on Yang He's face. Judging by Yang He's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Unless he's at the Saint Rudiment stage? One of the outer court disciples asked with a gasp. Saint Rudiment stage? The other outer court disciples were shocked as well. They gulped in unison and stared at Yang He intently. Yang He, is he really at the Saint Rudiment stage? If he's at the Saint Rudiment stage, then everything makes sense. A Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, even if he's merely at the early Saint Rudiment stage, not to mention Zhengji, even the number 1 among the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples isn't necessarily his match. That's right. Shortly after, a consensus was reached among the several outer court disciples. He's not a martial cultivator at the Saint Rudiment stage. Yang He shook his head. He's just like us. He's a martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage. A martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage? You mean he's just a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? One outer court disciple said with a frown. Hey, Yang He said the new outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, who had thoroughly defeated Seng Ji, is just at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Can you believe it? Another outer court disciple shouted toward a group of outer court disciples in the distance. It was as though he could not wait to watch as the world fell into chaos. Duan Ling Tian is at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Instantly, the group of outer court disciples in the distance sneered. What a joke! Someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage can defeat senior brother Seng Ji, who's ranked number 85 in the outer court. Haha. Yang He, are you daydreaming? Perhaps even Yang He didn't expect the new disciple he guided into the sect is actually even stronger than senior brother Seng Ji. Yang He, are you feeling inferior because you've seen his strength? Is that why you're making up a story so that you can be superior to him in regard to cultivation base? More and more outer court disciples gathered around, and they sneered at Yang He. Yang He's face turned red because of this. He could not endure it anymore, and he finally blew up. I didn't say he's at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Let me tell you this, he's at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Mastery mortal shedding stage. It had to be said that Yang He's words seemed to carry some weight. After he finished speaking, the dozen or so outer disciples surrounding him fell silent. Yang He could not help but feel pleased when he saw how shocked everyone was. They were scared now. Crazy. This Yang He is crazy. If he isn't crazy, then he must be dreaming. He was just sleep talking earlier. Someone at the mastery mortal shedding stage defeating someone at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he thoroughly defeated him as well. This is definitely the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Yang He, you should take your medicine. The dozen or so outer court disciples were momentarily stunned before they regained their senses and began to mock Yang He even more than before. They did not even believe him when he said Duan Ling Tian was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. How could they believe him when he said Duan Ling Tian was actually at the mastery mortal shedding stage? All of you are the crazy ones. All of you are the ones talking in your sleep. All of you are the ones who should take your medicine. Yang He glared at them as he shouted, it's okay if you don't believe me, I don't care anyway. Anyway, you'll know if I'm telling the truth when the others who passed the entrance exam enter the sect. After shouting, Yang He, who felt he had been wronged, walked away from the crowd and returned to his stone house. There were only a dozen or so outer court disciples left behind, staring at each other. It seems like we've driven Yang He crazy. Humph, he has good acting skills. In the beginning, I'd believed him. After all, it's not impossible for someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage. It's not that unbelievable. Yes, I believed him a little in the beginning. Then, he actually said that Duan Ling Tian's not at the perfection mortal shedding stage but at the mastery mortal shedding stage. He really thinks we're dumb. To defeat someone at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. That's just nonsense. The group of outer court disciples continued to complain and curse. They did not believe Yang He's words at all. Suddenly, an observant outer court disciple looked into the distance and yelled, "Eh!" Someone came in. It's Peng Jia. I remember that Peng Jia also followed the outer court's deacon to the entrance exam. The new face beside him is also one of those who passed the entrance exam. That new face, have you seen him before? I haven't as well. It seems like he's indeed one of the new disciples who has just passed the entrance exam. Let's go, let's ask them. Yes, we'll find out for sure before we confront Yang He. Who asks him to trick us? Moreover, he even got angry at us when he failed to trick us. What a good actor. More than a dozen outer court disciples kept talking as they made their way toward the two people walking in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. Chapter 1434 Death Duel Invitation. The newcomer looked around in amazement. It was obvious it was his first time here at the outer court of Moon Illumination sect. The group of outer court disciples swarmed out and asked in unison, "Hey! Peng Jia, is the one next to you one of the outer court disciples who just passed the entrance exam and joined the sect?" All of you are. The outer court disciple called Peng Jia was in a daze when he saw more than a dozen people crowding him that he did not answer their question. It was only natural that he was stunned by the scene before him. Even the young man next to him had stopped moving. Greetings to all senior brothers. I'm Luo Kong. I just passed the entrance exam and joined the sect. Any advice given would be greatly appreciated, the young man answered politely after he took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face when he heard their question. Haha. Indeed, he's one of them. Instantly, many people smiled. One outer court disciple took the lead and asked, Luo Kong, let me ask you this. Do you know Duan Ling Tian who passed the entrance exam and joined the sect before you? The other outer court disciple stared at Luo Kong intently, waiting for his answer. I know senior brother Duan, but he might not know me, Luo Kong said with a bitter smile on his face. Luo Kong could not help but feel respect for the purple-clad young man when he thought about him. He was the young prodigy before him who defeated someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage even though his cultivation base was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated the perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator quickly and in an outrageous manner. Although Luo Kong had also defeated a prodigy at the perfection mortal shedding stage with his mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base, his opponent had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage last month. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort just to defeat his opponent. The entire process took almost an hour. The eyes of the group of Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples lit up when they heard Luo Kong knew Duan Ling Tian. A few of them were impatient and asked urgently, so you know Duan Ling Tian? Do you know his cultivation base? Yes. Although Luo Kong did not know why these outer court disciples were interested in this matter, he still nodded. It was not a secret anyway. Almost everyone at the entrance exam knew about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. What's his cultivation base? The group of outer court disciples stared at Luo Kong expectantly. It made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Luo Kong felt as though he would be committing a crime if he did not tell what he knew. Mastery mortal shedding stage, Luo Kong said honestly under the weight of more than a dozen eyes. When Luo Kong finished his sentence, the dozen or so outer court disciples instantly froze. It seemed as though they had all turned into statues as they stood there, motionless. Luo Kong was shocked by the scene before him. Did his sentence hold such great power? What are all of you doing? Peng Jia, who was standing at the side, asked with a frown. He began to curse them in his heart, these fellows. They're making such a big fuss in front of the new outer court disciple, aren't they embarrassed? Naturally, he only dared to curse them inwardly. Half of the dozen or so outer court disciples in front of him were stronger than him. They were not people he could afford to offend. The first outer court disciple regained his senses. He stared at Luo Kong with eyes as sharp as a goshawk as he asked in a shaky voice, Are you sure he's at the mastery mortal shedding stage? I'm sure. Luo Kong nodded. He had a feeling the strange behavior of the group of outer court disciples in front of him was related to senior brother Duan. Senior brother Duan is the first one before me to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage young prodigy with a mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base and join the sect. I know about that. Duan Ling Tian is indeed powerful. He appeared behind that perfection mortal shedding stage young prodigy and defeated him before he even managed to react, Peng Jia could not help but exclaim. At that time, he had seen everything clearly even though he was quite far away. He's really at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Yang he wasn't lying. Oh, God, what kind of freak is Duan Ling Tian? After getting the confirmation from both Luo Kong and Peng Jia, the group of outer court disciples no longer had any doubts. They were finally certain Duan Ling Tian was indeed a mere martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. For a time, they stared at each other with hints of shock and disbelief in their eyes. What happened? Peng Jia asked. He felt that something was not right. Luo Kong was also puzzled. Shortly after, Peng Jia and Luo Kong finally learned about what had transpired when one of the outer court disciples recounted what happened. Duan Ling Tian had defeated an outer court disciple as soon as he entered the outer court. That outer court disciple's name was Seng Ji. Initially, Luo Kong did not think anything was amiss. After all, it took Duan Ling Tian just an instant to defeat a young prodigy at the perfection mortal shedding stage. He would not be surprised even if Duan Ling Tian could defeat an outer disciple at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Luo Kong had only reacted like that because he did not know Seng Ji. Luo Kong did not know Seng Ji, but Peng Jia knew him. It took him a while before he regained his senses. He shouted as soon as he came to his senses, what? He defeated Seng Ji. Not only did he defeat Seng Ji, but he also thoroughly crushed him. From the beginning to the end, Seng Ji couldn't strike back at all, one of the outer court disciples added. What? Peng Jia was shocked again. Luo Kong also felt a little shocked. After today's entrance exam, he had gained a certain understanding of the general strength of Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples. Apart from those who joined today, the most recent Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples had joined the sect 5 years ago. 5 years ago, those people were either at the mastery mortal shedding stage or the perfection mortal shedding stage. Some of them were at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Naturally, a large number of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Therefore, the weakest among the senior outer court disciples would be at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Most of them were at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. If that Xianxia is at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage, then senior brother Duan is too powerful. Thoroughly crushed him, Luo Kong gasped inwardly. No, maybe that Xianxia is ranked at the end among the senior outer court disciples. Perhaps he's just an ordinary cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Luo Kong comforted himself. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Ling Tian thoroughly crushed Xianxia, and he couldn't even strike back. Peng Jia asked hesitantly as he looked at that outer court disciple who told them about this. I'm certain. That outer court disciple nodded. All of us personally witnessed it. Besides, Duan Ling Tian is currently residing in Xianxia's independent courtyard. He's the first outer disciple in Moon Illumination sect's history to reside in an independent courtyard so soon after joining the sect. Independent courtyard. Luo Kong could not but help but gasp while Peng Jia's eyes widened as he trembled in shock. During the journey to the outer court, Luo Kong had learned about the living environment of the outer court from Peng Jia. He knew there were only 100 of the best independent courtyards. Those people residing in the independent courtyards were the top 100 strongest people in the outer court. It should be noted that the Moon Illumination sect had nearly 1,000 outer court disciples. According to Peng Jia, the weakest among the 100 outer court disciples living in the independent courtyards was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. They were the backbone of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. Duan, senior brother Duan defeated someone who resided in an independent courtyard, and he thoroughly crushed him. Luo Kang's eyes widened as he shuddered. His legs gave way, and he almost fell to the ground. While the horror on the faces of the dozen or so outer court disciples faded, the entire outer court, apart from those in closed-door cultivation, found out about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. A commotion broke out in the outer court again. Hey, did you hear? That Duan Ling Tian who thoroughly crushed and defeated Xianxia is merely a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Monstrous. That Duan Ling Tian is simply monstrous. It's already extremely shocking to be able to defeat an opponent who's a higher level, but he defeated an opponent who's 2 levels higher than him. That's terrifying. The outer court that was original like a pool of stagnant water had turned lively. Apart from those outer court disciples in closed-door cultivation, every outer court disciple knew a monstrous person who could defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him had joined the sect. However, no matter how lively it was outside, Duan Ling Tian remained unaware. The Moon Illumination sect had very strict rules that were different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. In the Moon Illumination sect, no one was allowed to disturb those who were in closed-door cultivation unless they had enmity between them. Naturally, Moon Illumination sect also had rules to prevent people from avoiding difficulties and setbacks. While it was prohibited to disturb those who were in closed-door cultivation, it was possible to challenge someone to a duel outside of the place where they cultivated. One would have to apply for a duel invitation at the outer court elder's office. An outer court elder would have to give their thumbprint if the application was successful. Naturally, if they could not find an outer court elder, they could go to the 2 outer court deacons and ask them for their thumbprints on the duel invitation in order to make it effective. There were 2 types of duel invitation. The first type was an ordinary duel where no killing or crippling were allowed. The second type was a death duel. If it was a death duel, they would need the thumbprints of 2 outer court elders on the death duel invitation. Generally, no one would casually send out a death duel invitation unless there was great enmity involved. Moreover, even if one sent the death duel invitation, the other party had to agree to it. Chapter 1435 Zhou Qi's shock. The death duel invitation had to have the thumbprints of both parties in addition to the thumbprints of 2 outer court elders. If the other party accepted the invitation, then it would be a fight to the death. They could reject it, but it would be perfectly justifiable for the party who sent the death duel invitation to battle them and teach them a lesson. As long as the latter did not kill or cripple them, they could do anything they want. This was the death duel invitation. As for the general duel invitation, once it was sent out, the other party must accept it as soon as they see it when they come out of closed-door cultivation. If one were to refuse, it would be perfectly justifiable for the person who sent the duel invitation to break in and fight even if one was still in closed-door cultivation. The duel invitation was one of the specialties in the Moon Illumination sect. the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam ended close to evening. In addition to the 12 young prodigies at the paramount mortal shedding stage who had passed the entrance exam earlier, there were 3 people at the mastery mortal shedding stage who managed to pass the exam as well. Among the hundreds of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage, apart from 3 people who were eliminated, the remaining entered the outer court of Moon Illumination sect as well. When the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the 2 outer court deacons returned to the outer court with hundreds of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage, they also learned about the incident that caused an uproar in the outer court. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple at the mastery mortal shedding stage who had recently joined the sect, had thoroughly crushed and defeated Sangji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Moreover, he had taken over Sangji's independent courtyard. He's just at the mastery mortal shedding stage. How can he defeat someone nearing the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? Impossible. Even if it's true, he must have planned it with Sangji beforehand. They definitely know each other and decided to put on a show. The group of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage who just joined the Moon Illumination sect was rattled. Most of them did not believe Duan Ling Tian really defeated Sangji. In the crowd, Ling Yun and Shanghu looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Senior brother Duan, he defeated the person who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Shanghu gasped in surprise. Not only were the new disciples of Moon Illumination sect surprised, but even the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the 2 outer court deacons were shocked as well. At this moment, they also suspected that Sangji knew Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, this matter was unbelievable. If Zhou Qi finds out, perhaps he'll feel that he was senseless to have only brought away Su Qi away, Ling Yun thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. Zhou Qi was a personal disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan. He came to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City 6 months ago, killing 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the estate and severely injuring the city governor of Mount Hill City. He even brought Su Qi, the oldest disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, away. Ling Yun still remembered, in Zhou Qi's eyes, whether it was him, Shanghu, Jin Yuanbao or Duan Ling Tian, none of them was worth mentioning. In Zhou Qi's eyes, Su Qi was the important one. Senior brother Duan's innate talent is not weaker but better than Su Qi. I'm really curious what will Lu Huan and his disciples' expressions will be like when they find out about this, Ling Yun thought to himself. Ling Yun's speculations and thoughts came true that night. Due to the animosity between the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, and the city governor of Mount Hill City, Fang Wei, Fang Hui's every move in the past few years did not escape the surveillance of those on Lu Huan's side. Today, someone from Lu Huan's side had paid attention to the entrance exam of Moon Illumination sect and the new disciples who had joined. Therefore, Lu Huan's favorite disciple, Zhou Qi, received the news at night. In the Moon Illumination sect's inner court area, in the front yard of a spacious residence. You, retreat, Zhou Qi said in frustration. Yes, the person who came to report the matter immediately left the residence. I didn't expect Fang Wei to be so lucky. First, a Su Qi, and now, there's a Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi's face darkened slightly. Even he had to admit that Fang Wei was outrageously lucky. Su Qi, who came from the mortal continent, was very promising. Even Zhou Qi had to admit Su Qi's innate talent was higher than his. Due to this reason, Su Qi had been given special attention by his master. Elder Lu Huan, as soon as he was brought back, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, he had even entered the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Based on his strength, he would be ranked at the top in the outer court. In the past 6 months, Zhou Qi had begun to grow envious of his master's attention toward Su Qi. However, Su Qi's improvement in the past 6 months and his innate talent seemed ordinary compared to Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi's mentality had changed because of Duan Ling Tian. To be able to thoroughly defeat Sangji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court even though his cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. I'm certain Sangji didn't know him prior to this, Zhou Qi murmured. To be able to thoroughly defeat someone who's almost at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even the most monstrous person wouldn't be able to do that. A battle against an opponent who's 2 levels higher is not simple. Naturally, there's also a possibility that Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after his cultivation base was confirmed by the outer court deacon. Although it's still outrageous for him to be able to thoroughly crush Sangji with a cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's not entirely impossible. In Zhou Qi's heart, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. This was because he found it inconceivable for someone at the mastery mortal shedding stage to thoroughly defeat someone near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Someone who was ranked number 85 in the outer court would not be an average person. If he was average, he would have been booted out from the independent courtyard by the others. I have to inform Master about this. However, I should look for junior brother Su first. I've never heard him mention Duan Ling Tian before this. Zhou Qi went to look for Su Qi with that thought in his mind. Half a year ago, after Su Qi was brought to the Moon Illumination sect by Zhou Qi, he had become an inner court disciple under the recommendation of an inner court elder, Lu Huan. The power of recommendation was granted to the senior officials. Inner court elders are those with a higher position in the sect. Although the outer court deacon's position was equal to the inner court deacon, the former could not recommend someone to become an outer disciple, let alone an inner disciple. The young prodigies that the outer court elders discovered had to pass the entrance exam to join the sect. Although there was only a level of difference between the outer court elders, inner court deacons and inner court elders, the gap was considerably wide. In the Moon Illumination sect, only inner court elders or above were considered as senior officials and decision makers. Although the inner court elders enjoyed a lofty status, they had to possess superior strength. They had to be powerhouses at the paramount saint stage in order to become an inner court elder. Only saint stage powerhouses could enter the top management of the Moon Illumination sect and laugh in the wind. After becoming the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciple, Su Qi stayed in Lu Huan's estate. He had an independent courtyard to himself in the estate. During the past 6 months, he had lived in seclusion, and his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds due to the guidance and special attention from Lu Huan. Junior brother, Su Qi, who was practicing his saint-grade martial tactic in the courtyard, suddenly heard a voice outside. He paused and looked around, puzzled. He, naturally, recognized the owner of the voice. However, he was curious as to why the other party would come looking for him. In the past 6 months, the other party did not look for him after he had brought him here. In fact, as time passed, the other party seemed to be alienating him even though he was not sure if it was intentional or not. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason. There was no doubt he was jealous of the attention Master had been paying him. Senior brother, Su Qi did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhou Qi. He immediately opened his gate and welcomed Zhou Qi once he heard his voice. Junior brother, after half a year, have you gotten used to living here? Zhou Qi asked with a smile. However, his smile seemed contrived. Su Qi answered but did not nod. There was a flash in Zhou Qi's eyes as he stared at Su Qi. He bluntly asked, Junior brother, you should know that there's a disciple under the city governor of Mount Hill City called Duan Ling Tian, right? When Su Qi heard this name again, he felt something in his heart. Back then, even his original master, Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, thought he was not as good as Duan Ling Tian. He even advised him to not fight with Duan Ling Tian over the title Great Senior Brother. Due to that reason, he had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a duel. Before the result came out, Zhou Qi had appeared and interrupted them. Although there was no clear result, he had to admit the innate talent and strength of Duan Ling Tian, who came from the mortal continent like him, were better than his. Naturally, he was no longer like his former self from half a year ago. In the past 6 months, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If he met Duan Ling Tian again, he was confident he would definitely win. I know him. Su Qi nodded in response to Zhou Qi's question. He secretly did some calculations earlier. Today seemed to be the day of the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam that was held every 5 years. Duan Ling Tian must have come, representing Mount Hill City. It seems that Duan Ling Tian's performance during the entrance exam is pretty good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have alarmed Zhou Qi. It was not difficult for Su Qi to guess this. Once he entered the sect, he defeated Seng Ji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. He's an outer court disciple near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, Zhou Qi said. What? Su Qi's eyes widened, and his expression turned tense when he heard Zhou Qi's words. Chapter 1436 Crazy Zhou Qi. Although Su Qi had become an inner court disciple once he joined the Moon Illumination sect, he was still privy to the matters concerning the outer court. The top 100 people in the outer court lived in exclusive independent courtyards. The weakest among them was near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Accordingly, almost all of the outer court disciples who ranked in the top 50 in the outer court were at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In fact, the top few people were actually ranked in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list of 100 most outstanding paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouses in all the sects in the 9 sect alliances. The 9 sect alliances was formed by 9 7th-rate sects to jointly resist the invasion of 6th-rate forces. The Moon Illumination sect was one of the 7th-rate sects. Paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouses that were ranked in the Earth ranking were mostly at the peak of the mortal shedding stage. The strength of those who ranked at the end was comparable to ordinary martial or Tao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Those ranked at the top could even defeat ordinary martial or Tao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. It seems that even Su Qi is not aware of Duan Ling Tian, strength. Zhou Qi figured this out as soon as he saw the expression on Su Qi's face. When Duan Ling Tian defeated Seng Ji, he had thoroughly suppressed him from the beginning until the end. Seng Ji had no chance to strike back at all. I'm afraid he's even stronger than you are, junior brother Su, Zhou Qi continued saying, seemingly unintentionally provoking Su Qi, thoroughly suppressed. Zhou Qi's words shocked Su Qi again. It seems that Duan Ling Tian has improved a lot in the past 6 months as well. He might be even stronger than I was 6 months ago. However, it's definitely not by much. Su Qi gasped inwardly. Although his battle with Duan Ling Tian half a year ago did not have any result due to Zhou Qi's appearance, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was slightly stronger than he was. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than him. He had thought his strength would overtake Duan Ling Tian in these 6 months since his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength would also improve at such a terrifying rate. Even then, he, naturally, did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. He was confident he could also thoroughly suppress that person who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Therefore, he felt his strength should be on par with Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi frowned. He seemed displeased when Su Qi did not respond to him. However, he quickly unfurrowed his brows and put on a fake smile on his face. Junior brother Su, you and Duan Ling Tian are formerly brothers after all. Are you interested in meeting him? Senior brother Zhou, I'm not close to him, Su Qi said faintly. He could tell Zhou Qi was trying to provoke him. If there's nothing else, I won't send you off, senior brother. I'm planning to return to my cultivation room. After saying that, Su Qi turned and returned to his room without waiting for a response from Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's face darkened completely when he saw Su Qi closing the door behind him. Su Qi dares to rely on master's favoritism and take me lightly. Damn it, half a year ago, Su Qi was as gentle as a cat in front of him. However, the cat seemed to have transformed into a tiger and surpassed him now. He found it somewhat unacceptable. However, he also knew that Su Qi had gained sufficient support. With his master's favor, he did not dare to openly bully Su Qi even if he was his senior brother. He had no doubt that his master would disregard their relationship for this disciple whom he had accepted 6 months ago. The things that mattered the most to his master was his disciple's martial Tao innate talent. He knew that better than anyone else. If he and Su Qi were in danger, and his master could only save one person, his master who definitely saved Su Qi. He did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, there's no need to tell master about Duan Ling Tian for now. Ever since Su Qi came, master has been rather elusive. No matter how the news spread, it's possible master might not find out. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in Zhou Qi's mind. Destroy him. Zhou Qi planned to destroy Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is even better than Su Qi. My position has fallen with Su Qi around. If there's another Duan Ling Tian, will I have any position at all at that time? Zhou Qi shuddered inwardly. If his master discovered Duan Ling Tian was even more talented than Su Qi, and he was from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, master would definitely accept Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. He was unwilling to see that happen. His current thought was simple. He wanted to destroy Duan Ling Tian. Even if his master learned about Duan Ling Tian's innate talent later, he would only scold him a little. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian would never get the chance to be his master's disciple. 6 months ago, master asked me to bring Su Qi back to the Moon Illumination sect. I didn't have a choice but to raise a tiger. This time, I must destroy Duan Ling Tian before master discovers his innate talent. There was a cold gleam in Zhou Qi's eyes. By destroying Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to give Duan Ling Tian a chance to recover. Certainly, the Moon Illumination sect had its own rules prohibiting them from killing or crippling one another. Generally, Murderers would receive capital punishment, but those who caused permanent disability would be able to escape death. Although the punishment was severe, the punishment was not equal to the crime. Zhou Qi wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian. At that time, no matter how talented Duan Lingtian was, Zhou Qi's master would not see him. As long as he was not seen, he could not compete for attention with Zhou Qi and step on his head as Su Qi did. I think Su Qi wouldn't be so silly as to mention Duan Lingtian to master. In that case, my plan can be implemented smoothly. Zhou Qi had a complete plan in his mind. With that thought, he left the mansion in the inner court to the outer court. Soon after, at a remote area in the outer court, someone appeared next to Zhou Qi. It was a middle-aged man. Judging by his looks, he could even be Zhou Qi's father. However, that middle-aged man seemed to be very respectful toward Zhou Qi. Lin Fu, you should know I won't look for you if there's nothing. Since I came looking for you, there's something I need you to do for me, Zhou Qi said faintly. Yes, senior brother Zhou, what's your order? Lin Fu asked respectfully. I heard there's a new disciple called Duan Lingtian in the outer court area. He only recently joined, but he defeated Seng Ji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Zhou Qi asked. Yes, I've heard about it. Lin Fu nodded. I met Seng Ji after that. However, Seng Ji said he's not necessarily weaker than Duan Lingtian. The reason he was thoroughly suppressed was due to some demon method Duan Lingtian used. Demon method? Zhou Qi frowned. What does that mean? He said there were 2 instances when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian, but it suddenly shifted to the side and missed Duan Lingtian. Lin Fu recounted everything Seng Ji had told him. Duan Lingtian seized both opportunities to severely injure him so he could not strike back. Humph, his skills are just lacking, and yet, he has so many excuses. What demon method? Who'd believe that? Zhou Qi snorted. I don't believe it as well. Lin Fu nodded. I guess Seng Ji is unresigned to that fact, so he thought of such a lousy excuse. However, he didn't think through it. Even if he tells this to everyone, who would believe him? Set this matter aside. Zhou Qi went straight to the point. Lin Fu, the thing I'm about to ask you to do is closely related to my master. Hence, you must do it properly. It's related to Elder Lu Huan. When Lin Fu heard that, he immediately brightened. Senior brother Zhou, please tell me. His master was an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect. When he was young, he was always at Elder Lu Huan's side, and he was close to him. The fact was, Lin Fu was just follower, but he was unwilling to admit that. Due to this reason, he could be considered as being on Lu Huan's side. Did you know that Duan Lingtian is from Mount Hill City? Zhou Qi asked bluntly. Mount Hill City. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lin Fu's eyes widened in shock. He was certainly no stranger to Mount Hill City. It was impossible for those on Elder Lu Huan's side to not know about Mount Hill City. It was not because Mount Hill City was one of the 18 cities under Moon Illumination sect. Instead, it was because of the animosity between the city governor of Mount Hill City, Fang Wei, and Elder Lu Huan. Senior brother Zhou, didn't you bring Fang Hui's most outstanding disciple, Su Qi, back to the sect 6 months ago? Why didn't you bring Duan Lingtian along? His innate talent doesn't seem inferior to Su Qi. Lin Fu asked, puzzled. 6 months ago, I couldn't tell his innate talent is better than Su Qi. However, I did intend to bring him back and ask him to join my master. However, he rejected it. Moreover, he rejected it resolutely and decisively. Zhou Qi made up a story as he continued saying, if I knew then his innate talent is higher than Su Qi, I would have killed him then and there. It was my mistake for not killing him then. I didn't expect that one mistake in the past would raise a tiger. Zhou Qi was obviously enraged. He really didn't know how to appreciate favors. A glimpse of envy flashed in Lin Fu's eyes as his face turned cold. He asked, Senior brother Zhou, the thing that you want me to do is related to Duan Lingtian. That's right. Zhou Qi nodded. Your strength is at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, and you're ranked number 47 in the outer court. I want you to send a duel invitation to Duan Lingtian and force him to battle you. Senior brother Zhou, since he thoroughly suppressed Seng Ji, he'll be evenly matched with me at the very least. In fact, he might be even stronger than me. I'm afraid I'm not capable of teaching him a lesson, Lin Fu said awkwardly. Chapter 1437 Duan Lingtian accepts the duel invitation. I don't need you to teach him a lesson. Zhou Qi shook his head. You don't need me to teach him a lesson. Lin Fu was puzzled. He did not understand what Zhou Qi was trying to do. I want you to test his strength. I'll find someone else to deal with him later, Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. Understood. Lin Fu nodded. This is simple. It was indeed simple. In his opinion, it was nothing more than issuing a duel invitation. Even if he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian, he would be taught a lesson at the most. With the sect's rules, he believed Duan Ling Tian would not cripple or kill him. If it was not a death duel invitation, they would have to repay with their own lives if they killed someone. I'll wait for the good news from you tomorrow. After Zhou Qi was done, he left the outer court under the cover of the night and returned to the inner court. The next morning, Lin Fu looked for Dong Chong, an outer court elder. Elder Dong Chong, I want to issue a duel invitation. Please stamp your fingerprint here. As he was speaking, he took out a duel invitation that he had prepared beforehand. Dong Chong took the duel invitation. Without even looking at it, he smiled and asked, Lin Fu, who are you going to challenge this time? Lin Fu was ranked 47th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He had fought his way up there. Dong Chong thought Lin Fu wanted to challenge the outer court disciple above him when he said he wanted to issue a duel invitation. Elder Dong Chong, the person I want to challenge this time is a little special. Lin Fu smiled. Oh, curious. Dong Chong looked at the duel invitation in his hand. When he saw the 3 words, Duan Ling Tian, written on it, he could not help but feel shocked for a moment. Why you want to challenge that new disciple? Yes. Lin Fu nodded. Lin Fu, you must think this over carefully. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is only ranked 85th in the outer court. It's fine if you challenge him and win. However, if you lose, you'll fall a place behind, and he'll be ranked 47th thanks to you. Dong Chong reminded him with a complicated expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian was the young genius he had taken a liking to during the entrance exam yesterday. It was unfortunate Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to become his disciple. After the entrance exam ended, he returned to the outer court and heard about the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated when he defeated Zheng Ji. He was bewildered after he heard the entire story. In that instant, the anger that rose in his heart from Duan Ling Tian's rejection instantly vanished without a trace. He knew very well that with Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, he was unworthy to become his teacher. Even if he had forcefully taken Duan Ling Tian as a disciple, he would only lead the young man astray. I've already made up mind, Lin Fu replied and nodded. He was issuing the duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian to test his strength, not to defeat him. This was so senior brother Zhou Qi could find a way to deal with him. Even if he was defeated, he would only fall by a place. It was not a big issue. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian was indeed more powerful than him, he would eventually move forward even if he did not challenge him. At that time, he would still fall a place. What do you think of Duan Ling Tian? Dong Chong asked as he pressed a fingerprint on the duel invitation. The duel invitation was made from a special kind of paper. As long as one pressed on it with one's true energy on the fingerprint would automatically appear. I suspect Duan Ling Tian must have broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after he passed the first stage of the entrance exam, Lin Fu replied. It's impossible for someone at the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat a person who's almost at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. I think so too. Since you're issuing a challenge to him, I can seize this opportunity to assess him as well. Dong Chong nodded before he returned the duel invitation to Lin Fu. Thank you, Elder Dong Chong. After Lin Fu received the duel invitation, he instantly went to the independent courtyard Duan Ling Tian was residing in. This independent courtyard originally belonged to Zheng Ji, so Lin Fu knew the way very well. Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Fu raised a hand and sent the duel invitation out. Using a secret force, he inserted the duel invitation at the crack between the shut door and its frame. Lin Fu looked at the duel invitation and finally left after the scene before him was imprinted in his mind. As long as Duan Ling Tian opened the door, the duel invitation would definitely fall. Even if he deliberately placed the duel invitation back to its original spot, he would not be able to place it at the exact same place that Lin Fu had placed it. At that time, even if he intended to go into closed-door cultivation, Lin Fu would be able to barge into his house without violating the sect's rules. Duel invitation. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and walked out of the room before he picked up the duel invitation from the floor. A month had passed since then. Naturally, that meant he had spent 3 months inside the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Lin Fu. Duan Ling Tian saw the signature on the duel invitation as soon as he opened it. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the courtyard as he casually put the duel invitation away. I originally came out to take a breath and see where Ling Yun and Shang Hu are. I didn't expect someone is waiting for me to come out all this time. After looking at the duel invitation in his hands, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Duan Ling Tian stopped an outer court disciple who was passing by and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, do you know Lin Fu?" "Yes, I do." The outer court disciple nodded before asking with a smile, "You're a new disciple who entered the sect a month ago, right?" This outer court disciple happened to be in closed-door cultivation a month ago. Due to this reason, he did not recognize Duan Ling Tian even though he had heard of his name. He could guess the intention behind the outer court disciple's question. He knew very well he would make a name for himself in the outer court from the moment he had defeated Seng Ji. All of the outer court disciples knew he was staying in the independent courtyard Seng used to live in. The person who issued the duel invitation could not be inferior to Seng Ji. Such a person must be well known in the outer court. Only those new disciples who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect a month ago like him did not know who he was. The outer court disciple whom Duan Ling Tian stopped warned him, "Junior brother, next time you can't just address senior brother Lin Fu by his name. Senior brother Lin Fu is ranked 47th in our outer court." "He's ranked 47th in the outer court." Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Just as he had expected, the person who issued the duel invitation was not just an ordinary outer court disciple. That Seng Ji was ranked 85th, and he's already close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. There's no doubt this Lin Fu who issued the duel invitation must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. How timely. Although I'm still a step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, my body has undergone an earth-shattering transformation after fusing with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Since Lin Fu came knocking on my door, I can use him as a test. Duan Ling Tian's battle intent rose up in his heart immediately. Although his cultivation base had yet to break through, his body had already undergone a transformation. Due to this reason, his brute strength had also improved a lot. Currently, he was confident he could suppress and defeat Seng Ji even if he did not use the strange pupil's energy. He would not have been interested if that person was at the same level as Seng Ji. However, Lin Fu seemed to be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. "Senior brother, have you heard of Duan Ling Tian?" Duan Ling Tian asked the outer court disciple as a light bulb suddenly went on in his mind. "Of course, I have," the outer court disciple replied as though it was a matter of course. He said in one breath, "He's the most monstrous person among the new batch that entered the outer court. Moreover, he even made history by obtaining an independent courtyard to stay in as soon as he entered the sect. Let alone the outer court, I think even people in the inner court must have heard of his name now." He was not surprised. He had only asked to be certain. With my fame in the outer court, that Lin Fu still dares to challenge me. In this case, he must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It looks like I'll have another opportunity to crack my knuckles after these 3 months, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He looked at the outer court disciple again and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, do you know which independent courtyard Lin Fu is staying in?" "It's senior brother Duan Ling Tian. It's really him." Before the outer court disciple had time to reply, 2 other outer court disciple who was just passing by exclaimed out loud. Their gaze was filled with hints of respect and fear when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple who was stopped by Duan Ling Tian, was stunned when he heard the 2 outer court disciples' words. This purple-clad young man standing in front of him was Duan Ling Tian. "Senior brother, I didn't intend to deliberately conceal this. It's just that I saw a duel invitation from Lin Fu as soon as I came out from my closed-door cultivation. I was just preparing to accept his challenge." Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically before waving the duel invitation in his hand. Senior brother Lin Fu issued a duel invitation to you." Upon hearing this, the outer court disciple who stood in front of Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately as a baffled expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. Awkwardly, he smiled. "Senior brother Duan, I'm sorry for not recognizing you earlier. In the world of martial artists, the strong ones always come first. From now on, just address me as junior brother please." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed inwardly. It's another person who's similar to Yang He. Senior brother Lin Fu issued a challenge to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The 2 outer court disciples who were passing by immediately spread the news. In just 15 minutes, almost all the outer sect disciples, except for those who were in closed-door cultivation, heard of this shocking news. Naturally, they knew who Lin Fu was. He was ranked 47th in the outer court, and he was powerful. Moreover, he was also at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, they were also familiar with the name, Duan Lingtian. He had defeated the person who was ranked 85th and took over the spot as soon as he entered the sect. Currently, Lin Fu had issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian. Haha, I almost went into closed-door cultivation and missed this battle. Let's go, let's join in and watch the fun. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is just too awesome. He directly accepted the challenge. He's so manly. I hope senior brother Lin Fu is not in closed-door cultivation so we can watch this fierce battle between a dragon and tiger today. All of the disciples in the outer court moved toward the training field. Chapter 1438 A glimpse of an arrow. At the training field in the outer court of Moon Illumination sect, a group of outer court disciples was standing in a circle in the middle of the training field. In the open space, a young man and a middle-aged man were locked in a stalemate, preparing to battle. Without warning, the young man raised a hand, and a special light paper floated out. It finally dropped down when it floated until it was in front of the middle-aged man. 2 lines of distinctive words were written on this special paper. Apart from that, there were also 3 fingerprints on it. It was none other than a duel invitation. Although I've no idea why you issued a duel invitation to me, it doesn't matter anymore, Duan Lingtian said to Lin Fu calmly after he sent the duel invitation back to him. That's right, it doesn't matter anymore. Lin Fu's eyes flashed when he looked at Duan Lingtian as he put the duel invitation away. You, Duan Lingtian, have created such a huge commotion the moment you entered the sect. Today, I, Lin Fu, will teach you a lesson. I'll show you that we, the senior outer court disciples, are not easily bullied. I've never thought the senior outer court disciples are easily bullied. The conflict I have with Seng Ji happened because of him. I'm sure everyone here knows this, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. The group of onlookers nodded their heads. They knew this very well. Humph, cut the crap, and let's discover the truth through battle. Lin Fu snorted. Aren't you the one who began to talk crap first? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he smiled indifferently, a helpless expression on his face. Many people standing at the side laughed immediately. You're seeking death. Lin Fu's face turned grave instantly. He did not speak as his body flashed. It was as though he had transformed into a large bird when his true energy stretched out and fluttered in the sky, giving the appearance of 2 flapping wings. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Fu had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand suddenly and emitted a dazzling true energy light. It was pointed at Duan Lingtian. The moment Lin Fu pointed his sword, the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Sword rays similar to a meteor shower appeared and rushed toward Duan Lingtian. Long before Lin Fu had arrived in front of him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out his sun-shooting bow and stored his energy. Seeing how Lin Fu had struck, he instantly shot an arrow with all his might. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and flew out, causing Lin Fu's sword technique to miss. Take my arrow, Duan Lingtian announced indifferently. With just a raise of his hand, the arrow that was solidified from true energy shot out immediately. Why did he shoot the arrow into the sky? Many people were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian shoot his arrow into the sky. Soon after, they received an answer. When the arrow soared up into the sky, thousands of arrow rays fell with a howl in just a blink of an eye. It was extremely similar to a meteor shower, and it was so imposing that Lin Fu's sword technique could not compare to it at all. If the sword technique Lin Fu had cast earlier was similar to a drizzle of rain, then the arrowlight shower Duan Lingtian just cast was like pouring rain. The rain poured down like cats and dogs, enveloping Lin Fu in it. It did not allow him to escape at all. What an insignificant trick. Lin Fu was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage after all. When he snorted, he flicked the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and it began to rise and twirl in the air. Wherever the sword rays landed instantly turned into a whirlpool. Spiral sword ray, many people exclaimed in a low voice. It was apparent they recognized the technique Lin Fu had just cast. As the whirlpool rose up into the sky, the shower of arrows that covered the sky was instantly swallowed by it until it vanished completely. It was as though they were never there at all. Do you only have such weak skills? Lin Fu mocked as he watched Duan Lingtian fly away by stepping on his arrow. Take another arrow then, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He lifted the sun-shooting bow with his left hand again. True energy shot out of his right hand before it solidified into a sharp arrow that slid on the bowstring. The bowstring trembled faintly as Duan Ling Tian pulled it back slightly. Currently, even after he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and had undergone 2 transformations on his body, he still had a long way to go before he could pull the bowstring into a full moon shape. No matter what, the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow was still made from the tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon. With his current strength, he was still unable to pull it all the way back. His eyes narrowed instantly as soon as he knocked the arrow. In this instant, Duan Ling Tian's aura seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The group of outer court disciple watching by the side had also noticed this. Senior brother Duan is going to unleash his full strength now. Shanghu, who standing in the crowd, began to get excited. Ling Yu was standing next to him. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with anticipation. As the arrow underneath his feet began to fade and disappear, Duan Ling Tian gradually descended. It seemed like there was only one person left in his sight, Lin Fu. After his eyes locked on Lin Fu, Duan Ling Tian's right hand that was holding on to the arrow gradually loosened its grip. Lin Fu's expression turned grave immediately. At this moment, his heart was in a panic. It was as though the arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand was a great savage beast. Finally, the bowstring trembled as the arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out. It was as though it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Everything in its surrounding appeared dull in comparison. At this instant, the streak of lightning was like a meteorite soaring through the pitch-black sky. It was short but beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Fu made his move as well. His sword rays shot out in all directions with great momentum. Before the group of outer court disciple watching from the side could react, a thunderous explosion resonated by their ears. In the next instant, they clearly saw Lin Fu, who was originally standing upright in high spirits, suddenly had one of his knees on the ground as he supported himself with his sword. Even the robe on his body was torn in half. Moreover, his long hair had also fallen on his shoulders because his hair band had snapped. Currently, his appearance was similar to a beggar. A tyrannical hurricane swept out with Lin Fu in the center, causing the spectators' robes to flutter loudly in the wind. Lin Fu's face was completely flushed. He could not endure it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian again, hints of shock and disbelief were clearly seen in his eyes. Earlier, he had waited for Duan Ling Tian's attack without moving because he was confident of his own strength. He thought he would be able to take down the arrow that Duan Ling Tian had shot out. It was only when the arrow that was solidified from true energy collided with his strongest sword technique that he finally realized how much of a fool he was. Just the force contained in the glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's arrow was far greater than his sword technique. Although Duan Ling Tian did not win by much, he had still won the duel. Not only did Duan Ling Tian manage to overpower his sword technique, but he had even injured him, causing him to look extremely wretched. Number 47 in the outer court. So that's all to it. Before the group of people watching by the side could even react, Duan Ling Tian had put his sun-shooting bow away. He glanced at Lin Fu indifferently. It angered Lin Fu so much that he spat out few mouthfuls of blood again. Although Lin Fu was angry, he could not refute his statement at all. Who asked him to be so careless? Otherwise, even if he had lost, he would not have lost so quickly. When the group of onlookers finally returned to their senses, and a commotion broke out, Duan Ling Tian had already gone to stand with Ling Yun and Shanghu. Let's go. Let's find another place to talk. Duan Ling Tian led the way. The group of outer court disciples parted and made way for him as he walked. The eyes that looked at him were filled with hints of respect and fear. This was a world where the strong thrived and were respected. It had nothing to do with whether Duan Ling Tian had just entered the sect, his age or his position. The group of outer court disciples only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 silhouettes vanished from their sights. A commotion broke out, instantly breaking the temporary silence. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is just too formidable. That's right. In my eyes, the arrow was just like a meteorite that disappears the moment it appears. Before I even realized what was going on, the meteorite had already crashed into senior brother Lin Fu. It's indeed a stroke of genius. At the very least, even senior brother Lin Fu, who was ranked 47th in the outer sect, could not endure it. In my opinion, it's possible for senior brother Ling Tian to make it into the top 30 with his strength. It's really unimaginable that senior brother Duan is merely an outer court disciple who just entered the sect a month ago. He's not even 40 years old yet. His Innate talent is really peerless. The group of outer court disciples who were watching by the side buried their heads together in a discussion. Their tones were filled with admiration toward Duan Lingtian. All of you seem to have forgotten one thing. When senior brother Duan went through the first phase of the entrance exam a month ago, he was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he still managed to defeat our outer sect's senior brother Sengji, who was ranked 85th, and senior brother Lin Fu, who was ranked 47th. It's impossible. I think Duan Lingtian must have already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before he fought with senior brother Sengji. I think so too, otherwise, it's just impossible. Upon hearing the discussion of the outer court disciples, an old man standing by the side of the training field shook his head. There was a baffled expression on his face. This was because when he used his spiritual energy to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base earlier, he discovered Duan Lingtian was still at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian knows some secret technique that can conceal his cultivation base. In this case, it's useless to use the spiritual secret tactic on him. The old man was none other than Elder Dong Chong of the outer court. He was the outer court elder who placed his fingerprint on the duel invitation that Lin Fu issued to Duan Lingtian. When Chong, who saw Duan Lingtian, suddenly turned and frowned, he asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Duan, what's the matter?" "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head, but his heart was a little unhappy. He did not offend that outer court elder, Dong Chong, right? It was not the entrance exam. How dare he blatantly probe his cultivation base? Did he really think Duan Lingtian was that nice a person? At this moment, whatever fondness he had for Dong Chong vanished without a trace. After they had arrived at a more secluded place, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and asked, "Where are two of you staying now?" Chapter 1439. Target, Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. "We're not as powerful as you are, senior brother Duan. We're living in the Wooden House district now." Shang, who felt a little embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's question. "Now that you've caused such a commotion, Lu Huan will soon find out about this. After this, you better be careful, and don't leave the sect," Ling Yun warned Duan Lingtian as he looked at him solemnly. "I think he has already found out by now," Duan Lingtian answered nonchalantly. "Huh," Ling Yun and Shang, who were dumbfounded. "If I'm not mistaken, that Lin Fu who issued the duel invitation is actually Lu Huan's man." Although he spoke in a high-handed manner, I could tell the idea did not come from him just by the look in his eyes. The eyes would not be able to lie. Apart from the rebirth martial emperor's 2 reincarnations, Duan Lingtian had already undergone 2 reincarnations. His judgment was very accurate due to this. If that Lin Fu is really Lu Huan's man, then Lu Huan will be angered that he's defeated by you. "I'm afraid Lin Fu is only the beginning," Ling Yun said anxiously. "To sum it up, Lu Huan's men will definitely focus on me for the time being. Use this period of time, cultivate with all your might and raise your strength as much as possible," Duan Lingtian added. "If they find out they're unable to go against me in the sect, they'll definitely shift their attention to both of you." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Yun and Shang, whose face turned grave immediately. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not exaggerating just to scare them. The two of them immediately bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and returned to their respective wooden house to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's words had given them immense pressure. It felt as though a mountain had just crashed down on them. "Lu Huan," Duan Lingtian muttered as his eyes gleamed coldly. If he found out about this when he had unwillingly acknowledged Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City, as his teacher in the beginning, he would have remained indifferent to the matter between him and Lu Huan. However, during the 6 months he had stayed in Mount Hill City, he had truly regarded Fang Wei as his teacher due to the sincere care he had given him. The incident that left the deepest impression on him was the matter regarding the Zheng clan. The 3 Zheng clan's members had tried to kill him when he left the city governor's estate. The instant execution of the 3 people was just the beginning. On that day itself, the entire New South Town's Zheng clan was annihilated. All of this was ordered by his teacher. Put aside his opinion on whether he agreed with Fang Hui's extreme method of handling the matter, his heart was still enveloped with warmth. After all, Fang Wei was just trying to protect him and seek revenge on his behalf. He, Duan Lingtian, was not an iron-hearted person. After discovering his teacher, Fang Wei, had been humiliated by Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect, he had decided to come to Moon Illumination sect to use it as a stepping stone and also deal with his teacher's matter. At the very least, he had to make sure that Lu Huan dies. Naturally, that included Zhou Qi, his direct disciple. Although the Moon Illumination sect had a rule that forbade killing, these so-called rules were all set by the powerhouses. His strength did not even have to surpass the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, he only needed to be on par with them before he could ignore their rules. Teacher, don't worry, there will come one day when you'll be able to walk with your head held high, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After Lin Fu, I'm sure Lu Huan's men will still have other tricks up their sleeves. What's more important now is to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he managed to win the battle with Lin Fu quickly, it did not mean he had the ability to single-handedly overpower Lin Fu. Although his strength had improved by leaps and bounds due to his body's two transformations, he could only overpower people like Sengji, who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. As for people at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, Sengji was not comparable to them at all. Today, if Lin Fu had not been so careless and underestimated him, he was not confident he could defeat Lin Fu in less than 30 moves. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his independent courtyard to cultivate, the outer court that had been quiet for a month broke out in a commotion again. The spotlight was, naturally, on Duan Ling Tian, inside a vast mansion in the inner court. You trash! Upon hearing about Lin Fu's situation during the battle, Zhou Qi was livid. That night itself, he left the mansion to look for Lin Fu. Senior brother Zhou, I've let you down. Lin Fu felt a little guilty when he saw Zhou Qi. Humph, you were defeated in 2 moves. You're brilliant, aren't you? How much did you find out about his strength? Zhou Qi asked after he snorted. Senior brother Zhou, I was careless today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat me even in 180 moves. The moment Lin Fu recalled the battle, he felt a little aggrieved. If he had not been so careless, how could that Duan Ling Tian defeat him? Didn't you hear me? Zhou Qi's face darkened immediately when he saw Lin Fu trying to evade the subject and steer clear of the crucial point. Senior brother Zhou, I don't dare to speak for others, but I, more or less, have a grasp on Duan Ling Tian's strength. When he shot the last arrow, he had already cast the silver shirt. This means he must have unleashed his full strength, Lin Fu quickly replied when he saw Zhou Qi's expression. Other than being a defensive technique, the silver shirt could also strengthen one's body once it was cast. This was not a secret to Lin Fu. When Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow and cast that silver shirt, it was obvious that he had accumulated his strength and struck with all his might. Do you think he'll able to enter the top 30 in the outer court with his strength? Zhou Qi asked. I think so, Lin Fu replied truthfully after pondering for a while. I can't believe there's actually another person who's even more monstrous than Su Qi in Mount Hill City. I can't leave this Duan Ling Tian alive. If Master finds out about him, he'll definitely want to take him in as a direct disciple. The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, he began to feel a sense of urgency. He was tempted to barge into the independent courtyard Duan Ling Tian was staying him and directly kill him. However, he managed to calm himself down in the end. He knew he would succeed in killing Duan Ling Tian, but he would have to forfeit his life as punishment. Due to this reason, no matter how much he wanted Duan Ling Tian dead, he would not be so stupid to make a move himself. Even if I can't directly make a move, there'll be somebody else who can make a move. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, his position will most likely be even higher than Su Qi if he's taken as a direct disciple by Master. Zhou Qi had no doubt about this. He was almost certain Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was higher than Su Qi's. When Lin Fu saw Zhou Qi keeping quiet for such a long time as his expression changed constantly, he began to panic and called out to him, Senior brother Zhou. When Zhou Qi finally regained his senses, he glanced at Lin Fu indifferently. Lin Fu, you don't have to interfere with Duan Ling Tian's matter anymore. Just stand aside and enjoy the show. If you dare to wag your tongue, I'll never forgive you. I won't. Lin Fu swore as he quickly shook his head. Scram. Zhou Qi snorted. No matter how he looked at Lin Fu, he was still angry with him. Lin Fu heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned to leave, he ran even faster than a rabbit. It was as though he regarded Zhou Qi as a tiger. So his strength can be considered to be in the top 30 in the outer court. This result is acceptable. It's within my expectation as well, Zhou Qi muttered as a plan formed in his mind. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that someone was scheming to kill him at this moment. Currently, he was doing his best cultivating on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Form. The 5 dragons carried the heaven and earth spirit energy from the air and the saint stones before shuttling through the 52 saint veins inside Duan Ling Tian's body, circulating a great qi cycle again and again. Every time a great qi cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy would transform into true energy and merged with his qi that was the size of a basketball. Just a little bit more, and the true energy would be able to fill up the qi that was as big as a basketball. I'll definitely be able to open up my qi to the perfection mortal shedding stage in a month and open up new saint veins in 2 months. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Currently, he looked forward the most to finding out how many saint veins he would be able to open after he made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage, although he was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. He had already opened 52 saint veins. When he broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had opened 20 saint veins. In other words, when he opened his saint veins again, he would be able to open 21 of them at the very least. Even if I can only open 21 saint veins this time and another 22 when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, the total number of saint veins I've opened at that time would be 95. And that's just the lowest estimation. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his heart could not help but beat faster. Duan Ling Tian was eager to find out how many saint veins he would be able to open when he made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was not worried about his strength after his breakthrough. He was certain it would definitely be a lot stronger, and it would be on a different level. Although Mound Hill City was far from the Moon Illumination sect, and Fang Wei, the city governor of Mound Hill City, had left the Moon Illumination sect after the entrance exam had ended, he still had his own way of finding out about what was happening in the sect. He just entered the sect, and he has already defeated the outer court disciple who was ranked 85th. Moreover, he also defeated another outer court disciple who was ranked 47th after a month. When Fang Wei found out about this, he instantly stood up with a baffled expression on his face. Although he knew that Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was peerless among the ordinary younger generation, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so monstrously talented. I guess only in the Moon Illumination sect he'll be able to stretch his limbs. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is just too small, so it can't fit him at all. I think, in another few years, even the Moon Illumination sect wouldn't be able to fit him. Fang Hui's smile remained plastered on his face. Although he was delighted, he could not help but worry. Lu Huan definitely won't just watch as he grows stronger. Chapter 1442 5-Clawed Divine Dragons. In a secluded and mysterious place in the Dao Martial Saint Land, deep in the mountains surrounded by clouds, a figure soared up into the sky from a gigantic cave and headed straight for the horizon, dominating the sky. As the clouds in the sky scattered, his figure gradually emerged. It was a golden-robed middle-aged man with a huge build. His face was handsome, and his complexion was as clear as jade. His eyes looked majestic without looking fierce. He was like a tower as he hovered in the air, his manner imposing. It has been 30 years since I went into closed-door cultivation. I wonder how Yonger is doing, the middle-aged man muttered to himself suddenly. A rarely seen gentle expression appeared on his noble face. It was as though the word, Yonger, held a magical ability. As though he was reminded by something, the golden-robed middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened, and the gentleness on his face disappeared without a trace. Humph, if it wasn't because of those old men keeping an eye on me constantly, I wouldn't have to wait until now to leave. Give me another 1,000 years, and I no longer have to fear those few geezers. The middle-aged man's body flashed across the sky. After a few moments, he already appeared in a secluded canyon in a deeper part of the mountains. The canyon was covered in weeds. It was very obvious that few had come here. Parting the weeds, the middle-aged man walked into a secluded cave. Initially, the cave was as dark as the night sky, but as the middle-aged man took a few turns, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. When the middle-aged man walked toward it, the light turned brighter. In the end, it became a little too dazzling. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to be affected by the dazzling light at all. He kept moving forward until he reached the source of the light. The cave was spacious, and pearls were piled up high like mountains. These pearls were the source of the dazzling white light. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to identify the mountainous pile of pearls was luminous pearls with just a glance. Moreover, the smallest of the pearls was at least as big as an adult man's fist. The big ones were remarkable. They were the size of a basketball. Any one of it would be considered as an invaluable treasure in the mortal continent. However, in the golden-robed middle-aged man's eyes, These luminous pearls were mere accessories, and they did not interest him at all. After he walked past the cavern that was filled with luminous pearls, the golden-robed middle-aged man entered a small cavern. The small cavern was plainly furnished. Apart from a bed, there was only a table. Currently, both the bed and the table was covered in a layer of dust. Younger. The golden-robed middle-aged man cried out shrilly at this moment. A terrifying aura rose from his body as invisible airwaves swept out, causing the bed and table to shake. Currently, the golden-robed middle-aged man's gaze was fixed on the surface of the table. An exquisite box laid open on the table. It was filled with glittering crystal fragments. If one were to put these fragments together, they would form a tiny transparent pearl. To be more precise, it was a soul pearl. The soul pearl was a pearl that stored part of a human or beast's soul. It was used to determine if someone was alive or not. If the soul pearl was intact, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was alive. However, if the soul pearl was shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was already dead. The golden-robed middle-aged man was so enraged that his vital blood and energy rushed to his heart. Without any warning, he spat out a mouthful of blood that covered half the cavern. The golden-robed middle-aged man's body was trembling violently as he said in an extremely cold voice, "I don't care who it is. You killed my younger, so I'll slaughter your entire clan." A thunderous sound wave swept out and overturned the bed and table in the small cavern. The golden-robed middle-aged man suddenly roared loudly as he threw his head back. In the next instant, a golden ray shot out of his body. It was like the glorious light emitted from the sun. In the next moment, the earth quaked and the small cavern was split open by an unknown force. Apart from that, the huge cave and the entire mountain that hid all these small caverns suddenly crashed, setting off the dust that soared up into the sky. Roar! Roar! At the same time, deep dragon roar spread out in all directions. A shimmering gold divine dragon rose up into the sky from the center of the collapsed mountain. Golden light emitted out of his body like a burning golden flame. As he roared, the golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long soared up higher into the clouds. The clouds trailed after the dragon as he circled around it. If one were here, one would be able to see that each of the golden divine dragon's paw had 5 claws. There was no doubt it was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the dragon clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was undoubtedly the most powerful dragon. However, there was a hierarchical division among 5-clawed divine dragons as well. The 5-clawed devil dragon was the most terrifying one, followed by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Almost all of the clan leaders of the dragon clans were 5-clawed golden dragons. Only a 5-clawed golden dragon was worthy to lead the entire dragon clan. As for the other 5-clawed divine dragons, they were, at most, elders who assisted the dragon clan's clan leader to manage the clan. Diju. Due to the huge commotion the 5-clawed golden dragon created, 3 old men were attracted to it. These 3 old men had huge builds and looked like towers as well. Currently, they were frowning as they looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon that kept circling around the clouds. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared up to the clouds. He lifted his huge head as his big eyes landed on the 3 old men. "It's because of you geezers. If it weren't for you old men, Younger wouldn't have died." When the 5-clawed golden dragon reached the end of his sentence, he roared angrily. "Di Yong." One of the old men was stunned. "Didn't he die a long time ago?" "Humph, can't you tell from his words?" Just as the clan leader had suspected, Di Yong didn't die previously. He was hidden away by his father, Di Ju. The other old man snorted. "It looks like our dragon clan must thank whoever helped kill Di Yong for helping us to eliminate the trouble. Di Ju, how dare you? How dare you ignore the clan's rule? Today, no matter what, I'll restrain you and bring you back to see the clan leader to face your crime." The last old man snarled angrily. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared angrily again. In the next instant, the gigantic writhing body that was hundreds of meters long shuddered as a tail struck like a gigantic whip at the 3 old men. "Di Ju, how dare you?" The 3 old men did not expect Di Ju to be so audacious and reckless. He actually dared to attack them. They were furious and reverted to their true forms immediately. In just a blink of an eye, another 3 divine dragons appeared. However, these 3 divine dragons were only 4-clawed divine dragons. Although they were only 4-clawed divine dragons, their strength was remarkable as well. The 3 of them joined forces and managed to withstand the attack from the 5-clawed golden dragon. "Seize him, bring him to the clan leader, and let the clan leader decide on his punishment." One of the green 4-clawed divine dragons roared. His gigantic body that was several hundreds of meters long quivered as it twined around the five-clawed golden dragon, binding him like a hemp rope. Another four-clawed divine dragon rushed over and used two claws to hold the five-clawed golden dragon's head tightly. Seeing how the last four-clawed divine dragon was charging toward him as well, the five-clawed golden dragon sensed the danger he was in. He suddenly shone brightly as though he had transformed into a dazzling sun. At the same time, a bloody line appeared between his brows. Innate secret tactic. Diju, you're crazy. How can you use your blood essence to activate your innate secret tactic? At this moment, the four-clawed divine dragon who was charging at the five-clawed golden dragon came to a halt. There was a horrified expression on his face. There was a hint of panic in the eyes of the two four-clawed divine dragons who were twined around and holding the five-clawed golden dragon. In the next instant, streaks of golden light exploded in the sky like a golden flame. The three four-clawed divine dragons were all swallowed by the golden flame. Meanwhile, the five-clawed golden dragon had also gotten rid of his restraint. However, there was no joy at being freed at all in his eyes. Instead, dread could be seen in them. His gaze was fixed in the distance. There was a five-clawed divine dragon that was traveling through the clouds as three of its claws held onto the three four-clawed divine dragons. Only God knew if they were alive or dead. Naturally, they were the dragons that the three old men had transformed into earlier. The five-clawed divine dragon was fully crimson. Its bloody-looking scales looked formidable as it gleamed. Five-clawed blood dragon. Among the five-clawed divine dragons in the dragon clan, it was only inferior to the five-clawed devil dragon and the five-clawed golden dragon. Unlike the 400 meters long five-clawed golden dragon, this five-clawed blood dragon was more than 500 meters long. His body was even bigger than the five-clawed golden dragon, and it emitted an oppressive aura. Diju, you're too reckless. Suddenly a thunderous voice resonated in the sky. The five-clawed blood dragon said, not only did you selfishly rescue a five-clawed devil dragon, but you also ignited the blood essence and used the innate secret tactic to hurt your own clan members. You've committed crimes upon crimes. Do you admit to your crime? The five-clawed blood dragon's eyes flashed as he asked in his deep voice. Elder Shui, I admit to my crime. In the face of the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed golden dragon felt fearful. Although he was a five-clawed golden dragon and had an innate talent that was far greater than the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed blood dragon in front of him was an old powerhouse in the dragon clan. He was born earlier than Diju by thousands of years. He was no match for him at all. Since you've admitted your crime, follow me to the enforcement hall. The five-clawed blood dragon ordered. Elder Shui, I'll definitely go to the enforcement hall. However, I must leave the dragon clan before that. I must find the person who killed my son to avenge him. The five-clawed golden dragon bellowed. Diju, are you trying to bargain with me? A hint of impatience began to show in the five-clawed blood dragon's voice. Elder Shui, I know it's impossible to go against you with my current strength. However, I won't follow you to the enforcement hall even if I have to ignite all my blood essence. The five-clawed golden dragon was extremely determined. Chapter 1441 Earth Rankings Powerhouses. Even a five-clawed divine dragon had very limited blood essence in the body. There was only a total of 10 drops. Before this, Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, had already ignited one blood essence to cast the innate secret tactic exclusive to five-clawed golden dragons. Only then was he able to overpower the three four-clawed divine dragons. If it was not for the appearance of the dragon clan's enforcement elder, Elder Shui, the three four-clawed divine dragons would have died. Diju, are you threatening me? Elder Shui's voice was filled with rage. Although he dreaded going against Diju who was willing to ignite his blood essence to cast the innate secret tactic, he was not afraid at all. However, if Diju really ignited all his blood essence in his body, he would become a sinner in the dragon clan. Diju was one of the two five-clawed golden dragons in the dragon clan. The other five-clawed golden dragon was the current clan leader of the dragon clan. If there was no accident, Diju would become the next clan leader after a few thousand years. If Diju died, it would be a loss to the dragon clan. Currently, apart from him, Diju, and the clan leader of the dragon clan, there were another five-clawed divine dragons in the clan. Now that Diyong, Diju's son, had died, it meant another five-clawed divine dragon would be born soon. However, it was uncertain if that five-clawed divine dragon would be a five-clawed golden dragon or not. Even if it was, it would not be able to grow up in time to become the successor of the current clan leader. Elder Shui, you can take my words as a threat. No matter what, I won't go to the enforcement hall today. Diju replied resolutely, you only have two choices. You either bring my dead body with you or let me avenge my son. After I've avenged him, I'll go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. At that time, if you want to add the crime of me trying to escape punishment, I'll admit to it as well. How long do you need? Elder Shui asked. It was obvious he had decided to take a step back. He had no other option apart from that. He believed that even if the clan leader of the dragon clan was here, he would have done the same. Diju was not an ordinary five-clawed divine dragon, he carried the duty of leading the dragon clan in the future. I have no idea. Diju was not surprised that Elder Shui decided to take a step back. It was because he was confident about this that he had used his life to threaten Elder Shui. Humph, I'll give you 100 years. After 100 years, no matter if you've avenged your son or not, you must be at the enforcement hall. If you don't show up, I'll capture you personally. Elder Shui snorted coldly. His eyes gleamed as two streaks of red light shot out. It solidified as it flew toward Diju. Diju did not dodge, he allowed the sharp ray to enter his body. He knew Elder Shui was leaving a mark in his body. No matter where he went, Elder Shui would be able to find him using this mark. 100 years is more than enough. Diju nodded his head in reply. If he still could not find the killer of his son and avenge his son after 100 years, he would be too embarrassed to continue living in this world. Elder Shui, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Elder Shui, Diju's true form emitted another ray of dazzling gold light before he transformed into a golden-robed middle-aged man. This was his human form. He did not stay any longer. Instead, he disappeared in the horizon as he transformed into a golden ray of light. Currently, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to find his son's murderer and slaughter him and his clan. Currently, he was heading to the southern district of Dao Martial Saint Land. After Diju left, a huge ancient figure emerged in the sky near the five-clawed blood dragon. Clan leader. The five-clawed blood dragon lowered his huge head in front of this old man with a big build. I let Diju go. Please punish me, clan leader. I've already learned about the ins and outs of the matter. You've done nothing wrong, why would I punish you? The old man with a big build was the clan leader of the dragon clan. He looked at the direction where Diju was headed and muttered, with Diju's personality, if we don't let him go, he would have really killed himself since he had said so. It's because of his personality that we kept quiet for so many years even though we suspected his son, Diyong was still alive and merely prohibited him from leaving. When the clan leader of the dragon clan reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. For so many years, we've sent many people to investigate, both openly and secretly, but we still couldn't find Diyong. This is enough to prove that Diju had hidden him well. However, he was still killed by someone in the end. Perhaps, this is his destiny. Even if our dragon clan didn't take any action, he still did not survive, the clan leader of the dragon clan added. Now that the five-clawed devil dragon is dead, the crisis the dragon clan faced is now gone. Elder Shui heaved a sigh of relief as well. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that currently, an extremely strong five-clawed golden dragon had left the Dao Martial Saint Land in rage and was heading to the south, straight to the half-moon island of the overseas Saint Island. The half-moon island was the island that Diyong, the five-clawed devil dragon, had ruled previously. Currently, it had become the Ling Tian sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in the outer court of a seventh-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Moon Illumination sect. He was trying to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Isn't that senior brother Feng? Near the independent courtyards in the outer court, many outer court disciples' attention were focused on a green-clad young man who was walking to an independent courtyard. Almost all the outer court disciples knew to whom the independent courtyard belonged to. An outer court disciple who had entered the sect more than a month ago lived right there. The green-clad young man was also well known in the outer court. He was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. Moreover, he was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage and also a reputable powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. This was because he was one of the few people from the Moon Illumination sect who was in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list ranking the most outstanding martial and Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. Those who were ranked there were remarkable mortal shedding stage powerhouses. Even the weakest among them possessed strength that was on par with martial and Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The strongest one could even defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The green-clad young man was called Feng Fan. Apart from ranking 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, he was also ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. There was a total of 100 people in the Earth ranking. Although Feng Fan was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, one must not forget what the Earth ranking was. It was a ranking of all the remarkable mortal shedding stage powerhouses in the 9 sect alliances. It was undoubtedly a great honor to enter the ranking. There were many martial and Dao cultivators in the 9 sect alliances that regretted not being able to enter the Earth ranking when they broke through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Fan had an ordinary appearance with a medium build. He would not have stood out in a crowd at all. Currently, he had arrived in front of an independent courtyard. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, a thin paper appeared when he raised his hand. When he raised his hand, the thin paper flew out and wedged itself in the crack between the door and the frame of the door. It fluttered for a while before it finally stilled. That's a duel invitation. Many outer court disciples could not help but gasp when they saw this. I can't believe even senior brother Feng Fan could not endure it and is trying to challenge senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's performance is just too amazing. Not only did he single-handedly overpower senior brother Seng Ji, but he even managed to defeat senior brother Lin Fu in just 2 moves. Many of our brothers said his strength is sufficient for him to enter the top 10 in the outer court. Even if he enters top 10, he still won't be a match for senior brother Feng Fan, right? Of course, it's impossible. Senior brother Feng Fan is a reputable powerhouse in the Earth ranking. He's one of the top martial cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. 6 months ago, senior brother Feng Fan had a battle with a senior brother at the early Saint Rudiment stage from the inner court. The match ended in a draw. In some ways, his strength has already surpassed the strength of those at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian can overpower his enemy, but so can senior brother Feng Fan. Due to this reason, I vote for senior brother Feng Fan this time. A group of outer court disciples discussed frantically. Most of them were confident that Feng Fan would win while a small number were slightly hopeful Duan Ling Tian would win. This was not due to their confidence in Duan Ling Tian's strength. Instead, it was because of his previous 2 performances. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was someone who excelled at creating miracles. An outer court disciple came from afar. After hearing the discussion of this group of outer court disciples, he chimed in unhappily, "Huh. You guys are talking about it already. I saw senior brother Feng Fan went to look for Elder Huang, and I thought I was the only one who knew he was going to issue a duel invitation. Tisk. Senior brother Feng Fan has already issued the duel invitation. We even saw it with our own eyes." Many people looked at him disdainfully. "Wait a minute, you said you saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang. Are you sure he looked for Elder Huang to place his thumbprint on the duel invitation?" An outer court disciple said solemnly at this moment. This outer court disciple was here since the beginning. Of course, the outer court disciple nodded and said confidently, "I personally saw Elder Huang placed his fingerprint on the duel invitation in senior brother Feng Fan's hand. I'm definitely not mistaken. But, when I went past Elder Chu's place earlier, I saw senior brother Feng Fan had gone to look for him as well. Moreover, he had also asked him to place a fingerprint on the duel invitation," the other outer court disciple said with a frown. "Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me senior brother Feng Fan is going to issue 2 duel invitations. Well, if he wants to issue 2 duel invitations, there's no need for him to look for 2 different elders, right? Both duel invitations can have the same fingerprint anyway." The moment their discussion reached here, it suddenly came to halt without any warning. See, could it be? The duel invitation senior brother Feng Fan issued is. Soon after, the group of outer court disciples gazed at each other, at a loss. They could see the shock in each other's eyes as they all came to a conclusion. Death duel invitation. Chapter 1442. A bustling outer court. In the outer court of Moon Illumination sect, an ordinary duel invitation would only need the fingerprint from 1 elder or 2 outer court deacons before it was considered valid. Only a death duel invitation would need the fingerprint of 2 outer court elders to be valid. Judging by how Feng Fan went to look for 2 outer court elders for their fingerprints on the duel invitation, one could easily tell what kind of duel invitation it was. There was no doubt it was a death duel invitation. I've heard nothing of senior brother Feng Fan and Duan Ling Tian being mortal enemies. Isn't this death duel invitation a little too sudden? Perhaps some enmity exists between them that we're not aware of. Otherwise, Why would senior brother Feng Fan issue a death duel invitation to a stranger who had just recently entered the sect? You must be right. Soon after, the news of Feng Fan issuing a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian spread in the outer court, causing an uproar. Whether it was Feng Fan or Duan Ling Tian, both were famous in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. However, the former was a senior in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. The latter, on the other hand, had just entered the Moon Illumination sect just slightly over a month ago and became famous after 2 battles. Although Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated extraordinary strength in his 2 previous duels, most people were on Feng Fan's side. They felt that Duan Ling Tian could not compare to Feng Fan at all. This was not because Feng Fan was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, but it was mostly because he was a powerhouse ranked in the Earth ranking. The influence of the Earth ranking was just too strong. Apart from the 9 great sects, the 9 sect alliances also included countless cultivators without a sector from other forces. Among these people, there were many powerhouses who were at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, in the entire alliance, only 100 powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage were qualified to enter the Earth ranking. These 100 people all had the ability to fight with someone at a level higher. Those at the top of this ranking could even defeat an opponent with an even higher level. It was not easy to battle with someone at a higher level. Although the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage was only a step away from the early saint rudiment stage, the gap between the two was as different as heaven and earth. Once a person had broken through to the early saint rudiment stage, the number of saint veins inside the body of an early saint rudiment stage powerhouse would grow even if they did not have any special technique yet. The Qi Si, on the other hand, would grow to the size of a small crock to contain true energy. Due to this reason, almost all of those who made it into the ranking was at the true peak of the mortal shedding stage. It was precisely because of this most people felt Feng Fan would win when he and Duan Ling Tian fight. Duan Ling Tian had only risen to the top a month ago. There was no way he could compare with Feng Fan in regards to their foundations. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will accept the death duel invitation that senior brother Feng Fan issued. Many outer court disciples were skeptical. Although Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his strength twice previously, both duels were ordinary battles with no risk to his life at all. However, this time, Feng Fan, a powerhouse from the Earth ranking, actually issued a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. With the threat of death looming over him, it was uncertain what kind of choice he would make. It's fine even if the other party refuses to accept the death duel invitation. However, he would have to be taught a lesson by the person who issued the invitation. I think it's very likely Duan Ling Tian will refuse senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation. In the outer court, many people felt it was highly impossible Duan Ling Tian would accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Naturally, this was only their speculation. On the other hand, more people were looking forward to seeing what kind of expression and choice Duan Ling Tian would make when he sees the death duel invitation. Would he accept it? Or would he ignore it? Due to that, many outer court disciples stood outside the independent courtyard Duan Ling Tian was residing in, waiting for him to come out. They could not wait to get their answers. In the outer court, inside a small wooden house in the Wooden House district, 2 people were cramped inside. One of the sturdy young men snapped loudly, "That damn Feng Fan. He must be Lu Huan's man." This man was none other than Xianxia who came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City like Duan Ling Tian. Currently, both Xianxia and Ling Yun had found out Feng Fan, who was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect and 99th in the Earth ranking, had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. It's a death duel invitation. Moreover, it's issued by an Earth rankings powerhouse. Looks like Lu Huan's men really intend to kill senior brother Duan, Ling Yun muttered as his eyes gleamed icily. Both Ling Yun or Xianxia were certain Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man. If he was not Lu Huan's man, why would he issue a duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian? They knew Duan Ling Tian's origin very well. He came from the distant mortal continent and barely knew anyone. In the Dao Martial Saint land. How could he have enmity with anyone here? If there was someone who wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, it would be that devil cultivator Yi Man who had entered the Moon Illumination sect with them. However, the person who issued the death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian was not Yi Man. Besides, they had deliberately paid more attention to Yi Man during this period of time, and they did not see any relationship between Yi Man and Feng Fan. They were certain the reason Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian had nothing to do with Yi Man. After pondering for a while, there was only one possibility. Feng Fan was that inner court elder, Lu Huan's man. Only Lu Huan's man would want to kill all of them who came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. No, we must warn Duan Ling Tian. Shanghu clenched his teeth. This is not the first day you met senior brother Duan. Do you think he's someone who would act impulsively? Ling Yun chimed in nonchalantly. That's right, senior brother Duan is much smarter than I am. Shanghu chuckled as the worries in his heart lessened. I believe senior brother Duan knows how to deal with this matter. Whether he accepts or refuses the death duel invitation, he'll know what's the best course of action to take. Ling Yun had faith in Duan Ling Tian. Right now, I just want to raise my cultivation as soon as I can. I'm afraid Lu Huan's men are going to shift their target to us soon. Now that you've mentioned it, I've also begun to feel an impending danger. I'm going back to cultivate now, Shanghu replied before he left Ling Yun's wooden house immediately, both of them no longer bothered with the commotion outside. Their thoughts were fully focused on cultivating now. They believed Duan Ling Tian would know how to deal with the matter. At the stone house district in the outer court, inside a stone house that was a lot bigger than the wooden houses, Yi Man muttered as a ferocious smile bloomed on his face. Feng Fan from the Earth ranking has issued a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, oh, Duan Ling Tian, you really have a lot of enemies. Perhaps, you'll die before I even make a move. If someone was here, they would be able to see the dissatisfaction in the depth of Yi Man's eyes if they looked closely. He was dissatisfied that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Due to his obsession that was caused by Duan Ling Tian, he had fallen into the devil Dao. Ever since then, his cultivation base had a spurt of progress. Initially, he had thought his strength had already surpassed Duan Ling Tian's. However, it did not cross his mind that when he encountered Duan Ling Tian again in the Moon Illumination sect, he was even stronger than him. He could tell from Duan Ling Tian's battle results when he defeated the two outer court disciples who were ranked the top 100 in the outer court. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you'll escape death this time. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. An appalling devil aura began to surge out of his body. When he spoke, his voice was extremely cold. It has already been more than a month since I entered the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect. Today, it's time for me, Yi Man, to take my spot in the limelight, Yi Man muttered confidently as he left the stone house district, heading straight to an independent courtyard. He went to look for the outer court disciple who was ranked 90th in the outer court. Before the other outer disciples even realized what was happening, he had already locked onto his target. Remember, I'm called Yi Man. After glancing indifferently at the outer court disciple that he had defeated, he walked into the independent courtyard he had just taken over. This belongs to me, Yi Man, from now on. Although the outer court disciple who was defeated was furious, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be so weak? Instantly, the news of another outer court disciple who had just entered the sect entering the top 100 spread in the outer court. That outer court disciple's name is Yi Man. More importantly, he's a devil cultivator. I can't believe that the outer court disciples that the sect recruited this time are so outstanding. First, there's Duan Ling Tian, and now, there's Yi Man. Humph, he's a devil cultivator, so his cultivation speed is naturally faster than others. How's he worthy to be compared to Duan Ling Tian? That's right, Duan Ling Tian is not a devil cultivator. He doesn't use the crooked way. Many outer court disciples were quite disgusted with devil cultivators. In their opinion, these people were opportunists and dishonest, only thinking of taking shortcuts. However, this did not prevent Yi Man's fame from spreading in the outer court. Soon after, many of the outer court elders, including Dong Chong, came knocking on Yi Man's door, trying to take Yi Man as a disciple. This left many outer court disciples tongue-tied. This Yi Man actually created such a huge commotion. Even the outer court elders were shocked and wanted to take him as a disciple. They thought Yi Man would accept one of the elders as his master so he can rely on his power to roam freely in the outer court. However, something happened and surprised them. I don't plan to stay here for long, so I have no intention of accepting a master for now, Yi Man said coldly to all the outer court elders. Naturally, there were a few sentences he kept in his heart and did not say out loud. Do you think all of you outer court elders trash are worthy to become my master? I'll give it 3 years at most before I'm able to step on all of you. This was Yi Man's real thought. It was confident and arrogant. Chapter 1443 Coming out of the closed door, in the Stonehouse district of the outer court. Xiao Zhui's expression darkened after he heard the news about Yi Man. Damn it, Other than that freak Duan Ling Tian, there's someone else stronger than me in this district controlled by the Moon Illumination sect. When he was still in Luozhong City, he was at least the strongest young powerhouse in the peripheral area. However, he had suffered continuous setbacks the moment he arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. First, Duan Ling Tian had defeated him before the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam even began, causing him to feel displeased. After he entered the Moon Illumination sect, the displeasure in his heart vanished instantly when he realized that Duan Ling Tian's strength had far surpassed his imagination. When Duan Ling Tian had first entered the Moon Illumination sect, he had defeated two famous people in the outer court one after another. His strength was not something he could compare to. He had no regrets being defeated by someone like that. However, this Yi man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and indirectly suppressed him. This elicited a feeling of dissatisfaction in his heart that was stronger than before. Humph. Wait until I break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple. I'll be able to ask to see Elder Lu Huan then. I believe he'll take care of me from my master Sake. Xiao Zhui snorted. At that time, you, Yi man, will be underneath my shoes. As for Duan Ling Tian, it's uncertain if he'll even be able to make it into the inner court alive. The moment Xiao Zhui thought of Duan Ling Tian, a cold smile appeared on his face even though he still felt dread in his heart. Somebody had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. When he found out about this matter, the first thing that appeared in his mind was Elder Lu Huan's men finally made their move. Xiao Zhui was the disciple of Luo Yi, the city governor of Luozhong City, and Luo Yi was Lu Huan's follower when he was still an inner court disciple. Due to this reason, Xiao Zhui knew about the enmity between Lu Huan and Feng Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian, you really don't know how to differentiate cheese from chalk. How dare you reject Elder Lu Huan's offer? Xiao Zhui sneered. He had said such words because he felt that Elder Lu Huan must have wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as a disciple but had been rejected. Due to this reason, he must be trying to disrupt Duan Ling Tian's plan. He did not know that from the beginning until the end, Lu Huan had not heard anything about Duan Ling Tian at all. In fact, he was completely unaware of his existence. Lu Huan had not left his mansion and was focused on training Su Qi, the disciple he had taken a liking to, in the mansion. As for his other direct disciple, Zhou Qi, he seemed to have forgotten all about him. In the middle of the night, inside the house of an independent courtyard, two young men stood across each other. Senior brother Qi, even if Duan Ling Tian doesn't accept my death duel invitation, I'll still cripple him. My master will definitely be able to keep me safe from the consequences. Feng Fan smiled as he looked at Zhou Qi. If he dares to accept my death duel invitation, well, the day he accepts the invitation will also be the day he dies. Junior brother Fan, I feel grateful to you. Zhou Qi expressed his gratitude by cupping both of his hands in front of his chest. Although Feng Fan was an outer court disciple, Zhou Qi did not look down on him at all. It was not just because he was a powerhouse ranked in the Earth ranking, but it was mostly because Feng Fan's master was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, Feng Fan's master's position was even higher than his own master, Lu Huan, in the inner court. Even his master, Lu Huan, had to address him as senior brother when they meet. Naturally, not many people in the Moon Illumination sect knew that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as a master. In fact, no one in the outer court knew about this at all. Even the outer court elders and deacons did not know there was a highly respected inner court elder supporting Feng Fan. If they found out about this, they would understand why Feng Fan had declined to become their disciple. He already had an inner court elder who was well respected in the sect as his master. How could he possibly take a liking to the outer court elders, let alone the outer court deacons whose position was just slightly higher than ordinary inner court disciples? As for the reason Feng Fan's master did not expose Feng Fan's identity to the public, it was to train him. Senior brother Qi, is there a need for you to thank me? When I was training outside previously, I would have died if you didn't lend me a helping hand. I'm indebted to you for saving my life. This is just a small matter, and I only need to lift one finger. It's not worth mentioning at all. Feng Fan shook his head in reply. Upon hearing Feng Fan's words, a fake smile appeared on Zhou Qi's face. No matter what, I'll have to buy you drinks after this matter is dealt with. Haha, I'll wait for your invitation then. Feng Fan laughed loudly. After chatting idly for a while, Zhou Qi finally bid goodbye to Feng Fan and left. Under the cover of the night, he quietly left the outer court and returned to his master, Lu Huan's mansion in the inner court. I can't believe my spontaneous plan last time would come in handy during a critical moment. That Fang Fen still feels indebted to me until now. When Zhou Qi returned to his own little courtyard, a prideful expression could be seen on his face. At that time, he saw Feng Fan training outside and had purposely lured a fierce beast over to attack Feng Fan. When his life was hanging by a thread, Zhou Qi killed the ferocious beast and rescued him. Due to this reason, Feng Fan felt indebted to him and regarded him as his life savior. Until now, Feng Fan remained unaware of the fact that Zhou Qi was the one who had deliberately lured the ferocious beast over to him. Now that Feng Fan's going to make a move, this Duan Ling Tian will definitely be crippled even if he doesn't die. At that time, even if Master finds out about him, he'll get angry and punish me at the most. However, Duan Ling Tian will never be Master's disciple and sit on my head. In Zhou Qi's opinion, this trade was worth it. However, Zhou Qi seemed to assume Duan Ling Tian would definitely agree to become Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple if he was asked. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian might reject his master since he was only thinking from his own point of view. He would not have rejected it if he was Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, if the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect wanted to take him as a disciple, he would definitely betray his master without any hesitation and go to the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. To him, whoever would benefit him most would be his boss. When a radiant and contented Duan Ling Tian opened the door and walked out, 2 months had already passed since he had entered the Moon Illumination sect. Another duel invitation. When Duan Ling Tian opened the room door, he heard a faint sound. He casually reached out and grabbed the special paper that was falling to the ground. Look, senior brother Duan Ling Tian finally came out from his closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of his cultivation. I've waited here for 20 days already. Tisk, you only waited for 20 days. I've waited for 22 days. Okay. So what if you waited for 22 days? I've been waiting here since the day senior brother Feng Fan issued the duel invitation. Duan Ling Tian merely skimmed through the special paper in his hands to confirm it was a duel invitation. Before he had time to read it properly, he heard the commotion outside. It seems like newly opened saint veins are connected to the ears. My hearing seems to be several times better than before. They're so far away, but I can still hear their discussion from here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. A small excited smile appeared on his face immediately. However, the smile on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth froze soon after. Not only that, but he even furrowed his brows. This was because he heard the outer court disciples mention the words, "Death Duel Invitation," through his remarkable hearing. It seemed like they were talking about the duel invitation in his hands. Death Duel Invitation. When Duan Ling Tian opened the duel invitation again, he finally noticed it was a death duel invitation. There were 3 fingerprints on it. Feng Fan. When he saw the name of the person who had issued the death duel invitation, his frown deepened. Is he Lu Huan's man? Duan Ling Tian finally learned about the matter through the discussion of the group of outer court disciples standing outside. Feng Fan is an outer court disciple who's ranked 5th in the outer court. He's even ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. In terms of strength, he's comparable to someone at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Ling Tian finally gained some information about the person who had issued him a challenge. I can't believe there's someone like that among Lu Huan's men. Duan Ling Tian smirked as his eyes gleamed coldly. In the next instant, he walked out of the independent courtyard and revealed himself to the group of outer court disciples. Everybody's eyes were trained on him. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian picked up the death duel invitation. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is trying to tear the duel invitation. As I expected, senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't dare to accept the invitation. That's a death duel invitation after all. Would you dare to accept it if it were you? Moreover, with senior brother Duan Ling Tian's age, naturally, he would not dare to look for trouble with someone in the Earth ranking like senior brother Feng Fan. Many outer court disciples whispered to one another. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was going to tear and reject the death duel invitation that Feng Fan issued him. Due to the new saint veins he had opened up that were connected to his ears, Duan Ling Tian could hear the whispers of the group of the outer court disciples outside even though he had yet to cultivate his hearing to the clairaudience stage. Reject. Duan Ling Tian snorted in his heart. Maybe he would reject it if this happened a month ago. In the next instant, the outer court disciples whispering to one another were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian's action. They were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Ling Tian placing his fingerprint on the death duel invitation instead of tearing it up. His movement was as smooth as flowing water. The death duel invitation was valid now that it had the fingerprints of the challenger, the one who was challenged, and the two outer court elders. Chapter 1444 Betting odds of 1 to 10. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian accepted the death duel invitation that senior brother Feng Fan issued him. I didn't see wrongly, right? No, you didn't. I saw it as well. He really accepted the death duel invitation. Is he just really confident, or is he seeking death? It's hard to say. But he doesn't seem like someone who would seek death. Perhaps he doesn't know about senior brother Feng Fan's background. The group of the outer court disciples in the distance broke into an uproar when they saw Duan Ling Tian placing his fingerprint on the death duel invitation. Hints of disbelief and shock could be seen in their eyes. It was apparent this was out of their expectations. When Duan Ling Tian strode away and disappeared before the group of outer court disciples' eyes, they finally snapped back to reality. The matter of Duan Ling Tian accepting the death duel invitation issued by Feng Fan took the entire outer court of the Moon Illumination sect by surprise like a typhoon. Regardless if it was the outer court elders or disciples, all of them broke into an uproar. This result was out of their expectations. He accepted my death duel invitation. When Feng Fan received the news, he was momentarily stunned. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would accept the death duel invitation. Humph. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Fan snorted. 3 days later, let's fight to the end in the training field. Feng Fan said. Half an hour did not even pass when his words spread to the entire outer court. I'm happy to keep you company. Duan Ling Tian's response to his words was simple. Duan Ling Tian responded to Feng Fan and went to the Saint Stones distribution area in the outer court to receive his Saint Stones. He had received 2 months' worth of Saint Stones ever since he had entered the Moon Illumination sect. The Saint Stones received by the outer court disciples of Moon Illumination sect could be accumulated. It was different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. The 100 outer court disciples staying in the independent courtyard receive 107th grade Saint Stones and 1008th grade Saint Stones every month. This is equivalent to 2008th grade Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian had received 207th grade Saint Stones and 2008th grade Saint Stones. Currently, apart from the 5th grade and 4th grade Saint Stones Shui Nai had given him previously, he possessed a total of 12,000 7th grade Saint Stones and 10,000 8th grade Saint Stones. The 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones were given to him by Fang Wei, the city governor of Mount Hill City and also his teacher. As for the 8th grade Saint Stones, he had obtained them when he was in the latent dragon camp. Now that he became Fang Hui's disciple, he could return to the latent dragon camp to receive his monthly 8th grade Saint Stones. Naturally, the 8th grade Saint Stones that he would receive would not be this little. The remaining 8th grade Saint Stones had been given to the little girl ZZ when he was still in Mount Hill City. He had told her to inform Hong Yu, whom he had acknowledged as a brother, about this matter in the future. The reason he had done this was due to Hong Yu's stubbornness. After he had taken the Saint Stones once, he was unwilling to accept them anymore after that. The death duel will take place 3 days from now. I wonder if anyone will start a betting game in the outer court during these 3 days, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized there was indeed someone who had started a betting game. Moreover, the person who started the betting game was not an outer court disciple but an outer court deacon. The outer court deacon's name was Deng Wei. Duan Ling Tian was stunned the moment he saw Deng Wei. He recognized this outer court deacon. He was none other than one of the 2 outer court deacons who had followed behind the outer court's elder Dong Chong during the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam 2 months ago. The betting game that Deng Wei started was ridiculous. Those who wagered Duan Ling Tian would emerge as the winner were given a 1 to 5 betting odd, while those who wagered Feng Fan would win were given a 100 to 1 betting odd. In other words, if those who wagered Duan Ling Tian would win bet 1 7th grade Saint Stone, they would win 5 7th grade Saint Stones if he won. On the other hand, if those who wagered Feng Fan would win bet 100 7th grade Saint Stones, they would only win 1 7th grade Saint Stone if he won. Isn't the betting odds a little ridiculous? We won't earn much if we bet on senior brother Feng Fan. This is normal. Who is senior brother Feng Fan? He's a powerhouse in the Earth ranking. In my opinion, senior brother Feng Fan is guaranteed to win the death duel. Due to this reason, I'm going to bet 307th grade Saint Stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. I also bet 500 7th grade Saint stones on senior brother Feng Fan. Don't look down on the small number of Saint stones. As long as senior brother Feng Fan wins, I'll be able to obtain an extra 5 7th grade Saint stones on top of my capital. There's no suspense at all in this battle. I also bet senior brother Feng Fan will win. The group of outer court disciples went to place their bets with Deng Wei. All of them bet that Feng Fan would win. Although the betting odd was 100 to 1, it was just as the outer court disciple had said, don't look down on the small number of Saint stones. Deng Wei remained unmoved initially when he saw how everyone in the outer court had bet Feng Fan would win. However, his face began to turn grave as time continued to pass. Similar to the outer court disciples, he was certain Feng Fan would win the duel that was set to happen in 3 days' time. Initially, he had thought that by setting the betting odds to 1 to 5 for Duan Ling Tian, many outer court disciples would take a risk and try their luck. However, he did not expect that nobody would bet on Duan Ling Tian at all. Why don't you guys bet on Duan Ling Tian? The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian are 1 to 5, you know. Deng Wei told the group of outer court disciples in front of him, trying to bait them into betting on Duan Ling Tian. Tisk, won't it be like us handing over our money to you freely if we bet on Duan Ling Tian? 1 to 5, there's no suspense in this death duel, the temptation is too small. I bet 1000 7th grade Saint stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. I also bet 800 7th grade Saint stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. No matter how Deng Wei tried to tempt them, the group of outer court disciples seemed to have made up their minds to bet on Feng Fan. None of them even considered betting on Duan Ling Tian. Nobody has faith in me at all. Standing from afar, Duan Ling Tian went unnoticed by the others. He chuckled and mocked, it seems like all of them think I'll die. At the same time, the voice of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Due to the reason that there are just too many people betting on Feng Fan, the betting odds for Feng Fan will change to 200 to 1 now. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Deng Wei, who was acting as the banker. Although the previous betting odds for Feng Fan were only 100 to 1, almost everyone had bet that he would win. If this continued on, he would definitely lose money. Due to this reason, he quickly changed the betting odds. Deacon Deng, don't you think you're a little unfair? Previously, those who bet on senior brother Feng Fan were given the betting odds of 100 to 1, but now, we're given a betting odds of 200 to 1. That's right, Deacon Deng, you're being unfair. Many people were furious that Deng Wei had suddenly changed the betting odds at the last minute. Only a short time had passed, but the betting odds for Feng Fan had been increased to 200 to 1. Was this not similar to a deception? Silence. Deng Wei did not expect just one sentence from him would cause the scene to go out of control. I've yet to finish my sentence. Yes, the betting odd has changed. However, this doesn't only apply to Feng Fan. The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian will be changed as well. All of you were present earlier when the others placed their bets on Feng Fan winning. You're all going to place your bets on Feng Fan as well. Did you think that I, Deng Wei, started this betting game just to lose and not earn any money? Why would I go to all these troubles for then? After Deng Wei explained himself, the outer court disciples on the scene nodded their heads. They found Deng Wei's explanation reasonable. Then, what are the betting odds for Duan Ling Tian now? Many outer court disciples asked. The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian now is 1 to 10. Deng Wei said through clenched teeth. Since he did not think Duan Ling Tian would win, it did not matter to him even if he set such a high betting odd. Moreover, he believed more people would take the risk now that the betting odds were so high. Soon after, Deng Wei chuckled. Just as he had expected, those who placed their bets later no longer bet on Feng Fan alone. Some of them had begun to place their bets on Duan Ling Tian. Although not many people bet on Duan Ling Tian, the number of Saint stones that these people bet was enough for him to turn his deficit into a profit now. 1 to 10, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel tempted when he heard his own high betting odds. In just a few strides, he walked over. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is here. Is he here to place a bet as well? That must be it. Many outer court disciples noticed Duan Ling Tian and opened up a path for him in unison. If I were him, I would take a leap of faith and gamble everything I have. After all, I'll either die or survive. What's the point of having assets if I die? However, I'll be able to reap a great reward if I live, an outer court disciple whispered. You're right, I'm indeed here to take a leap of faith, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at the outer court disciple who made that comment, causing the latter to turn pale. Deacon Deng, I'll bet 10,000 7th grade saint stones on myself. Duan Ling Tian announced when he arrived before Deng Wei. 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Deng Wei had originally turned glum due to Duan Ling Tian's appearance. However, when he heard his words, the glumness on his face instantly vanished and was replaced with a smile instead. During the sect's entrance exam 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had caused the failure of his nephew, Deng Yu, to enter the sect. Due to this reason, he could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. It was also because of this that his expression had turned ugly when Duan Ling Tian appeared. However, since Duan Ling Tian was here to give him 10,000 7th grade saint stones, he was delighted and bursting with joy. Duan Ling Tian would be killed by Feng Fan in 3 days' time. At that time, it could be said that Feng Fan had indirectly helped him to avenge his nephew, Deng Yu. Moreover, he would be able to obtain 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Deng Wei was beside himself with joy. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you're really confident about yourself. After taking Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 7th grade saint stones, Deng Wei issued a written pledge and placed his fingerprint on it. If you win 3 days later, just bring this written pledge to me in exchange for 110,000 7th grade saint stones. Chapter 1445 I plan to play on my own. Then, I'll look for you again when I win, Deacon Deng. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Deng Wei as he put the written pledge away. I'll wait for you. A fake smile appeared on Deng Wei's face even though his heart was filled with disdain. We'll talk about it only if you're still alive after 3 days. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian took out a lot of saint stones. 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Although I'm an outer court disciple from the Stonehouse district, I only get 100 7th grade saint stones every month, 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Even if I don't use my saint stones, I'll still need to save for more than 8 years to have that number of saint stones. It seems senior brother Duan Ling Tian is from one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect's command before he entered the sect. Moreover, the city governor must have taken a liking to him. This is very obvious. The atmosphere turned even more lively when Duan Ling Tian placed his bet. Many of the outer court disciples' bets turned higher as well. Naturally, the majority of them still bet that Feng Fan would win. Even so, Deng Wei still had a delighted smile on his face. There were many people who bet on Duan Ling Tian as well. In his opinion, those who bet on Duan Ling Tian, including Duan Ling Tian himself, were basically giving their money to him. From now on, other than saint stones, you can also use your merit points to bet, Deng Wei announced loudly. The moment his words left his mouth, he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was walking away and smiled. Duan Ling Tian, your master must have given you quite a number of merit points before you entered the Moon Illumination sect, right? The moment Deng Wei opened his mouth, the entire scene burst into an uproar. Merit points were even more valuable than saint stones in the Moon Illumination sect. No matter how many saint stones one offered, not many people would be willing to exchange their merit points for it. In the Moon Illumination sect, merit points could be used to borrow and read the human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics in exchange for human rank prominent saint weapons or earth rank primitive saint weapons. Naturally, one would need more merit points to exchange for an earth rank primitive saint weapon. In the outer court, only the outer court elders and deacons possessed the earth rank primitive saint weapons. Even if the earth rank primitive saint weapons were not inscribed with any saint inscription, one would need to use tens of thousands of merit points to exchange for it. Those that were inscribed with saint inscription were even more valuable. Apart from the earth rank primitive saint weapons, merit points could also be used to exchange for high-grade saint-grade pills and formidable Dao talismans. Merit points. Duan Ling Tian knew that Deng Wei had his eyes on his merit points as soon as he heard his words. Indeed, he had a lot of merit points. Before he left Mount Hill City, his teacher had transferred 100,000 merit points to him. Naturally, not all of the 100,000 merit points belonged to him. He was given 50,000 merit points. The remaining 50,000 merit points were split between Ling Yun and Shang Hu. 30,000 were given to Ling Yun, and the remaining 20,000 were given to Shang Hu. However, the merit points were temporarily looked after by him. In the Moon Illumination sect, an outer court disciple would only obtain merit points once every 6 months. On top of that, even an outer court disciple living in an independent courtyard was only given 1,000 merit points every 6 months. As for the outer court disciples from the Stone House and Wooden House districts, the merit points they obtained every 6 months would be even fewer. In the Moon Illumination sect, the method of accumulating merit points did not rely on the merit points that were given every 6 months. Instead, one would have to rely on all sorts of methods like completing various tasks and contributing to the Moon Illumination sect to earn merit points. Soon after, an outer court disciple gritted his teeth and told Deng Wei, "I bet 1,000 merit points that senior brother Feng Fan will win." In the next instant, he obtained a written pledge and transferred 1,000 merit points from the crystal card he brought along to Deng Wei. As long as Feng Fan emerged victorious 3 days later, he would be able to obtain an extra 5 merit points. Just as someone had said earlier, don't look down on something because of its minuscule amount. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw people began to use their merit points to bet. He looked at Deng Wei, whose attention was focused on him, before saying nonchalantly, "Deacon Deng, although I have many merit points, I don't intend to play with you anymore." "You must be lacking guts then." Deng Wei mocked. "Duan Ling Tian, as the saying goes, during birth, we bring nothing with us. During death, we take nothing with us. If I were you, I would bet all my merit points on myself and take a leap of faith." "Lacking guts," Duan Ling Tian chuckled. "I didn't say I don't want to play. I said I don't want to play with you anymore. I plan to play on my own instead." "What do you mean?" Deng Wei frowned. At once, the group of outer court disciples also shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. They were confused. They did not understand his words. "Everyone, I plan to take a leap of faith and be the banker. Since I'm the banker, I'll only accept those who bet on Feng Fan winning, and I'll only accept merit points. I, myself, will bet with all of you. However, my betting odds will be much higher than Deacon Deng." Duan Ling Tian announced, "The betting odds for Feng Fan winning the death duel are 30 to 1. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. As it turned out, this is what Duan Ling Tian meant when he said he would play on his own. He would be the banker. Not only would he exclusively accept bets on Feng Fan winning, but the betting odds were 50 to 1. In other words, if one bet 1,000 merit points on Feng Fan winning, one would be able to obtain 30 merit points if he won. Many outer court disciples' eyes lit up immediately. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet 900 merit points. Senior brother, I'll bet 700 merit points. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet 1,200 merit points." The group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian and placed their bets one by one. With Duan Ling Tian as the banker, the betting odds for Feng Fan winning were 30 to 1, but it was only 200 to 1 on Deng Wei's side. Those who were not fools would definitely know how to choose. At once, nobody placed their bets with Deng Wei anymore. Humph. When Deng Wei saw how the group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian to place their bets, he snorted before his voice that contained true energy sounded like thunder, "Why don't you guys think about it? He only accepts bets of Feng Fan winning. However, does he have enough merit points to compensate all of you?" The moment these words left Deng Wei's mouth, many of the outer court disciples calmed down immediately. He was right. Although the betting odds of 30 to 1 were high and favorable to them, the amount Duan Ling Tian needed to repay them would be high as well if so many of them placed their bets. "Duan Ling Tian, are you trying to deceive us?" Deng Wei mocked. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He only took out his crystal card in the face of Deng Wei's mocking words and the outer court disciples' skepticism. After he had infused his true energy into it, the balance of the card was immediately revealed: 100,000 merit points. The moment the group of outer court disciples saw the merit points in Duan Ling Tian's crystal card, their eyes turned red with envy. How badly they wanted to snatch Duan Ling Tian's crystal card away. "With these 100,000 merit points, it's more than enough for me to take on 3 million merit points of bets if we go by the 30 to 1 betting odds. Do all of you still doubt me and think I don't have enough merit points to compensate you?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked around his surrounding. "Not at all." The group of outer court disciples shook their heads instantly. With these 100,000 merit points, senior brother Duan Ling Tian would be able to take bets up to 3 million merit points. "However, I only have these 100,000 merit points in hand. Due to this reason, Please place your bets quickly. Once the bets hit 3 million merit points, I won't accept any more bets. Duan Lingtian seized this opportunity to strike the iron while it was still hot. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to make a bet. 2,000 merit points please. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to make a bet too. 1,500 merit points. The group of outer court disciples instantly scrambled to place a bet with Duan Lingtian, causing him to momentarily struggle to cope. Queue up, line up one by one. Every time there was a transaction of merit points in his crystal card, Duan Lingtian would give out a written pledge and place his fingerprint on it. Deng Wei's face turned even glummer when he saw his words failed to affect Duan Lingtian but served to help him instead. Duan Lingtian, first, you caused my nephew to have no fate with the sect, and now, you actually cut off the source of my wealth. Fuck you. Deng Wei's eyes turned bloodshot. He wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Aside the fact that he was just an outer court deacon, even if he was an outer court elder, he still would not dare to kill as he liked in the sect. Otherwise, he would be sentenced to death according to the sect's rules. Due to this reason, he could only put up with it. Deng Wei's body began to tremble violently from his fury. 3 days later, I'll watch with my own eyes as Feng Fan kills you. Deng Wei glared at Duan Lingtian coldly and clenched his teeth. That's right. His brows twitched a little before a sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth as though he had thought of something. Duan Lingtian, you keep saying you'll only accept bets on Feng Fan winning, but if Feng Fan really wins, you'll be dead. At that time, who's going to help you with the payout? How are you going to pay everyone their merit points? Deng Wei's voice that contained true energy resonated once again. It exploded thunderously by the outer court disciples' ears, shocking them and waking them up. That's right. If senior brother Feng Fan wins, won't senior brother Duan Lingtian be dead at that time? How is a dead man going to fulfill his promise? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, what do you have to say? The group of outer court disciples discussed among themselves before they looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope you can give us an explanation, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, we can only take back our merit points and no longer place any bets. That's right, you must give us an explanation. If you lose 3 days later in the death duel between you and senior brother Feng Fan, you'll die. At that time, what will happen to our bets? The group of outer court disciples scrambled to ask. There's no need for all of you to worry about this. After Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the group of outer court disciples fell silent, he smiled and replied nonchalantly, I'll look for Elder Dongfang so that he can be the witness to our bet. Apart from that, I'll pass my crystal card to him. If I die 3 days later, the crystal card will automatically remove its ownership. At that time, you can take the written pledge in your hands and look for him to receive your winnings. Chapter 1446 Elder Dongfang. Elder Dongfang. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of surrounding outer court disciples was consumed by shock. There was only one Elder Dongfang in their outer court district, was there not? Not only that, but he was also the Grand Elder of the outer court who was in charge of the entire outer court. In the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Dongfang's position was even higher than some of the inner court elders. Pissed, Deng Wei burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian, I think you're merely spouting nonsense. Who do you think you are to actually ask Elder Dongfang be your witness and guarantor? At the same time, the gaze of the group of outer court disciples by the surrounding was also filled with skepticism. They did not really believe Duan Lingtian's words. Although Elder Dongfang was the outer court grand elder who was always at the outer court district, he was someone who was very secretive in his movement and whereabouts in the outer court to the point that many of the outer court disciples who entered the Moon Illumination sect for the last 5 years had never even seen him before. Yet, right now, Duan Lingtian, this outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for barely 2 months actually said that he would ask Elder Dongfang to become the witness and guarantor for the bet that he was setting up. For a moment, almost nobody believed in him. It looks like all of you are still filled with doubts. In this case, at this time tomorrow, I'll go to the training field again to set up the bet. Before that, I'll invite Elder Dongfang to make an announcement. In the face of the group of outer court disciples' skepticism, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by their reaction. As for those of you who've already placed their bets with me, if you still want to take your wager back tomorrow, just bring your written pledge in your hand to change it. After Duan Lingtian finished his words, he turned around and retreated, leaving a group of outer court disciples who stared at each other at a loss behind. and also Deng Wei, who had a cynical expression. Asking Elder Dongfang to become the witness and the guarantor of this bet. This Duan Ling Tian really knows how to boast. Deng Wei sneered. He originally thought that the bet that he set up would be able to continue now that Duan Ling Tian had left, but he quickly realized that the group of outer court disciples no longer had the mood to place any bets with him. Do you really think that senior brother Duan Ling Tian would be able to get Elder Dongfang to become his witness and guarantor for his game? I don't think so. I don't think so either. However, senior brother Duan Ling Tian's tone seems to be filled with confidence. Don't tell me that Elder Dongfang has actually taken senior brother Duan Ling Tian as his disciple in secret. It might be possible, although Elder Dongfang is always secretive in his whereabouts. As the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, I'm sure he knows about what has happened recently in the Outer Court. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is more than enough to arouse Elder Dongfang's interest. I think it's impossible. Why don't you think for yourself? If senior brother Duan Ling Tian really is Elder Dongfang's disciple, do you think he'd let senior brother Duan Ling Tian accept the death duel invitation that was issued by senior brother Feng Fan? You have a valid point. In the midst of the discussion, the group of outer court disciples continued to leave one by one. Nobody had the mood to place any bets with Deng Wei anymore. I'm kinda looking forward to tomorrow now. Yeah, we'll find out about the results tomorrow. If senior brother Duan Ling Tian can really invite Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor, then I won't hesitate to go all out. By that time, I'll bet all of my merit points on senior brother Feng Fan. After the outer court disciples left, they still had not stopped their chatter. Not long after that, the entire outer court district had also found out about the bet that Duan Ling Tian set up, and the fact that he claimed to have asked Elder Dongfang to become his guarantor for his game. Most of the people felt that Duan Ling Tian was bragging. I kinda hope that what he said is true. If Elder Dongfang really becomes his guarantor, I'd place a bet too. Me too. Duan Ling Tian has basically zero chance of winning. Is he just trying to give out his wealth to us before he dies? Just as the outer court was bustling, Duan Ling Tian, who was the party in action, had gone to a secluded area of the outer court district. It was so secluded that nobody would go there. Of course, the reason nobody would go there was that this was the forbidden area of the outer court district. Soon, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he came to a vast, standalone mansion. This must be the place. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian walked to the mansion in front. The mansion door was wide open and not a trace of anyone could be seen. However, just when Duan Ling Tian walked near the mansion door, two huge figures suddenly blocked in front of him like two towers. Little guy, don't you know that this is a forbidden area? You're just an outer court disciple. How dare you break the outer court's rules and enter the forbidden area? What punishment do you think you deserve? Two towering, burly fellows snarled at Duan Ling Tian one after another. Facing these two domineering burly fellows, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, I want to see Elder Dongfang. HMPH. Do you think Elder Dongfang is somebody that you can easily see as you like? The two burly men moved a step forward with an imposing manner as though they were trying to coerce Duan Ling Tian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Despite their imposing manner, Duan Ling Tian continued to stand there with an unchanged expression without moving an inch at all. Please pass a message on my behalf that I, Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, have something to ask for from Elder Dongfang. Under the surprised gaze of the two burly men, Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands in front of his chest and continued neither humbly nor arrogantly. You're Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, the two men were taken aback at first before starting to scrutinize him from top to bottom. Other than having a handsome face, I don't really see what other advantages you have. Have you really defeated the top 100 of the outer court although you just entered it? And after a month of entering the sect, you've defeated another person who was ranked 47th in the outer court. Interesting. It was apparent that the two burly men had heard of him before too. After knowing that this purple-clad young man in front was Duan Ling Tian, their attitudes toned down a little. One of them even shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, if you're here to just ask Elder Dongfang to revoke that death duel invitation, then I'm afraid your efforts will be in vain. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as he was able to grow up, he would definitely become an eminent person in the Moon Illumination sect. Even if it were 100 years later, it was not impossible for him to become the main pillar of the Moon Illumination sect. You can reject that death duel invitation yourself. What? Do you feel that rejecting it yourself is so embarrassing that you want to look for Elder Dongfang so that he can pressure Feng Fan to revoke that death duel invitation instead? One of them asked indifferently. Revoking the death duel invitation? When Duan Ling Tian heard what he said, he was stunned. Could it be that these two fellows still had no idea about the fact that he had already accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation? As a matter of fact, he had guessed it correctly. Although he had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation early this morning and this news had spread out to the entire outer court district, the news had yet to arrive at this corner of the court yet. I think there seemed to be a misunderstanding, Duan Ling Tian chimed. Since I came out of my cultivation just now, I've already accepted the death duel invitation that Feng Fan issued. 3 days later, I'll have a battle of life or death with him on the training field. If you two are interested, you may check it out too. Without a doubt, Duan Ling Tian's words had taken the two burly men by surprise. You've accepted it. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian would actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. In fact, before this, they were almost certain that he would reject it since they knew about Feng Fan's background. However, reality seemed to have played a joke on them. The two of you, please pass a message on behalf of me, Duan Ling Tian added again. Right now, the duo no longer dared to look down on him. No matter whether the act of Duan Ling Tian accepting Feng Fan's death duel invitation was because of his confidence or for other reasons, this courageous side of him was enough to elicit deep veneration from the others. Please wait for a while, said one of the men before he entered the mansion. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dared to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Do you know who he is? The remaining man could not suppress the question from rising. He even thought that the reason Duan Ling Tian had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation was that he did not know about Feng Fan's background at all and was just merely consumed by a sudden impulse. Just like me, he's an outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian replied straightforwardly. Do you know that he's different from other ordinary outer court disciples? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched violently. Listening to Duan Ling Tian's tone, he thought that he might really not know about Feng Fan's background at all. An outer court disciple who was ranked 5th of the outer court, Duan Ling Tian replied again. Just as an expression that said, just as I thought, appeared on the burly man's face, Duan Ling Tian added again, oh yeah, he seems to be ranked 99th on the Earth rankings or something. You know that he's an Earth rankings powerhouse, yet you still dare to accept his death duel invitation. The burly man's eyes bulged. Seeing how casual Duan Ling Tian was, the man smiled wryly and asked, do you know what the Earth rankings represent? It represents the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. Those who are ranked at the top of the Earth rankings can even defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength is even comparable to intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for those who are ranked behind, they can have a battle with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivator to decide the draw, Duan Ling Tian replied as though he was memorizing a textbook. You know about this and yet you still dare to accept the death duel invitation that an Earth rankings powerhouse issued. Duan Ling Tian's answer was beyond the burly man's expectation. However, he was even more perplexed. Was this Duan Ling Tian really not afraid of death? Don't tell me that he's actually confident that he can beat Feng Fan. A thought suddenly appeared in the burly man's mind, but very soon, he suppressed it again. Impossible. This is impossible. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian has impressive innate talent, but he has only entered the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. His cultivation base is most likely not even on the paramount mortal shedding stage yet, the burly man thought to himself. Seeing how Duan Ling Tian stood right there waiting quietly, free of arrogance and impetuosity, the burly man's heart was taken aback. This young man seemed to possess a maturity that was beyond his age. This went beyond his expectations. Although I have no idea why you're here to look for Elder Dongfang, I have to warn you that Elder Dongfang might not want to see you. It'll only be his loss if he refuses to see me, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Chapter 14 47 Millions of Merit Points. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the burly man frowned and snorted, HMPH. I really wonder where you get your confidence from. After 15 minutes, the burly man who had left just now finally returned. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Dongfang has already been waiting for you. Follow me. He's agreed to it. The burly man who had stayed with Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. It had never crossed his mind that the man that he had served for so many years would actually agree to meet such an unfledged boy as Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, Elder Dongfang has taken a liking to his innate talent. This was the only plausible reason that the burly man could think of. From the moment that Duan Lingtian entered the mansion of Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, until he left, the entire process had only taken 15 minutes. As for what had happened inside Dongfang Quan's mansion within these 15 minutes, nobody else other than Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan knew. After leaving Dongfang Quan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard and entered his room before entering the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. 3 days inside the pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. The span of 3 days was enough to allow him to cultivate the techniques of the Saint-grade martial tactic. In actual fact, in the past month, he had remained on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda for 3 months. When the second month ended, he had already made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As for the last remaining month, he had used it to cultivate the techniques of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Among them, he had made the fastest progress in the defense technique, Silver Shirt. Right now, his Silver Shirt had already been cultivated close to the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage in the Saint-grade martial tactic, and it was also the highest stage. The Silver Shirt itself was a defense technique that devoted attention to merging one's true energy into one's body. If the body was stronger, the merging would be even simpler. After going through 2 transformations, Duan Lingtian's body had now reached a formidable stage. As stated by the Elder Huo, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon, even a 6-clawed divine dragon that had the same level could not compare to the current Duan Lingtian in terms of just the body's tenacity alone. Duan Lingtian's body's tenacity was on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon now. Of course, there were no 6-clawed divine dragons at all in Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 7-clawed divine dragon. In the dragon clan of Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was a member of the dragon clan that had the highest bloodline. The 6-clawed divine dragon did not exist there at all. At the very least, from what Duan Lingtian learned from Shui Nai, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon at all in Dao Martial Saint Land. As Duan Lingtian's entire body was shining in a silverish light, he muttered to himself, I keep having a feeling that I'll be able to obtain some special opportunity in these 3 days' time and cultivate my Silver Shirt to the impeccable stage in one fell swoop. Just as Duan Lingtian was in his closed-door cultivation, another shocking news took the entire Moon Illumination sect's outer court by surprise like a stone that was thrown into a calm lake. Elder Dongfang has released a statement saying that if Duan Lingtian dies by the hand of Feng Fan in 3 days, he'll repay the merit points in Duan Lingtian's crystal card to those who have won the bet against Duan Lingtian. In addition to taking the group of outer court disciples by surprise, this news also stunned each and every outer court deacon and elder. Since when does Elder Dongfang gives a care about such petty matters? It's unbelievable. Elder Dongfang actually announced a statement and is willing to take care of Duan Lingtian's post-duel arrangement after he's killed by Fang Fen. Duan Lingtian actually let Elder Dongfang carry out such a small petty matter for him. Don't tell me that he's actually a disciple taken by Elder Dongfang in secret. Impossible. If he's Elder Dongfang's disciple, Elder Dongfang would never have let him accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation in order to protect him. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had used facts to respond to the doubts from the group of outer court disciples and Deng Wei, the outer court deacon. How is this possible? When Deng Wei learned about this news, he was completely baffled by astonishment. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to invite Elder Dongfang to become his witness and guarantor for his bet. However, soon, a sneer crept up upon his face. So what even if you have Elder Dongfang to be your witness and guarantor? In the end, you'll still die by Feng Fan's hand. Inside a little standalone courtyard in the outer court, sitting in front of the stone table, Yi Man twirled the wine glass in his hand and muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian, I hope that you won't die in the hands of Feng Fan in 3 days. Your life is mine, Yi Man's. In his eyes, a chilly brilliance flashed across like a meteor that disappeared as soon as it appeared in the night sky. On the second day, the training field of the outer court district was extremely lively. Each and every of the outer court disciple was lining up to bet with Duan Lingtian. They were betting on Feng Fan in the death duel that would take place 2 days later with their merit points. By that time, if Feng Fan won, they would be able to get a payout of 1 to 30. In just a few days' time, they would be able to get 31 merit points by just investing 30 merit points. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was basically just giving his merit points away to them, making them feel bad if they did not take it from him. Of course, it was not that they had never thought about the consequences if he won. However, they felt that it was impossible. If it were just an ordinary duel, then Feng Fan might work together with Duan Ling Tian and fake a loss in order to share the merit points with him. However, the duel that would take place 2 days later was a death duel. The death duel would never end unless someone died. Once the death duel was valid, nobody was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, he would be sentenced to death. This applied to even the inner court elders and even the vice sect leader. A rule was a rule. Other than the few most powerful saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the Moon Illumination sect leader, all of the other people had no right to break the rules, let alone ignore them. In just 1 day, the balance of the merit points in the crystal card in Duan Ling Tian's hand had gone up to a shocking amount of more than 1.6 million. Of course, 100,000 of these originally belonged to him. In other words, in just a day, he had already received a total of over 1.5 million merit points through wagers. If he won the death duel in 2 days, all of these wagers would belong to him. I can see that today on the training field, the outer court deacons and elders were tempted to join the betting game that I set up. Yeah, I'll just continue tomorrow. After returning to his standalone courtyard, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, perhaps each of them feels that the person who will die 2 days later will be me. The moment he thought about this, he looked at the crystal card in his hand as a brilliant smile crept up upon his face. However, it's also thanks to this. Otherwise, how else could I earn so many merit points? But those outer court disciples are quite rich. In just 1 day, I've already gotten over 1.5 million merit points. Duan Ling Tian continued to show up on the training field the second day and the bet continued to go on. That day, the outer court disciples who came to make their bets were less than the day before. Yesterday, almost all of the outer court disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation and the few who found it to be risky and did not just follow blindly like sheep had already made the bets. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I've already made my bet using my merit points. Can I use my saint stones too? One of the outer court disciples who felt it was still not enough asked Duan Ling Tian, I'm sorry, I only accept merit point here. Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically before looking at the figure not far away. But you can go to find Deacon Deng. He seems to be accepting saint stones as a wager. The betting odds with Deacon Deng is just too low. The outer court disciple shook his head and left. Oh, suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Deng Wei, who was standing not far away, had suddenly walked towards him. He advanced all the way until he reached in front of him. Yes, are you still doubting me now, Deacon Deng? Duan Ling Tian asked. HMPH, I'm here to make a bet. Deng Wei snorted. A bet? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Since you're so generous in giving your wealth away to everybody, then I won't be modest anymore. Here are 120,000 merit points on Feng Fan winning the death duel tomorrow. Deng Wei took out his crystal card nimbly and declared, 120,000 merit points. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He had never expected Deng Wei to be this rich. However, soon, he eased down again after giving it some thought. No matter what, Deng Wei was still an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect just like his teacher, Feng Wei. Although he was not as amazing as his teacher, he was still an outer court deacon no matter what. It was quite normal for him to have 120,000 merit points on hand. Deacon Deng, I think it's better for you to make a smaller bet. I'm sure these 120,000 merit points isn't quite a small amount for you, Duan Ling Tian advised with seemingly good intentions, narrowing his eyes. With so many merit points, it was basically impossible to say that he was not eyeing them at all. As for his advice with seemingly noble intentions, in truth, that was just also because he had a clear insight on Deng Wei's psyche. He knew that the more he advised him, the more Deng Wei would refuse to listen to him. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was correct. What, are you scared now? Take out your crystal card. I'm betting 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian advising him, Deng Wei thought that Duan Ling Tian was merely feeling guilty, and at once, he added on another 30,000 merit points. The 150,000 merit points was basically all he had. Now that he had given all of his 150,000 merit points out, he was only left with several thousand merit points in hand. He believed that after tomorrow, the 150,000 merit points would be returned to his crystal card with both capital and interest. With the betting odds of 30 to 1, 150,000 merit points would get him a whole 5,000 merit points. The moment he thought about how he was able to earn 5,000 merit points in just 1 day, Deng Wei became lightheaded. Earning so speedily is much faster than how I usually earn my merit points. Seeing how his merit points had already been transferred to Duan Ling Tian's crystal card, Deng Wei, who took the written pledge, swept a cold glance at him. Duan Ling Tian, I'll inform my nephew about your death tomorrow. Your nephew? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. HMPH. Don't tell me that you've already forgotten how you actually passed through your entrance assessment to become a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Deng Wei sneered. You mean, Deng Yu, is he actually your nephew? Duan Ling Tian finally pieced the puzzle pieces together. It was no wonder that when he went to place the bet with Deng Wei 2 days ago, he felt that Deng Wei seemed to have a great hostility towards him. So, this was how it turned out. Chapter 1448A Pleased Huang Chen. It looks like you still remember. Deng Wei sneered. If it weren't for you, it'd be easy for my nephew to enter the sect with his innate talent, but all thanks to you, he no longer has any fate to enter the Moon Illumination sect for his entire life. Deacon Deng, instead of hating me right here, why don't you ask that nephew of yours why couldn't he defeat me? After casting a nonchalant glance at Deng Wei, Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with him anymore. His attention landed on the crystal card in his hand. The merit points in his crystal card now was close to 2.1 million merit points now. Out of the merit points, 100,000 belonged to him while the rest were the wagers that he received. With the capital that I have in my hand, I can still take in a wager of 1 million, Duan Ling Tian muttered. At the same time, he looked at the group of outer court deacons and elders surrounding him before thinking to himself, they really can keep their cool. Just as Duan Ling Tian's thought left his mind, an outer court deacon walked over. Since Deng Wei has also come to join in the fun, I won't miss this as well. In this case, I'll place a bet of 100,000 merit points. Okay. Duan Ling Tian fluidly took the 100,000 merit points that the outer court deacon passed him, and at the same time, he passed the written pledge to the deacon before announcing wittingly, another 900,000 merit points, and this bet that I said will no longer take in any bets. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court deacons could no longer hold it in anymore as they came swarming forward. I'll place 50,000 merit points. I'm betting 60,000 merit points. I'll place 80,000 merit points. Although they were not as crazy as Deng Wei, they still presented him half of their wealth. In just a while, the wager that Duan Ling Tian had in his hand had already accumulated to become more than 2.6 million merit points. At this point, several outer court elders walked over. Dong Chong, the person in charge of the previous entrance assessment who wanted to take Duan Ling Tian in as a direct disciple but was rejected, was one of them too. When these few elders were walking over to him, Duan Ling Tian noticed a spiritual energy sweep over him without restraint before enveloping his entire physique as though it was probing something. This owner of the spiritual energy was a plump outer court elder who was all smiles and appeared to be harmless. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was not as simple as he looked. He must be a downright grinning tiger. A wicked person with a hypocritical smile was a fitting description. Duan Ling Tian, it looks like you've really made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the entrance assessment, just as the rumors say. With the cultivation base as a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator, you're indeed allowed to be conceited to be able to defeat Sengji and Lin Fu one after another. Soon, the smiling tiger stood in front of Duan Ling Tian and said nonchalantly. Thanks for the compliment, elder, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. He was not fond of this outer court elder who was being impolite by probing his cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage, as the saying went, a casual remark may reveal much to an attentive listener. After Dong Chong heard this smiling tiger's words, his heart skipped a beat in shock right away before asking via true energy voice transmission, Elder Huang Cheng, did you probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base just now? Huang Cheng nodded his head indifferently. At the same time, before Dong Chong and the few other outer court elders could open their mouths, he had already looked at Duan Ling Tian and beat the rest to announce, how much more wagers you can take. I'll make up for the remaining balance that you still lack. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed without warning as a trace of a sneer crept upon the corner of his mouth. Dong Chong and the few other outer court elders turned horrified right away. Some of the other outer court elders even cried out anxiously, Elder Huang, you can't just take all the goodness for yourself. That's right, those who see it can get the shares too. How can you just seize all the remaining wagers for yourself? Elder Huang, you're really dishonest. The few outer court disciples expressed their discontentedness one by one. Only Dong Chong did not have the intention to compete with Huang Cheng. He just wanted to remind Huang Cheng that Duan Ling Tian was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he defeated Lin Fu a month ago. That was the result he obtained by probing using his spiritual secret technique personally. Just as Dong Chong was about to open his mouth, Huang Cheng had already beaten him to it first. All of you geezers, you're the ones who are slow, so who are you blaming now? As the saying goes, first come, first served. Don't tell me that you guys don't even know about this rule at all. Huang Cheng's tone was completely blunt, as though he was not at all concerned about the glum expression on the few outer court elders' faces. The moment Huang Cheng's words left his mouth, even Dong Chong could not help but felt a little disgruntled. At once, he did not proceed to warn Huang Cheng anymore. The few outer court elders snorted with disdain. Huang Cheng, it's not up to you who decides whether we can make a bet or not. This bet isn't set by you anyway, Huang Cheng. That's right, this bet is set up by Duan Ling Tian. How are you so sure that he's willing to give you all of the remaining amounts? Huang Cheng, don't be so conceited. Upon hearing the few outer court elders, Huang Cheng instantly looked at Duan Ling Tian. Narrowing his eyes, he asked in an unfriendly tone, Duan Ling Tian, did you hear what I said just now? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head nonchalantly. The few outer court elders looked at Duan Ling Tian and encouraged him. Duan Ling Tian, you don't have to give a damn about him. If he dares to pick any trouble with you because of this, these few old men, aren't people who are easily bullied. That's right, we'll back you up, you don't have to be afraid of him. I'm sorry, all of you elders. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since Elder Huang is the one who spoke first, I have no other option but to give all of the remaining limits to him. Next time, I'll make sure to give all of you the priority if I set another bet. In the face of the few outer court elders' constant bombarding, Duan Ling Tian apologized. Did you guys hear that? Upon hearing the apology, Huang Cheng had a smug expression on his face. At the same time, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian and smirked. Duan Ling Tian, you're not bad. Really not bad. How sensible of you. If it weren't for the fact that you're going to have a death duel with Feng Fan tomorrow, I'd really wanted to take you as my disciple. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, Elder Huang Cheng. Duan Ling Tian beamed too as he looked at Huang Cheng. As for the few other elders, he completely ignored them. However, the corner of his eye could not help but sweep past Dong Chong. From the beginning till the end, Elder Dong Chong didn't even say a word, and he seems to have no intention of placing any bets at all. In this case, what is he doing here joining in the fun for? Duan Ling Tian's heart was full of scorn. If Elder Dong Chong had also opened his mouth just now, he would have definitely shared his remaining limits with him too. A month ago, Dong Chong had probed his cultivation base without restraint in secret, pissing him off. After those few outer court elders were rejected by Duan Ling Tian, their faces turned glum right away. However, what else could they do? Threaten him? Duan Ling Tian was most likely going to be killed tomorrow, so what use was there in threatening him? As for Duan Ling Tian's claims of prioritizing them when he had the opportunity to set up another bet the next time, they completely regarded it as nonsense. In their opinion, he would never be able to survive after the next day. Dong Chong took a long look at Duan Ling Tian and did not say any more. He was clear that even if he reminded Huang Cheng now, the latter would only mistake it as him wanting his share. Duan Ling Tian, how much more wager can you take? Taking out his own crystal card, Huang Cheng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. 360,000 more, Duan Ling Tian answered. The moment Huang Cheng heard that, he readily swiped 360,000 merit points from his crystal card. Of course, this was just on the surface. He could not help but felt a little pang of pain in his heart. He only had a total of slightly over 400,000 merit points in hand. Now that 360,000 was gone in a flash, this was no doubt a huge loss to him. However, the moment he remembered that he would be able to obtain more than 10,000 merit points in addition to getting back his 360,000 merit points the next day, his pain disappeared. All of the 3 million is now here. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with excitement. However, he did not show it deliberately on the surface. Instead, he just maintained his composure. He understood the saying, the silent toad catches the fly, very well. Elders, the bet has ended now, so it's time for me to go back to cultivate in order for me to face the death duel tomorrow. Farewell. After keeping his crystal card, Duan Ling Tian looked at the few outer court elders in front and said his farewell before he left. Duan Ling Tian is not bad. Staring at his silhouette that was getting farther away, Huang Chang nodded his head in satisfaction. Of course, the reason for his approval was that the man had resisted the pressure and had given him all of the remaining limits to him. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian intended to just give him over 10,000 merit points freely. As for the few other elders, other than Dong Chong who seemed to be lost in his thoughts, the rest of them had grave expressions. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian would have no sense in appreciating favors. How dare he actually ignore them? And to think that he actually went back to cultivate. Let alone one day, even if he's given a year, he's not a match for Feng Fan at all. How dare he actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation? Duan Ling Tian really overestimated himself. I really want to see how he'll be killed tomorrow. The few outer court elders who hated Duan Ling Tian for not allocating his remaining limit to them sneered one after another. Haha, everyone, I'll bid farewell first. See you tomorrow. Huang Cheng laughed out loudly in content as he strode away. It's time for me to take my leave too, Dong Chong added before he departed as well. Since the few other outer court elders' attention was not on Dong Chong, they did not notice how abnormal he was behaving that day. After mocking Duan Ling Tian a few more times, they finally left one by one. As for the few enraged outer court elders, of course, Duan Ling Tian did not give a damn about them. He believed that after tomorrow, these few outer court disciples would be very grateful to him. Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse. So what? No matter how strong he was still only a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Why would he, Duan Ling Tian, be afraid of him? I have close to 3.1 million merit points here. Tisk tisk. I think not many people have this many merit points even in the Moon Illumination sect. After returning to the house in the little courtyard, Duan Ling Tian did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate straightaway. Instead, he studied the crystal card in his hand. As he infused his true energy into it, the balance that was shown on the crystal card was just several thousand away from 3.1 million. Chapter 1449 Death Duel. There was still one day to go before the death duel the next day. Duan Ling Tian did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the room and sat in front of the stone table in the little courtyard, peacefully sipping the fragrant tea from a cup. Appearing calm and easy, he did not look like somebody who was going to carry out a death duel in a day. Once in a while, a few outer court disciples would walk by, and when they saw such a scene from the hollow courtyard door, they shook their heads straight away. It looks like senior brother Duan Ling Tian has already given up. It's such a pity. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has such a solid innate talent, but he's going to fall tomorrow. What a short-selling talent. Many outer court disciples felt sorry for Duan Ling Tian. Many other outer court disciples felt delighted as well upon seeing how Duan Ling Tian seemed to be giving up all hope now. It looks like I'll be getting back my capital and interest that I bet at senior brother Duan Ling Tian's place yesterday by tomorrow. Looks like there's basically no suspense at all in tomorrow's death duel. No matter what kind of expression Duan Ling Tian had before the death duel, some of the outer court disciples did not think that he would have any chance of surviving. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man. No matter how bustling it was on the outside, Duan Ling Tian still sat quietly in front of the stone table in the little courtyard. His heart was not thinking about the death duel the next day, but about his 2 fiancées. I must go back to have a look in 10 months. No matter whether the babies are already born or not, I must wait for them to give birth to the babies. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In just 10 more months, it would already be a whole 3 years since he last left the overseas Saint Island Half Moon Island. I wonder how the 2 little girls are doing now. The same goes to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold too. And Shui Nai, she must be very worried about me. A series of familiar figures flashed past Duan Ling Tian's mind. All of these characters and the lovely voice, as well as the happy countenance of the owners of these figures, gave him a thick sense of warmth in his heart. However, Duan Ling Tian had no idea that right now, the overseas Saint Island and the Half Moon Island had already completely transformed due to the arrival of a middle-aged man in golden robes. As night fell, Duan Ling Tian returned to his house, but he still had no intention to cultivate. Instead, lying down on the bed, he slowly entered dreamland quietly and had a good night's sleep. In other people's eyes, it had only been 2 months since he arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. However, in truth, he had already spent a whole 6 months in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. 6 months was also equivalent to half a year. In this half a year, he had been cultivating every moment and every second. He had never once slept properly like a normal person. By the time he woke up, the sun was already rising high in the sky. When he walked out of the courtyard, he noticed that the blazing sun had already climbed up high and was now in the middle of the sky. Is it already this late? I suppose they are all already on the training field now. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, crowds of people were crammed at the training field of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court district. Almost all of the outer sect, except for the Grand Elder Dongfang Quan and those who were in closed-door cultivation, were there. Besides that, many inner court disciples from the inner court district were there to join in the fun too. Zhou Qi was one of them. Other than an empty space in the middle, the vast training field was completely surrounded by people. In the void in the middle, an ordinary-looking young man stood there quietly and was attaining his mental composure with his eyes shut. Not moving an inch like a mountain, he appeared to be like a statue. This person was Feng Fan, the outer court disciple who was ranked 5th in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he was a well-known powerhouse who was at the peak of the void on the Earth rankings too. Why is senior brother Duan Ling Tian not here yet? Don't tell me that he has already fled at such a critical juncture. It couldn't be, could it? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't seem like a person who would break his promise. Apart from that, Elder Dongfang is paying attention to this matter. Even if he wants to flee, would he be able to bolt just like that? The noisy training field soon resumed its quietness again. Duan Ling Tian, I want to see how you're going to die today. After you die, I'll take the news back to my clan, and if little Yu finds out about you being killed, he'll definitely be ecstatic. Standing at the side of the training field, Deng Wei sneered again and again as though he had already seen the scene of how Duan Ling Tian would be annihilated by Feng Fan. Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you can survive. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. If you die, I'll also kill Feng Fan and prove to everybody that I, Yi Man, am stronger than you. I'm stronger than the person who can kill you. Standing at the corner of the crowd, Yi Man's eyes gleamed with iciness. Even though Duan Ling Tian was not there yet, the obsessiveness in his heart had already risen. The reason he fell into the Devil Dao last time was because of Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to surpass Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian died, he would no doubt lose his target. However, he had already prepared a backup plan. If Duan Ling Tian was killed, he would no longer be obsessed over Duan Ling Tian but over Feng Fan instead. Huang Cheng, the outer sect elder, stood among the group of outer court elders. Unlike those outer court elders who appeared glum, other than Dong Chong, his face was filled with a smile as though he was riding on the crest of his success. In his opinion, there was basically no risk for him to bet 360,000 merit points on Feng Fan. Although the odds were low, it was still 30-1. In just one day, he would be able to earn over 10,000 merit points with both capital and interest. The moment he thought of this, he was delighted. Somebody with sharp eyesight instantly spotted the purple-colored figure who was walking towards the training field from the little standalone courtyard. At the same time, he exclaimed out loud and attracted everybody's attention, "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is here." At once, most of the people on the training field turned to look at Duan Ling Tian one by one. He's Duan Ling Tian. Some of the inner court disciples from the inner court district who came to join in the fun could not help but be taken by surprise. It had never crossed their minds that this outer court disciple whose fame had spread through the entire outer court district and was a little well-known even in the inner court district the moment he entered the Moon Illumination sect would actually turn out to be this young. Duan Ling Tian. Glaring at Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Qi's eyes were glittering coldly. Never did he think that the person whom he regarded as ant, to the point that he found it lazy to even kill, would actually have such a forbidding innate talent and grow up to such a stage. If time could be reversed and he could go back to 6 months before, he would have definitely killed this inconspicuous little fellow to spare him all the trouble later. However, the moment he was reminded about the fact that such a person would cease to exist after today, Zhou Qi's heart was filled with joy right away. Zhou Qi, despite there being many people on the training field, Duan Ling Tian still noticed Zhou Qi at a first glance. His heart twisted with contempt right away. Take a good look and prepare to receive the present that I'm giving to your gang. 6 months ago, the scene of how Zhou Qi went to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City compellingly was still vivid in his mind. that person who had looked down on him then and treated him as an ant was now no longer that far away from him. In just one more year, he believed that he would be able to surpass him completely. One more year was also equivalent to 3 years in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's second level. How dare you? Fuck you. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's instigating look, Zhou Qi's face turned grave and turned to disgust as though he had just eaten a fly. No matter how monstrous Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was, he still seemed like an ant in Zhou Qi's eyes just like 6 months ago. And today, such an ant actually dared to look at him in the eyes with such a gaze. At once, Zhou Qi's blood boiled with rage. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Qi looked at Feng Fan who was standing on the empty space in the training field. Burning with rage, he told him using his true energy voice transmission, "Junior brother Fan, I hope you can torture him before you kill him. Torture him as much as you can." Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Feng Fan nodded and opened his eyes wide at the same time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian walked on the pathway that the group of outer court disciples opened up for him automatically and came to the middle of the training field. Reaching in front of Feng Fan, he stood in a stalemate position. "Duan Ling Tian." Feng Fan raised his brow and asked nonchalantly. His tone was condescending as though he was a top person overlooking at a lowly person as he said in a questioning tone. "Feng Fan." Duan Ling Tian did not answer Feng Fan and asked back tauntingly. "I thought that you didn't dare to come anymore, showing up this late." Feng Fan frowned unnoticeably. His tone was filled with cynicism. "Late," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, "you only asked me to come to the training field for a duel today, but you didn't seem to set a time, did you? Don't say that I only came when it's almost noon. Even if I come later at night, I still wouldn't be considered as standing you up." "What an amazing mouth. I hope that your strength can be as amazing as your mouth later when we begin," Feng Fan mocked. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Duan Ling Tian's tone was still as calm as before. There was no ripple on his face as though he would not even bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed. "I wonder where your confidence actually comes from. How dare you actually accept the death duel invitation that I, Feng Fan, issued? Today, I guess it's also quite lucky for you to be able to die by my hand today," Feng Fan added nonchalantly. "After you die, please remember when you're in the other world that the person who killed you is a future saint stage powerhouse. I'm sure that you can console yourself every time you think of this. It's not embarrassing to die by the hand of a saint stage powerhouse to be after all. Saint stage powerhouse to be? Well, we'll have to see whether you have the destiny to break through the saint stage or not." Duan Ling Tian responded. His words held no mercy at all. Since he was already certain that Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man and was there to kill him, there was no need for him to be so polite anymore. Even if he was polite, would the other party just change his mind and not kill him? It was a battle of wits with hammer and tongs. Duan Ling Tian was the one gaining the upper hand in the heated battle of words. "Cut the crap, it won't change the fact that you're going to die today." As though knowing that he would not get any benefit if he continued to ramble on, Feng Fan did not plan to say any more. The moment his words left his mouth, gusts of golden rays rose up from his body right away. His entire body seemed to have been draped in a layer of a golden shirt. "This is..." Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be taken aback. Why did this look so much like the silver shirt that he had cultivated and the copper shirt that he cultivated the last time? Chapter 1450 Battling Feng Fan. It's the golden shirt. Golden shirt is the upgraded version of the silver shirt. It's one of the few human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic moves that our Moon Illumination sect has. Oh god, I didn't expect senior brother Feng Fan to have cultivated such a human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. As Feng Fan's body glowed with golden flashes as if he wore a layer of gold, many outer court disciples were crying out loud. Even though they knew that Feng Fan was strong since he was one of the powerhouses in the Earth rankings, a majority of them had never seen him in action. Even those who had seen him in action had never seen him exert the golden shirt. Golden shirt, is that the upgraded version of the silver shirt? I see, Duan Ling Tian understood after hearing the whispers around him, but he was still shocked. The golden shirt is a move in the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. It's said that it requires 300,000 merit points to borrow the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic of the Moon Illumination sect once. The golden shirt cultivated by Feng Fan would be at least on the second stage. It means that he would have borrowed that human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic at least twice, spending 600,000 merit points. Thinking of that, Duan Ling Tian could not help but stick his tongue out. Feng Fan's asset was not comparable with an ordinary outer court disciple, he could even compete with an outer court deacon. It should be noted that in the bet which Duan Ling Tian had set up 2 days ago, the largest wager placed by an outer court disciple was no more than a few thousand merit points. Naturally, the betting outer court disciples did not include Feng Fan and the rest of the top 5 ranking people of the outer court who were also the top 5 outer court disciples in the Earth rankings. So what if it's the upgraded version of the silver shirt? I've cultivated my silver shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Its strength is comparable to a golden shirt which is cultivated to the 3rd stage. Besides, my body is already much stronger than an ordinary person's. Once I exert the silver shirt, I'll be able to present an even stronger effect. Duan Ling Tian was full of confidence in his own defenses. His body was already strong. In Elder Huo's words, it was even stronger than the body of a 6-clawed divine dragon and on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. In terms of defense, it was impossible for Feng Fan to compete with him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was also clear that Feng Fan did not exert the golden shirt for just his defense, but it was also to improve his physical fitness. Regardless of whether it was the copper shirt or the silver shirt, once it was used, it could improve one's physical fitness in addition to strengthening their defense. As the upgraded version of the silver shirt, the golden shirt certainly had the same qualities. As the stage differed, so did the amplified effects. Certainly, the foundation of one's body would have the biggest impact. In that regard, Feng Fan could not compete with Duan Ling Tian at all. Even if Feng Fan had cultivated the golden shirt to the highest stage, which was the impeccable stage, only the defense formed by true energy could hinder Duan Ling Tian when he exerted the golden shirt. As for the enhanced physical fitness, it was not worth mentioning to Duan Ling Tian. It would not make a difference to him. All of that was because Feng Fan's body was merely a mortal's body, whereas Duan Ling Tian's body was so powerful that throughout the entire martial Dao Saint land, amongst those whose cultivation base was the same as his, even those saint beasts or wild beasts which were born with a stronger body, would not be comparable to his, let alone a human being. To show off one's physical fitness in front of Duan Ling Tian was like displaying one's petty skill before an expert. Duan Ling Tian, I must say that you're very lucky. You should know that I've never battled another outer court disciple ever since I fought my way into the Earth rankings. After today's battle, you should be proud even if you die. As Feng Fan raised his hand, a sword appeared. It was a thick and wide broadsword. Unlike the grace of an ordinary sword, the broadsword seemed bulky. It looked so big that it seemed hard to brandish it around. However, the broadsword seemed to weigh nothing when Feng Fan held it in his hand. Feeling proud even if I die? Duan Ling Tian snickered. You can keep such pride for yourself. Junior brother Fan, stop talking nonsense to him. Just kill him now. Zhou Qi's true energy voice transmission rang in Feng Fan's ears, which made him turn serious as his gaze was directed at Duan Ling Tian like lightning. In the next moment, he moved. In the vision of Duan Ling Tian's left eye, Zhou Qi single-handedly held the thick broadsword that was longer than his height and arrived near him like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. When he moved, he gave Duan Ling Tian a strange feeling. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a rock. Rock soaring the 9 heavens. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard an exclamation. One of the inner court disciples recognized the movement technique cultivated by Zhou Qi. It belonged to the same human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic as the defensive move, golden shirt. That's why his movement was so similar to a rock's. It turns out that the movement technique he cultivated is called the rock soaring the 9 heavens, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian, take that. Feng Fan arrived before him in a second. After shouting, the broadsword in his hands exuded wisps of true energy with green luster around it. Simultaneously, he hacked the broadsword downwards against Duan Ling Tian's head. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian even had an illusion that Feng Fan was no longer holding a sword but a giant mountain. The broadsword that moved like thunder slammed against Duan Ling Tian like a massive mountain. Wherever the broadsword passed, the sound of wind and thunder sounded incessantly. The air in the void wherever the broadsword passed seemed to fall into a vacuum instantly whilst Duan Ling Tian became its target. Gargantuan Taishan, another inner court disciple cried out as he recognized the offensive move that Feng Fan exerted. Again, it came from the same human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic as the golden shirt and the rock soaring the 9 heavens. The essence of this offensive move was its force. Once the force was exerted, regardless of the weapon, it would fall and crush the opponent like Mount Tai landing on them. What's so hard to take? In the face of Feng Fan's fierce attack, Duan Ling Tian snickered. In a split second, the sun-shooting bow appeared and an arrow formed by true energy shot out like a passing meteor in the night sky. The meteor-like arrow shot towards the broadsword in Feng Fan's hands and crashed into it. Along with the explosion caused by the collision of the forces, a vast expanse of rolling airwaves spread and swept throughout the entire martial arts practice hall, causing the robes of everyone present to flutter. Duan Ling Tian's arrow made the broadsword vibrate and shift upwards a little as well as depleting some of its force. Such futile effort. Although he was amazed by the strength contained in that hurried attack made by Duan Ling Tian, Feng Fan naturally would not miss this perfect opportunity to overpower him once and for all. He swung the broadsword in his hands and continued to press it against Duan Ling Tian. Certainly, this attack was made in a rush and the power he exerted was more than a bit weaker than the previous attack. However, Feng Fan was still confident. This strike would definitely land on Duan Ling Tian before he could make another shot. We still don't know whose effort is futile. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly while the sun-shooting bow in his hand vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he took a step forward, clenching both his fists and punching out. It was as if two cannons were shot rapidly. That scene dumbfounded everyone present. Did Duan Ling Tian plan to grab Feng Fan's sword empty-handed? Even though Feng Fan's current strike was not as powerful as the last, it did not seem to be something that Duan Ling Tian could catch empty-handedly. Idiot. Zhou Qi smirked as if he had foreseen the scene where Duan Ling Tian was killed by Feng Fan. This Duan Ling Tian, he has a saint weapon but doesn't use it. Is he courting death? Yi Man frowned. There was a smile on Huang Cheng's face. He seemed to already see more than 10,000 merits points waving at him. Oh, you're courting death. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian planned to catch his sword empty-handedly, a mocking smirk appeared on Feng Fan's face instantly. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not dare to do that in face of his attack. Since you want to die earlier, I'll send you on your way. The giant sword in Feng Fan's hand slammed down. Even though it was not as powerful as the previous attack, it was still invincible like a mountain crashing downwards. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to cover the sun and revere the heaven and earth. In face of the mockery, Duan Ling Tian did not answer, which was rare. When he took one step forward and punched both his fists outwards together, his whole body seemed to be covered in a silver luster which made him look like he was shrouded in a dazzling silver cloth. It was the silver shirt which he had cultivated to the highest stage possible. Once he used the silver shirt, it stimulated almost all of the potential in his body and his pure brute strength was fully exerted. Even if the layer of sparkling silver luster did not exist, then everyone present could see the throbbing veins on Duan Ling Tian's fists. Every time they throbbed, power pulsated. It was not exaggerating to say that if Duan Ling Tian removed his clothes, everyone would be able to see that the muscles hidden under the silver cloth were all bulging. Broken. As Feng Fan's falling sword came near him, Duan Ling Tian stared whilst his pair of iron fists which were glowing in silver luster and true energy swept out as if they were two worm dragons slithering out of its hole. The two worm dragons soared outwards and faced the falling giant sword without any hesitation. With great momentum, it set off the sounds of wind and thunder. Along with the two thunderous bangs, two airwaves rolled out in all directions from those 2 points as the center and crashed into each other as if even the void seemed to shatter. The airwaves that crashed into each other also formed a small-scale shockwave and swept outwards even in an environment like Dao Martial Saint Land whereby the gravity was so strong. As long as the martial cultivator and Dao cultivators present had a cultivation base above the paramount mortal shedding stage and paid attention, they could see the ripples in the air which was spreading out. In seconds, the ripples spread and affected them. Chapter 1451 Saint Inscription. The onlookers stared intently at the field without caring about their fluttering robes. In the field, calm was gradually restored after the ripples rolling in the air spread out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian swung both his hands and took 2 steps backward before he managed to stop moving. His cheeks were slightly flushed. In contrast, Feng Fan's broadsword vibrated as he suddenly drew it back. His face turned green and pale but his feet did not move. Naturally, not many people noticed the difference in their complexions. They merely noticed their body movements. Senior brother Feng Fan was better. HMPH. He dared to grab senior brother Feng Fan's broadsword without using his saint weapon. He's really courting death. Once they fight, we'd know who's stronger immediately. He's still my idol. Senior brother Feng Fan is stronger. Many outer court disciples looked towards Feng Fan with a burning gaze while they were discussing. the outer court disciples were all blindly worshipping him. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize his saint weapon but was merely slightly worse off. Senior brother Feng Fan used his instead. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is insanely strong, isn't he? He resisted senior brother Feng Fan's strike empty-handedly without getting hurt. It seems that the outcome of today's battle won't necessarily be senior brother Duan Ling Tian's death. The outer court disciples that said those were the ones who were neutral. All of them were shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian presented. The faces of the group of outer court elders and deacons also turned serious. Indeed, there's a reason why he's famous. Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary. The group of inner court disciples who came to see the action looked shocked too. Feng Fan was a powerhouse on the earth rankings. How's that possible? Zhou Qi was also shocked and in disbelief when he saw that scene. He never expected Duan Ling Tian to be able to resist Feng Fan's strike empty-handedly. Even though that strike was far less than his full strength, it was still a force which was amplified by utilizing a saint weapon. On the field, Duan Ling Tian, whose face had returned to normal, stared ahead at Feng Fan and mocked, "Tisk tisk. No wonder you're a powerhouse on the earth rankings. You'd rather swallow your broken teeth than take a step backward." With Duan Ling Tian calling attention to this, the onlookers' eyes landed on Feng Fan in unison. Why does senior brother Feng Fan look so pale? Is what Duan Ling Tian said true? Does senior brother Feng Fan rather forcefully take Duan Ling Tian on than take a step backward? There were quite a few smart ones. As Duan Ling Tian had exposed him in front of everyone else and then he felt the gazes from the surrounding people, Feng Fan felt the blood rush to his head at once and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After his blood stained the ground, his complexion gradually recovered. It was deadly silent at the scene. At that point, there was no way that they could not see that Feng Fan had been at a disadvantage in the earlier round. Duan Ling Tian. Feng Fan gnashed his teeth in anger when he looked towards his opponent once again. If he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian in the beginning because of Zhou Qi's order, then now, he wanted to kill him for humiliating him under everyone's watchful eyes. The onlookers quickly came back to their senses and their gaze, which was directed towards Duan Ling Tian, was also very different now. Although Feng Fan's strike was rushed, he used his saint weapon after all. Even if he fully exerted himself without the saint weapon, it wouldn't be any stronger than that. Dong Chong shot Duan Ling Tian a complex look as he muttered. In other words, if both of them had fully exerted themselves without utilizing saint weapons, Feng Fan was not Duan Ling Tian's match. Besides Dong Chong, the other outer court elders including Huang Cheng comprehended that too. In particular, Huang Cheng's face turned slightly distorted. He thought that Feng Fan would surely kill Duan Ling Tian today. However, as the situation unfolded, he realized that nothing was guaranteed. His 360,000 merit points were likely to be for naught. The other outer court elders breathed a sigh of relief while they were secretly pleased with themselves for not placing a bet yesterday. Otherwise, they would also be on tenterhooks right now. With that thought in mind, all of them looked toward Huang Cheng in unison and could not help but feel smug when they saw Huang Cheng's displeasure. Elder Huang Cheng, if Duan Ling Tian wins today, your 360,000 merit points would be for naught. Tisk tisk. 360,000 merit points. Even if it isn't everything you have, it should be close, isn't it? One outer court elder looked towards Huang Cheng and taunted with laughter. 360,000 merit points. Even for you, Elder Huang Cheng, I'm afraid you can't accumulate such an amount in less than 10 or 20 years' time. Another outer court elder also said jokingly, "You guys don't have to add salt to my injury. We still don't know how will things turn out to be." Huang Cheng smirked. Did you really think that Feng Fan could become a famous peak mortal shedding stage powerhouse on the earth rankings without any other moves? The several outer court elders certainly knew that. The reason they teased Huang Cheng was because of the arrogant behavior he had exhibited yesterday. Come to think of it, Duan Ling Tian prevented us from betting yesterday out of kindness. After thinking for a while, one outer court came to his senses. So, it means that Duan Ling Tian is a pretty kind guy. The few other outer court elders found that Duan Ling Tian was more pleasing in their eyes when they looked at him now. Elder Huang Cheng, have you offended Duan Ling Tian? One of the outer court elders looked at Huang Cheng and asked with an odd look on his face. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't use the spiritual secret tactic to check on Duan Ling Tian yesterday, did you? In this rare instance, Dong Chong posted a question. Duan Ling Tian is a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. Isn't it obvious? Why should I check with the spiritual secret tactic? That's right. Besides, it's always rude to use the spiritual secret tactic to check him. He might be weaker than us now, but with his innate talent, he'll definitely be an existence that we'd have to look up to if he's able to develop further. If it's not necessary, I really don't want to offend him. Yes, that's right. The few elders said the same thing as they had not probed Duan Ling Tian with the spiritual secret tactic. That's why when he looked at me yesterday, his eyes were laced with wariness and hostility. It turns out that it was because I probed him with the spiritual secret tactic a month ago. Dong Chong smiled bitterly. Duan Ling Tian, having heard the conversation among Dong Chong and the others, Huang Cheng ground his teeth in anger. If he still had not figured out what happened, he would have lived so many years for naught. It turned out that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to give him merit points, but wanted to trick him. Moreover, there were so many outer court elders, but he had chosen to trick him alone. You'd have to beat Feng Fan first before you can trick me. Huang Cheng's face darkened. If Duan Ling Tian really won, then he really did go for wool and come back shorn. That was 360,000 merit points. It would be quite substantial to him if he lost. Now, more than anyone else, Huang Cheng wished that Feng Fan would win. It seems that senior brother Duan Ling Tian has the strength to battle senior brother Feng Fan. That's why he'd set up a gamble like that. And yet, there I was, thinking that he was giving away money because he thought he was going to die today. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is unscrupulous. I bet 3,000 merit points on senior brother Feng Fan. If senior brother Feng Fan loses, there go my points. Why am I so greedy? I put more than 2,000 merit points in for less than 100 merit points. The group of outer court disciples that betted in Duan Ling Tian's gamble was also remorseful. On the other hand, the group of outer court deacons, including Deng Wei, looked displeased. The strength Duan Ling Tian had presented was beyond their expectations. Indistinctly, they felt that the merit points they wagered were threatened. Damn it, how could this Duan Ling Tian be so strong? Deng Wei was brooding. He had almost bet all of his merit points on Feng Fan. If Feng Fan lost, he would have nothing left. His remaining few thousand merit points could not do anything. That was more than 100,000 merit points which he had accumulated in almost 20 years. Duan Ling Tian. Yi Man was conflicted as he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was on the field. On one hand, he did not want Duan Ling Tian to die because he wanted to kill him personally to break free from the obsession which had turned him into a devil. It was the only way he could break free from his constraints and soar into the sky. However, when he saw the strength presented by Duan Ling Tian, he became somewhat perturbed and wary. I became a devil to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Do I really have the chance to beat him after becoming a devil? Ever since he picked up Devil Dao and became a devil cultivator, it was the first time such a thought rose in Yi Man's mind. Senior brother Feng Fan, go, go, go. Senior brother Feng Fan, you'll surely win. Senior brother Feng Fan, you're a powerhouse on the Earth rankings. You're always the winner in a battle. Soon, most of the onlooking outer court disciples started to cheer out loud. Some of the outer court disciples' eyes even narrowed as if they wished that they could transfer their energy to Feng Fan. Naturally, they were cheering hard for the merit points they had bet on Feng Fan. Listening to the applause surrounding him, it went into Feng Fan's head. He felt that he was filled with energy as he lifted his broadsword in front and said to Duan Ling Tian coldly, Duan Ling Tian, I don't know if it's because you're a saint beast or the descendant of one, which is why your physical fitness is much stronger than an ordinary person's, but if that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today. In his tone, it was obvious that he figured out that Duan Ling Tian's body was far stronger than an ordinary person's. Sometimes, don't set the bar too high. Otherwise, if you've set it but can't achieve it, you're embarrassing yourself. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he cautioned slowly, I'll give you a new understanding immediately. Feng Fan sneered as he rammed both his feet into the ground. An airwave rolled out from his feet and he flew towards Duan Ling Tian like a soaring rock soaring the 9 heavens. The giant sword in his hands vibrated. In addition to a layer of true energy, there was a mysterious power which rose up and completely changed the aura of the giant sword. It's the Saint Inscription. Many people exclaimed instantly. Chapter 1452 2-star Saint Inscription. Saint Inscription. When Duan Ling Tian, who discovered that the aura of the giant sword in Feng Fan's hand had changed, heard the noise made by the onlookers, he could not help but feel shocked. After being in Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he had only seen a saint weapon inscribed with saint inscription once at the auction held in the rare treasure pavilion of Mound Hill City. However, that saint inscription was merely an ordinary sun saint inscription. That saint inscription could only provide superficial assistive support and did not have much impact on the saint weapon itself. However, the saint inscription on the giant sword in Feng Fan's hand was apparently different. It completely changed the aura of the giant sword in an instant. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the sun-shooting bow which was shining with a silver luster in his left hand as an arrow was condensed in his right, and then he knocked it onto the bowstring. Unlike the reservations he had the last time he exerted the arrowlight strike, this time he had fully unleashed it. An arrow flew out as if it was a short-lived meteor in the night sky. It seemed to eclipse its surroundings wherever it passed. At that moment, the whole world seemed to only watch that strike. Mount Tai suppression, Feng Fan cried out in a timely manner. The broadsword in his hand seemed to instantly transform into a towering mountain to meet that arrow which seemed to eclipse everything else. The sounds of wind and thunder when the broadsword slashed across the sky was even more terrifying than his previous strike. Naturally, the previous strike was the first attack he made and not the attack he continued to exert after most of his energy was depleted by Duan Ling Tian's arrow. The broadsword crashed down as if it was a Mount Tai suppression. The void stirred wherever it passed. It was as if the sky was covered, leaving the world without glory. Duan Ling Tian's arrow that flew out with his full force was thoroughly crushed. Despite being so mighty, the arrow merely slowed the momentum of the broadsword slightly. It was so little that it was negligible. Following that, the broadsword continued on its path. How's that possible? Duan Ling Tian's face changed dramatically. The strength of Feng Fan's strike was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, the strength of this strike was even stronger than the attack exerted by an ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. What inscription was that? How could it have given the broadsword such powerful force? Duan Ling Tian was befuddled as he realized that despite all his plans, he never accounted for the saint inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword. He never imagined that Feng Fan's saint weapon would have a saint inscription. When Feng Fan retrieved his broadsword, he could see that it was an earth-ranked saint weapon which was completely different from a human-ranked saint weapon. At that time, he guessed that it might be inscribed with a saint inscription. Although he had thought of that, he never expected that the saint inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword would be so terrifying that it could provide him with such powerful strength. Die! Feng Fan shouted while the broadsword in his hands, which was falling like a towering mountain, came near Duan Ling Tian. It was so close to destroying him. At that crucial moment, Duan Ling Tian's hands kept moving and moving as he plucked the bowstring, again and again, to exert the only close combat offensive move in the colossal arrowlight arrow in a timely manner. An awful sound rang one after another as true energy light blades kept sweeping out to face the broadsword in Feng Fan's hand like a storm. Nevertheless, the broadsword braced the storm and landed on Duan Ling Tian after all. A loud detonation sounded and Duan Ling Tian was swept off his feet by the broadsword. He shot more than 10 meters away like an arrow before he staggered and caught himself. After he continuously spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face became extremely pale. Fortunately, I managed to exert the sound of death in time to block the energy in his strike. Otherwise, it would have killed me. While Duan Ling Tian felt the lingering fear in his heart, he knew he was fortunate as well. It's a 1,000 mass saint inscription. At that time, Duan Ling Tian heard a sparse exclamation. 1,000 mass saint inscription. At once, Duan Ling Tian figured out that they were talking about the saint inscription on Feng Fan's sword, that saint inscription which gave him unparalleled power. Once the 1,000 mass saint inscription is activated, it can make the saint weapon as heavy as 1,000 masses. However, there won't be any burden on the saint weapon's master. Senior brother Feng Fan even has a 1,000 mass saint inscription on his saint weapon. Unbelievable. The 1,000 mass saint inscription is a 2-star saint inscription. In the sect, you'd need at least 200,000 merit points to exchange for an earth-ranked saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription. How did senior brother Feng Fan get so many merit points? First, it was human-ranked primitive saint-grade martial tactic, then it was an earth-ranked saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription. Could senior brother Feng Fan be the illegitimate child of an inner court elder? There was an uproar amongst the onlooking outer court disciples. All of them were stunned by Feng Fan's winning card. 2-star saint inscription. I see. Duan Ling Tian gasped secretly. That's why he's so strong. It turns out to be a 2-star saint inscription. However, How did an outer court disciple like Feng Fan obtain an earth-ranked saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription? Perhaps, it might be a weapon lent to him by one of the powerhouses on Lu Huan's side. No, that's not it. When Feng Fan retrieved this broadsword, no one seemed curious, as if the broadsword has always been his weapon. Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. Currently, even the group of outer court elders were staring at each other as they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had an earth-ranked saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription too. However, they were inevitably surprised when such a saint weapon appeared in the hands of an outer court disciple. Even if the outer court disciple was a powerhouse on the earth rankings, this was astonishing. Where did Feng Fan get his saint weapon? In the past, he has used the same saint weapon in battles, but he never activated the 2-star saint inscription, the 1000 mass saint inscription, on it. That was because his past opponent was not worthy for him to utilize this 1000 mass saint inscription. Once he activates the 1000 mass saint inscription, Duan Ling Tian will definitely lose. The several outer court elders, including Dong Chong, sighed. If there was no 1000 mass saint inscription, Duan Ling Tian might still have a chance. But now, Feng Fan had used the 1000 mass saint inscription. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was as good as dead. A bright smile appeared on Huang Cheng's face, which had been originally gloomy. Once the 1000 mass saint inscription's out, there's no suspense in this battle. There was also a group of outer court disciples who were as pleased as Huang Cheng. They had placed a big bet on Feng Fan's victory in Duan Ling Tian's bet. They could only get their bet back and their winnings if Feng Fan won. Zhou Qi grinned. In his opinion, there would be no more suspense in this battle. All the others had a similar idea in mind. I didn't expect that Feng Fan's saint weapon would have a 2-star saint inscription hiding in it. Once he played this winning card, the outcome of the battle was fixed. Many of the outer court deacons smiled. They had also placed huge bets on Feng Fan, so naturally, they hoped that he would win. Duan Ling Tian, you can't escape death after all. Deng Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian with coldness filling his eyes whilst a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, no matter how you put up a last-ditch struggle, it will be useless. You're doomed the moment you stood in front of me, Feng Fan. You must die. After he swept Duan Ling Tian away, Feng Fan was not in a hurry to pursue him. Instead, he taunted Duan Ling Tian with his words like he was playing eagle catching chicks. He moved after he had enough play and seemed to transform into a rock, heading straight for Duan Ling Tian once again. The broadsword with an activated 2-star saint inscription, the 1000 mass saint inscription, swept toward Duan Ling Tian in great momentum as if it would not rest until it crushed and killed Duan Ling Tian. In face of Feng Fan, who was coming towards him in a great momentum, Duan Ling Tian chose to avoid him since he knew that it was impossible for him to beat Feng Fan head-on even if he fully exerted himself. For the moment, he kept dodging. Do you think avoiding me works? Feng Fan sneered. While he raised his hands, he retrieved a giant hammer which was entirely blood-red in color. The giant hammer seemed bulky, but in his hands, it seemed to be as light as a feather. It's the Gale Hammer. When Feng Fan retrieved the giant hammer, the inner court disciples who came to see the action cried out. The Gale Hammer. Having heard the inner court disciples' exclamation, many of the outer court disciples were shocked. Wasn't the Gale Hammer the weapon of senior brother Zhou Qi of the inner court? And there was a 2-star saint inscription on senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer as well. I've heard about that. The 2-star saint inscription on senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer was a Gale Saint inscription. Once it's activated, the Gale Hammer will be terrifyingly fast. It was said that senior brother Zhou Qi's speed was ranked among the top in the inner court disciples because of the Gale Saint inscription on his Gale Hammer. An outer court disciple's whispers exposed the background of the Gale Hammer. Zhou Qi's weapon, and it also has a 2-star inscription. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. If he still could not conclude that Zhou Qi had intentionally lent Feng Fan his weapon to battle him, then he would have lived 2 lives for naught. Seeing Feng Fan retrieve the Gale Hammer, a bright smile manifested on Zhou Qi's face. He had lent his Gale Hammer to him just in case. With the Gale Hammer in addition to junior brother Fan's 1000 mass broadsword, it would take a miracle for Duan Ling Tian to stay alive. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was impossible for such a miracle to happen. Duan Ling Tian, you can continue avoiding me. I want to see if you're faster or if I am. With the Gale Hammer in one hand and the 1000 mass broadsword in the other, Feng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian jeeringly. To him, Duan Ling Tian was a piece of meat. On his chopping board, As soon as he finished his sentence, Feng Fan made a move. The true energy on the Gale Hammer surged as he activated the Gale Saint inscription and smashed it towards Duan Ling Tian. It was outrageously fast as if it was an aerolite. Chapter 1453 Die. When the Gale Hammer flew toward Duan Ling Tian rapidly, Feng Fan, whose hand was tightly gripping the Gale Hammer, was also dragged along. Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Currently, Feng Fan did not even use his movement technique and relied solely on the Gale Hammer to bring him along. At this moment, there were not many people who could see Feng Fan's figure even if they were outer court disciples at the paramount mortal shedding stage, because the Gale Hammer and Feng Fan's speed was just too fast. Too fast. That's the speed of the Gale Saint inscription. Many outer court disciples looked shocked. The Gale Hammer's Gale Saint inscription and the Thousand Mass Broadsword's Thousand Mass Saint inscription. This Duan Ling Tian is going to lose, the outer court elders thought to themselves. The group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples who bet on Feng Fan winning heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Fan moved with the Gale Hammer. In their opinion, this battle had no suspense at all. In regards to power, Feng Fan possessed the Thousand Mass Broadsword that won Duan Ling Tian. In regards to speed, Feng Fan possessed the Gale Hammer that also won Duan Ling Tian. Whether it was strength or speed, Duan Ling Tian was weaker than Feng Fan. He was already beginning to lose. Not only did the outer court deacons and outer court disciples thought that way, but the other onlookers shared the same idea as well. Everyone felt the situation would not change at this point. Naturally, nothing is certain in life. There would always be exceptions. That exception was an outer court disciple who used to rank in the top 100 in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He had fought Duan Ling Tian 2 months ago when Duan Ling Tian had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. This outer court disciple was Xianxia. 2 months ago, he wanted to blackmail Duan Ling Tian, who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect but was thoroughly defeated instead. As one of the parties involved, the strange scene that happened was very memorable to him. In his mind, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian knew a demonic method. Otherwise, how could he shift his attack twice? After that battle, he explained it many times to the people around him, but no one believed him. All of them thought he was a sore loser and had intentionally made up an excuse about Duan Ling Tian knowing a demonic method. Only he knew that he was telling the truth. When Duan Ling Tian fought Lin Fu a month ago, he thought he would have the chance to expose the fact that Duan Ling Tian knew a demonic method. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Lin Fu with his own strength without using the demonic method. Meanwhile, Feng Fan was charging toward Duan Ling Tian with the Gale Hammer. At the crucial moment, almost everyone thought Duan Ling Tian would be defeated. Only Xianxia alone thought the situation would change. Therefore, from the moment Feng Fan moved with the Gale Hammer, his eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, he discovered something strange as he stared at him intently. He discovered, at this moment, a small black whirlpool had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's left pupil even though he was standing in the distance. It was spinning rapidly and seemed to be sucking out his soul when he looked at it. I thought I wouldn't have to use strange pupil to kill Feng Fan. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He did not intend to use the insanely powerful strange pupil. However, the pair of saint weapons with 2-star saint inscriptions in Feng Fan's hands were so strong that it disrupted and destroyed his previous idea. He would definitely die if he did not use the strange pupil. Once the strange pupil was activated, Feng Fan and the Gale Hammer that initially looked fast began to slow down in Duan Ling Tian's left eye. Naturally, his spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly as well. It must be said that Feng Fan was indeed moving very fast. More accurately, the Gale Hammer was moving very fast. Although Duan Ling Tian had unleashed the full power of the strange pupil, the Gale Hammer, along with Feng Fan who was gripping it tightly, still arrived before him in just a blink of an eye. Die. Feng Fan, who was fast approaching Duan Ling Tian, did not reduce the speed of the Gale Hammer. Instead, it shot toward him like a cannonball. Moreover, even the Thousand Mass Broadsword in his other hand came crashing down again like Mount Tai. The force was enough to press Duan Ling Tian's head down. The thunderous sound of air explosions reverberated in the wake of the broadsword with the Thousand Mass Saint inscription. It was blood-curdling. If one were to be hit by that, one would instantly explode into a mist of blood and die without a corpse. Not many outer court disciples could catch Feng Fan's movement. However, those inner court disciples who could, squinted as though they could not bear to watch what would happen next. As for the group of outer court elders, apart from Huang Cheng who looked excited, the others could not help but shake their heads. The heaven is envious of young talents. Many people sighed inwardly. Die, die. Deng Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as though he did not want to miss any slight detail of him killing Duan Ling Tian. So what if you're very talented? You are still going to turn into soil in the martial Dao Saint land. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an indifferent gaze. Spatial manipulation. At the moment when almost everyone thought Duan Ling Tian was going to die, Duan Ling Tian unleashed the full potential of the strange pupil as he stared intently at the thousand-mass broadsword and gale hammer in Feng Fan's hands. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian fully unleashed the insanely powerful ability of the strange pupil, spatial manipulation, and completely exhausted his spiritual energy. When Duan Ling Tian exhausted his spiritual energy resulting in his head feeling empty, the thousand-mass broadsword in Feng Fan's hands strangely shifted next to Duan Ling Tian and crashed down like a towering mountain on the sturdy floor of the martial arts practice field as a terrifying force swept out. With the sound of a loud explosion, the ground of the martial arts practice field cracked as gravel and dust flew up. Still a bit lacking. When Duan Ling Tian saw the gale hammer had shifted to the side but was still crashing down on his left arm, his face changed dramatically, and he forced himself to dodge to the side. However, he was still hit even if he had intended to dodge it. Fortunately, it only brushed against his arm when it smashed down, tearing off a chunk of meat without injuring any bones or veins. However, the pain of having a chunk of meat torn off still made Duan Ling Tian break out in cold sweat. Due to the loss of his spiritual energy, he was already feeling a little drowsy. Coupled with the pain, he was on the verge of fainting. No, I can't faint, I can't faint. At this crucial moment, Duan Ling Tian bit the tip of his tongue to stay awake. He knew in his heart that all his earlier efforts would be futile if he fainted now. Naturally, Feng Fan could just strike again if he missed his first shot. If he fainted, he would be the meat on Feng Fan's chopping board. Feng Fan could kill him in any way he liked. Duan Ling Tian struggled to stay awake as he focused and stared at Feng Fan who passed him. He could clearly see the shock and disbelief in Feng Fan's eyes. Perhaps, Feng Fan would not be able to figure it out even if he racked his brains. Why did the thousand-mass broadsword and gale hammer in his hands that almost landed on Duan Ling Tian move to side during the critical movement and avoided him? Feng Fan's attack missed, and his body flew forward due to the inertia from the sword and hammer. He temporarily lost control of his body. At this time, all his vitals were exposed in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was such a good opportunity, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not miss it. While a sneer on his face, he shook his right hand that was already on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. In the next moment, a true energy light blade appeared and swept out like an electric arc. The electric arc flew across the sky like a death god's scythe and slashed across Feng Fan's throat, leaving a terrifying wound. Feng Fan had a horrified expression on his face when it happened. The wound tore open and bled profusely. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Fan was dragged by the thousand-mass broadsword and gale hammer. The path in his wake was bloody. Eventually, he fell to the ground into a pool of blood and stopped breathing completely. The entire place was deadly quiet. Demonic technique. It's a demonic technique. Sengji stared at Duan Ling Tian as fear filled his heart. Moments later, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses and began to gasp one after another. Feng, senior brother Feng Fan's dead. All of the outer court disciples were dumbfounded when they saw Feng Fan's body. How's that possible? The face of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, changed dramatically. He was unresigned as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. How can this bastard kill Feng Fan? No, impossible, impossible. Deng Wei was not willing to accept the fact. Even the other outer court deacons had a bitter expression on their faces. The moment Feng Fan was killed, the merit points they had bet were all for naught. One outer court disciple thumped his chest and stomped his feet as he kept saying, "My 1,000 merit points. Gone, gone. You still dare to shout about it when it's just 1,000 merit points. I lost 3,000 merit points." The outer court disciple next to him snapped with a gloomy expression on his face. For a time, all those outer court disciples who placed their bet on Feng Fan had a wretched expression on their faces. When Feng Fan died, their merit points were gone. It would never return to their crystal card. At this moment, they all felt like dying. Feng Fan is useless. He's a powerhouse in the Earth ranking. He can't even win against an outer court disciple who joined the sect 2 months ago. That's it, so useless. A powerhouse in the Earth ranking who possessed 2 Earth-ranked saint weapons with 2-star saint inscriptions died in the hands of a new disciple of the sect. So embarrassing. All the outer court disciples who had lost because of Feng Fan began to curse him. Chapter 1454. A panic-stricken Zhou Qi. How's this possible? The smile on Huang Cheng's face had long disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. He could not figure out why the outcome was like this no matter how long he pondered over it. With his strength, he, naturally, did not miss any of Feng Fan's movements. It was obvious that Feng Fan's attack was going to land on Duan Lingtian earlier. However, during the critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had missed as it suddenly shifted next to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had deliberately exposed himself before Duan Lingtian to be killed. At this second, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Feng Fan had wanted to die? However, his train of thoughts changed its track, and he felt that it was impossible. Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse, and he had a bright future ahead of him. How could he possibly be depressed? Moreover, he had heard of an unconfirmed rumor long ago about how the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 5 in the Earth ranking had been secretly taken as direct disciples by those decision-makers with the highest position in the sect. Although he, Huang Cheng, was an elder of the outer court, he still could not become a decision-maker with a high position in the sect. Grand Elder Dongfang Quan was the only one from the outer sect who had become a decision-maker and held a high position in the sect. After Huang Cheng saw the 1000 Mass Saint inscription on the saint weapon in Feng Fan's hand, he was almost certain the rumor he had heard was true. Feng Fan must have had a teacher with a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, he felt it was impossible that Feng Fan would commit suicide. In that case, all of the bizarre things that had happened were all caused by the person who killed Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng's eyes seemed as though they could shoot fire when he looked at Duan Lingtian. The moment he recalled how his 360,000 merit points now belonged to Duan Lingtian, he felt a surge of demonic fire rising from the bottom of his feet to his head. Yesterday, Duan Lingtian only accepted my bet among all the outer court elders. It's obvious that he's trying to con me. However, do you really think that my merit points will be so easily taken by you, Duan Lingtian? When Huang Cheng thought of this, his eyes shone with killing intent. A few outer court elders standing at the side were shocked, and they simultaneously turned to look at Huang Cheng with hints of pity in their eyes. What a close call. It's a good thing Duan Lingtian didn't accept my bet yesterday, one outer court elder remarked fearfully. Exactly, yesterday, I actually planned to bet 100,000 merit points. In hindsight, it's a good thing I didn't place the bet. Otherwise, that 100,000 merit points would have gone to Duan Lingtian, another outer court elder said. I think Duan Lingtian knew from the beginning that Feng Fan was no match for him. That's why he accepted the death duel invitation Feng Fan had issued. He must be incredibly smart to have such achievements at this age. Another outer court elder sighed deeply. Indeed, a few outer court elders, including Dong Chong, agreed with his words. Huang Cheng had seen the strange scene earlier. Naturally, all of them had seen it as well. At the most critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had mysteriously missed and presented Duan Lingtian with an opportunity. Due to that, not only was Duan Lingtian pulled back from the jaws of death, but he even had the chance to launch a deadly attack. At that time, Feng Fan's body had been pulled by the 2 saint weapons swiftly. That was why he could not cast a defense technique in time. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was just like a defenseless target. Due to this reason, Feng Fan had died, contrary to everyone's expectation. I wonder what kind of technique did Duan Lingtian use? Spiritual energy attack, or some other technique? The outer court elders' hearts were filled with questions. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the inner court's elder Lu Huan, finally regained his senses from watching Feng Fan being killed. Horror dawned on his face as he muttered to himself, how's this be possible? Even in his wildest dream, he did not expect such an outcome. Feng Fan had died. Naturally, he was not concerned about Feng Fan. However, things would become complicated now because of his death. It was fine if he was just an ordinary outer court disciple, but as luck would have it, Feng Fan's background was actually quite impressive. The person behind him was someone who was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 3 among the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elders. That person was even more powerful than his master, Lu Huan. In front of that inner court elder, even his master, Lu Huan, would have to be polite and respectful. Feng Fan was dead all because of him. Zhou Qi could already imagine his bad ending when Feng Fan's master, the inner court elder with a high position, found out this. Put aside the fact that his master is now completely focused on Su Qi and no longer cared about him as much as he did before, his master still would not risk offending Feng Fan's master for his sake even if it was before. At this moment, Zhou Qi felt as though the sky was about to fall on him. Wait a minute. When Zhou Qi almost lost all hope, he was hit by a pang of realization, and he was instantly energized again. It seems like only Feng Fan and I know the reason he had issued the death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. No one knows anything at all. Now that Feng Fan is dead, the only one who knows the truth is me. Doesn't that mean I can make up a story? The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, all the dark clouds in his heart vanished without a trace. He felt as though the sun was shining brightly in his heart, and he was delighted. However, his face turned grave again when his eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was recovering after consuming a healing medicinal pill. What is Duan Lingtian's background? He actually managed to kill Feng Fan in that kind of situation. Don't tell me knows a demonic technique. The moment Zhou Qi thought of that, he shook his head immediately. It can't be a demonic technique. It must be a spiritual secret tactic, or rather, it might be a spiritual secret tactic that can confuse others and create illusions before turning into an attack. Whether it was the outer court elders, outer court deacons or Zhou Qi, all of them came to the same conclusion. All of them thought the technique Duan Lingtian had cast earlier had to be a spiritual secret tactic. Could Feng Fan really change the direction of his attack even if he wanted to when he had unleashed his full strength? Regardless of how taken aback everyone was, the fact remained that Feng Fan had died. Duan Lingtian had emerged victorious and alive in the death duel. Although he was alive, he was not in a good condition. Cold sweat continuously formed on his forehead. Even after I consumed the 3-star healing medicinal pill that teacher gave me, I'm afraid I'll still need 10 to 15 days before I can grow back the chunk of flesh that had been torn off. However, he felt all of it was worth it the moment he remembered he had almost 3 million merit points in his crystal card. 3 million merit points. Tisk, tisk, it looks like there's nothing that I can't exchange for in the Moon Illumination sect now. Duan Lingtian was secretly pleased even though he was bathed in cold sweat. Oh, yeah, Feng Fan's saint weapons. According to Moon Illumination sect's rule, all items, except for some special things, that the person who was killed in the death duel possessed would belong to the winner as a reward. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he endured the pain and walked to Feng Fan's body. He lifted Feng Fan's 1000-mass sword and could dimly make out the special drawing that was carved on it. The striation was complicated and was almost similar to the inscriptions on Cloud Continent even though they were two different things. This must be the 2-star saint inscription, 1000-mass saint inscription, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This broadsword must have cost at least 200,000 merit points. Now that it's in my possession, it can be considered that I saved 200,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian put the 1000-mass sword away excitedly before reaching out for the Gale Hammer as well. Although he already knew the Gale Hammer belonged to Zhou Qi, he pretended to be unaware. Humph, how dare you take my saint weapon? The hammer suddenly disappeared when Duan Lingtian's hand almost made contact with it. At the same time, a mocking voice resonated in the air as a person emerged not far away in front of him. Zhou Qi. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He knew he could no longer get his hands on the Gale Hammer now. Now that Duan Lingtian met Zhou Qi again after 6 months, he felt Zhou Qi's personality was still similar to how it was 6 months ago. He was still arrogant and had no respect for anything. However, Zhou Qi did not dare to act as he pleased in the sect. Duan Lingtian had no idea that when he went to retrieve the Gale Hammer earlier, Zhou Qi could have made a move and cripple him even if he could not kill him. After all, he had a good reason to do that. It was for the sake of protecting his saint weapon. He did not make any move because he wanted to stay away from this incident where Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. He did not want other people to think that he, Zhou Qi, wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would be able to guess that it was him who had borrowed Feng Fan's hand to kill Duan Lingtian. Feng Fan's master would not let him go if he ever found out about this. I can't believe that someone who was just like an ant 6 months ago can achieve so much today. Zhou Qi glared at Duan Lingtian coldly and snorted before he said through true energy voice transmission, however, all of Mount Hill City's people are destined to have a short life in the Moon Illumination sect. This is how it was for your predecessors, and it'll be the same for you in the future generation. Contrary to Zhou Qi's sneaky way of communicating, Duan Lingtian said out loud, "You're not the one who decides how long we get to live, Zhou Qi. Naturally, his words attracted many people's attention. Horror dawned on Zhou Qi. He realized somebody might suspect it was him who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian if he continued to stay on. He quickly put away his gale hammer and left. He did not dare to stay a second longer. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was of the utmost importance to stay away from today's incident. Zhou Qi's sudden departure was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. It baffled him, that Zhou Qi seems as though he's afraid of something seeing how he left so quickly. What exactly is it that he fears? Chapter 1455 Threats. As Lu Huan's tool for revenge, Zhou Qi didn't even bother to clean up your body after you died. How sad is that? After taking Feng Fan's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at his corpse indifferently before he walked away under everyone's complicated gaze. It was obvious he was leaving now. The crowd made way for him as he walked. Although about 70% to 80% of outer court disciples had bet with Duan Lingtian and lost quite a lot of merit points, they did not blame him at all. In their opinion, they had lost because Feng Fan was useless. They had placed such big bets on Feng Fan because he was an Earth rankings powerhouse. They thought he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect almost 2 months ago. However, the outcome was beyond their expectation. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect almost 2 months ago, had killed Feng Fan, an Earth rankings powerhouse who was famous in the Moon Illumination sect, in just one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian, if you have any sense at all, you'll find a time and come to my mansion to return me the merit points I bet on Feng Fan. Otherwise, Hermf. A true energy voice transmission suddenly rang by Duan Lingtian's ears as he made his way out. Duan Lingtian was familiar with this voice that was filled with threats. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian instantly came to a halt and shifted his eyes to the place where a group of outer court elders was standing before it finally landed on Elder Huang Cheng, who had bet heavily yesterday. Huang Cheng was furious when he saw how boldly Duan Lingtian was staring at him in front of so many people and ignore his prestige. The moment he spoke, he immediately demanded 1 million merit points from Duan Lingtian. How dare you look into my eyes like this under the watchful eyes of so many people? If you don't return me 1 million merit points, I won't let this matter go. It was obvious that he was treating Duan Lingtian like a fat sheep that he could slaughter. However, Duan Lingtian instantly chuckled when he heard Huang Cheng's words. He flashed a brilliant smile in front of everyone. Elder Huang Cheng, you came on your own accord yesterday and said you wanted to bet 360,000 merit points. Now that I've won, you're threatening me to return you the 360,000 merit points. What kind of logic is this? Don't tell me that an awe-inspiring outer court elder like you is going to take advantage of your power to bully people. Don't tell me there are no laws in this sect. Duan Lingtian revealed Huang Cheng's threats to the crowd as he narrowed his eyes. The words left his mouth so fast that for a moment, Huang Cheng did not realize what was happening. The moment he regained his senses, he discovered the gaze of the people in the surrounding had changed when they looked at him. Elder Huang Cheng, is Duan Lingtian telling the truth? An outer court elder standing next to Huang Cheng asked indifferently. If it's true, you really have crossed the line. That's right, you're an outer court elder, and you represent the sect. It's really embarrassing that you're such a sore loser, another outer court elder added. If it was me, I'll still admit defeat no matter how unwilling I am. Elder Huang Cheng, if you really did threaten Duan Lingtian, you really need to improve your sportsmanship, the outer court elders chimed in one after another. The moment Huang Cheng heard the remarks made by the group of outer court elders, he muttered underneath his breath, easier said than done. He glared at Duan Lingtian and snarled, Duan Lingtian. How dare you slander me? Although 360,000 merit points is a lot, I don't really care about it that much. Naturally, he was unwilling to admit his wrongdoing in front of so many people. It could cause him to lose his position as an outer court elder. Slander. Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Elder Huang Cheng, we've never had any interactions prior to yesterday. Why would I slander you? Don't tell me it's because of the 360,000 merit points you bet yesterday. I think, to an awe-inspiring outer court elder like you, the 360,000 merit points you bet yesterday cannot compare to the big loss that Deacon Deng suffers, right? Deacon Deng is only an outer court deacon, and the 150,000 merit points that he bet is almost all of the money that he has. Still, he didn't threaten me at all. If we compare two of you, your temperament is quite lacking compared to him. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's praise, not only was Deng Wei unhappy, but he was so furious he almost vomited blood. 150. Merit point was indeed all of the merit points he had. Currently, he only had several thousands of merit points in his crystal card. It was impossible to say he was not bothered by it. He did not threaten Duan Lingtian because he knew threats were useless against Duan Lingtian. He could only come up with other ideas and ways to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch his crystal card. At that time, not only would he get his 150,000 merit points, but he would also get the almost 3 million merit points in there. Huang Cheng's face turned grave. He was just about to retort when Duan Lingtian interrupted him again. Elder Huang Cheng, although you're an outer court elder, I won't submit to your despotic ways. Unless I die, I won't return the 1 million merit points to you. 1 million merit points. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the look in the eyes that were trained on him changed again. Those who were not fools could tell that Huang Cheng had threatened Duan Lingtian and demanded 1 million merit points from him. Bah, and to think that he's actually an outer court elder. He's really an embarrassment to the outer court. That's right, although I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple, I'm still willing to admit defeat. What a remarkable person. He dares to use his identity as an outer court elder to threaten senior brother Duan Lingtian and demand for the return of his merit points. Moreover, he wanted Duan Lingtian to give him 1 million merit points. Isn't he trying to cheat? How could there such a good thing in this world? The group of outer court disciples who had also placed a bet hurled all kinds of insults at him. They no longer cared if Huang Cheng was an elder or not. They vented all the anger they had been accumulating. Huang Cheng was dumbfounded. Currently, the situation had gone out of his control. Duan Lingtian, don't you know that by slandering the sect's higher officials, you'll be severely punished by the sect? Huang Cheng snapped with a grave expression on his face. His voice that contained true energy drowned out the commotion in the surrounding. Slander. Duan Lingtian sneered. Elder Huang Cheng, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. I wonder if you dare to make an oath using the tribulation oath to prove that you did not threaten me. Humph, I've already said I did not threaten you. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me swearing an oath for you? Huang Cheng snorted disdainfully. That's right, you're an awe-inspiring outer court elder and would not bother to make an oath for me. In that case, I'll swear using the tribulation oath that if I falsely accuse you, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had his own countermeasure to deal with Huang Cheng's shameless act. Huang Chen had a horrified expression on his face as Duan Lingtian pricked his finger and a drop of fresh blood rose up into the sky. 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky. That was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, bearing witness to Duan Lingtian's oath. However, there was no lightning penalty that came to strike Duan Lingtian to death. At once, it became clear to the crowd who was telling the truth between the both of them. The crowd was looking at Huang Cheng with a peculiar gaze now. Prior to this, they were not 100% certain Huang Cheng had threatened Duan Lingtian. However, they had no more doubts now that Duan Lingtian had sworn an oath. The tribulation oath would never lie. That was the prestige of heaven. As the saying went, God is watching what you're doing. Heaven does not favor anyone. Currently, even the group of outer court elders, including Dong Chong, began to distance themselves from Huang Cheng, both intentionally and unintentionally. It was as though they found it disgraceful to be grouped together with Huang Cheng since they were all outer court elders. Huang Cheng's face turned red in fury. For a moment, he did not have any comeback at all. From that moment Duan Lingtian publicly swore by the tribulation oath, he knew that nobody would believe him anymore. It was futile no matter what he said. Duan Lingtian, don't give me an opportunity to kill you. Huang Cheng said angrily through true energy voice transmission as he glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. After that, he flew out and vanished before the crowd's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian heard Huang Cheng's threats, he was calm and was not bothered by it. Even if the incident had not taken place, with how petty Huang Cheng was, he would not have let Duan Lingtian go if he did not return him 360,000 merit points. If that was the case, why should he be afraid? The crowd gasped again when they saw Huang Cheng fleeing the scene without giving an explanation. Shameless. How shameless can he be? How come I didn't know Elder Huang Cheng is actually such a foolish person before this? I must say that this kind of person is not worthy of becoming an outer court elder at all. He's just an embarrassment to the outer court. The group of outer court disciples seemed to be deeply affected by Duan Ling Tian's incident as all of them let loose a series of curses. Everyone, thanks for your support, Duan Ling Tian announced. His voice that contained true energy drowned out the noise on the scene. I thought about this earlier, and I feel that all of you did not have it easy as well. That's why, apart from Elder Huang Cheng and Deacon Deng, I'll return half of the merit points that all of you have bet. Tomorrow at noon, at this training field, please bring the written pledge in your hand and look for me. I'll return you your merit points. Duan Ling Tian's voice spread out. Long live senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a really good person. He's actually willing to return us our merit points. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the group of outer court disciples was overwhelmed with joy. Each of them felt deeply grateful to him. The moment the group of outer court deacons heard this, their eyes lit up immediately as well. Duan Ling Tian, why am I excluded? Deng Wei yelled resentfully. Chapter 1456 A Loose Tongue. Why? Well, just because I want to. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, causing Deng Wei to almost throw up blood. You. Deng Wei was furious. He was about to speak again when he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked around him and said to the crowd, everyone. This Deng Wei wishes me dead even though I defeated his nephew fair and square and blames me for his failure to enter the sect. That day, after he placed his bet, he even provoked me through voice transmission saying that he'll inform his nephew about my death. If you were me, would you return him his merit points? Duan Ling Tian's voice that contained the true energy spread out and was heard by everyone present on the scene. Of course not. No wonder. I was wondering why senior brother Duan Ling Tian deliberately made things difficult for Deacon Deng. As it turns out, there's a reason behind it. Humph. Deacon Deng is really shameless. He still has the nerve to ask Duan Ling Tian why he excluded him. Why didn't he think about how he wishes Duan Ling Tian is dead? What a joke. The group of outer court disciples was filled with contempt for Deng Wei, completely forgetting that they had also wished for Feng Fan to win prior to this. If Feng Fan had won, Duan Ling Tian would have died. No wonder. I was wondering why you took out 150,000 merit points, Deng Wei. As it turns out, you have enmity with Duan Ling Tian, one of the outer court deacons chimed in as he looked at Deng Wei. Deng Wei, the fact that your nephew is defeated by Duan Ling Tian during the entrance exam means that your nephew has no fate with our sect. How can you blame this on Duan Ling Tian? That's right. No matter how much you want to shield your nephew's shortcoming, you still have to be reasonable, Deng Wei. The other outer court deacons said in support of Duan Ling Tian. It angered Deng Wei so much that his face turned green and white. In the end, Deng Wei realized he would only further embarrass himself if he continued to stay here. He snorted coldly and cast a hate-filled glance at Duan Ling Tian before he flew away, similar to Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Everyone, I'll see you tomorrow. After Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the crowd, he returned to his independent courtyard. The group of people on the training field, particularly those outer court deacons and disciples who had bet with Duan Ling Tian, found his silhouette to be extremely charming no matter how they looked at him. Duan Ling Tian. Yi Man turned pale after he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. From the moment when Duan Ling Tian killed Feng Fan, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a huge mountain in his eyes that seemed insurmountable. It seems like my defeat in his hands 2 months ago is completely justified. Xiao Zhui, who came from the city governor's estate of Luozhong City, smiled wryly. He was sincerely convinced by Duan Ling Tian's strength and no longer dared to seek revenge. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the independent courtyard, he smiled wryly. Am I too generous? The bets that he had received amounted to about 3 million merit points. 360,000 merit points were from Huang Cheng, and 150,000 merit points were from Deng Wei. There was no need for him to return them the merit points. After subtracting these from the 3 million merit points, he would still have 2.49 million merit points. Duan Ling Tian had loosened his tongue and said that he would return half of these merit points. In this case, he would only have less than 1.25 million merit points. Adding back Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's merit points, he would be left with roughly 1.75 million merit points. Even if I don't return Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's merit points, I'll have to return the 1.25 million merit points. Now that he had calculated it carefully, he felt he had been too wasteful. It's fine. 1.75 million merit points should be more than enough for me to spend as I like. This merit points can only be used in the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 city governors' estates anyway. They are completely useless outside. It was exactly because of this that Duan Ling Tian decided to return half of the merit points the outer court deacons and disciples had bet. Although it was only half, it was more than enough for him to buy their hearts. After he entered his house and closed the door, Duan Ling Tian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He did not cultivate, but he took out the 1,000-mass sword that belonged to Feng Fan instead and began to study it. To be more precise, he was studying the saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword. The saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword was a 2-star saint inscription. It was called the 1,000-mass saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would imbue the sword with terrifying strength. It was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. Duan Ling Tian had personally experienced its formidable force. When he recalled it, he still felt a lingering fear. It's a good thing I possess the strange pupil. Otherwise, I would have died today. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After studying the 1,000-mass saint inscription, Duan Ling Tian began to feel dizzy and heavy as exhaustion enveloped his body. The tiny amount of spiritual energy he had recovered was depleted once again. It looks like I can only study it after I recover my spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with the last bit of his consciousness. In the next instant, he was already lying on the second floor of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, deep in slumber, in the inner court district of Moon Illumination sect. Master. Zhou Qi immediately looked for his master, Lu Huan, as soon as he entered the mansion. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious? Lu Huan was a medium-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. His eyes seemed like endless shifting clouds as he wore a grave expression on his face. He exuded an evil aura as he stood there. Lu Huan frowned when he saw Zhou Qi in a rush. You need to learn from your junior brother Su Qi. You're so old now, and yet, you're not composed at all. Master, it's not that I'm not composed, but there's an urgent matter. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. Speak, Lu Huan said indifferently. Master, junior brother Feng Fan is dead, Zhou Qi replied. What? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lu Huan raised his brows. The shock was written on his face. What happened? Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan was no match for that outer court disciple and is killed by him. After Zhou Qi finished speaking, he faked a sympathetic sigh and said, what a short-lived genius. An outer court disciple who just entered the sect 2 months ago. Lu Huan's eyes narrowed. What kind of person is he? He has the ability to kill Feng Fan. Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. Although he was only ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, he was still a martial cultivator who stood at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. His strength stood above others. However, such a person had just been killed. The person who killed him turned out to be an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. Is he also an Earth rankings powerhouse? Lu Huan asked in a deep voice. No, Zhou Qi shook his head. He's not a powerhouse from the Earth ranking. He's just an unimportant and unknown person before he entered the sect. No matter what, he's destined to have a short life since he killed Feng Fan. Lu Huan snorted coldly before he was hit by a pang of realization. He muttered underneath his breath in his deep voice, Elder Zhao is in closed-door cultivation now, so it's very likely that he won't be coming out so soon. If we can get rid of that person who killed Feng Fan, we'll be able to do him a favor. I think so too. Zhou Qi nodded. Other than parroting ideas, what else do you know? Lu Huan sneered. He did not believe Zhou Qi would be able to come up with such an idea on his own. Master, I'm not just parroting the idea. In truth, even if junior brother Feng Fan was not killed by that person, I would have done everything in my power to get rid of him. I just didn't expect him to kill junior brother Feng Fan before I can kill him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly, but when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with killing intent. What? You have enmity with that person? Lu Huan frowned before he was hit by a pang of realization. His expression turned horrified immediately. Zhou Qi, don't tell me that you added fuel to the fire and instigated Feng Fan to issue the death duel invitation to that person. No, I didn't. Zhou Qi quickly shook his head in denial. He knew very well if he had admitted it, he would suffer great misfortune, he sneered inwardly. Not only did I add fuel to the fire, but I even asked Feng Fan to kill that Duan Ling Tian. It's a pity that he was so useless that he died in Duan Ling Tian's hands in the end. He only dared to think of such words. He did not have the courage to say them out loud. You really didn't? Lu Huan asked again. Master, I really didn't. If you don't believe in me, I can swear an oath, Zhou Qi answered shamelessly. He knew that Lu Huan would not ask him to swear an oath, that was why he dared to say such words. One must admit that Zhou Qi's method of making a concession in order to advance was really effective since Lu Huan no longer suspected him. Do you know why Feng Fan had enmity with that person? I heard junior brother Feng Fan mentioned it previously, Zhou Qi replied. It seems like after that person had defeated 2 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court, he considered everyone to be beneath him and even talked back to junior brother Feng Fan. Moreover, he even ridiculed junior brother Feng Fan and caused him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, in his fury, junior brother Feng Fan decided to issue a death duel invitation. Zhou Qi let his tongue loose without restraint. He had thought about this carefully during his journey back. Since Feng Fan was dead, he could say whatever he wanted. Then why do you have enmity with him? Lu Huan asked with a frown. Master, you've misunderstood me. I don't have any enmity with him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. Then, what do your words mean? Lu Huan was a little impatient now. Master, I said I would find an opportunity to get rid of him even if junior brother Feng Fan didn't do anything because of his origin. His origin has determined that he can only be our enemy and not our ally. Zhou Qi replied. It has something to do with me. Lu Huan did not piece the puzzles together yet. Master, that man is called Duan Ling Tian. Similar to junior brother Su Qi, he came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It seems like he's Fang Hui's disciple. Zhou Qi threw out a huge bait at the critical moment. Mount Hill City, Fang Wei, as expected, Lu Huan's face turned completely grave in just an instant. Chapter 1457 A Life for a Life. Are you sure he came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and he's Fang Hui's disciple? Lu Huan asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. He found this hard to believe. Not only did Fang Wei take Su Qi, an outstanding genius martial cultivator, as a disciple, but he had taken an even more extraordinary martial cultivator as a disciple after Su Qi. What kind of luck was that? Why did he, Lu Huan, not have such luck at all? If that person named Duan Ling Tian had just entered the outer court 2 months ago, it meant that he must be younger than 40 years old. The fact that he managed to kill Feng Fan was more than enough to show his innate talent far surpassed Su Qi, his direct disciple whom he was very proud of. If he had known about Duan Ling Tian's existence earlier, he would have taken him as a disciple and treat him like how he treated Su Qi. However, it was no longer possible. This was because he had killed Feng Fan, Elder Zhao's direct disciple. Elder Zhao's strength could be considered as being in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was someone that even Lu Huan had to flatter and please. No matter how courageous he was, he still did not dare to accept the person who killed Elder Zhao's direct disciple as his own disciple. Master, I encountered him 6 months ago when I went to bring junior brother Su Qi back here. At that time, I was unaware his innate talent is even higher than junior brother Su Qi. Otherwise, I would have brought him back as well. Zhou Qi had been following Lu Huan for so many years, he, naturally, knew Lu Huan's thoughts very well and knew how to flatter him. If he had known earlier that Duan Ling Tian was so gifted, he would have killed him 6 months ago when he went to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. He felt regret every time he thought about this. It was unfortunate there was no cure for regret in this world. As expected, the instant Lu Huan heard Zhou Qi's words, his face softened a little. However, the look in his eyes turned sharper. I really can't believe that Fang Wei is so lucky. He actually managed to find 2 disciples with such high innate talent. What good deeds did he do? The killing intent in Lu Huan's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. Initially, I spared his life because I didn't think he would be able to make a comeback. However, it seems like I was sorely mistaken. If Duan Ling Tian grows any stronger, he'll definitely be a threat to my life. Master, do you need me to go to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and kill that Fang Wei? Zhou Qi asked. No, Lu Huan shook his head. Just leave that Fang Wei to Elder Zhao. Otherwise, Where do you expect him to vent his anger when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out his disciple was killed? As for that Duan Ling Tian, we must get rid of him before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation. At that time, he could be considered as owing me a favor. Lu Huan's eyes shone brightly when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, there was one thing he did not say out loud. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian before Elder Zhao came out of his closed-door cultivation because he was worried Elder Zhao would take a liking to Duan Ling Tian and take him as his new direct disciple regardless of Feng Fan's death. This was not something he was willing to see. Duan Ling Tian came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. If he became Elder Zhao's disciple, it would no doubt be a great calamity for Lu Huan's side. Teacher, don't worry, I'll try my best to kill Duan Ling Tian before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation, Zhou Qi said. You can't just try your best. You must kill him. Duan Ling Tian must die before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation. You have to make sure he dies even if you have to exchange your life for it. If you die, I'll remember you, Lu Huan slowly said as he looked at Zhou Qi. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of gentleness could be seen on his face. Zhou Qi only felt chills running down his spine when he saw the gentle expression on his face. In order to kill Duan Ling Tian and eliminate all future troubles, his master, Lu Huan, did not hesitate to sacrifice his life at all. At this moment, in Zhou Qi's heart, the master and disciple relationship between Lu Huan and him had already vanished without a trace. Previously, he was eager to kill Duan Ling Tian, but now, he wished Duan Ling Tian would survive so he could help Feng Wei kill Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he made up his mind. He made a decision that would greatly affect his future. Master, I won't let you down. In the face of this seemingly kind Lu Huan, Zhou Qi responded politely to him even though he found him disgusting. Great, great. Seeing how obedient Zhou Qi was, Lu Huan chuckled immediately. Zhou Qi, you're my first disciple, and I think highly of you. Don't worry, I won't forget you even if you're sentenced to death after you kill Duan Ling Tian. I'll set up a memorial tablet for you behind the courtyard so you can accompany me for all time, Lu Huan said with a kind expression. Thanks, Master. Zhou Qi's heart was as cold as ice, but he did not show it on the surface. He must first deal with this. I want to receive the news of his death within 3 days. You won't disappoint me, right? Lu Huan looked at Zhou Qi as he gave him a deadline, 3 days. The moment Zhou Qi heard Lu Huan's words, his heart jolted. However, he could only nod quietly. Very good, you can leave now to prepare for it, Lu Huan said. I'll take my leave then. After Zhou Qi turned around and retreated, his eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself, Lu Huan, you leave me with no choice. Since you treat my life like it's nothing, I've no need to stay by your side anymore. From today onward, the master and disciple relationship between us is severed. After Zhou Qi turned around, the kind expression on Lu Huan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He merely glanced at Zhou Qi's silhouette coldly before he looked away. Then, he went to look for Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi, the kind expression appeared on his face again. Master, why did you look for me this late in the night? Su Qi asked, confused. Su Qi, when you left the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, do you know there's a disciple named Duan Ling Tian under Feng Wei? Lu Huan asked bluntly. Yes, I do. Su Qi nodded. However, that Duan Ling Tian's very arrogant. He's only willing to address Feng Wei as teacher. However, he's still a martial cultivator from the mortal continent like me, so his innate talent is in no way inferior to mine. He's from the mortal continent too. Lu Huan narrowed his eyes as he asked, are you two from the same place on the mortal continent? No, Su Qi shook his head, we came from different places. It seems like the rumor is true. All the genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent are all extraordinarily gifted. The people from the mortal continent are either heaven-defying or trash. They're such polar opposites, Lu Huan muttered to himself. Master, what's the matter? Why did you ask about him all of a sudden? Su Qi asked, puzzled. He killed Feng Fan. Lu Hua did not conceal the truth and told Su Qi about the news he had received from Zhou Qi. What? The moment Su Qi heard the name, his expression changed immediately. How's that possible? Feng Fan is an Earth rankings powerhouse. How's it possible that Duan Ling Tian killed him? Upon seeing the sudden change of expression on Su Qi's face, Lu Huan could tell he did not expect Duan Ling Tian's innate talent to be so high. It's true, currently, Apart from the outer court, the news has most likely spread to the inner court as well, Lu Huan replied. Upon hearing that, Su Qi's expression turned complicated. He suddenly realized the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian had widened even more. In a pergola at the side of a front courtyard of a secluded mansion located in the outer court. Elder, Feng Fan is dead. A burly fellow whose face was filled with astonishment said in disbelief as he came forward. What an interesting little fellow. In the face of the burly fellow's report, an old man who was enjoying his tea in the pergola merely smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not surprised by the news at all. Elder, you're not surprised? The burly fellow could not help but ask. There's nothing to be surprised about. That little fellow doesn't seem like someone who would dig his own grave. The old man was dressed in white. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and he looked like a sage. As he sat in the pergola, it seemed as though he was one with the world and the pergola. It was as though there was no distinction between him and his surrounding. Elder, that Feng Fan was Elder Zhao's favorite. When he comes out his closed-door cultivation and finds out Feng Fan is dead, he won't let this matter go, the burly fellow said. Yes, this is a problem. The old man nodded. After thinking for a moment, he just smiled indifferently again. I don't know why, but, somehow, I have faith in him. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll deal with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was Feng Fan's master. He was a powerful inner court elder. There were nearly 20 inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. Among these almost 20 inner court elders, Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Elder, aren't you afraid he would die? The burly fellow asked. I've already said that I have faith in him. You may retreat, the white-clad old man said. Yes. Although the burly fellow had no idea why the old man would have faith in this outer court disciple whom he had only met once, he still retreated. After all, he did not dare to go against the old man's words. After that burly fellow retreated, a saint stone appeared in the old man's hand. This saint stone appeared to be a higher grade than a 6th grade saint stone. How can a person who easily took out a 4th grade saint stone be an ordinary person? I wonder where did this little fellow come from? He actually took out a 4th grade saint stone. However, the help from this 4th grade saint stone is indeed much greater than a 6th grade saint stone. At the very least, I don't have to suspend my closed-door cultivation to exchange for saint stones, the old man muttered to himself as he twirled the 4th grade saint stone in his hand. In the middle of the night, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt an intense pain in his entire body that was accompanied by a loud sound. As it turned out, he was expelled from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After sleeping for half a day, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy had finally recovered a little. He instantly looked outside and snarled, "Who's that?" Chapter 1458 Zhou Qi's Warning. It's me. A calm voice resonated from outside. Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with this voice. Zhou Qi. Duan Ling Tian instantly identified the owner of the voice, and his expression turned glum immediately. He took 2 strides forward and opened the door, revealing Zhou Qi who was standing outside. Duan Ling Tian looked at him coldly as he asked indifferently, "You didn't even send a greeting before you barged into someone's residence. Did your master, Lu Huan, teach you any manners at all?" Duan Ling Tian was not worried about Zhou Qi attacking him here. The Moon Illumination sect had a rule that prohibited inner court disciples from bullying outer court disciples unless they had a reason or they were right. Failure to comply with the rule would result in severe punishment. If it was before, Zhou Qi would definitely be furious when he heard the words coming out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. However, he was very calm right now. It was as though he was not offended by Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Zhou Qi's calmness took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Zhou Qi was not someone with such a good temper, right? Moreover, should he not be eager to kill him since he was one of Lu Huan's men? In fact, when they were at the training field, he saw Zhou Qi's gaze was filled killing intent. Only half a day had passed, but he suddenly had a change in temperament. Something was not right. Duan Ling Tian instantly became guarded. "Let's go in and talk," Zhou Qi said. He walked into the room without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Duan Ling Tian frowned for a moment before his expression eased up. He turned to look at Zhou Qi and asked nonchalantly, "Why did you come and find me?" Duan Ling Tian, "My master, Lu Huan, wants me to kill you within 3 days." Zhou Qi bluntly said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately and said calmly, "If you kill me, you won't be able to escape death as well according to the sect's rule. My master wants me to give up my life in exchange for yours. Zhou Qi replied, exchange your life for mine. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Although he had long known that inner court elder Lu Huan was not a good person, he did not think he would be so despicable to the point of asking his disciple to give up his life in exchange for his own life. What did he take his disciple for? A tool. State your intention. Since you told me all these, I'm sure you intend to disobey your master, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. My intention is very simple. I just want to warn you that Lu Huan is a maniac. I've followed him for more than 10 years, but he didn't even bat his eyes when he wants to discard me, Zhou Qi said slowly. Fear could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. He is a maniac, but you're not. Duan Ling Tian sneered. 8 months ago, Zhou Qi came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in an awe-inspiring manner. The instant he had attacked, he immediately killed 2 innocent people. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't come here to make peace with you. I just want to warn you that Lu Huan is a person who won't stop until he achieves his goals. As for the reason why I came to warn you, well, it's just because I don't want to see him living so comfortably, Zhou Qi said. His voice was filled with hatred, and his eyes were gleaming coldly. How are you going to answer to him if you don't kill me within 3 days? Duan Ling Tian asked. You don't have to worry about this. It's time for me to leave now that my purpose is achieved. No matter how much you hate me, I'm not bothered by it at all. After all, I did want to kill you previously. If Lu Huan did not ask me to give up my life in exchange for yours, I wouldn't have let you off so easily, Zhou Qi added. However, everything has changed now. I don't have any enmity with you now, and I only hope that you'll continue to live well and create troubles for Lu Huan. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He could tell Zhou Qi no longer regarded Lu Huan as his master. It was a normal reaction after all. Was there a point in having a master who would not hesitate to sacrifice his disciple in order to achieve his goals? There's another thing I have to warn you about. That Feng Fan whom you killed had a master. He's the only direct disciple of Zhao Feng, a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder. Even among the inner court elders in Moon Illumination sect, his strength is ranked in the top 3, Zhou Qi continued to warn him. Feng Fan's master was Zhao Feng, an inner court elder. Although he could tell from Feng Fan's possessions that his background was not simple, he did not expect him to be an inner court elder's direct disciple. Moreover, the inner court elder was ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He's not on your side? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. He had thought that Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man. However, that did not seem to be the case. A person as powerful as Lu Huan's master, Zhao Feng, most likely had a higher position than Lu Huan in the Moon Illumination sect. It was unlikely for someone like that to be Lu Huan's man. Even if he really was Lu Huan's man, he had to be Lu Huan's senior, and he would not have allowed his only direct disciple to take such a risk. Of course not. Zhou Qi shook his head. When Lu Huan encounters Elder Zhao Feng, he still needs to bow down respectfully. I'm not afraid to tell you the reason Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation was all due to my instigation. However, none of these matters anymore. What's important is, you've killed Feng Fan, and it'll definitely infuriate Elder Zhao Feng, Zhou Qi said. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the entire matter. He was slightly taken aback by how shameless Zhou Qi was. You dare to tell me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Elder Zhao Feng about this? It's useless even if you tell him. You're the one who killed Feng Fan. This is an undeniable fact, Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was rendered speechless because Zhou Qi's words made sense. Even if Zhao Feng was angry with Zhou Qi, he still would not let Duan Ling Tian go. However, there's a chance Elder Zhao Feng might not kill you when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation, Zhou Qi added. Might not kill me? Duan Ling Tian frowned. What do you mean? I killed his only direct disciple, but there's a chance he won't kill me. Yes, you killed Feng Fan, his only direct disciple. It's true that he's very fond of Feng Fan. However, didn't he take Feng Fan as his direct disciple because he thought his innate talent was high? There's no way he would regard Feng Fan so highly if he was just an ordinary person, Zhou Qi continued. Due to this reason, it's highly likely that he won't kill you after he finds out you killed Feng Fan. Perhaps, he might even take you in as his new direct disciple. After all, Feng Fan was inferior to you in terms of innate talent. Take me as his direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned strange. After thinking about it carefully, he thought Zhao Feng might actually do that if he was someone who did not value relationships. However, Duan Ling Tian would look down on Zhao Feng if he did that. Naturally, he would not agree to become the direct disciple of someone he looked down on. What I want to tell you is, there's nothing we can do if Zhao Feng decides to kill you to avenge Feng Fan. However, if he wants to take you as his direct disciple, you must agree to it. Lu Huan won't dare to harm you no matter how courageous he is if you become Zhao Feng's disciple, Zhou Qi said solemnly. Lu Huan wants me to give up my life in exchange for yours within 3 days because he's worried Zhao Feng will come out of his closed-door cultivation. He wants to kill you before that happens so that Zhao Feng will indirectly owe him a favor. In his opinion, he'll benefit greatly if you die. I must agree to become Zhao Feng's disciple. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Zhou Qi, are you making the decision for me? Naturally, you're the only one who can decide what to do. I'm merely giving you suggestions. After all, we currently have a common enemy, Lu Huan. I only hope you'll survive and live well. If you manage to grow more powerful, you'll definitely become Lu Huan's nightmare. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes burned intensely. At that time, even if I'm no longer in the Moon Illumination sect, I'll still be happy when I hear this news. No longer in the Moon Illumination sect? What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Do you think I'll still have a position in the Moon Illumination sect if I don't kill you within 3 days? Even if Lu Huan doesn't kill me, he'll come up with ways to deal with me. He's my master in name. Even if he cripples me and paralyzes me, nobody would say anything. When Zhou Qi was speaking, his body trembled without warning. It was as though he had thought of something horrifying. I've already told you everything that I needed to say, and I've also have warned you about everything. I know you and I will never come to a truce. However, you can always seek revenge from me in the future if you manage to survive. If you can find me, I'll admit it's my fate even if I die in your hands, Zhou Qi said to Duan Ling Tian before he left. From his words alone, one could see how brazen he was. I won't disappoint you, Duan Ling Tian responded indifferently. He narrowed his eyes as his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhou Qi finally left. He came without warning, and he left just as quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes and vanished into the dark sky like a phantom. My spiritual energy has not recovered yet. I feel tired again even though just a short time has passed. Looks like I won't be able to do anything for the next few days. After shutting the door, Duan Ling Tian sighed and returned to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda again. After Zhou Qi left Duan Ling Tian's residence, he left the outer court under the cover of the night. Not only did he not return to the inner court, but he even left the Moon Illumination sect's estate. His intention was simple. He wanted to leave the Moon Illumination sect and hop like a fish in the sea or fly like a bird across the sky. With my cultivation base, I don't believe there's no place for me in the 9 sect alliances. From now on, I'm a free man. I belong to no sect, and I won't have to bow to anyone anymore. Zhou Qi truly looked forward to a beautiful future. Chapter 1459 Nuwa Stone Fragment. Not long after, Zhou Qi had left the Moon Illumination sect estate. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect estate, Zhou Qi also left the coverage of the flight prohibiting formation. After he soared up to the sky and flew a distance away, he came to a halt and turned to look at the monastery gates of the Moon Illumination sect estate in the distance with the help of the moonlight as he muttered to himself, "Goodbye, Moon Illumination sect. Maybe I'll come back again after I, Zhou Qi, make a breakthrough to the saint stage. By that time, I must ask Lu Huan personally whether he regrets the decision that he made today. I can tell you now that I don't regret, and I never will." Almost at the same time that Zhou Qi's words left his mouth and he was about to depart, a wispy ghost-like sound resonated by his ears, causing him to turn pale right away. The scene in front of him flashed and Zhou Qi could see a man appearing in front of him in the sky. Master. Upon seeing this person who appeared, Zhou Qi was so shocked that the color drained from his face right away. Why are you here? If I didn't come, wouldn't I just be letting you, ungrateful fellow, slip away? The person who appeared was none other than Lu Huan, who sneered at him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qi suppressed the terror in his heart and asked, "Did you follow me?" Right then, Zhou Qi also realized that the words that he spoke just now had all been picked up by Lu Huan. For this reason, he no longer uttered anything more, for there was no use even if he continued. He knew that with Lu Huan's temper, he would definitely never let him go. However, the moment he recalled how Lu Huan followed him, he could not help but be infuriated with rage right away. It turned out that Lu Huan did not trust him at all. I wasn't following. Instead, I just want to see whether you'll pay attention to the things that I asked you to do. Right now, it seems like you've disappointed me, Lu Huan replied nonchalantly. Disappointed? Zhou Qi also knew that he would definitely end up dead today. In that case, he no longer bothered about having any restraint. With nothing to fear, he mocked, just because I refuse to use my own life in exchange for the life of the person that you want to kill, I've disappointed you. Is my life so low in your eyes? Being able to die together with Duan Ling Tian, that martial Dao genius shouldn't be a disgrace to you. Lu Huan's tone remained calm. Unfortunately, you don't treasure this opportunity. So, the outcome of not treasuring this opportunity would be being killed by me personally. In your next life, remember to never disobey your master's words anymore, no matter what your master asks you to do. The moment Lu Huan's words left his mouth, he immediately made his move without even waiting for Zhou Qi to respond. In front of Lu Huan, Zhou Qi was completely powerless. In just the blink of an eye, he was executed straightaway. His entire being exploded and transformed into a blood mist that blotted the entire sky as he died a horrible death. Duan Ling Tian never expected that the moment Zhou Qi left the Moon Illumination sect, he would already be killed by Lu Huan. Right now, Duan Ling Tian was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, recovering his spiritual energy. The exhaustion from the spiritual energy knocked him into a deep slumber, and only after 2 days, he finally woke up feeling fresh. His spiritual energy had already recovered by 70% to 80%. Of course, the 2 days in that context was the time spent in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only 1 night and 1 morning had gone by outside. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian left his little courtyard and went to the training field once again. There was already a group of people waiting for him on the training field. They were the outer court deacons and disciples who had placed their bets in the gamble that he had set up. Upon seeing him making his appearance, each of them appeared thrilled like hunters who had just seen their prey. After Duan Ling Tian had reached the training field, he told the crowd, "Please queue up, everyone. Take the written pledge that I've given to you the last time and come to take your merit points from me one by one." More than an hour passed. Duan Ling Tian finally managed to return half of the merit points to everybody who had placed their bets. After returning their merit points, Duan Ling Tian asked for directions and headed straight to the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion. Just like the Moon Illumination sect in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect allowed one to use his merit points in exchange for a variety of items such as the Saint-grade martial tactic, Saint weapons, pills and so on. Basically, one could get everything that one desired. Other than that, it also had Dao talismans and Saint weapons that were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. In the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion, as long as one had enough merit points, one could exchange all of the items there. Besides that, one could even exchange and take back the Saint-grade martial tactic other than the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic if one had enough merit points. Only the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic was not allowed to be taken back and could only be loaned to read. One would need to spend 30,000 merit points to loan and read it every time. 1.75 million merit points. That should be enough for me to spend lavishly already. Not long after that, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion. The geographical location of the pavilion was very strategic. It was situated right at the juncture between the outer and inner court district and was very convenient for the outer and inner court disciples. It looks like the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was built based on this Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion, muttered Duan Ling Tian as he came to a halt and narrowed his eyes at the pavilion in front of him. Other than its size, the merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect and the one in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City looked exactly identical, including the small details. However, after Duan Ling Tian walked into the merit pavilion, he also noticed that contrary to the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the interior inside the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion had a huge difference. The Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion was separated into 5 levels. The first level was where the sect disciples made their trades. The disciples could use items to exchange for merit points with the other disciples. Alternatively, they could also use their merit points to buy what they wanted. In casual terms, the first level of the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion was basically a mini-market. However, the moment Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that most of the sect disciples who were in the first level of the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion were all inner court disciples. This could be perceived from the order tokens that were hanging from their waists. It was precisely because of this that when Duan Lingtian entered this place, nobody could recognize him at all. When he had battled it out with Feng Fan, not many inner court disciples had come to watch the battle. Therefore, even though his name had spread out to the inner court district, most of the outer court disciples had never seen him before, so they had no idea how he looked like. I'll just walk around the first level of this merit pavilion and see whether there's any good item here, thought Duan Lingtian to himself. Of course, it was mostly because he found how the sect disciples carried out trades using the merit points a new experience. The value of the merit points in the Moon Illumination sect is much higher than the Saint Stones. In the Moon Illumination sect, other than the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic, there's almost nothing that the merit points can't buy. A disciple in the Moon Illumination sect can only use Saint Stones during cultivation on the other hand. Duan Lingtian knew this very well too. Standing at the first level of the merit pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked around and did not attract anybody's attention. Casting a glance, Duan Lingtian could see many inner court disciples had simply set up a tiny small stall by the corner of the first level of the merit pavilion. There were many peculiar items on display at these small stalls. They themselves had no idea what many of these items were either. The reason they had placed these items out was mainly that they wanted to see if there was any disciple from the same sect who knew about the goods and was willing to buy them using merit points. Elder Huo. Duan Lingtian contacted the Elder Huo who was inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Please take a look whether there are any materials here that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. If there is, I'll buy it straight away. At first, although Elder Huo had already told him about the materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda before, they were only some of the materials that Elder Huo felt were simple to get. There were many other materials that he had not told him about before, including the dragon orb of the five-clawed divine dragon, and that material that he had managed to bid for in Mount Hill City's rare treasure pavilion that repaired the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. Upon hearing Elder Huo's response, Duan Lingtian began to walk around at the first level of the merit pavilion. Boy, was he in luck. In just one round, Elder Huo did indeed find several items that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. On top of that, they were all high-grade materials. There was even an item that Elder Huo pronounced was even better than the five-clawed divine dragon's orb. Although I have no idea why this would be here, I'm pretty sure that this is the Nuwa stone fragment, Elder Huo told Duan Lingtian. The Nuwa stone. Just now, Duan Lingtian had only heard Elder Huo mention that there was an item in the first level of the merit pavilion that was even better than the five-clawed divine dragon's orb. As for what it was exactly, he had no idea at all. Now that he heard about the name of the item from Elder Huo, he was completely dumbfounded. What was the Nuwa stone? It was an item from the ancient mythology of his past life. The Nuwa stone was the stone that the ancient goddess Nuwa had used to repair the heavens. Apart from that, there was also a legend saying that Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal of heaven, was actually born out of the Nuwa stone. Despite Elder Huo saying that it was only a fragment of the Nuwa stone, it was already more than enough to send Duan Lingtian into bafflement. Under Elder Huo's guidance, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a small stall that had a skinny inner court disciple standing behind it. He looked like an astute person and his gleaming eyes gave the fact that he was actually an unscrupulous trader away. Junior brother, you have quite excellent judgment. All of these here are treasures, you know. Seeing how Duan Lingtian was looking his way, this inner court disciple's eyes lit up right away as he quickly greeted him. Treasures, really? Duan Lingtian took this opportunity to walk to the stall and squatted down. His gaze, however, shifted away from the Nuwa stone. The Nuwa stone looked just like an ordinary stone fragment. Appearing very crude, it was placed at an inconspicuous corner. If Elder Huo had not told him about it, Duan Lingtian would have never noticed its existence because its sense of existence was just extremely weak. Senior brother, these are called treasures too? I just entered the sect not long ago. Don't deceive me please, said Duan Lingtian with a vigilant expression as he looked at the inner court disciple who was behind the stall seriously. You've just entered the sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the inner court disciple glanced at Duan Lingtian's waist. By the time he saw the order token that represented his identity as an outer court disciple, an obvious disappointment crept into his eyes right away. Chapter 1460 just around the corner. Usually, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect would not have that many merit points. However, as the saying went, don't look down on tiny things. The shrewd inner court disciple still pumped himself up with energy and entertained Duan Ling Tian, this customer of his, with a serious face. Don't worry, junior brother, everything right here at my place is absolutely sold with honesty. Picking up a dried branch from the stall, Duan Ling Tian muttered, this dried branch seems to be quite special. It should be quite pleasing if I buy it back to make a fire. This dried branch was one of the materials that Elder Huo wanted. Of course, this item was very far from being comparable to the Nuwa stone. However, the fact that there were two items that could be used to repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in an inner court disciple's stall was enough to elicit shock from Duan Ling Tian. Buy it back to make a fire. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the inner court disciple was so pissed that he almost threw blood up. With a solemn face, he warned, junior brother, you can't look down on this. It's not that simple. Not that simple. It doesn't seem like it. Duan Ling Tian curled his lip with disbelief written on his face. I don't want it if it's too expensive. I'll just go take a look at the other stalls then. The moment he concluded, he proceeded to turn and leave. Junior brother, I didn't lie to you. When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, he became anxious right away. He had not made any sale the entire day today, and now that a victim had finally come, of course, he would not just let him go just like that. Then, tell me, which part of it isn't simple? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. Although this looks just like a dried branch, it's not something that can be burned easily with any fire. There are many one-star saint refinement masters in the inner court who couldn't even light it up even if they used flames that are refined by weapons and pills, shared the inner court disciple with a solemn face. Really? Duan Ling Tian pretended to be surprised. Of course, the inner court disciple quickly replied, if you're not willing, junior brother, you can invite a one-star refinement master to come. You don't have to search far. I'm sure there must be a one-star refinement master here at the first level of the merit pavilion. You only have to pay him some merit points and I believe that he won't reject your request for a test. Duan Ling Tian frowned as though he was troubled by this notion. After a long time, he finally eased his frown under the anticipating gaze of the inner court disciple. All right, I believe you. I don't have that many merit points to invite a one-star refinement master to test it out, but, senior brother, I don't have many merit points on hand either. I won't be able to buy it if it's too expensive. Duan Ling Tian frowned again as he said. Although he actually had millions of merit points, he did not have the intention to spend recklessly at all. Perhaps there might be some other things that he wanted to exchange for in the merit pavilion, so he did not want to waste too many merit points here on the first level of the merit pavilion. It's not expensive. It's definitely not expensive. The inner court disciple shook his head vehemently. It's not. How many merit points is it then? Duan Ling Tian asked. 5,000 merit points. The moment the inner court disciple's words left his mouth, he stared at Duan Ling Tian with utmost concentration as though he wanted to discern whether he could afford it or not. After knowing that this purple-clad young man was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect not long ago, his first thought was that this person must not have many saint stones on him. However, as he pondered about it, he was hit by a pang of realization. He realized that many of the outer court disciples came from the city governor's estate of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect's command. Furthermore, these outer court disciples were usually the disciples of the various city governors. It was normal for these outer court disciples to have 10,000 to 20,000 merit points on hand. 5,000 merit points. Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Duan Ling Tian put on a dismayed expression. Right away, without saying anything, he turned around and proceeded to walk away. At that moment when he turned around, his eyes were gleaming with shock and disbelief as though it had never crossed his mind that this dried branch would actually be this pricey. Junior brother, I was just joking. 1,000 merit points. You can have it with 1,000 merit points. From the beginning till the end, the inner court disciple never missed Duan Ling Tian's expression at all. After seeing the change in his expression and how he turned around after hearing the news that he asked for, he realized that this purple-clad young man must not have that many merit points. Had he known that this purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple who had given rise to many discussions, he would have been so pissed that he would throw up blood. He was a millionaire who had more than 1,000,000 merit points, yet he had actually turned around without saying anything the moment he heard the asking price of 5,000 merit points. Was he even worthy of the millions of merit points that he had? When Duan Lingtian heard the inner court disciple's words, a scheming smile crept up upon the corner of his mouth right away. However, he did not slow down but proceeded to go to the other stall. 500 merit points. Junior brother, this really is the lowest that I can go. Noticing how Duan Lingtian had no intention to stop at all, the inner court disciple smiled wryly right away. Alright, 500 merit points. But you have to give me a free gift. Duan Lingtian also knew that 500 merit points was the lowest price that the inner court disciple could offer, so he did not continue to walk forward. Instead, he turned around and returned to the stall. Gift. The inner court disciple frowned right away as he looked at Duan Lingtian with doubt. However, the moment he saw how Duan Lingtian kept looking at the dried branch with a pained expression, his frown disappeared as he cursed in his heart, how unlucky for me to actually come across a poor fellow. If this inner court disciple's inner thought spread out to the outer court district, he would have most likely drowned in the saliva of the group of the outer court disciples. Was he calling Duan Lingtian, who had millions of merit points, a poor fellow? Even an inner court elder would not have dared to say such words. Junior brother, 500 merit points is really the lowest I can go. As for a gift, I really can't give you any. The inner court disciple shook his head and did not agree to Duan Lingtian's words. Then, it's fine, I don't want it anymore, Duan Lingtian responded impatiently and proceeded to leave again. Wait a minute, the inner court disciple did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so brazen. He became anxious right away. Junior brother, I can give you a gift, but you can only choose from the pile that I allow you to. No problem as long as I have a gift, Duan Lingtian said with an unconcerned look as though he was not concerned what the gift would be. The inner court disciple cursed again in his heart before reaching out a hand to point at the corner of his stall. Just pick any item that you want from that pile. Duan Lingtian studied the corner of the stall. That corner was exactly where the Nuwa stone fragment was. What? All these trash? Duan Lingtian frowned. Senior brother, you actually dare to take these trash out to exchange for merit points? Don't you think you're being too shameless? Junior brother, you don't recognize them, so don't say that they're trash please, pleaded the inner court disciple with a solemn face. Besides, you said yourself that you're okay with whatever item without any requirements at all. Don't tell me that you regret it now. Yeah, I kinda do now. Although I know that you must be stingy, I can't believe that you're actually this stingy. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Junior brother, the sale is already final. You can't turn back on your decision now, warned the inner court disciple vigilantly. Duan Lingtian sighed before crouching down as he started to fumble around the corner of the stall. He picked up each of the items and then tossed it aside again. When he picked up the Nuwa stone and then threw it aside again, his heartbeat raced a few notches faster. There seems to be no good item here, huh? After Duan Lingtian checked everything out till the end, he frowned. The inner court disciple sneered to himself. If there was a good item, would he be willing to just give it out as a gift? Fine then, I'll just randomly pick one. Duan Lingtian casually picked up the Nuwa stone's fragment and told the inner court disciple, Senior brother, I'll take this stone fragment then. You've got no problem with that, have you? When the inner court disciple saw him picking up the stone fragment that could not be invaded by both water and fire of which he happened to come across outside, he nodded and said, no problem, but junior brother, now that you've taken your pick, you're not allowed to go back on your decision anymore. No, I won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head before taking out his crystal card to transfer 500 merit points to the inner court disciple. Unless the owner activated it using true energy, the balance of the merit points in the crystal card would not be displayed. Therefore, the inner court disciple had no idea that the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand actually had a total of more than 1.7 million merit points. Otherwise, he would definitely have been so pissed. I've gotten the two materials. After storing the two items, Duan Lingtian was consumed with a wave of inexplicable excitement. Junior brother, take a look and see if there's anything else that you want. Now that he had made his first sale after coming to the Merit Pavilion for such a long day, the inner court disciple's face was filled with a smile. Senior brother, your items are just too expensive. I can't afford them at all with the merit points that I have left. It's better for me to go have a look at the other stalls. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. At the same time, he proceeded to buy the other materials he needed for the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to be repaired. When it came to the few other materials, Duan Ling Tian played the same old trick, and he managed to get all of them by only spending another 1,000 merit points. He had performed the art of bargaining most incisively, almost to the acme of perfection. Elder Huo, with these materials now, how much of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be repaired? Duan Ling Tian asked. It won't be able to be repaired much if there's no Nuwa stone fragment. But now that we have the Nuwa stone, we'll be able to repair 70% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Huo replied. 0.70%. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up right away as his face was filled with astonishment. It had never crossed his mind that the materials that he had bought on the first level of the Merit Pavilion would actually lend such a huge aid to the repairing of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It could actually repair the third level to 70%. In fact, before this, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired by 10%. In other words, his harvest today could repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by another 60%. Elder Huo, at this speed, it must be just around the corner before the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is activated. Duan Ling Tian told Elder Huo. He was looking forward to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and to a better cultivation environment combined with the slower passing of time. 5 days inside the pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. Chapter 1461. The second level of the Merit Pavilion. Around the corner, responding to Duan Ling Tian, Elder Huo replied, "You're too confident. The reason the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could be repaired by 60% with just these few materials is all thanks to the Nuwa stone fragment. Among them all, just the Nuwa stone fragment alone can boost the repair by 40%. Elder Huo's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on Duan Ling Tian's head as it completely overpowered the excitement and joy in his heart. So, it turned out that the reason these materials could repair it by that extent was all thanks to the Nuwa stone fragment. At once, the Nuwa stone fragment in Duan Ling Tian's heart skyrocketed right away. Elder Huo, I've heard of a legend before. It says that Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal of heaven, was actually born from the 5-colored stone that had fallen when Nuwa was repairing the heavens. You also seem to have said before that Sun Wukong wasn't a native to planet Yanhuang, but was transformed from the Nuwa stone of the ancient goddess Nuwa. Is the 5-colored stone really that extraordinary to the point that it could give birth to such a freak as Sun Wukong? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Of course, an ordinary 5-colored stone wouldn't have been able to give birth to such a freak as the horse protector. The part that gave birth to him was the most valuable part of the 5-colored stone, which is also called the 5-colored chalcedony. Through the creation of heaven and earth, along with the place that was endowed with the fine spirits of the universe, a freak such as the horse protector could finally be born, Elder Huo replied. Oh, I see, Duan Ling Tian finally understood before asking again. Then, in this case, is the 5-colored stone fragment that I obtained just now just an ordinary 5-colored stone fragment? Yes, Elder Huo replied. Elder Huo, since this 5-colored stone is so extraordinary, would it be any help to me? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask again. The moment he thought of how powerful this 5-colored stone was, he also hoped that it would be able to bring some benefits to himself. In that case, it would be better than using it on the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If it's an intact 5-colored stone, then without a doubt, it would be a great help to you. However, if it's only a fragment of the 5-colored stone, it's no help to you at all. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian became slightly disappointed. Now that all of the materials he needed had been bought, Duan Ling Tian left the first level of the Merit Pavilion and proceeded to the second level. The second level of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City houses the Saint-grade martial tactics, so I wonder if it's the same case too here on the second level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Ling Tian entered the second level of the Merit Pavilion and discovered that this was not the place that housed the Saint-grade martial tactics. The second level of the Merit Pavilion was a place where they could exchange their merit points for a variety of materials. The different materials could be used in refining weapons and pill. Some could even be used for inscribing Dao talismans and saint inscriptions. Of course, the materials that could be placed in the second level of the Merit Pavilion were all valuable. In the Moon Illumination sect, nobody would be willing to use their merit points in exchange for ordinary material. After all, the merit points were far more valuable than the saint stones in the Moon Illumination sect. Of all these various valuable materials on the second level of the merit pavilion, I wonder whether there are any that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he began to look forward to it. Right then, the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda could be deemed to have already been repaired by 70%. With just another 30% more to go, it would be completely restored. There was a counter by the entrance of the second level of the merit pavilion with an old man sitting behind it. The old man appeared to be dozing off, but he gave off a peculiar sense of feeling. When Duan Ling Tian passed the counter, he even had a feeling that he was being monitored. At once, he glanced at the old man warily and realized that although he appeared to be dozing off, he was actually wide awake, much more so than anyone else. Just as Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man vigilantly, the old man opened his misty eyes and instructed nonchalantly, "Leave your spatial ring behind, then only can you go in." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before taking his spatial ring off and placing it on the counter. He knew that the feeling of being monitored that he had earlier must have been the old man using his powerful spiritual energy to check on the spatial ring on his body. He was probing to see how many spatial rings he had. Fortunately, the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was not something that the old man could detect using his spiritual energy. Duan Ling Tian was not worried about placing his spatial ring on the countertop as well. That was a spatial ring that had had a blood ownership claim performed on it. Unless he died, it would be useless even if someone else took it, as he would have no way of performing an ownership claim on it at all. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the rule of having to hand over the spatial ring in the second level of the merit pavilion. It was obvious that there were no other people guarding the second level of the merit pavilion. There were only a few people over there picking their materials. If they did not hand over their spatial rings, it would be hard to avoid people from sneakily placing materials into their spatial rings and intentionally sneaking them out through the ring to save their merit points. After Duan Ling Tian walked into the second level of the merit pavilion, he motioned to Elder Huo. "Elder Huo, please have a look whether there's any material here that you could use to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda." Usually, if he did not take the initiative to signal Elder Huo, the latter would not look at the surroundings outside. Duan Ling Tian was very pleased with this. At the very least, Elder Huo would not take a peek at his privacy. Elder Huo was still quite sensible when it came to this. Now that Duan Ling Tian was the owner of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, he would be able to instantly find out if Elder Huo looked outside through the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He knew that Elder Huo was not looking now, so he took the initiative to signal him. After going around the second level of the merit pavilion, Duan Ling Tian managed to find more than 10 items that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. However, even if all of these items were added up together, it could only repair the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. "It seems like I really lucked out when I was on the first level of the merit pavilion," Duan Ling Tian lamented to himself. The materials on the second level of the merit pavilion had their price clearly marked with no bargaining allowed. The 10-odd items that Duan Ling Tian found cost a total of 15,000 merit points, 10 times more than what he spent on the first level of the merit pavilion. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be filled with all sorts of emotions as he thought about this. Of course, he knew that there was no point in comparing. With the newest stone fragment that was the most valuable being a gift on the first level of the merit pavilion, there was no need for him to spend a single merit point at all. After he returned to the counter and took out the crystal card straightforwardly to swipe 15,000 merit points from it, Duan Ling Tian slid the spatial ring back on his finger again before storing away the items that he had bought from the second level of the merit pavilion. "Thank you, Elder." Before Duan Ling Tian went to the third level of the merit pavilion, he thanked the old man behind the counter. This old man had powerful spiritual energy that surpassed every other person that he had come across before. Of course, every other person there was everyone who had demonstrated their spiritual energy in front of Duan Ling Tian before. As for those who had not, Duan Ling Tian had no idea either just how strong their spiritual energy was. It was also for this reason that he suspected that this old man must be an inner court elder. "I wonder whether Elder Dongfang is more powerful than him or not," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Elder Dongfang was Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Outer Court District of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Ling Tian had gone to find him before and had met him once. However, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe Duan Ling Tian, so the latter had no idea just how strong his spiritual energy was. That time, he had used a 4th grade saint stone and 10 pieces of 5th grade saint stones to ask Dongfang Quan to make a statement. That very statement was released just a few days before the death duel between Feng Fan and him. Many were taken aback by this then. It had never crossed his mind that the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, Dongfang Quan, would release a statement to become the witness for the bet that Duan Lingtian set up and was willing to help him carry out his promises had he been killed. Many people tried to speculate the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan. However, they would never be able to guess that Duan Lingtian actually relied on these 11 saint stones to forge this relationship with Dongfang Quan. Of course, it was mostly because of the meaning these 11 saint stones implied. Usually, the saint stones that were mainly circulated around the surrounding districts of the Moon Illumination sect and even the entire 9 sect alliances district were 6th grade saint stones. These 6th grade saint stones could only be produced in a small number in an ordinary 7th grade saint stone reserve. As for the 5th grade saint stones, even if they managed to enter the 9 sect alliances district, very few people would take them out to use. Most of them would use it for cultivation instead. As everyone knew, the higher grade saint stones would not affect the cultivation speed, but if the saint stone was of a high grade, high intensity closed door cultivation could then be maintained for a longer period of time without the need to be interrupted halfway to change the stone. Many martial and Dao cultivators had missed the golden opportunity to make a breakthrough because they had to keep changing saint stones halfway. Therefore, a higher grade saint stone would always be sought after by a martial or Dao cultivator who had a high cultivation base. For martial and Dao cultivators who had a high cultivation base, their closed-door cultivation would usually take up to several years long. It was not possible for some to have closed-door cultivation of up to several dozen years or even up to 100 years. Of the 11 saint stones that Duan Lingtian gave to Dongfang Quan, 10 of them were 5th grade saint stones while one was a 4th grade saint stone. A 5th grade saint stone would need to be produced in at least a 6th grade saint stone reserve that a 6th rated force controlled. It was very scarce in the 9 sect alliances district, but the chances of coming across one were not entirely zero. The 4th grade saint stones, on the other hand, were extremely rare in the 9 sect alliances district. This was because it needed at least a 5th grade saint stone reserve that was controlled by a 5th rated force for it to be produced, unless the people from the 9 sect alliances district went to the central district of a district controlled by a 5th rated force to get the possibility to exchange for a 4th grade saint stone. It was basically impossible for anybody from the 9 sect alliances district to possess a 4th grade saint stone. Of course, there was another possibility, which was if somebody from the central district of the district controlled by the 5th rated force came to the 9 sect alliances district and left a 4th grade saint stone behind. This 4th grade saint stone that Duan Lingtian took out was more than enough to keep Dongfang Quan from guessing his identity. That was also Duan Lingtian's purpose. It was also why Dongfang Quan would have gone along with him so straightforwardly. Otherwise, as only an outer court disciple, what basis did he have to let the awe-inspiring Dongfang Quan help him? There are not many polite little fellas like you now these days. The old man smiled, never expecting Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to thank him. In fact, usually, the people who came to the second level of the Merit Pavilion would leave right away after they had exchanged their materials. Who would give a damn about this old man like he did? Little fella, what's your name? The old man asked kindly. Chapter 1462 The Tao Talismans with a Whopping Price. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian beamed. Why you're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, the old man was stunned before he shifted his eyes to his waist instantly. The moment he saw the outer court disciple order token, his eyes lit up right away. You're that outer court disciple who killed the Earth Rankings powerhouse yesterday in the death duel in the outer court district yesterday, aren't you? You've heard about that already too, Elder. Duan Lingtian chuckled, acknowledging it indirectly. Great, great, you have such a solid innate talent in martial Dao, yet you're still so polite. How rare. The old man had a precious kind expression on his face. You flatter me, Elder. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly. I'm Fang Gon. If you need anything in the future, you can just come to find me here in the Merit Pavilion. If I don't happen to be on duty at that time, you can look for me in the inner court. Thanks for your kindness, Elder Fang Gon. It had never crossed Duan Lingtian's mind that the old man would say such words to him. At once, he quickly expressed his gratitude as his heart was filled with emotions. After all, he had only just greeted the old man out of politeness. After bidding farewell to the old man, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to leave the second level of the Merit Pavilion and went to the third level. When he came to the third level of the Merit Pavilion, he could see a counter that looked more or less the same as the one on the second level of the Merit Pavilion by the entrance. There were two middle-aged men sitting behind the counter, and it was obvious that they were the people in charge of the third level of this Merit Pavilion. After sensing their spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian could distinguish that their strength was not as great as Fang Gan's on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. These two people have a strength that is on par with an outer court elder. They should be either outer court elders or inner court deacons. Duan Ling Tian could more or less guess the identities of these two men. "Put your spatial ring down and enter," ordered one of the middle-aged men nonchalantly as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before putting his spatial ring down and entering the third level of the Merit Pavilion. After entering the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian glanced all over and could not help but be visibly moved. This was because the third level of the Merit Pavilion was separated into three sections that each housed various treasures. These three sections were the Pill section, the Saint Weapon section, and the Dao Talisman section. Duan Ling Tian went to the Pill section and searched for many 3-star healing medicinal pills and 3-star sensory pills. On top of that, he also bought some 4-star Saint grade pills that were exorbitantly priced. He felt a sense of loss as he spent the merit points. The price of just one 4-star Saint grade pill started from 10,000 merit points. Duan Ling Tian was actually not surprised by this at all. As far as he knew, the most outstanding alchemist in the Moon Illumination sect was also only a 3-star Saint Refinement Master who could only refine 3-star Saint grade pills at the most. These 4-star Saint grade pills that were even more valuable had been obtained by the Moon Illumination sect through other methods at a dear cost too. Therefore, the price set was particularly high. The pile of pills that Duan Ling Tian bought added up to almost 200,000 merit points. After leaving the pill section, Duan Ling Tian came to the Saint Weapons section. He realized that almost all of the Saint weapons there were Earth-ranked Saint weapons. Furthermore, a majority of them were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. Of course, the Saint weapons that were inscribed with different Saint inscriptions were priced differently too. Without a doubt, the Saint weapons that were not inscribed with any Saint inscriptions were the cheapest. Those Saint weapons that were inscribed with basic 1-star Saint inscriptions were slightly more expensive, while those that were inscribed with better 1-star Saint inscriptions were even higher priced. As for those Saint weapons that were inscribed with many 1-star Saint inscriptions, they were way more expensive. Of course, all of these Saint weapons could not compare to the Saint weapons that were inscribed with 2-star Saint inscriptions. The 2-star Saint inscriptions were categorized into various grades too. Over there, Duan Ling Tian could see many Earth-ranked Saint weapons that were on the same grade with the 1000-mass sword and the Gale hammer. On top of that, there were also other Earth-ranked Saint weapons that were much better than them and were inscribed with more than 2 Saint inscriptions. Of course, the prices were even more ridiculous. It was so expensive that the price was labeled at almost 1,000,000 merit points. These Saint weapons are really cash-burning items. However, in addition to having the sun-shooting bow, I also have the 1000-mass sword that I obtained from Feng Fan, so for the time being, there's no need for me to buy any other Saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue and left the Saint Weapons section for the Dao Talisman section. The items that were on sale in the Dao Talisman section were all Dao Talismans. Each of the Dao Talismans had a detailed description by its side. 2-star Golden Energy Talisman. Once it's activated, it'll form a layer of golden energy shield on the caster and will last for 15 minutes. It can be used to defend against attacks from a martial or Dao cultivator on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or below. A martial or Dao cultivator who is on the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage will be able to break through it. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw the descriptions for this Dao Talisman, he could not help but be dumbfounded. With this Dao Talisman, even if one was only an ordinary person, one would be able to withstand the attack from a martial or Dao cultivator who was on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or below for 15 minutes while receiving 0 damage. This is brilliant stuff. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up while he looked at the price of the 1-star Adamant Talisman, 20,000 merit points. When he saw the price, the corner of his mouth twitched violently for a moment. It's only a one-time usage Dao Talisman and it actually costs 20,000 merit points. This is not a sale. This is daylight robbery. Right then, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled why it was said that the Dao Talisman Master was one of the 2 main occupations that could accumulate wealth by unfair means in Dao Martial Saint Land. The other occupation that could accumulate the most wealth by unfair means was the Saint Inscription Master. After going one round in the Dao Talisman section, selected pieces of Dao Talisman entered Duan Ling Tian's sight one by one. Their respective descriptions also entered his field of vision one by one, dazzling him for a moment. 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. Once it's activated, it'll allow the caster to enter a level that's on par with a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and will last for 15 minutes. The Divine Strider Talisman was a life-saving Dao Talisman. Other than the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman, the third level of this Merit Pavilion also had many 1-star Divine Strider Talismans. However, there were only a few 3-star Divine Strider Talismans. Once the 1-star Divine Strider Talisman was activated, it would increase the caster's speed to be on par with an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and would last the same time as the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. The 3-star Divine Strider Talisman could increase the caster's speed to be on par with a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and also lasted the same as the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. A Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage's speed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened up as he was overwhelmed with excitement. I must buy a few of such talismans for defense. However, when he saw the price of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on top of him, thoroughly extinguishing his excitement. 300,000 merit points. This is blatant robbery. He could not help but curse in a deep voice. However, despite swearing, he still took a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Bearing the pain of spending the points, this was indeed a valuable item. It could help to save his life at a critical moment. Another 300,000 merit points are gone now. Along with that pile of the Saint Grade pills, that's a total of 500,000 merit points. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the feeling of spending money like water now. At this moment, he regretted being so generous to agree to return half of the wagers to the group of outer court deacons and disciples. Of course, when the thought rose up in his mind, he instantly suppressed it down again. No matter what was done now. Moreover, doing so did not necessarily bring zero advantage to him. At the very least, he had forged a good relationship in the outer court district. And this 3-star Golden Energy Talisman can withstand the attack from a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for 15 minutes. 200,000 merit points. Although it's slightly cheaper than the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, it's still kind of ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The 3-star Dao Talisman really was worth a lot. However, as a defensive Dao Talisman, the Golden Energy Talisman was still cheaper than the Divine Strider Talisman. Besides the vast difference between the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman and the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, the 2-star Golden Energy Talisman and the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman also had a difference of a whole 10,000 merit points. The 2-star Golden Energy Talisman was worth 20,000 merit points while the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman was worth 30,000 merit points. No matter what, it's still the 1-star talismans that are cheaper as they only need 2,000 to 3,000 merit points. However, the 1-star talisman's effect isn't really that great, and other than this 1-star Divine Strider Talisman that has speed similar to an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator, it can only withstand the attack from an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. To Duan Ling Tian, the 1-star Dao Talismans did not have much significance. Since there were defensive and speed Dao Talismans, there would surely be offensive Dao Talismans too. There were various offensive Dao Talismans. In fact, there were so many that Duan Ling Tian became confused. However, soon, Duan Ling Tian was sure of something, which was that the price of the offensive Dao Talisman was much higher than the speed Dao Talisman, the Divine Strider Talisman. Not only that, but there were also only 2-star offensive Dao Talismans that were on sale. Not a single 3-star offensive Dao Talisman was there at all. Once a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman was activated, it could cast an attack that was on par with a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. If those Martial and Dao Cultivators who were on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and below were struck by the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman, other than those who could defeat an enemy who was a level higher than them, they would either be crippled, if not dead. The price of the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman is the same with the 3-star. How ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded again. However, he still took one of the 2-star offensive Dao Talismans with the intention of buying it. In just a short while, he had already taken a variety of items that were worth 700,000 merit points on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. It was fortunate that there was nobody else on this level. Otherwise, they would be stunned with jealousy. However, When Duan Ling Tian took these items to the entrance of the third level of the merit pavilion to pay the bill, he still shocked the two inner court deacons for a moment. Are you sure you want to buy all these? One of the inner court deacons asked in disbelief. He had no choice but to ask for confirmation. Even an inner court disciple would never spend so extravagantly. On top of that, this young man in front of him had an outer court disciple order token hanging from his waist. It was obvious that he was only an outer court disciple. Just swipe the card, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. When 700,000 merit points were swiped out of his crystal card, he could not help but be hit by a pang of pain. Seeing how the 700,000 merit points went through, the two inner court deacons exchanged glances with each other right away. Both of them could see the inexplicable astonishment in each other's eyes. Since when had an outer court disciple become so rich now? Chapter 1463 Golden Rock Mass Tactic. After the two inner court deacons watched Duan Ling Tian leave the third level of the merit pavilion, his silhouette proceeded to disappear before their eyes as he climbed up to the fourth level. Could he be the last disciple of an inner court elder or something? One of the inner court deacons muttered. Since he was only an outer court disciple, it would only be possible for him to take out that many merit points if he was the last disciple of an inner court elder. The last disciple in this context meant the final disciple, of which his master would never take in any disciple anymore. Usually, the last disciple was always someone who was highly doted on and highly regarded by his master, so much so that his master would spare no resources to train him. Even if he were the last disciple of the inner court elder, he'd not have been that rich either. That was a total of 700,000 merit points for goodness sake. Not 70,000 merit points. He didn't even bat an eye when he swiped the card. The other inner court deacon smiled wryly. Just like him, no matter what, he was still an inner court deacon and held a position in the Moon Illumination sect that was on par with an outer court elder. However, his entire wealth only accumulated to barely 500,000 merit points. When he did not make any comparison, it was all right, but when he did, he would only infuriate himself. He had never even heard about such thing as an outer court disciple swiping 700,000 merit points away casually, let alone seeing it. Whilst the two inner court deacons were in shock over Duan Ling Tian's extravagant spending, he had already gone up to the fourth level of the merit pavilion, which was also the final level. There was also a counter by the huge entrance of the fourth level of the merit pavilion with an old man in white robes with a white beard sitting behind it. The old man was resolutely sitting right there, appearing like a dormant, gigantic beast. In just one glance, he used a sense of invisible pressure. When the old man's spiritual energy swept out, Duan Ling Tian was overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense that he had never experienced before. What powerful spiritual energy! He's definitely not in any way inferior that Elder Gan, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This white-robed old man who was on the fourth level of the merit pavilion had spiritual energy so powerful that he was in no way inferior to Fang Gan, the inner court elder on the second level of the merit pavilion. It was apparent that he was an inner court elder too. Are you Duan Ling Tian? Just when Duan Ling Tian walked over to the counter and took off his spatial ring sensibly without the need for the old man to instruct him, the sturdy, white-robed, old man finally opened his mouth and studied him with interest and astonishment in his eyes. Do you know me, elder? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It had never crossed his mind that he would be recognized. Could this old man have also gone to the outer court district yesterday and witnessed the death duel between him and Feng Fan? That old fella Fang Gan has just transmitted a voice transmission talisman to me, saying that you've come to the merit pavilion and even praised you in an extravagantly colorful phraseology. Now that I see you firsthand, you're indeed a fine man. As for the others, before the old man finished his sentence, a powerful aura had already risen up from his body and swept out as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast that had its bloody mouth gaping wide open as it pounded towards Duan Ling Tian to swallow him whole. Duan Ling Tian had never thought that the old man would suddenly overwhelm him with his own power, so at that moment, he was completely unguarded as well. The powerful menacing aura charged at him head-on and gave him a tremendous sense of pressure. However, one should not forget just how powerful his body and just how tenacious his will was. Of course, he would not be affected by the old man's manner. No matter how strong the wind blew, he would still stand steadfastly on his ground, remaining firm and unshaken like a mountain. Seeing how his own imposing manner did not make the purple-clad man take a step back, not even the slightest change in his expression at all, astonishment could be seen in the old man's eyes right away. It looks like that old fella Fang Gan didn't speak in superlatives. It was obvious that he acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength. Elder Fang Gan, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian replied humbly. An ordinary outer court disciple? The white-clad old man snorted. I've never seen any ordinary outer court disciple who could defeat and kill Feng Fan, who was ranked in the Earth rankings. Young man, having talent is a superb thing, but too much humility will make you lose your dashing spirit of a young person. Thanks for the guidance, elder. Duan Ling Tian sweated profusely. This elder had actually told him off for not showcasing a full display of his abilities. That's enough. Put your spatial ring here and enter, said the white-clad old man, waving his hand. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After he had put his spatial ring down, he walked to the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Before he entered, he had already guessed that this level of the Merit Pavilion must be the place that housed all sorts of Saint-grade martial tactics. This was because it was already the last level of the Merit Pavilion and he had never seen a set of Saint-grade martial tactic at all in the previous levels. One of the main reasons he came this time was the Saint-grade martial tactic. To be more precise, he was there for the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Before he came, he already had a target. Therefore, he did not spend very long choosing this time. Even on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect, there were not many human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian's gaze instantly locked onto one of them, specifically the Saint token that stored the Saint-grade martial tactic. Beside the Saint token was a paragraph of descriptions, introducing the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic inside the token and the techniques it contained. Looking at the description by the side of the Saint token, Duan Ling Tian muttered, the rock soaring the 9 heaven, the gargantuan Taishan, the golden shirt. Yes, it's this one. So, it turns out that the Saint-grade martial tactic that contains these 3 techniques is called the Golden Rock Mass Tactic. The Golden Rock Mass Tactic was also the Saint-grade martial tactic that Feng Fan, who died by his hand yesterday, had cultivated. The Golden Shirt, the defense technique this Saint-grade martial tactic contained, was the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt, the defense technique that Duan Ling Tian cultivated. Right now, the Silver Shirt that he cultivated had already reached the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Unless he switched to cultivate the Golden Shirt, he would not be able to develop it any further. If he switched to the Golden Shirt, he did not have to start from the beginning, as he could just transform it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage of the Golden Shirt. Its force was the same as the highest stage of the Silver Stage. Before he went to the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind to choose the Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the Golden Shirt. Other than Golden Shirt, he had taken a liking to the Gargantuan Taishan too. The Gargantuan Taishan was a close-range offensive martial technique. He had experienced its powerful force before. Ever since he had come to Dao Martial Saint Land, attacking at close range had always been his disadvantage. He could only rely on the Sound of Death, the sole close-range offensive technique that was contained in the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow, the Saint-grade martial tactic that he cultivated. The Colossal Arrowlight Arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic that focused on long-range offense, so the Sound of Death was still a little lackluster compared to the Gargantuan Taishan. The Golden Rock Mass Tactic was a Saint-grade martial tactic that focused on close-range offense. Feng Fan's 1000 Mass Sword is already in my hand, so if I cultivate the Gargantuan Taishan, its force will be far from being comparable by the Sound of Death when I match it together with the 1000 Mass Sword, even if I've just started to cultivate it. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this. The 1000 Mass Sword was inscribed with the 2-star inscription, the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. If it was activated, it would cause the massive sword to be as heavy as 1,000 tons, but it would not burden the caster at all. This is it then. With a jolt in Duan Ling Tian's heart, he reached out a hand to take the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, the Golden Rock Mass Tactic, in his hand. Just as the Saint token was in his grip, his face changed without reason suddenly. In the next instant, he quickly pulled his hand holding on to the Saint token back as fast as lightning before taking 2 steps backward. At the same time, another hand swept past where the Saint token was lying at a breakneck speed and even elicited a gust of wind. However, this hand was still too slow. Duan Ling Tian had beaten him to snatch the Saint token first. HMPH, you're an outer court disciple, yet you still dare to compete with me for the Golden Rock Mass Tactic. Don't even think about having it today before I've even borrowed it. A snort resonated. It turned out to be a young man who had somehow appeared beside Duan Ling Tian out of the blue. He was now glaring at him with disdain, and at the same time, He looked down at him in a haughty manner. Finally, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that the person who reached out to take the saint token after he did was an inner court disciple. He could see this from the inner court disciple order token that was hanging by his waist. If it were a polite inner court disciple who explained that he was in rush and wanted to borrow the golden rock mass tactic first, perhaps Duan Ling Tian would have given it to him and let him borrow it first. However, this inner court disciple wanted to seize the saint token in his hand in the first place, and after that, he had even talked to him in a haughty tone as though he was giving an order. At once, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave. He was always a person who could be persuaded by a soft approach, but would never be cowed by fear. Therefore, in the face of this rude inner court disciple, Duan Ling Tian merely cast a cold glance at him and did not bother to reply him before he walked towards the other section of the Merit Pavilion. The items housed in this section were not saint-grade martial tactics but some jade tokens that were stored with various messages. These jade tokens covered all fields and contained everything, and they were exactly what Duan Ling Tian needed. Although it had already more than 1 year since he had gone to Dao Martial Saint Land, there were still many things regarding the place that he did not really understand. Through all these jade tokens, he could gain further understanding on this mysterious yet vast Dao Martial Saint Land. How dare you ignore me? Watching how Duan Ling Tian just left with the saint token after casting a nonchalant glance at him, the inner court disciple was first stunned, and by the time he snapped back to his senses, he burst into fury. It had never crossed his mind that the moment he came out of his closed-door cultivation and gone to borrow the second half of the Golden Rock Mass tactic to read, he would happen to come across such an outer court disciple who did not know what was coming for him. In the outer sect of the Moon Illumination sect, the only people who could elicit dread from him were the 5 outer court disciples who were placed in the Earth rankings. As for the other outer court disciples, he thought nothing of them at all. He had seen the 5 outer disciples who were established in the Earth rankings before, so he could tell that this outer court disciple was not one of the 5. If it were not for the fact that battling was not allowed in the Merit Pavilion, he would have long taught this insolent outer court disciple a lesson. Looking at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette, the inner court disciple threatened, "Boy, everyone needs to pay for their foolishness. I'll give you one last chance to send the saint token over and apologize to me. Otherwise, whatever takes place after you've left the Merit Pavilion will be out of your control." Chapter 1464 Being Intercepted. In the face of the continuous provocation and threats from the inner court disciple, Duan Ling Tian could no longer hold it in and turned around to cast a cool glance at him before spitting out a single word, "Idiot." The moment Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, the inner court disciple was instantly dumbfounded. Idiot. Had this guy just called him an idiot? Had an outer court disciple actually dared to call him an idiot? At this moment, all the inner court disciple could feel was his raging flame of rage that was about to burst out as he was unable to hold it in. However, when he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian had already picked out a few jade tokens and was already making his way to the great entrance of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, the inner court disciple suppressed the boiling wrath of flame and followed him. Soon, he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and beat him to the counter before walking away after snatching his spatial ring. It was obvious that he was not going to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic anymore. The white-clad old man behind the counter did not stop him because this inner court disciple had not taken anything from the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. He did not even touch the saint tokens containing the saint-grade martial tactic inside the Merit Pavilion at all. Elder. When Duan Ling Tian took out the saint token that contained the Golden Rock Mass tactic and the few other jade tokens, he could sense that the inner court disciple's gaze was filled with cold murderous intent before he walked down the stairs. However, he just ignored it. He, Duan Ling Tian, was not a person who was easily frightened. The Golden Rock Mass tactic. This is a decent human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. The old man took the saint token to have a closer look and nodded his head before looking at the few other jade tokens. These jade tokens only contain some ordinary information, but the amount it contains is quite huge, so each of them will cost 1,000 merit points. This Golden Rock Mass tactic costs 30,000 merit points for a one-time reading, and you can only read it here. Once you've handed over the merit points, you can start to read it, the old man told Duan Ling Tian. Let's just process all of them altogether. Duan Ling Tian took out his crystal card and swiped more than 30,000 merit points. After he had stored the few jade tokens that contained information away, he proceeded to take the saint token with the saint-grade martial tactic Golden Rock Mass tactic and began to read. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian could feel the vast information gushing into his mind, becoming part of his mind right away. The entire set of the Golden Rock Mass tactic was now stored in his mind. This was his unique ability. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator would need to borrow and read the Saint Grade martial tactic or Saint Grade Dao tactic 5 times before they could completely master it. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, only needed one chance to memorize basically everything in just a second. Originally intending to drag the time to 15 minutes deliberately, he suddenly remembered the words that the white-robed old man behind the counter had uttered just now. It brought a smile to his face right away. I, as a young man, must have the dashing spirit of a young man. In that case, with a jolt in his heart, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. In the next instance, under the shocked gaze of the old man, Duan Ling Tian put the saint token down. Elder, I've finished reading it. Finished reading it. Upon hearing that, the old man was bewildered for a moment as bafflement crept up on his face. Could you've started reading it when you were still inside? Many people would start to read the Saint Grade martial tactic on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion when they came to borrow it. Whoever picked the Saint token up in the Merit Pavilion had to pay the loan fee no matter what, even if he took the token out now. This was also to prevent anybody from reading the Saint Grade martial tactic in secret without paying any merit points. As the caretaker of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, other than collecting merit points, the old man had to monitor the situation on the level 2. Just take the inner court disciple who had left just now as an example. Because he did not touch any saint token or jade token, the old man did not stop him when he left. If he had touched any saint token or jade token, the old man would have definitely stopped him immediately when he was about to leave and asked him to pay the necessary merit points. In the face of the old man's query, Duan Ling Tian smiled. What do you think, elder? Boy, you really gave me a fright of my life. For a moment, I thought that you were really done reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in just 1 second. So, it turns out that you've already read it when you were inside the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, exclaimed the old man as he shook his head. It was apparent that he did not think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to finish reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in just such a short span of time. Had he found out that on top of finishing reading the content of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, Duan Ling Tian had even finished the entire 5 stages, one would wonder what kind of expression he would have on his face. This was also what made Duan Ling Tian unique compared to the others. He could memorize whatever Saint Grade martial tactic that was stored in the Saint tokens in just the blink of an eye. This was what also gave him a unique advantage that no other ordinary people had. Just like now, he managed to memorize the entire contents of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in one go just by spending 30,000 merit points and no longer needed to re-borrow it to read it. Unlike other ordinary martial cultivators who wanted to borrow and read the Golden Rock Mass tactic, he had saved a whole 120,000 merit points. After all, an ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Golden Rock Mass tactic at least 5 times if they wanted to cultivate it to the highest stage. It was 30,000 merit points per session, so 5 times of borrowing it would equal to 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian merely smiled and did not explain further that he had already memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactic and no longer needed to come to borrow it anymore. Even if he really did say so, the old man would not necessarily believe him. Elder, I'll take my leave first. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the old man and proceeded to leave. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, the old man opened his mouth tacitly again to warn him. The inner court disciple just now was on the early saint rudiment stage. It was apparent that he never missed every single detail of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and that inner court disciple from the beginning till the end. Although this isn't important to me, I still want to thank you, elder. Upon hearing the old man's warning, Duan Ling Tian smiled and expressed his gratitude. Not important. The old man was stunned. Doesn't the sect have a rule saying that an inner court disciple isn't allowed to bully an outer court disciple at the outer court district? Let alone the fact that he's on the early saint rudiment stage, even if he's on the intermediate or mastery saint rudiment stage, would he still be daring enough to attack me? Duan Ling Tian smirked. The old man was astounded. So, this is how you actually think. However, you're very mistaken. Oh, when Duan Ling Tian heard that, he could not help but be filled with confusion. The Merit Pavilion is situated right at the juncture between the inner court and the outer court district. Strictly speaking, it isn't considered as the outer court district here. Of course, it's not considered as the inner court district too. It's more like a middle district, the old man explained. The inner court disciples are allowed to make a move on the outer court disciples here. As long as they don't kill or cripple the outer court disciples, there are basically no other limitations. Oh, so that's how it is. If that's really true, this piece of information is indeed very important to me. Duan Ling Tian had never expected the situation to actually be like this. Once again, he expressed his gratitude towards the old man. Originally, when he had the conflict with that inner court disciple, he was already prepared to receive his revenge. Of course, that was before when he thought that that disciple did not dare to make his attack on him until he had finally entered the inner court. Even when he had already entered the inner court, he would not necessarily be afraid of that disciple. Now that he heard the old man's advice, he knew just how wrong he was. It turned out that the Merit Pavilion was situated at a place where it was no longer considered as the outer court district, so the outer court disciples were not protected by the sect rules. Early Saint Rudiment stage, however, after knowing that the inner court disciple was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian's worries vanished again. After leaving the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to go down and came to the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion in just a while. Just as he was about to head downwards, an inner court deacon behind the counter of the great entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion suddenly called out to him, "Hey, are you Duan Ling Tian?" The inner court deacon's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was apparent that his partner beside him was equally interested too. Obviously, they guessed Duan Ling Tian's identity but were not fully certain yet. "Yes, I am." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, with the realization that dawned on the two inner court deacons, he left the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion and continued to walk downwards. So, he really is Duan Ling Tian. No wonder he can spend so lavishly. Exactly, that was a whole 700,000 merit points gone just like that. I heard that he earned 3 million merit points yesterday. Today, he even generously returned half of the merit points that he has to the people of the outer court district who had given him those merit points. As they exchanged their opinions, the two inner court deacons sighed emotionally. Elder Fang Gan. When Duan Ling Tian passed by the Merit Pavilion's 2nd level, he greeted the old man whose eyes stared widely open some time ago and who was smiling at him before heading to the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion after the old man had nodded at him. When Duan Ling Tian reached the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion, he felt as though he had entered a morning market. Many inner court disciples were shouting and hawking their wares. Some of these stalls weren't here when I came. Duan Ling Tian cast a glance at the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion and noticed there were many new stalls. At once, he called out to Elder Huo and started to stroll around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion once again. Unfortunately, he did not come across any materials that were needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda anymore. It looks like I've run out of luck now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and chuckled wryly before striding outwards, leaving the Merit Pavilion. After walking a few steps, he came to a halt right away when he noticed somebody making his way to him with ill intentions. In just one glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell that this person was the arrogant inner court disciple whom he had met on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him right there ever since he left the Merit Pavilion. "I thought you didn't dare to come out anymore." Looking at him, the inner court disciple smirked. It was apparent that he had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian for quite a while now. Facing the inner court disciple's smirk, Duan Ling Tian did not back down as he chuckled and mocked, "Didn't dare to come out? Do you really think that just you alone are enough to scare me till I wouldn't have dared to come out?" Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.